Today is a beautiful sunny day. Recently, in one of the places in China, an airplane took off and flight attendants greeted passengers. Among the guys, there were two guys who were looking at one lady and were heatedly discussing her possible financial status. This woman is truly incredibly beautiful, and it is clear that she is quite self-confident. She does not even pay attention to their attempts to attract attention to herself, for which she is considered arrogant. Suddenly, her focus shifted to her little daughter, who was sitting on board an airplane for the first time and looking at everything with interest. The girl saw some very strange silhouette in the sky and looked at it carefully. And since she couldn't understand what it was, she decided to ask her mother. The long-haired girl only smiled in response, saying that it was just ordinary lightning. Today is a very important day for the family. They are going to meet Nuon's father, and the little girl is a little nervous and wants to please him. The mother hugged the girl and promised that everything would go very well. And at this time, in another world of magicians, an accident occurred. The man fought a very strong enemy and was defeated in a brutal battle. The last thing his opponent heard was his dying screams. Meanwhile, it was already night in the human universe, and the lights were on in the Ye family's house. Their dad was just taking a bath and chatting enthusiastically on the phone. Finally, when he puts it down, the man can relax and rest. But he has not yet heard how the turned-on hairdryer began to smoke and hiss. The device, which had short-circuited, fell straight into the bathtub where the boy was lying. The weather outside was terrible, and at that very moment lightning struck right next to the house. One piercing scream became the final one. The man died due to his own carelessness. His body burned. Suddenly, everything returned to normal. And now it is no longer quite the father of the sweet Nuon. The magician who was defeated was able to be reborn in his body, which he is very happy about. Ye Zhantian is an incredible genius. He was once considered a great dragon, and he even feels a little bad about being defeated. Now, he plans to use his new body and return to his original level of strength. The brunette finds it hard to believe that the previous owner could die so stupidly. And now he can become much stronger. Putting on a soft robe, Zun sat down on a soft sofa and began to think about how he could survive in this world now. He needed to show emotions, which could cause great difficulties for him. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a knock on the door. When the guy opened it, he saw a long-haired girl, but did not understand who it was. The lady took the little girl by the hand and said that this was her daughter, or rather theirs. And only now the boy began to remember that this woman was very much liked by the previous owner of the body. Various memories of her began to emerge before his face, and now the picture became more or less clear to him. However, after learning their not-so-pleasant story, Ye Zong felt sorry for this boy. Mama Nuon sighed heavily. She had to remember again that night when she found out she was pregnant, and she had to do something about it. She stroked the girl's head, saying that she had decided to give her life since it came down to it. The woman loved only her, but she had no interest in her father. Long Hair is very afraid that because her grandfather gave her control of Chao's company, others did not like it, which is why her daughter could be used for their own purposes. As it turns out, she had been hiding Nuon's existence, but until recently it had become impossible, which is why she turned to her biological father for help. The little girl came closer to the man and lightly touched him with her little hand, looking straight into his eyes. She wants to know if this is really her dad. The brunette looked at her with interest and thought about how unlucky he was. He had just been reborn, and he already had a daughter. But still, Ye Zong sat down next to her and smiled back as she looked at the new person. Nuon laughed and jumped up and down in joy that she would finally be able to ride on someone's neck. The reborn one slightly raised an eyebrow. From her words, he understood that the girl wanted this right now. The little girl winked at him, because her mother told her that she should be polite and behave well when meeting her father. However, their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a woman, because her husband had not yet given her a precise answer. The brunette stood up straight and agreed, but only because this cutie was his daughter. Her mother just crossed her arms over her chest and sighed heavily. She took the suitcase in her hands. There are essential things, and she also has a list of what Nuon can eat and what is strictly forbidden to her and other details. The long-haired girl looked at her daughter, and her eyes began to water with sadness, which made the little girl a little scared and worried. To prevent her from seeing this, Mom had to turn away. Having adjusted the bag on her shoulder, the woman began to run away from there as quickly as possible, which made Nuon confused and run after her. Tears also began to well up in her eyes. It felt as if she had been abandoned and was no longer needed. These words made her mother stop and wipe her wet eyes. She sat down next to the baby and hugged her, saying that their separation was temporary and that she would definitely take her back to her after some time. But it seems that Nuon didn't like this arrangement at all. She wants to live together as a threesome, together with her dad too. Yezong silently watched them hug and didn't say anything. While the girls were chatting, the young father decided to read that little book. He wanted to know what he had to worry about when he took on such responsibility. The man turned to his wife and suggested a slightly different option. Why don't they go back to the hotel first, and then he wants to contact them and bring Nuon. In principle, her mother was not against it. She agreed with him in a slightly drooping voice. Yesong was already opening the front door and thinking about everything that had just happened. Even though she took the girl with her, this house would still belong to the bank from tomorrow and not to him. Everything was prepared for this. The parents of this guy, into whom our hero was reborn, were from a famous family that was involved in charity work. However, they died in a car accident, and their nephew received the entire inheritance, but the biological son received nothing. When the man delved deeper into the matter, he felt that something was fishy, because someone had written a will before this incident, and most likely his cousin was really involved. Now it became clear that this Yezun is useless, because he allowed others to take away his inheritance, and now he is deeply in debt. He had to sell his house at auction, and now it is unclear where they will live with the child. After these thoughts, the brunette stood up and began to examine all the cabinets and furniture in this house, because he should have at least some money lying around here. After all, he is the young master of a rich family. And finally, after some time of searching, our hero was able to land on a soft sofa and analyze the finds. The first thing he came across was a jade bracelet. What kind of letter is this, and 1,000 yuan? This is very little and will barely last for one day. The young man began to turn this object over in his hand and looked at it from all sides. He had to give it to his bride because it looks beautiful, but he himself cannot wear a woman's accessory. In addition, our hero found a piece of paper with an invitation to celebrate the opening of Kunlun, sent by the king of gambling. It seemed that Yezun really liked this idea because, thanks to this, he would be able to earn more money than he had now. The next day, people came to him to take things out of his house. The manager was quite strict with them because they were taking out expensive mahogany furniture. The boy, crossing his arms over his chest, simply stood and watched their work process, saying nothing. After everything was over, Yezun took the suitcase with him and walked on. As soon as our hero arrived at his destination, he saw some old man approaching him. He apologized for distracting him, but it turned out he had just moved to the area and didn't know the area at all. He was interested in the park. Was there one nearby so he could practice? The young magician began to stare at him. He felt a disgusting evil aura emanating from him. Our hero nevertheless decided to warn him and said that it would be better for him to move out of the house where he lives now, because if he doesn't do this, his family will die. He certainly didn't expect to hear such a harsh statement from some stranger, and he was a little scared. It seems that such words even offended him. No one would like it if some unknown person would say such things about his family. The brunette just sighed heavily and turned away from him. Since they didn't believe him, it wasn't his problem, and he asked them to forget about this conversation. Even despite the terrible words they said to him, the grandfather tried to stop him because he had not finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a car drove up behind him and ran over a rock that rushed straight towards him, straight towards his head. Our hero deftly caught it with one hand, instantly rushing it back to its place, thereby saving its life. The man stood in a stupor, but seeing that everything worked out, he sighed with relief. Now he is very grateful to this stranger. If it weren't for him, he could have easily damaged his head. But he still thinks that it's just an accident, and he doesn't advise Yezong to waste his energy on such stunts. The boy asked him not to worry about it because from now on he had to take care of himself. The man sighed heavily. He was very sorry that such a wonderful young man was so stubborn now. Meanwhile, a large ship was already standing by the sea and waiting for passengers. Our hero arrived at the place and began to examine it carefully. There were many young couples nearby who would also be on board. Yezong. After a couple of minutes, he slowly began to climb the steps, looking around with interest. Suddenly, someone drove up to the ship in a car and began to examine everything around. The fair-haired man bit his lip when he saw our hero. He certainly didn't expect to see him here. He thought that he had been dead for a long time. His subordinate ran up to him and, in confusion, reported that he had been told for sure that they had completed the task and killed him, and therefore he had no idea what could have happened. The bespectacled man hit his knees with his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. The hired killers had failed their mission. Meanwhile, our hero was already walking freely along the side of the ship and looking at everything around him. In one of the rooms, the boy noticed his friend, who also recognized him. The man laughed, still amazed that after his friend Ye Zong went bankrupt, he still had the desire to visit such places. The brunette just sighed heavily and looked at him, saying nothing. It seems that our hero recognized him. It was already Huan Ming, whom he was not very happy to see. The boy also teased him with a concrete mixer, which made him grit his teeth and stare into his eyes. Now he really wants to prick his interlocutor too. He told about how he heard how his cousin became the president of their family company, and he ended up in debt up to his ears and did not receive a penny. And since that's the case, Huan suggests that he kneel before him and apologize, and perhaps he will consider taking this poor guy on as a worker. Our hero just smirked. This inadequate person is not worthy of talking to him as an equal. The boor put his hands in his pockets and wanted to kick him in the back as he walked away, shouting something after him, and at that very moment, Zong noticed this out of the corner of his eye and was able to use his power on him, after which the ill-wisher immediately felt a sharp stabbing pain in his leg and had to retreat. The young man came up to him and laughed. It must be hard for the young master to mix cement every day, and he began to mock him for how tired he looked. These jokes continued to anger him even more. The man swung his fist and was about to hit him. Suddenly, someone heard his words. The bespectacled man who had met our hero near the side of the ship entered their cabin, and the magician certainly didn't expect to see Ye Chongwen. He was definitely an unusual person, and our hero couldn't go against a cultivator like him. The boy poked his finger into his chest and complained to his cousin about him, because he had been bullying him and insulting the Ye family, which almost made his eyes pop out of his head. And since he can't let others know that he hired people to kill him, he really needs to scold this scoundrel. The man was a little confused and asked him if his cousin had not been expelled from the family, since he should not consider him as his relative now. Huan Ming was at a loss and asked him for forgiveness so as not to escalate the conflict further. But the bespectacled man did not accept his apology and began to scold him. Now he is obliged to apologize directly to his cousin for such behavior. He muttered something under his breath, for which the blonde yelled at him. He needs to do it while kneeling. Our hero approached his relative and patted him on the shoulder, asking him to forget about this situation. He had already accepted the apology from Mr. Huang. He did not need anything else. Feeling a slight tingling in his shoulder, the man asked him in a rude tone to get out of there as quickly as possible. After the bully left, the cousins were still in that corridor and chatting. The blonde told our hero that although his uncle had given him the rights to the company, it would be temporary, and in the near future, he would return control over it to him. Zong looked him in the eye and smiled. Now, soon he will take back everything that belongs to him, and he is sure of it. And he smiled amiably at his friend and asked him not to worry about it, because since his parents had decided to give the company into his hands, then this was their decision, and it should be respected. The man pretended that he was really defending him, but in his heart he was only laughing at him. The bully could still hear their conversation, and after a couple of seconds he stopped. He ran up to the blonde and punched him in the face with all his might, so hard that the glass on his glasses cracked. The guy raised his head, holding his cheek, staring into his eyes. He couldn't believe that Huang Ming dared to hit him, but he didn't seem to be going to stop. And shouting something unintelligible, he ran towards him again. Their fight begins to gain momentum, so much so that they almost knocked down the door. And thank God they literally fell out of it. All the people standing around were scared and could not understand what was happening here. They had already reached the side of the ship. The blonde was still trying to stop him somehow, so that he would stop going too far. But all his attempts to talk to him were unsuccessful. Huan continued to hit him in the face and spare no effort. Some people began to avoid them. However, their skirmish had already reached its boiling point, so the bespectacled man gritted his teeth and was ready to strike back in order not to endure such humiliation. He took the initiative and now grabbed Huan Ming by the shoulder and neck, pressing him firmly to the edge of the side. One clever move, and this impudent fellow already finds himself in the big sea. He was literally thrown out of the ship. Panic began here. Quite a few people saw everything that had just happened. Women started screaming and running around, trying to call someone for help. And only now, the blonde realized that his reputation would be at risk. He could easily be labeled a murderer for such an act. That is why he turns to all the passengers with horror on his face and demands that they help him quickly, while our hero looks out from the side and laughs loudly. After all the interesting stuff was over, Ye Zong walked away from the scene with a light step. Meanwhile, the rescue crew had already arrived at the place where Huan was thrown. They found him and safely delivered him to an inflatable boat. His opponent, against whom he raised his hand, sighed with relief. Everything worked out. Now he won't look like a murderer. And now that his brain has cooled down a little after such a fight, he can think calmly. He cannot believe that he so suddenly lost his mind and control over himself. And our hero simply walked down the corridor and laughed at the mortals. Even such a simple trick could turn them into helpless fools. The only thing that bothered him at that moment was the presence of a huge number of surveillance cameras. If they weren't here, he wouldn't have just let the two of them go. And while he was floating in the clouds, he had already arrived at the place, stopped, and began to examine the large door. The brunette lightly put his hand on it, and it opened easily. There was something like a casino here. A lot of people who like to gamble. It seems that this slightly hectic atmosphere was able to interest our hero. The boy walks along the red carpet with interest and looks at everything around him. He is interested in what these people who are here can offer him. Meanwhile, in Kunlun's office, a conversation takes place between the gambling king and his son, who told his father that Fengshen and his wife had died. The old man couldn't believe it. However, unfortunately, this fact was confirmed. His child only nodded his head in response. Chen Sen jumped up from his chair. He had only heard other information recently, that someone from their family had boarded the ship. But it turned out that this person was on behalf of the Ye family. The boy reported that it was their son, Ye Zong. The man sighed heavily and asked how this accident that should not have happened. The brunette, taking a piece of paper in his hands, said that according to the news, their car's brakes failed and they fell off a cliff. However, it seems to him that something is definitely not right here. Moreover, they learned that Fengshan wrote a will shortly before his death. In addition, they transferred the entire inheritance to their nephew, but left nothing to their own son. This is all too suspicious. Dark Eyes scratched his chin and thought about it. Everything was really very strange. That's why, in order to find out everything, he asked to bring Ye Zong to him personally. His son was a little confused and reported that information had just arrived that he had just left Kunlun. It seemed like there was something else the boy didn't really want to talk about, but his father made it clear that it was important for him to know. The guy had to tell that our hero was able to win as much as $30 million. After such news, the entire control room was on edge. His colleagues checked all the information. The man reported that he noticed him after he won $500,000, although he watched him, but he did not notice any signs of cheating during the games. And besides, he himself, after he won such a large sum, personally came to meet him. However, Zong was no longer there. The old man asked how much money he initially had in the budget. His colleague turned to him and said that there was only nothing there, some thousand. Chen wondered if this boy might have used some skills that helped him. However, Madame denied this. During the entire game, she did not notice a single fluctuation in the aura. The CCTV footage didn't provide much information either. It looks like this guy isn't so simple anymore. And in this case, the old man promises to return everything he owes to the E family, and specifically to their son. Our hero first went to look for housing. The woman had already given him a tour and told him everything. How big the apartment was, that there were 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a balcony, as well as an elevator. She is a private realtor and is also aware that there is brand new furniture here, and it can only be left if he wants it himself. And in addition, our hero must pay the full amount. There was silence between them for a couple of minutes. The brunette continued to look around, and it seemed that everything satisfied him. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. As it turned out, it was the aura of the ghost, which was the first thing that caught his eye. After what he saw, it became clear why she was selling this apartment at such a low price. It was clear that some kind of tragedy had happened here. The blue-eyed girl looked at him with a smile, as if she read his thoughts. She understands that her guest, I wonder why such a small price, and she decided to tell him about everything that happened. As it turned out, she bought it for her daughter. However, she went missing, and she never returned from abroad, so a year has passed, and it is unknown whether this beautiful girl is alive or not. And every time she comes here, she remembers this girl, and her husband thinks that this home has a bad influence on his wife, and therefore wants to sell it quickly. The brunette expressed his deep gratitude to her for being honest with him. He respects such people and likes to cooperate with them. He wants to buy this apartment and therefore asks to transfer the ownership rights to him. The woman only smiled in response. Her husband is a real estate agent from the Ting company. However, it is difficult to hand him over right away. You need to wait a while. In the meantime, the blonde wants to prepare a contract. He smiled back at her, and Madame herself left and should return soon. When the magician was convinced that this woman was not around, he turned to this ghost and asked her to show herself. The little girl was surprised that this man could see and hear her. and was a little confused, but she decided to show her face. She can't believe that after such a long time, at least someone was able to notice her, because her parents don't see her, no matter what she does. Our hero looked at her with concern and asked if she was by any chance the daughter of the apartment owner. The long-haired girl only nodded her head in response. Zong sat down on a nearby chair and asked her to tell him what happened to her, because in the end, this place now belongs to him. The girl was slightly distracted. She ran back and forth and she wondered if her new friend was afraid of her, because she was a ghost. The boy laughed and came closer to her, jokingly saying that he was much scarier. The girl sat down on the floor and said that her name was Xiao Yu-er. Last year she went to study abroad, and a year later she decided to return home. And on that day something happened. In the airport restroom she felt dizzy and lost consciousness, after which she no longer remembered anything that happened to her, how it all happened, and so on. When she opened her eyes, she found herself already in this apartment, but without a physical shell. In short, she turned into a ghost, after which she saw her parents who were sitting on the sofa and crying bitterly. The girl was declared missing, and they were very worried about her, hoping that everything was okay with her. All this time she tried to shout to them, to knock on their door, but all her attempts were in vain. They did not see or hear her. It was not difficult for our hero to guess that now she could not leave the confines of this apartment, which surprised the blue-eyed girl. She wondered how he could know about this. As it turns out, she can only move a distance of 5 meters, and that's it. That's her limit. The boy turned his gaze to the side and began to look around everything, walking around the apartment, and it seems he found something. The brunette put his hand to one of the walls and a small wind rose in the room, emanating from his palm. Zong himself smiled. He just wanted to pull off a little trick that this little girl didn't know about. The girl simply stood silently and watched him to see what would happen next, and even wanted to step back a little. The boy literally took out some kind of box from space and presented it to Yu-er. She began to examine it with interest. As it turned out, the magician managed to get her ashes, and hearing just one word, she became frightened and screamed in confusion. It sounds pretty creepy. However, someone used magic to lure her into a trap. Of course, it was not done very well, but such a trick is quite enough to imprison her here. Hearing this, the little girl burst into tears. She cannot believe who could do this, because she was always kind to other people and never did anything bad. And she does not understand how this could happen to her. According to our hero, this is a very evil man who trapped her in order to collect her hatred and thirst for revenge, and as soon as she reaches the limit that will be enough for him, he will let her go, and under no other conditions. Now the blonde is slightly perplexed. She doesn't remember anything like this ever happening to her. The brunette only smiled in response. This terrible man had miscalculated. Even if his plan was magnificent, perfectly planned, he did not take into account human nature. Her feelings are unpredictable, but they might try to offend her, but she won't be offended. There's no thirst for revenge or anything bad in her that he could feel. As it turned out, this girl is not so stupid, since she was able to understand everything herself. And after talking with our hero, Yu-er had hoped that she could finally be helped, namely this strong and powerful man. She just wants her parents to see her again, to be able to talk to her and hear her. However, Zong's expression became much more serious. Since his friend had been in this world for a long time, now she would not be able to reincarnate, and she had two choices. Either he would help her remove the curse and she would disappear, or he would teach her cultivation, after which she would be able to become a ghost cultivator. Of course, the blonde doesn't want to disappear at all. She'd rather choose the second scenario. The guy continued to analyze her, even though she is stupid. However, her mind is clear. She is an excellent candidate for cultivation. And also, before starting their exciting journey, he should have warned her that this was a difficult path. And after she set out on it, there would be no turning back. Something much worse than disappearance could happen. The girl looked him straight in the eyes. She had already made a firm decision and would not regret it later. She now wanted to trust this man completely, calling him a master, and asked him to teach her everything he knew. Our hero certainly didn't expect such a new nickname. However, in principle, he doesn't mind. And in response, he just smiled. And this girl knows how to choose her words. The boy could teach her, but first she would have to concentrate all her ghostly energy and wait until he collected the necessary materials. Only then would they be able to begin cultivating her. After which Yu-er was very happy and jumped up and down in joy. And she is even more interested in whether, if she studies hard with him, her parents will be able to see her. She looked into the teacher's eyes with great delight. He nodded his head in confirmation. However, she shouldn't do it just for the sake of it. It would be better for them, and she wouldn't put them in danger. The best way to talk to them is to appear to them in dreams. She must say goodbye to her family and ask them to scatter her ashes. Only in this way will they be able to let her go normally, and she them, and this will help in further cultivation. Although it all sounds very sad, she agrees and promises to do everything as her master advises her. She does not want her parents to continue looking for her and hoping that everything is fine with her in vain. And at that moment, their conversation is interrupted by a phone call. Our hero has been called. He now needs to go. And on the way, he promises to collect all the materials they need, and they promise to return here later in the evening. The girl was frightened and developed an obsessive fear that the person who cursed her might come for her. Yezong, approaching the door, only smiled in response and asked her to relax. This spell needed several years, and therefore there was no point in the killer coming here for her. Judging from the whole situation that he managed to understand, this person is a beginner. Since he used such a simple spell, it turns out that there is nothing to be afraid of. Meanwhile, he already needed to head to the hotel called the Four Seasons. He had an important meeting scheduled there. After Zong climbed the steps, he gently knocked on the door where they were already waiting for him. The short-haired girl was already standing at the threshold. As soon as she noticed that he had arrived quite quickly, as it turned out, it was his wife's sister, and she and her daughter were still sleeping, and so she asked them not to make noise and not to do anything stupid. This woman still holds a grudge against him for thinking that he is close enough to his sister just because he is Nuon's father. She still hasn't forgiven him for what he did. Our hero is not going to retreat. He knows perfectly well that 4 years ago she was kidnapped by her own bodyguard, and he is not guilty here. Yezong saved her when she was drugged. It is much more terrible to imagine what would have happened if she had been taken by kidnappers. Her sister gritted her teeth. She thinks that this impudent fellow turned everything upside down. The blonde began to prove her point. Let me remind you that she fell into a trap and did not have time to save her. But this impudent fellow took advantage of this. The guy looked her straight in the eyes and asked if he had understood correctly that she suspected that he was the one who started this incident, after which the woman began to scream even louder. She could not believe how her stupid sister could trust a child to someone like him. Our hero folded his arms across his chest. He looks at people like her only with contempt. When something goes wrong, they push all the responsibility onto others, excusing themselves from all the problems. He understands this perfectly well. Coming closer to her, he asked permission to ask one clarifying question, since she was so worried about her sister but unable to protect her. So she must find out something after that incident. After all, several years have passed since that incident, and she must find some evidence. Judging by her confused reaction, one could conclude that she was absolutely nothing. The girl began to shout at him even louder, and she no longer even cared that she could wake up her sister and her daughter. If he weren't Nuon's father, he would have to beg for forgiveness on his knees, to which the boy only snorted in response. Her conclusions were clearly unfounded, but she was told that he had gone bankrupt, and now he didn't have a penny. And she began to tease him, saying that he was supposedly counting on someone's help, and since he had practiced cultivation, he probably wanted to become a swindler. And in order not to listen to this nonsense, our hero found a fascinating book and it seems got carried away. And mortals really do have a very rich imagination. And his annoying interlocutor was still trying to somehow talk to him, and was already starting to shout, because he wasn't listening to her at all. Yanling's screams were finally heard by her sister, who woke up and entered the room, asking her not to say another word. The girl lowered her gaze and only nodded her head, listening to Jin. Longhair turned to Nuon's father. She is aware of his situation, and therefore will meet her aunt and uncle later, and she is also interested in learning about plans for the near future. The brunette slammed the book shut and said that he had arms and legs, as well as knowledge of feng shui and the ability to tell fortunes, so it was obvious that there were many ways to earn a living. She sighed heavily and closed her eyes. After all, he hadn't changed. He was still into this spiritualistic nonsense, which she openly didn't like. The girl handed him the card and said that there was exactly $1 million here, and she wanted him to spend it wisely, buying a decent house, because since she was trusting him with her daughter, it was very important to her that she not want for anything. However, unexpectedly for Jin, the guy refused, because he still continues to refer to the skills that he has, and assures that he will create the best living conditions for the girl. Jan couldn't stand it and raised her voice at him. He always shows off like that, and it seems to her that at this rate the baby will end up living on the street. The brunette turned to her and said that he had already bought himself a good home, in which he would live with his daughter. Of course, they didn't believe him. and even began to threaten that something would happen when his lie was revealed. Just at that moment, Nuon herself came out to them. She was still very sleepy because she had only just woken up and put on her slippers. The first thing she did was look for her mother. However, her eyes lit up when she saw her beloved father and she ran to him. The man sat down next to her and stroked her head with a smile. That's right, they hadn't seen each other yesterday and both were very happy about this meeting. The girl couldn't get enough of his appearance and so she just stood there smiling, not knowing what to say. Zong noticed her staring at him and asked what was wrong. Was there something on his face? The little girl laughed and replied that it was too dark yesterday and that's why she couldn't see him. But now she's very happy that she sees how handsome her daddy really is. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by her mother. Since Zong bought a house, why shouldn't he take them there? As a mother, she wants to know in what conditions her daughter will live with him. After this, the smile suddenly disappeared from the man's face, but he agreed to show the house. The woman approached her daughter and wanted to pick her up and go with her, after changing her clothes. However, Nuon started to act up. The girl ran up to her dad and said that she wanted him to carry her in his arms. The brunette picked her up in his arms and said that he would be happy to carry her straight home, which made the little girl laugh loudly and start kicking her legs. The man headed towards the door, and the girl began calling her mother and aunt to follow her, so that they would hurry up and follow them quickly without falling behind. Jin looked after them in confusion. Father Nuon had completely forgotten that the girl had not yet changed her clothes, and Yan Ling, as always, stood to the side and grumbled under her breath. Soon the boys arrived at the place, and the little girl began to look around with interest. She was delighted at how big and beautiful her dad's house was, like some kind of palace. But her mother's sister still can't believe that this man was able to buy it instead of renting it, and therefore asks about it much more persistently. Of course, the brunette is not going to enter into conflicts with her, and even allows her to look at the evidence that confirms his words, so that she does not doubt. However, the blonde still can't believe him and just snorts in response. Now is the time when you can do absolutely any document that you can't tell from the original. Jin approached the child's father and asked if she could take a look at the bedroom where Nuon would be sleeping. Meanwhile, the little girl herself was curiously looking at all the paintings, vases, rugs, and other interior decorations that were in the room. However, something that she saw was able to catch her attention much more than some objects. Looking up, the girl noticed Yu Er flying in the air and cried out joyfully, pointing her fingers at her, causing her to get scared. Our hero was also in shock. The guy looked at her in surprise and didn't know how to react to this. The first thing he asked was if she really saw him, because he couldn't believe what was happening. Jin's daughter smiled sweetly, nodding her head. Her new friend was so beautiful that it was impossible to take your eyes off her, and she described her in all colors, looking at her daddy with admiring eyes. Yu herself was confused and began to rush from side to side in panic, which made Zong sigh heavily. Stroking his daughter on the head, he had already come up with a story that this little sister was homeless and very poor, and that is why he took her home and allowed her to stay with them, but also said that this should be only their secret, and no one from their family should know about it. Nuon grabbed him by the shirt and looked him straight in the eyes with a slightly sad expression. She thinks that her mother will find her sooner or later anyway, and therefore suggests hiding her somewhere to avoid problems. The blonde came up to her and gently touched her shoulder. Smiling, she reassured the little girl that she possessed magic, thanks to which her mother and fierce aunt would not be able to see her, which made the girl happy. And at that very moment, Jin entered the room. She was looking for Nuon and asked what she was doing here. The ghost girl approached her, and, looking straight into her eyes, reminded her that this was their secret, which could not be revealed to anyone. After these words, Yu seemed to evaporate into thin air, turning into glittering dust. The little daughter ran up to her dad and jumped for joy. She really likes that her little sister is such a sorceress and can do magic. Yanling heard her laughing and admiring someone, so she decided to ask why she was so happy and what she told Zong. The girl was confused at first, but then she whispered that it was their secret and she wasn't going to tell anyone, which made her dad just smile. In addition, the little girl laughingly said that the man called Yang as fierce as a tigress, which made her cry out in displeasure. The blonde looked at him and began to scold him for saying nasty things behind her back, setting a bad example for his sister's daughter, and he seemed to not give a damn about her indignation. It is much more important now to figure out what his Nuon will eat for dinner today. The brunette promises to cook everything especially for her. The little girl looked at her dad with delight. She can't believe that he can cook her favorite steaks, sandwiches, burgers, and many other delicious dishes, and he is ready to fulfill her every whim. She clapped her hands and began to praise Zong, But her mother felt bad because she was portrayed as a bad cook, since the housekeepers always did everything for her due to her lack of cooking skills. The woman approached her daughter and, slightly embarrassed, said that it didn't mean that her mother was a terrible cook, blaming it on the fact that she was very busy, but also promised to treat her to something next time. And of course, the sweet tooth agreed. Standing on straight legs, the long-haired girl asked her sister to change Nuon's clothes because she was now expecting an important conversation with her dad, to which she only nodded her head in response. The boys went into a separate room so that no one could hear them. Jin sincerely told him that she was going to an important meeting tonight, and therefore asked him to stay at his house for a little while. Besides that, she will need to go to a charity dinner for her grandfather, because it will be held in a casino on a ship. And her baby has never sailed there before, of course, like her mother. She wants to take her. However, not everything is so simple. It was not difficult for our hero to guess that she would not let people know that this baby was her daughter. Of course, for Jin, Nuon is the most precious person in the world. And if the Chow family finds out about her, then her life will be in great danger. Of course, she understands perfectly well that she is now acting unfairly towards her. But still, only her dad can protect her. Putting his hand on her chest, Zong looked straight into her eyes and said that her daughter should live as she wished. And that was why she did not need to avoid other people. As long as he was by her side, no one could harm her. He would protect her. His wife's heart began to beat wildly at these words. She did not recognize him. He was completely different before. The woman still considers him weak and therefore cannot understand how he can radiate such confidence. She should have honestly admitted that after so much time he really had changed. And so, to make sure of it, she asked him to prove it to her. Their conversation was interrupted by a quiet creak of the door. Their precious Nuon ran into the room. She changed into a beautiful dress and ballet shoes and decided to show off to her parents. Dad ran up to her and picked her up in his arms and also praised the little lady for such a chic outfit. He is sure that his daughter is the most beautiful. No one has a better one. Like any girl, after such compliments, Nuon began to be capricious and say that her mother certainly looked better than her. Yezong laughed and told her that it was all because she was still little. But when she grew up, she would be much more beautiful than her. After which, a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Mom joined their conversation, taking her hand, and confirmed Dad's words. And at that moment, the girl remembered that they were supposed to go on a cruise on a ship together, after which Jin suddenly became quiet. The brunette interrupted them and told his daughter that her mother first needed to finish her important business, and so she needed to wait a little. He himself would take her to this wonderful place. However, Nuon was not very happy, because she wanted to spend time with the two of them, not just with her father. Yezong whispered in her ear that Sister Yu also really wanted to go. But if Jin was next to them, she would be afraid to take that step. The girl understood everything. She just nodded her head excitedly. The little girl really wants to help her new friend and therefore is ready for this. Her mother came up to her, and Nuon asked her to go to work with Yan Ling, and also promised to be obedient and not to be capricious in front of her father. After which Jin smiled sweetly and, praising her, stroked her daughter's head. The red-haired girl turned to her husband and thanked him for his kind heart and help, and was about to leave. Suddenly, Yezong stopped her with a serious expression. Looking straight into her eyes, the guy pointed his finger at the pendant hanging around her neck and asked her to give it to him, which made her slightly surprised. The woman was a little confused and took it in her hands. She became very interested in why he needed it. Zong calmly and with a smile explained that Nuon would wear it and be safe. The jade contained in it would protect the girl from bad things, but in fact, of course, he lied. This piece of stone would be a shelter for Xiao Nu and would only strengthen his daughter's protective field. Her sister snorted in displeasure and turned away, folding her arms across her chest. She doesn't believe in these strange superstitions at all and considers them nonsense. But in fact, everything is really fine. This jade was given to Jin by her mother, and she doesn't mind giving it away. The brunette carefully took it and casually put it in his pocket, turning his back to them, and headed towards the shelf. There he took the box with Yuer's ashes, which stood at the very top and hid it well from prying eyes. And now he needed to move on to the most important part. Zong took the small pendant he had asked his wife for and began to examine it carefully. A man needs to perform a small ritual so that others would not look. The guy began the process, carefully moving his hands around these two things and looking at them carefully. Ghost Girl also watched closely what he was doing, but she still didn't fully understand. And Zong explained to her that he was placing jade in her shelter, thanks to which she would now be able to move normally. The brunette extended his hand along with this decoration to her and told her that she had not yet become a ghost cultivator, and for now her powers were limited, which meant that she could not move independently. However, when she became a master, this ability would be revealed to her, which made the girl very happy, so much so that tears appeared in her eyes. Father Nuon sat down next to his daughter and carefully put this beauty on her, ordering her to carry it with her every day, because Yu-Er lives in her, who will protect her from now on, from which the girl only smiled in response. The little girl began to carefully examine this beautiful stone, which shimmered beautifully. She decided to talk to her new friend, because she still couldn't believe that she would now be near her. And indeed, the blonde answered her. She hears her perfectly and even sees, which will allow her to calmly talk and watch the ship together. And just when the moment came, Nuon asked why Yu-Er called her dad so strangely, "Master." The long-haired girl looked down and smiled slightly. She had previously been hurt and intimidated by very bad people, and the girl shared with her sister that it was this man who saved her. And since then, he has become her patron, and only after she recovers, she will be able to play with her. Hearing this touching story, the little girl ran up to her dad and hugged him tightly. She is very proud of her father. He is a very kind and brave man. Meanwhile, a few hours later, night had already fallen, and her mother should have already gotten ready. As she told her husband, she had a very important evening today, a meeting that really meant something to her, and the men were already waiting for her. And so, the door opens and she, Jing, enters, in a luxurious long dress, together with her sister Yang, who is already looking around the entire room. A guy who was a little shorter than her immediately ran up to the woman. He blushed slightly and was very happy that she had come, but Chow herself did not expect to see him. While adjusting his tie, Wang Mu explained that since the Huaxia Wan family owned Zhaoyang's technology, he was here to establish a connection between them and the Cow organization. The long-haired girl looked him straight in the eyes and sternly said that she was not so familiar with him that he would dare to address her like that. She needed to be treated differently, and besides, she preferred not to cooperate with them. The woman no longer wishes to continue the dialogue, and so, turning around, she leaves, which her old acquaintance certainly did not expect. Another guy, Wang Mu's assistant, decided to introduce himself as Wang Huaqing. He is the CEO of Zhaoyang Technology, and since this woman came here, it means that she recognizes their potential, and therefore they sincerely want to cooperate with their organization in the future, and it is for this reason that he asks to reconsider his decision. Madam stopped and turned around after a second. She was in no hurry to make a decision. Their family is notorious in Hebe for their shady dealings, and so she doesn't want to talk to them, much less deal with them. After that, there was a loud slam of the door. It seemed that they would fall apart now, but the men were unable to stop her. The mustachioed man turned to his friend and snorted with displeasure, calling him persistent. He should have waited for him before starting a dialogue with her. Wang Mu only smiled in response. According to him, the sixth uncle Hao Jingge handed over the leadership of the organization to her at such an early age, and she had already begun to investigate all the dark sides of other companies in order to make decisions about cooperation. And when he talked about this, he only laughed. The brown-eyed man looked down and seemed to have already become disillusioned with this idea. Judging by her reaction, she didn't want to raise this topic at all, and that is why her old acquaintances offer a good solution. They want to start with the elders, because they are more compliant in requests, and therefore can easily put pressure on her. As it turned out, Wang Mu just wanted to let her know that he was here. He would wait for the moment when she was forced to ask for help in cooperating with the elders. He had the perfect point plan. The man laughed even louder. He was sure that he could easily break her pride, and finally see how this woman would bow to them. The mustachioed man smiled, and still decided to give him free rein. Now he can do whatever he wants, but he should also remember that the result of the deal is his personal test, and all responsibility lies with him. Wang just nodded his head and was about to leave, saying at the end that he didn't have to worry about anything. Now he's heading on a gambling cruise. That's where he wants to spend his evening tonight and have fun, spending a little money from his pocket. Even at night, the ship was still afloat. There was a beautiful starry sky all around, and lights were on in some cabins. They even had a small room in the form of a gym, where there are still people at such a late hour. And Wang Mu came into the room of one old man and told him that the guard reported that Ye Zong was on the ship again, and this time not alone, but brought some little girl. The man just smirked in response. He couldn't believe that he dared to come here again after winning a whopping 30 million from him. This guy really has guts. What he is much more interested in is how much he has won this time. The boy told his adoptive father that he had not gone into the casino just now, but was simply walking around in circles with some little stranger, which really managed to interest him. The man put his hands in his pockets and laughed, calling his son to a dinner party that was about to begin. And indeed, in the neighboring cabin the party was already in full swing. There were a lot of alcoholic drinks, delicious and expensive food, a stack of large glasses and light music, and also a lot of people. Many people were discussing only two people who were standing aside and talking about something. These were Xiaojun and Xiaowan. Their father, Ai Dongsheng, is the leader of a gang of inadequate people who forced the developers to decide on the issue of demolition and disposal of the publication. No one understands who could let these two in here. It is suspicious that the owner of the casino welcomes this. There have even been suggestions that perhaps they pulled someone's strings, or that they simply went to the wrong room, and they didn't seem to care that everyone was looking at them. The man in question was chatting with a girl, and he felt that the two of them had been invited to this place with the intention of making fun of them. Madam folded her arms across her chest and also agreed with this. I myself feel uncomfortable being here. However, if she can marry him, then their family will never be poor, so the two of them need to do everything they can. And this place plays an important role. And at that very moment, a quiet creak of a door was heard behind them, and deathly silence fell. Our hero arrived with his daughter. The other people who had already remembered him immediately recognized that it was Yezong who had come to them, and they all looked at them in surprise without taking their eyes off them. Even though he is completely bankrupt, he still remains very attractive to many girls. However, many do not understand who this little girl is in his arms. Xiaowan looked at him and just laughed. She only now found out that he was a poor man, and she was very glad that she did not chase after him. But one thing was unclear: what he was doing here, and in such a ridiculous suit. The madam looked at her friend and asked with a slight grin. She wondered if his cousin had risen a few steps higher than him. Would that not be a reason for revenge? And it seemed that Zong had come here specifically to fit into society. Xiaojun just smirked. The people here only respected those with a higher status in society. He couldn't believe that his girlfriend thought that Zong wouldn't be ignored. Meanwhile, Nuan looked at the ship with surprise. It was so huge from the inside that she wouldn't be able to inspect it on her own, and she was very interested in seeing everything. Her dad smiled back. He promises to carry her in his arms until she looks at everything carefully so that her legs don't get tired, after which the baby laughed. And when they approached the table, the girl began to look at the beautifully laid table with great delight. The food looked very appetizing. It was clear that experienced chefs had worked on it. Nuan started waving her arms and asked her father to put her on the floor because she wanted to walk here on her own. The man knelt down on one knee and agreed to fulfill her whim. The little girl ran around the big hall and looked at everything carefully, and her dad watched her closely to make sure everything was okay. And all this time, Zhao Wan was watching them closely, especially her old acquaintance. And yet, she decided to come closer. She really wants to show the former head of the Ye family that he gave up his status and lost a lot. And so she. With a slight grin, she reminded him that he was bankrupt, and perhaps even now, depressed. Our hero's daughter looked at her with slight misunderstanding and examined her from head to toe. The brunette turned to this woman and, putting his hands in his pockets, asked her in a rude tone to leave here. Firstly, he doesn't know her, and secondly, she's interfering with his girl's play here. The long-haired girl, gritting her teeth, yelled at him. She couldn't believe that this impudent fellow allowed himself to talk to her like that. He should watch himself. And Nuan was a little upset when she heard her dad being yelled at, and asked him to be a little more polite with him. The woman laughed, and in front of her stood a real stallion. It is quite possible that because of her birth, he was unable to save his parents' inheritance, which confirms that he is just some pathetic piece of trash. Looking at his daughter, she dared to assume that her mother had also not fallen far and was herself from the lower strata of society. She walked forward and pushed Nuan away, so hard that she almost fell. And at that very second, Van stepped on the long red tablecloth, and a huge structure of glass goblets with drinks collapsed onto the floor. Everything around was in glass. Visitors began to turn around. Everyone looked askance at the woman. She was behaving rather rudely. A friend of hers came up to her and asked what was going on. She shouldn't have been so noisy, but she managed to attract the attention of the entire room. And of course, Madame decided to blame everything on Nuan, as if it was all her fault and she was creating trouble for other people. The little girl silently listened as she was scolded for literally nothing and could not answer her. Xiaojun looked at our hero with a smirk. calling him and his daughter nothing but pieces of trash, playing along with Juan. And it seems that other visitors also believe this, and their opinion of this little and sweet girl immediately deteriorated. Now she is not liked here. Nuan looked the woman straight in the eye and said that she had nothing to do with it at all, because it was she who had stumbled and broken the glasses, for which she had only received a scolding in response. She ran up to her dad and hugged him, trying to explain that it really wasn't her fault, but that this woman had stepped on the tablecloth. Our hero smiled at her in response. He would never have thought that his little girl was capable of such a thing. He saw everything with his own eyes, and that is why he is on her side. The girl even had tears in her eyes. But after these words, a sweet smile appeared on her face, and she thanked her father. Zong glared at the two of them. These hooligans immediately accused him of causing a mess here with his naughty child. And he still looked at them with such condemnation. Stroking Nuan on the head, the man demanded that these scoundrels apologize to his daughter for such behavior. The bald man looked at him from under his forehead and still continued to stand his ground that he should teach his daughter a good lesson, because it was her fault, and his girlfriend also refused to humiliate herself like that. Our hero heard their answers and only grinned. Kneeling down next to his Nuan, he carefully placed his hands on her shoulders and asked her to close her eyes. She listened to him. A very interesting atmosphere appeared around her. It was so light, and a light breeze blew which made her open her eyes. The girl saw that she was among beautiful young fairies who were playing very beautiful songs on musical instruments especially for her. It was as if she had found herself in a fairy tale. Her father had deliberately blocked her feelings so that she would be a little distracted from everything that had just happened, and also so that she would not see what was about to happen. While she was in this state, Zong could easily deal with these two properly without scaring Nuan, and his wife and her sister watched everything from the side. As always, Jan grumbled that this dad was hopeless and already regretted that she had ever entrusted her sister's daughter to him. Of course, she wants to go and deal with everyone, but Jin stopped her. She can't let them find out about their connections. Even so, Yan is not going to back down. She believes that if they depend on this Zong, anything could happen to Nuan. And yet, her mother decided to give him a chance first and see what would happen next. It's no wonder that our hero looks so confident. The man looked straight into Xiaowan's eyes, saying that he was giving them one last chance to ask his girl for forgiveness. Otherwise, he would not let them go so easily. Madame folded her arms across her chest and said that she was giving him a chance to bow to her, and only after that would she be able to spare him. Well, since she doesn't want to admit her guilt, Zong is going to use force. Literally a couple of seconds later, she had a strange feeling that made her shudder. She couldn't move at all, not even lift a finger. The brunette began to ask her brother to help her and not let this scoundrel do something to her, and especially not get close to her. The bald man ran up to our hero and was about to hit him, in order to somehow protect his girlfriend. Ye Zong has very good fighting skills. He could skillfully dodge any of his attacks, and they didn't even touch him with a finger. In the end, the boy tripped Baldy and he fell to the ground, and it even happened that he lost the power of speech. When the brunette had already come closer to Xiaowan, she began to talk about herself in confusion, who they were, who their dad was, threatening that something bad would happen if he didn't leave right now and cancel his spell. But it seems that our hero is not afraid of her at all. He hit her hard on the cheek. Perhaps now something will get through to her. The brown-eyed girl stands in shock. She cannot believe that they dared to raise a hand against her, and has already begun to wish him death, not fearing what will happen next. The man gave her another slap for such words, and Xiao continued to chatter. Her father Dongsheng would not let him leave so easily. The other customers heard the slaps behind the door, and the two men began to argue among themselves about whether one of them should stop him. The old man turned to Fu Lei and said that these two were not their guests, and they needed to be driven away as soon as possible. The boy hadn't even seen how he had put Xiaozun in her place, because it all happened very quickly, and he was very sorry. The man began to admire this. It was incredible. He never thought that Ye Fen Shan had such an unusual and capable son. And finally, after more than 24 blows, Xiaowan, with tears in her eyes, asked him to stop and promised to apologize to the girl, to which our hero only smiled in response. Turning his back to her, the guy approached Nuan to cancel the magical spell he had placed on her. Kneeling down, Zong lightly snapped his fingers and the little girl slowly began to open her eyes and look around. Of course, she really liked everything in the world of magic. She said that there were fairies who danced and sang funny songs, and she would also like to visit there again. Our hero promised to do this, but not now. Now something else is more important. The brunette pointed his hand at his aunt and said that she wanted to sincerely apologize to him. The woman looked at her in confusion and actually did it, admitting that it was she who broke those glasses due to her carelessness. The girl only smiled in response and asked to forget about it, because her mother says that if a person understands his mistake, then this is quite enough to forgive it. And since Nuon made concessions, her father can calmly let Van go. He is quite satisfied with the result. After snapping her finger, the girl returned to her previous form again. She was able to slowly begin to move as before, which surprised her very much. Of course, the first thing she did was run to her brother, who had fallen to the ground and was dizzy. He didn't remember anything. He was interested in finding out what happened here. Madame began to straighten his clothes, and at the same time scolded him for not being at all like a man. His sister was bullied, and he just sat on the sidelines and could do nothing about it. And just at that moment, a man who was very familiar with Xiaowan entered the hall, and he became very interested in what was happening here. Madame turned to her elder brother for help. He invited them to this wonderful place, and they began to mock them and hit them in the face more than once. She would like it if he were the one to bring Zong to justice. Yang immediately realized that Wang Muduan was standing in front of her, and it seemed like the girl was not at all happy about his arrival. Jin told her that the Wang family does not publicly display their business, but everyone still knows about it. So it is no wonder that these people came here. The guy approached the victim Xiao and began to examine her face, which was covered in bruises from slaps. The girl pointed her finger at our hero, saying that it was all his doing. Besides that, she went off to talk nonsense about his daughter breaking glasses. And then they blamed her for everything and even forced her to apologize. And Zong just stared at her. Brunette approached our hero and decided to ask him personally if this was his doing. The little girl began to stand up for her father and said that it was this aunt who broke all the containers with expensive drinks. And of course, since she did not see how he hit Xiao in the face, she began to refute this too. A man unknown to her stared at her beautiful face. He really thinks she is incredibly pretty at such a young age, and already imagines what she will be like when she grows up. A plan had formed in his head. Wang Mu grinned evilly. His friend had offended someone who shouldn't have been touched, and so he was giving him a choice, either to bow down before Miss I and let her hit him in the face in return so that she could vent her anger well, or to give him his nuan. Her mother heard this whole conversation. She and her sister screamed in unison from the terrible impudence of this guy. Our hero looked at Jin and said nothing. However, although it is not visible, inside him a lot of emotions are raging. Her mother jumped up from her seat and decided to approach the men to sort things out. But her husband stopped her. The man looked at his daughter and stroked her head. He remembers very well that she wants to see magic and those beautiful fairies again, and therefore, the father asks Nuan to close her eyes again so that she can experience magic. Of course, such selfish behavior hurt Wang Mu. He couldn't believe that he was being ignored like that, as if he was nothing here, and he had to resort to extreme measures. He took out a gun from his pocket, intending to shoot both of them at once. However, his pathetic attempt was unsuccessful. Zong ran up to him and very quickly knocked the gun out of his hands. His movements were quite sharp and incredibly precise. A second later, he was already right in front of his face and looked at him with a menacing look. Our hero was able to grab him by the arm and head at the same time to deliver a counterattack and show him his place. Suddenly, he didn't hear someone else come to them. This person stood up to protect Wang Mu. It seems that he is his subordinate. The man got closer to Zong and was about to attack him from the air. No one dared to resist his master like that. In addition, the brunette managed to take something that looked like huge stones out of his pocket and release them with incredible speed. Our hero has a very keen eye. In less than a second, he was able to recognize what all this was heading towards his daughter, who is now disconnected from their world. And so now he comes up with the brilliant idea of using this man as a shield to protect the girl. All targets were successfully caught by his head. None of them were able to harm Nuan. After that, Yezong suddenly slammed the man's head onto the table, and he couldn't do anything now. And his defenders, seeing such impudent behavior, rushed towards our hero, intending to attack. The man swung his leg with all his might, jumping high into the air, but his movements did not go unnoticed. The guy had to use force to stop him and calm him down a little, using some spells. The guy twisted his leg several times, so hard that a crunch could be heard. His adversary fell to the ground, clutching his mangled limb. Of course, it was very painful, but Yezong still hadn't finished with his boss, who already had a large bruise between his eyebrows. And now he wanted to put an end to all of this. And at that very moment, another man interrupts him. He gently puts his hand on his and says that he has already released his anger on them, and therefore gives advice to forget about everything that just happened. Usatiyi introduced himself as the owner of this casino, as well as a friend of his father, and therefore he was not going to reveal more about himself even at Yezong's request. He believes that the information is quite sufficient. The brunette, in turn, simply looked at him with a slightly surprised expression and only shrugged his shoulders. In the end, the boy decided to let this impudent fellow go and save his life. Yanling and Jing were watching everything that was happening carefully when suddenly the long-haired one noticed that something was wrong with her sister. She explained that the guy in the suit she was looking at now wanted to kidnap her 4 years ago, and only now, Madame found out that it was Wang Muduan, and she does not believe at all that he is capable of such a thing. Big Brother leaned on Xiao Wan and her brother. The two of them are very worried about his condition. He looks terrible now. The young lady approached the casino owner and complained about Yezong, showing how badly he had treated them, hinting that he should not just ignore it and leave. The man looked her straight in the eye and asked her to remind him of her name, because he did not remember at all that she was supposed to be on the guest list. After these words, she was confused, and her elder brother, in a slightly heavy voice, reminded her that she was one of her people, and since it came to that, the old man should remember exactly who he was. The casino owner knows everything very well. He called this guy here to ask him personally to return back to Wang Huanong, and also asked him to convey that he will never tarnish his name and will not cooperate with them and their family. They are too much trouble. The boys saw that the elder brother was angry with He Chen Sen, and so they asked him to calmly retreat now so that they could take good revenge on him in the future for not showing mercy to them now. The man looked at Xiaozhong and asked him to help his young master, since they had to go now. He obediently nodded his head. After that, he looked at our hero and said that since he had some abilities, he supposedly needed to kill him right now. Otherwise, he threatened to come to him in the future and take revenge several times worse. The casino owner asked Fu Lei to show these people where the exit was so that they could leave the premises. Azong turned to Brother Wan, telling him not to dare to contact him again, to which he only nodded his head in response. And the man came up to the table and took a glass of red wine, turning to the guests. He expressed his regret about this situation. He hoped that this misunderstanding did not bother them too much. The guests clapped their hands loudly. The charity dinner was about to begin, and it was necessary to prepare properly. Meanwhile, Nuan was telling her dad with great delight that the fairies taught her how to dance. However, she can't fly, and so it was completely beyond her power. And Dad promised to make her dream come true next time. The little girl was very happy, but their conversation was interrupted by a phone ringing. It was Yezong who was called. He calmly but slightly frowned as he took the phone out of his pocket and was slightly confused. It was his wife. The man knelt down and picked up the phone, wondering why she was calling. Mama Nuan said that she saw everything that happened, and therefore thanked her husband for protecting the baby, because Wang Muduan was so simple to me. But he managed to miss him in front of so many people. In addition, the woman shared her experiences. Knowing his character, he is probably already preparing to take revenge, and therefore warns Zong and asks him to immediately leave this place. And she's also going to hire security so that she can safely take the guys home. The brunette just grinned. It seemed to him that she was worried about him, after which Madame blushed, justifying herself by saying that she was doing everything for the protection and safety of Nuan. The man made it clear to her that he would never let anyone hurt the little girl. That brat didn't have the slightest chance, and then hung up. Immediately after this, the guests heard someone scream, which made them shudder. Everyone started looking around, a loud shot rang out, and everyone started to slowly move back. The casino owner was also slightly perplexed. Something was clearly going on outside. Suddenly, the opposite doors open and his subordinate runs in. He needs to be told everything that happened. Of course, this could not be disclosed in public. So the boy whispered in his ear that Ai Xiaozhong had dared to shoot Wang Muduan, which gave the old man goosebumps. Although it was hard to believe, it was true. As soon as they got there, he took the gun and fired a bullet straight into his head. Other people gathered near the crime scene, but Xiao Wan just sat there in shock, as if her brother had gone crazy. The man was breathing heavily and looking at Wang Mu's body, trying to explain that he himself did not understand what had just happened. It was as if it was not him. His hands did not obey him and seemed to have a life of their own. The casino boss said that the incident had happened here on board the ship anyway. And first of all, he gave the order to hand this family over to the police. Suddenly, Xiaoer jumped out from that stone. She saw everything, and already guessed that this was all the work of Yezong, and it seems that he did not hide it. People like them cause him a lot of trouble, both for him and for others, while they are alive. The girl was delighted with what she saw. She really liked this technique. It is incredible and amazing. She would like to master it. The man gives her a short briefing, telling her about the heart demon. As it turns out, this is just a small trick, and since she considers him her teacher, she will have to achieve and learn a lot in the future. The blonde climbs back into her rock, but before that she promises the teacher to try harder. She doesn't want to let him down and is going to do her best. Suddenly, Yezong's phone received another call. The first thing the person did was call his name to check if he had dialed the wrong number. The stranger introduced himself as the old man who had asked him for directions earlier. He was calling to ask for help. His grandson was seriously ill, and he wanted our hero to save him. The brunette asked with interest how he knew his number. As it turned out, he asked the guards about this man and found out his name. According to him, it was these people who gave him the opportunity to call his savior. During the conversation, our hero learns that the old man's grandson is now in a coma. He remembers how he kindly warned him about the danger that day, but his fault is that he did not listen to his words. Now he regrets it very much and wants to fix everything. Our hero asked where he was now, as it turned out. From the very beginning, the old man was sitting in the ward where his loved one was lying. The local doctors are powerless, they cannot find a cure for his illness, and besides, he has less than a week left to live, which makes him panic even more. The first thing Yezong gave him was some advice, that the hospital was not the best place for his grandson. He would die there faster, but if he wanted to survive, he should be taken to a place where there were many more people. The old man heard him, obediently saying that he would do it right away. And yet, he is absent-minded and asks the guy to help him, preferably by arriving at the place. The brunette first of all strongly recommends that he do everything as he told him, and then asks him to send him the address where they are. After that, the old man hung up, and our hero walked up to Nuon and stroked her head. They weren't going to wait for Mom now and were going to go straight to him right away. And he also told us that an old grandfather he knew was in trouble. The little girl took this with understanding, jumping into his arms. The girl asked to go to him as soon as possible. She couldn't make him wait too long. Just as the guys were about to leave, they were suddenly stopped by the casino owner himself. He was worried that dinner had just begun. Why were they getting ready to leave so quickly? But the boy wasn't going to grovel in front of him and simply explained that he had an important matter that needed to be sorted out very quickly. The man looked him straight in the eye and explained that he simply wanted to talk to Zong after the meal. But now, under the circumstances, it seemed impossible. The casino owner and his father were best friends. However, since the moment he passed away, he wanted to talk specifically to his son. And he just had such a good opportunity, the brunette was pleased to hear this. He agreed to keep him company, however, not this time. In the end, the guys decided to postpone the meeting after all. And with that, they parted ways. And Yanling watched everything that was happening. She couldn't believe that her sister allowed this impudent guy to take Nuon and just leave. The woman looked after him, saying that judging by his sharp reaction, something serious had happened. And so she asked her sister to make a contribution to Mr. He's charity fund and leave here quickly. Our hero came out into the open sky, which was strewn with stars. After a good rain, the clouds dispersed, and the moon was visible. Suddenly, at that moment, they were called. Such a familiar voice Nuon immediately recognized. It was her mother. The brunette turned to her and immediately understood what they were going to talk about. And so he decided to explain that he needed to do something. He was very sorry that his daughter didn't have fun as much as she should have, and so he promised to make up for it next time. His wife was understanding about this and asked him not to blame himself, since they were also planning to leave this place as soon as possible. Their eyes met. Madame was not used to such prolonged eye contact, and therefore blushed slightly. After some time, the family left the ship. Everyone was riding in Yang Ling's car, and she was also there at the wheel. The blonde couldn't wait to talk to Yezong again. She asked what he did to Ai Xiaojun. It was very suspicious that they all didn't see his movement as he continued to fall. Our hero didn't really want to answer her directly, and so he and his daughter just laughed loudly. The girl blushed and decided to ask the question again, but in a rougher tone. The guy looked straight at her. What terrible manners she has. It seems that her parents did not teach her to be polite as a child, and therefore, he wants her to follow Nuon's example. The little girl looked at her and explained to her aunt that when she asks something from others, she cannot be so aggressive. She needs to learn and thank and show her politeness. Gritting her teeth, the rude woman still dared to ask the guy in a more or less civilized manner to tell her what she was asking. Of course, Zong refused slightly jokingly, as if he wanted to deliberately irritate Yang Ling, and it worked out great for him. After that, our hero turned to his little daughter. He needs help, and specifically, he needs the help of his little sister Yu Er, and so he asks to borrow that pendant for a while. The girl smiled back and handed him the pendant, and soon the boys had already arrived at the place. The main square they were heading to was opposite. However, there were too many people there, and so Nuon's mother asked her sister to go and find out what happened there. Suddenly, the brunette slammed the door, saying that he wanted to sort everything out himself, and therefore asked the girls to go home. Of course, Yanling rolled her eyes in displeasure. It seemed to her that this impudent guy was showing off as a cool character, bragging, "There are a lot of people gathered around the scene of the incident. No one can understand what happened here. Why there is an ambulance in the very center of the square?" People were whispering among themselves. Some had been standing there for an hour, but the cars had not moved. In order to somehow speed up the process, our hero decided to knock directly on the cabin, and so he stepped forward, carefully pushing aside everyone who stood in his way. The car doors were opened for him by the old man he helped last time. He was incredibly happy that the boy was able to get to him so quickly. He was allowed to go inside. It was very good that his grandfather listened to his advice and decided that the place he had chosen was the most suitable. There were a lot of people here. There were several doctors in the ambulance, as well as his grandson, who was lying down and was tied to medical equipment. This was the maximum he could do, and so he asked the boy to look at him. The brunette began to carefully examine everyone present here and gave the order to turn off this equipment. It was useless, and besides, he needed everyone to leave the car. Of course, the relatives who were very worried about this baby began to object, because the doctors told them that if the boy was disconnected from these devices, he would die in any case. Hearing this, even the old man began to doubt that he could help, and he looked at Yesong with a slightly absent-minded look in his eyes. The boy only sighed heavily in response. He couldn't guarantee him anything, and therefore asked him to just do what he said. But if he couldn't open up to him, that was his problem, and he wasn't going to accept anything further. The man took him by the shoulder so that he would not leave. He was confused, and also very worried about the situation, and therefore misspoke. But still, he tries to believe him. Grandpa asked the nurses to disconnect all the equipment from the guy, which they did, and the old man's daughter began to break out in a cold sweat. She was very afraid that her son would die. She could not believe that her father had decided to do such a thing. Grandfather reminded that everyone had already listened to the doctor many times. No one could help him completely, and therefore they only had one chance left. In an already irritated voice, he demands that they get out of the car so as not to make the child suffer. The husband and wife looked at each other and, sighing heavily, opened the car door and got out, hoping for a miracle. The old man himself did the same. He trusts Mr. E and finally asks him to do everything possible to ensure that his grandson survives. When our hero finally stayed in the carriage with his sister Nuon, he was able to call Yu Er, and as soon as she got out, she began to feel some tempting sweet smell. She was incredibly hungry and really wanted to eat. But Zong's face was not at all playful. The man was more serious. He immediately after they all left here, "This is the smell of the devil's spirit. It comes from the child's body, of course. It will be a good snack for the girl. However, it can easily kill a person." The man immediately told her that he would pull it out with ease. And after that, the blonde had the task of absorbing it. It would be very simple, as if she were breathing in air. This is one of the ways to cultivate it. To which she nodded her head in response. The guys looked at each other, and now it was time to start. The guy extended his hand, starting a stream of air. The body of the little injured boy began to slowly rise up from the hospital bed, as if he were flying. Such a ritual must be carried out in complete solitude. The brunette muttered a spell under his breath. All this is necessary for the devil to come out. The boy's body trembled, and it felt as if something was really coming out of him. After a couple of seconds, he was almost free, but that was not the end. Our experienced magician began to pull out all the remains of the evil spirits, collecting them in one pile. To make it more convenient, the boy collected everything into a ball and took out a jade pendant. With great effort, the brunette clasped his hands, thereby conveying this to the girl. Yor accepted it and began to examine it carefully, after which she swallowed it. The ghost girl came back and happily shared that it was very tasty. She would like more. Meanwhile, the victim's eyes began to slowly open, and when he saw strangers near him, he immediately began to call his mother. Hearing his cry, the woman opened the doors in concern to see if it was really what she thought it was. Her baby Xiaojin came to his senses. He was saved, and the woman threw herself into his arms, tears of joy welling up in her eyes that everything had worked out. His grandfather approached our savior and thanked him with all his heart. He told him that this boy was the only descendant in the family, and while he was okay, he did not think of saying goodbye to life. His family really owed him a great debt. The baby's father also joined in the thanks and also apologized for his rude behavior and mistrust earlier. He admitted that he behaved inappropriately and he is very sorry. The man introduced himself as Shu Changlin, saying that his father's name was Shu Shichen. He would never forget such kindness on his part, and also asked that if he suddenly needed anything, he could boldly contact his family and not be shy. The mother sat down on the couch next to her son and asked Mr. E what really happened to the boy. She is worried that this could happen again in the future. The boy decided not to hide anything and told her directly that it was not an illness at all. He had already explained to their father that their house had bad feng shui, and therefore they needed to take action as quickly as possible and protect their lives from evil spirits. Only now grandfather admits his mistake. So that day he ignored his words and thereby caused pain and harm to his grandson. Our hero interrupted him and also told that when he examined the boy's body, he found more than one devil. And it is quite possible that this could mean that the problem is not only in feng shui, there is something else. The old man got scared and approached the guy, took him by the hand, and asked him to solve this problem as soon as possible, once and for all, so that such horror with their baby would not happen again. Just behind Zong, Yu-er appeared. She really enjoyed absorbing evil spirits, and she pestered him again and again with something that made him want more. The boy agreed to help them. It seems that this is his destiny, and he really needs to try. The brunette gave them orders not to go back to the villa. It was too dangerous there, and now it was important for him to find out what was going on there, without thinking twice. The old man gave him the keys, and also finally allowed him to take what could be very useful to him. After their short conversation, our hero finally got out of the car, where he was already met by his beloved daughter, who had managed to miss him in such a short time. Looking up, Yezong noticed his wife, who was still there and had not returned home. As it turned out, it was all because of Nuan, who was grumbling and did not want to go there without her father. He picked up the baby in his arms and smiled, and the girl asked if he had helped her grandfather. Of course, her dad could, which she is very proud of. She always knew that her father was the best. Her mother Jin looked at that car and wondered how they could leave it here, since it was an ambulance from Chengji Hospital. Our hero told her that the patient was a young guy, and also named his grandfather and grandmother. After that, the long-haired girl looked away. If this is really Oni, then there really is nothing surprising for her, and it seems that she knows a lot about this family. As it turned out, Shu Changlin's talent was recognized by the medical community. He has a brother named Shu Changqing. They were both students of Johns Hopkins and performed many operations that shocked the whole world. However, they decided to serve their homeland and, having refused high salaries in America, returned to this hospital, and now it is the best of the private ones in China. And now, Jin understands perfectly well that if such famous people asked him for help, it means that her husband has really changed for the better. Suddenly, Yanling noticed that someone had polluted the air here. And of course, the first thing she thought of was this young man. The little girl looked Yezong straight in the eyes. She didn't notice it at all. And our hero laughed and calmed her down, blaming everything on her aunt, after which she only expressed discontent and indignation. The brunette put Nuan on the ground, saying that he needed to do some things and so asked him to return home with his mother, promising to return a little later. The girl looked him straight in the eyes and asked him to come back before she fell asleep, because she would not be able to see him anymore today and would crunch hard, like a loving father. He gave a promise to keep his word. The guy handed Nuan over to Jin. The woman was also worried about him right now. At this hour, you can't call a taxi, and so she allows him to take this car that they came here in. She had already arranged with the driver to come pick them up and take them to their destination. Our hero is sincerely glad that she agreed to help him, and therefore, taking the girl by the hand, he looked her straight in the eyes and thanked her. Madame had never expected such sincere warmth from him, and therefore did not know what to do with herself. Her face instantly turned red. Soon the guys said goodbye and everyone went their separate ways. And lo and behold, an hour later the boy had already arrived at his destination. Yu-er emerged from the Jade Stone. She is already in anticipation because she feels a strong qi energy here. It smells incredibly delicious, that she can't wait to taste it. The brunette did not appreciate her haste. She would still have time to have a snack and just rest. But now they first of all needed to look around this place. As he got closer and closer to home, he felt an incredibly strong energy that was constantly growing stronger. He should clean up a bit here. The qi here is very vicious. And now, after all the procedures, the boy looks at all the surroundings of the house. The door to the yard itself and the stairs are in a linear order, which means for him that there is a very good layout here. And as everyone knows, bad planning can disrupt feng shui. But that alone is not enough to collect so much evil energy, so there must probably be something else going on here besides that. After analyzing the stairs and railings, he can assume that human bones were used here, which is a very serious matter. And besides this, other materials were also used here. The walls of this courtyard are also made of it. Suddenly, the boy heard a strange rustling sound behind him. Turning around, the brunette saw a sacred Japanese willow. Besides this, in this garden there is a banana tree, a poplar, and a mulberry tree. These three plants collect yin energy, but those who worked on this garden probably invested a lot here, although even this could not give such an effect. Now, we can safely assume that the key to solving the problem is right here, and therefore he suggests to his ally to find someone tomorrow who can dig up this land. After all, this is their home, and before acting, their permission is definitely needed. That was enough research for today. Our hero extended his hand with the jade stone and invited her to start eating. The girl obediently nodded her head and began to eat. The man asked her to sit down, and he stood behind her. Now he wants to pass on to her the immortal scripture of Xuan Yin, and also the technique of collecting evil yin. This moment requires high concentration and attentiveness. The guy gathers all his strength in one hand. Yezong gently placed it on Shower's head and carefully watched her reaction. She really liked this taste. The girl asks to give her at least a little more. Our hero did not answer but only completed the ritual. The long-haired girl began to examine herself carefully. Now she has a body. She does not believe what just happened. However, the brunette asked her not to rush now because her spirituality is not much different from other people. She does not have a body temperature, and this is only the beginning. There will be many obstacles ahead that she will have to overcome. She knelt down in front of him and bowed, promising the master to show herself in the best possible light. Yu is truly glad that she met him and became his student. Now, the girl is faced with the question of whether she can stay in her new body or whether she needs to continue hiding in this pendant. This is all good, of course, but since her spiritual body is still unstable, she needs to stay inside the pendant in the morning and can only leave it as night approaches and begin cultivating her qi. Suddenly, Yezong felt a strange sensation, as if they were being watched. He suddenly jerked his hand in that direction, demanding the rat to come out. A man fell from a tall tree that stood nearby. It looks like he was hit quite painfully. He began to run back, trying to somehow protect himself. He believes that since he was able to be seen through this broken feng shui, it is likely that a powerful person is standing in front of him. Our hero only understood from his aura that he has developed qi. However, he is not a cultivator. He just has some knowledge about it. This man decided to introduce himself. His name is Lu Tian. He is a poor Taoist who inherited the heavenly path of Mount Qinglong, and he himself asked what school he came from. Yezong asked him a counter question about what the guest didn't like. He didn't think it was polite at all. The brunette continued to look him straight in the eyes, raising his eyebrows slightly, which made Lu flinch. In order to avoid causing conflicts and getting himself into trouble, he had to explain that there was no disagreement at all between the Taoist and the Shu family. He was simply collecting coins to protect others. Now our hero has a question. Who hired him to follow them? The boy was confused and, giggling slightly, tried to avoid the topic since this was all against ethics. Yezong straight into his eyes. As a true Taoist, he should have nothing in common with the mortal world. Is he really ready to kill and harm his entire family for the sake of wealth? He panicked a little, simply because he saw him through bad feng shui, already drew conclusions and accused him of all the most terrible crimes. Blue-Eyed also heard everything and whispered in the teacher's ear that she had suspicions that this guy was pretending, although our hero thought otherwise. In fact, if this person wanted to, he wouldn't have started talking about bad feng shui. With his skills, he wouldn't be able to accumulate so much bad qi, and Zong knows this very well. However, it seems that he will not say anything useful, and therefore, with the help of telepathy, he asked his girlfriend to leave here with him. It is worth returning here tomorrow. Suddenly, this uninvited guest turned to our hero, because he still hadn't answered his question and was already leaving somewhere. But the only thing the brunette told him was that if he wanted to know whether he was telling the truth or not, then he should come to this same place tomorrow afternoon. And now, the boy really has to go. Other things are waiting for him. The magician arrived at the place where they had agreed to meet as a family just a couple of minutes later. As soon as Yezong opened the door, the first thing to hear was his daughter. And of course, she ran towards him as fast as she could. The girl was very happy to see him again, and even more pleased that he kept his word and came. The guy knelt down and hugged her. As the guys agreed, the man returned before Nuon went to bed in a warm bed, which made everyone happy. But in an instant, the little girl's look changed. She became very sad and decided to share with her father that she wanted him to help persuade her mother because she was going to return to America tomorrow. But she could not be separated from her and therefore cried a lot. Jin herself heard their conversation and immediately ran to them, trying to somehow justify herself, saying that this did not happen and that her sister was next to her. The girl had a noticeable red nose, which she tried to cover up. No one wants to be separated for so long. The little girl looked her dad straight in the eye and asked him to agree not to let her go, and all because Nuon sincerely wants her to be near her. The woman came up to her and stroked her head, trying to calm the girl down a little. She said that she needed to do some things, and that was why she couldn't take her daughter with her. But now, with her husband, she promised the girl that she would return and take Nuon to her place, but only after she had completed all of her planned tasks. She looked her mother straight in the eyes. Will it really be possible for her mother to finish her important business? That they will be able to stay together with their father and never be separated from him again? Jin blushed slightly at these words, and she didn't know what to answer because she certainly didn't expect such a sharp question. Their Zong just laughed and promised that it would be so, because Nuon was his girl, and no one could separate them. Of course, the baby laughed loudly, and her father handed her over to her mother, because it's time for all children to go to bed. And like a real mother, she wants to put her to bed herself. The woman went to the right room, and our hero turned his back to them and saw Yan Ling, who had been staring at him the whole time. The man sighed heavily and simply walked past, pretending not to notice her at all. Of course, Sister Jin thought it was quite rude. Is it really that hard to say hello to her? He won't die from it. After everything that had happened between them, Zong had sincerely expressed that talking to someone who hated him was a rather unpleasant feeling that he didn't want to feel. After which the blonde reminded him again that Sister Jing definitely didn't like him. Our hero gave her an angry look. It seemed that not only was she incompetent, but she also lacked professional ethics, and he reminded her that if it weren't for her ineffective protection 4 years ago, no one would have kidnapped this woman. Over the past time, she hasn't changed at all. Instead of improving herself, she devoted her attention to private workers, which is rather ugly and unethical on her part. Zong sighed heavily and hinted that Yang's teacher was not the best, since he raised such an incompetent student. Hearing insults directed at a man she admires, the woman immediately became furious, something she certainly did not expect to hear. She had to tell him that her teacher was a martial arts expert and began to praise him, that his movements, especially the movement of his hands, were unpredictable and he was completely invincible, and her talents were limited, and therefore she could not learn all the steps of her training. And if that happened, then in any case, she would definitely make this guy suffer. In fact, the ancient martial arts path is divided into several directions. It existed even before the Mongolian Yuan dynasty. It dominated the central part of the country, and following this path spread even abroad. Hearing her praise this person, our mage definitely has something to say. Judging from her words, this technique may look good on the outside. However, in reality, it is useless. And if it is really good, then she should have learned it completely, but not half-heartedly like she did. The woman just quietly gritted her teeth. Her master said that this is a technique for choosing chi. Most of the movements from there are poses, but that is not the point. When she was discovered, it turned out that only half of it was left, and now she's wondering how this impudent guy knows about it. The blonde pointed her fingers at him, saying that this was a secret of their school, and now she wanted to know how he knew this. Our hero yelled at her. He really thinks she's a loser. She doesn't want to work on herself and can't do anything except brag about what isn't. She's not even worthy of standing next to Jinga, and that's why he wants to deal with her right now, which made Yang shudder. And at that very second, Zong made one very powerful dash forward, straight towards her. A moment later, our hero found himself very close to her and was already swinging his hand at her. Of course, he wasn't going to hit her, but he came closer and grabbed her wrist, causing her to scream. One deft movement and he had her right hand behind her back, making it so that she couldn't move. The blonde glanced at him sideways. She thought that attacking from behind was unfair, and so she thought that since he didn't have the ability, he should offer to start over and let her go. However, Zong asked her to shut up. Our hero has always been very patient with women and communicated with them very carefully. However, not in her case. And if she does not want her time on Kung Fu to be wasted, then she should do what he says. Father Nuan had already formed a plan in his head about what to do next. And for this, he gathered all his power in his left hand. At that very second, the man directed it straight towards Yang, after which it hung in the air. A very strange feeling began to overwhelm her. Now she finally felt that this was the true power of Qi. All her meridians opened in an instant. She had never experienced anything like this in her life. It felt as if she had now revealed her potential. After a few seconds, all this magic stopped. Madame carefully descended to the ground, lightly tapping her heel, after which she looked at our hero with a frightened look. The brunette asked her not to look at him like that. He was just using true Qi to bring out everything in her. And if she wanted to achieve more, then she would have to work hard. Otherwise, her inaction would mean that she would never improve her skills. Her eyes darted around. Jan didn't understand at all why he was helping her so much, even after what she had done to him. In response, Zong only snorted. He had no intention of doing this, explaining that it was all for the sake of Madame Jing, nothing more. It is possible that she is useless and a bodyguard. However, she is still a very important person. And therefore, it is for this reason that our hero decided to give her one last chance. And if now, when all her meridians are open, she cannot develop herself to an acceptable level of skills. And that is why the mage promises to help her become a worthy bodyguard for her sister, which makes her speechless. A slight smile appeared on her face. She couldn't believe that she could actually reach the level that her teacher couldn't reach in his time. The brunette turned away from her and went on. He said everything he had to, and whether to believe him or not, that was up to John herself to decide. It all depended only on her. After these words, a deathly silence fell in the room. And finally, Zong could leave it in peace. The woman looked after him and could not say anything. She seemed to have lost the gift of speech, and now she already understands that she always looked down on him, and this is wrong. In advance, our hero was already allocated a separate room where he can calmly do his business and spend the night here. Of course, he now has a very important practice ahead of him that requires a lot of concentration and a minimum of distractions, he thought. It seemed that it was not in vain that he had been feeding Yu air all this time, almost a week, when suddenly, the magician realized that the time had come. Looking at his 2 fingers, he saw a light trickle of blood. Now Zong could finally open the Saint Dragon goo as he wanted. If his power was fully unlocked, he wouldn't have to draw his own blood from his finger like those third-rate Taoists. And now the mage has to admit that this is the most ridiculous method he's ever used. Now it was time to move on to the most important thing. Zong took a comfortable position and concentrated on himself. Now he needs to concentrate the flow of power only between his 2 hands. Of course, this is not an easy task, but he copes with everything very well. A bright ball begins to form in the center, which keeps growing and begins to tremble a little. The man feels something big appearing behind him, something hot and burning. This is what he has been waiting for so long. After which he hears a roar, which means that he almost succeeded. In order to complete the ritual accurately, Zongnu needs to try even harder, and exert himself properly, and finally deal with the golden core. Suddenly, when it was all over, the guy laughed loudly. He finally managed to pull his dragon out of this small capsule. He returned. Now he has access to spatial rings with the help of the spirit stones contained in them. He can easily restore his entire cultivation much faster. And at that very moment, he is interrupted by a knock on the door, from where a female voice is heard. Jing wants to see him. The man invited her into the room. Madame quietly opened the door and entered, looking around in confusion. The brunette closed his eyes and asked her to sit down wherever she felt comfortable. In fact, Jing Gei came here to personally thank him. Sitting down on a comfortable chair, looking her husband straight in the eye, the woman said with slight absent-mindedness that if he hadn't taught those 2 on the ship a lesson today, her daughter would have suffered real psychological trauma. The man only laughed in response. It was obvious. He had already said that he was her father, and therefore would never dare to let one of those bastards hurt her. And he also directly said that this also concerns his woman. If someone dares to raise a hand against her, he will immediately suffer. Mama Nuan just blushed. Now she was beginning to guess that Wang Duan's tornado was related to him. Looking straight into Zong's eyes, she asked if he had killed him, and our hero had no intention of hiding it, and so he nodded his head proudly. The answer was obvious. The long-haired girl was a little confused. She couldn't believe that it was really him, but Nuan's father began to suspect that she was now afraid of him. However, the woman denied this, saying that this was done in order to protect her daughter and the wife herself. And besides, this man had done many other evil deeds. Yet there is one thing that she cannot understand: why Ai Xiaojun listened to him back then and shot Wang Mu. It all seems illogical to her. In response, she heard only laughter. Our hero believes that since she is not so stupid, she should have understood right away. Madam looked straight into his eyes, and now that he had pushed her, it was clear to her that her husband had used his cultivation technique, which was hard to believe. The boy nodded his head. This is the pure truth. She is so strong that he can kill a person without lifting a finger. And besides, a person like Wang Muduan is not worthy of death at his hands. However, Jing was a little confused. That person was supported by Wang Huanong. Not to mention his 6 uncles. They definitely wouldn't sit idly by, even if they thought that I had actually killed him. They most likely knew what happened on the cruise and wouldn't be able to let Zong go so easily. Looking the long-haired girl straight in the eyes, our hero confidently answered her that since they wanted death, he would not mind sending them to the next world with his own hands. Of course, Madam appreciates his courage. However, she asks him not to be so reckless. The Wang family, although they are running a public business. But underestimating their connections in this criminal world is a big mistake. And the Hua Xia family is the heir to an ancient martial arts sect. And the Heifei Wang family also has a pretty strong gang. They are not the kind that our hero can defeat alone. The boy looked at her with interest and asked what kind of relationship they had. It must be that everything wasn't so simple. As it turns out, they were one group, but during the war, many influential families were able to afford to smuggle their children abroad to protect the bloodline. The Heifei family is a branch of the Huaxiao Wang family, and as far as Zong knows, her Xiao kinship did the same. The woman explained to him that, except in their case, one branch of the family remains in the country, while the other remains abroad. However, unfortunately, Cao had outlived her prime, and by the time her father was born, she had long been weak. And among the relatives, only he works, while the rest are literally slackers. The long-haired girl decided to share that since her dad disappeared more than 10 years ago, the family has been in a severe crisis. She never liked doing business. However, her grandfather taught her very strictly for the sake of their entire family lineage. After graduating from university, she had to give up her dream to become the director of an organization. Jing took on the heavy burden of the entire family. The brunette decided to directly express that he believed that the old man was very selfish, because he had put all the responsibilities on her for the sake of the family and his reputation. Although even despite this, Madame could not agree with him, because thanks to this their family would prosper for many years, and perhaps stop collapsing. After a few seconds, Zong finally admitted that it wasn't his fault. However, even if she could support the family for many years, what would happen next? Because one day she would grow old, and so others would have to take on this heavy burden. Looking her straight in the eye, her husband asked her directly if she wanted Nuan to sacrifice her happiness to feed the huge mass of these parasites. And only now, the woman understood what could happen next, when she was reminded of her daughter. As a mother, she doesn't want her to become like that and ruin her life. The long-haired girl jumped up from her chair, putting her hand on her chest. She promised to do everything possible to protect her, because she would like the little girl to have her own path. Our hero sincerely believes and sees what sincere feelings she has for Nuan. However, the question here is completely different. Will she be able to protect her at all? And to the same guy, I wonder why she left her with him. Why she was confused. Her story is quite unpleasant. Relatives who can offend a child because of the inheritance. A grandfather who sacrificed his granddaughter to preserve his reputation in the eyes of other people. Is it really worth it? The man remembers very well that she said that she would protect the baby by hiding her identity. However, Jing does not suspect that in this way he will only hurt her, because Ta cannot even call her her mother in public. It's all harsh, but it's the truth. A very bitter truth from which the woman's head was already aching. She grabbed it and screamed, asking him to shut up. Madam sat back down on her chair. She can't accompany her to events in the kindergarten like other parents. It makes her very sad, as if she was stabbed in the heart when she sees Nuan crying, because they can't even go for a walk normally. After all, she is her mother, and more than anyone in the world, she wants her daughter to be the happiest. But in this situation, Jing is powerless. Our hero put his hand on his chest. He is still Father Nuan, and he doesn't care about anything anymore. And so for the umpteenth time he says that no one will dare to hurt his little girl. After thinking for a bit, the brunette looked up at her and confidently said that there was still a way that would put an end to her pain and suffering, and would also allow their daughter to be truly happy. But in order to reveal it, of course, he needed consent. As a true loving mother, she will only be glad to hear what she needs, and therefore agrees without thinking. Our hero looked her straight in the eyes. In order for everything to happen in the best possible way, she would have to divide her inheritance. The man reminded Jing, no matter how many years she worked for the Cow family, she needed to get back everything that belonged to her. And that was the only way she could provide her daughter with a good life. In short, Zong gives her advice to make these people rely only on themselves and not on others. The only thing that bothers Nuon's mother is that they are too lazy for this. Because how can they earn their own living? Grandpa most likely won't like it. But what exactly the outcome will be, no one knows, because everything depends on Jing. And therefore, our hero suggests that she offer her grandfather two options. One of them is that she buys out the share from her relatives, which literally means that she will no longer be involved in their lives in any way, but the second way is quite harsh. Otherwise, she will have to cut off all ties with the Cow family and never do anything for them again. If his wife chooses the second option, then Zong promises and gives his word that he will support both her and Nuon as well. The woman looked at him with incredible delight. She certainly didn't expect to hear this. A soft smile appeared on her face, although she was a little scared. If you think about it, he's right. Her whole life, her family has decided everything for her, and she doesn't want this to happen to her daughter at all. The long-haired girl stood up from her chair and looked straight into Zong's eyes. She had made a decision, but now she wanted to discuss it with her grandfather, and Jing was sure that he would consider her proposal. After all, she had worked hard for them for so many years. The guy also remembers very well that she will soon be going to America. He has no idea what awaits her there, but he has a couple of things for her. Taking his hand out of his pocket, the brunette showed her something that looked like a bracelet and asked her to take it for herself. The lady was a little surprised, but as it turned out, Zong's mother was going to pass it on to her daughter as an inheritance. However, unfortunately, an accident happened and she died. And so our hero decided to give this little thing to her. The woman looked away and blushed a little. They had agreed earlier that they would not talk for a while, which embarrassed her. The man just laughed. He looked straight into her eyes. The magician finally decided that only she was worthy of wearing this bracelet. First of all, Jing is Nuon's mother, and so if she doesn't accept him, then she shouldn't be surprised that her daughter will have a stepmother. The long-haired girl lowered her eyes and blushed slightly. In the end, she decided to accept the gift. However, she promised that if he met the right person, she would definitely return the bracelet back. The brunette stared at her and a slight smile appeared on his face. It seemed that women often said one thing but did another, and at such moments, Mrs. Jing was especially sweet to him. And as it turned out, that's not all. Putting his hand in his pocket, Zong took out the ring. Seeing him, the long-haired girl was confused. Of course, she agreed to take the bracelet, but she didn't promise that she would marry him because she wasn't ready yet. It was too early for a proposal, as she thought. The man looked at her with slight bewilderment. Because it was not an engagement ring, she had completely misunderstood everything. Hearing this, Jing laughed awkwardly and blushed even more. Her expression clearly showed that she was disappointed. There was no mistaking it. After such an awkward remark, his wife covered her face with her hands and turned away. She would like to run away from here as quickly as possible out of shame. But Zong didn't let her do it. When she took a step, the man lightly grabbed her hand and pulled her closer. The woman did not resist and watched what would happen next. And our hero carefully put the ring on her finger. The lady began to examine it with interest, and then looked the magician straight in the eyes. It was very beautiful, sparkling. As it turned out, this stone is called Diking. One can say that it is a real treasure for Zong. He knows very well that it will be able to protect Jing when he is not around. No matter how powerful the bullet, it will not be able to touch her while she is wearing it. She really likes it. It matches her hair color very well. The ring is really amazing. Suddenly, after a couple of seconds, a strange feeling appeared in her body. Incredible lightness and airiness enveloped her. This feeling can be compared to the fact that she seemed to have united with him. Our hero explained that this all means that from now on, she has become his mistress, and all powers are transferred to her to manage him. To make it easier to understand, Zong said that if she doesn't want anyone to see it, it will become invisible in the literal sense, and when she wants to see it again, the ring will return to its original form. Now, why not get down to practice to check? Our hero asked her to try to do it right now. The woman looked at her hand, examining the ring from all sides, and mentally thought that she did not want to see it now. And indeed, after a couple of seconds, it began to disappear before her eyes, which caused a slight smile to appear on her face. She really likes this thing. And besides, we can say that it also has a pleasant bonus. In addition to protection, it removes all impurities from the body. Simply put, after some time of use, her skin will shine like jade. This will be the first thing that will be noticeable to everyone. As it turns out, men usually don't want to look too feminine, and so they only use the power of the ring. But for Jing, this is an incredibly cool effect. After these words, her eyes sparkled with joy. Of course, she agreed with him, because every woman wants to become more beautiful and improve herself. The brunette looked at her and with a slight smile asked if other ladies would be able to live on if she became even more beautiful thanks to this ring. Such pleasant words made her very embarrassed. During the entire time they had not seen each other, Yezong had become incredibly sweet-talking. It was impossible not to notice. The guy laughed and said that it was not so, because he really considered Jinga to be the most beautiful of all the girls he had ever met. But she became even more embarrassed and looked away, asking him to stop all this, because he had never been like this before, had never said such things, and especially with such an expression on his face. Suddenly, their pleasant conversation was interrupted by the creaking of the door. The guys jerked slightly in surprise and looked to the right. Their daughter came to them, very sleepy, and called for her mother. Madame Jingo ran up to her. She didn't expect her to wake up at this hour. As it turned out, the girl wanted to go to the toilet, but could not find her mother. And now when she saw them together in her dad's room, she had a lot of questions. Is dad really the same as Nuon herself, that she has to persuade him to go to bed? Madame only laughed, trying to change the subject, explaining that she had a slightly different purpose for coming here. Getting up from the floor, Jean took the girl by the hand. Now she would take her to the toilet and then put her to bed, and her father simply watched them go. At the exit of the room, Longhair turned to face him and smiled slightly, after which the door closed with a slight creak. A couple of minutes later, Jing Ge was already at Nuon's room, put the girl to bed, and she quickly fell asleep hugging her mother. But the woman can't sleep at all. She lies in a warm bed and remembers the words of her man, everything he told her, that he would never let the baby be hurt, that he would take care of them, and many other things that happened this evening. These warm memories brought a slight smile to the lady's face. She carefully turned to face her daughter and hugged her, after which she fell fast asleep. Time flew by unnoticed. Soon it was morning. Little sister Yu Er was sitting by the window and meditating, as her teacher had told her. But after a couple of minutes, she felt a terrible pain in her legs, as if she had been electrocuted. At first it wasn't strong, but then at one moment, it was like a wave washed over her, causing the blonde to scream loudly. At this cry, Zong came running, seeing her. He was scared. He grabbed her sharply by the hand. She should already go back to the room. The man quickly threw her back into the room where there was no sunlight, and the girl fell to the floor. Although she felt bad because she hit her butt so hard, she was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Yu Er was very scared. It felt like her body was burning right now, and our hero began to scold her. Did he tell her that she shouldn't practice in the sun? The girl doesn't take care of herself at all. Such situations are incredibly dangerous for her. She almost lost her spiritual body due to a couple of minutes of exposure to sunlight. Many days of hard work on herself were wasted. She felt awkward and tried to explain that this happened because she was too focused and didn't notice how quickly time flew by. But now she wonders, she's not afraid of the sun now. Why is it that, even despite this, Yu Er can't practice during the daytime? This is not the first time Ye Zong has had to explain that our star is yin and the moon is yang. She practices extreme yin technique. By absorbing moonlight, she can build a strong foundation. The man explained to her that collecting sunlight was like pouring oil into boiling water, and that she would eventually lose all her powers and disappear. But the girl apparently had not realized before that it was all so serious, and promised not to repeat such mistakes again next time, ever. Our hero summoned that jade pendant. He cast his special spell on it, and if someone attacks Yu Er, it will work in full force. In addition, the brunette told her that Mrs. Jingyi was flying to America, and he would not be able to be with her daughter during this time, and therefore, he entrusted her with protecting Nuon when Zong was not around. The girl looked him straight in the eyes and asked him not to worry about it. She promised to fulfill this order. The blonde looked at him with a slight grin when he spoke to Cao. It sounded truly warm, and winked, and it seemed like our hero guessed that Yu Er dared to gossip about his teacher. She just laughed after all. This was about his personal happiness. If this lady could really take care of him, then, as a true disciple, she would be happy. And Zong just turned away from her. She can clearly see how her mentor is trying his best to win Jing Ge. She is similar. Madame herself is very indecisive. And now Yu Er is a little embarrassed because she has never loved anyone. Otherwise, she would have gladly taught him a few tricks, which made our hero grit his teeth. The man turned to her and, raising his voice, said that since she had accepted him as a teacher a couple of days ago, then which of them should teach, he or his student? Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a knock on the door. It's time to wrap things up. Our hero looked at his student and ordered her to return to the suspension now, because it was high time to send Jinga to the airport. The girl obediently nodded her head. Her legs seemed to dissolve, and she returned to the jade stone. This necklace fell right into our hero's hands and he hid it. Going outside, the guy looked around and noticed his wife, who was already ready. Of course, her sister Yan Ling is standing next to her, and her daughter is next to her, who also want to see her off. The brunette looked at them all, and now it's time to go out. The guys got into the car and arrived. A couple of minutes later, the family arrived at the place. And at that moment, Nuan was overcome by a whole storm of emotions. She really wants her mother to come back. The girl hugged her one last time, saying that she would miss her very much every day. Her mother also barely held back her tears, and promised that she would call her every day to hear her voice. And while she was gone, she really wanted her to listen to her dad. Standing up, Jing turned back and looked at her husband. What they had talked about at night. She had been thinking about it all the time today, and promised to talk to her grandfather. She finally had hope that something could come out of it. The brunette looked her straight in the eyes and asked her to tell him directly that if she had any problems, he would be able to fly to her at any time without any problems. No one would be able to harm his woman and daughter. After these words, the long-haired girl smiled sweetly and blushed at the same time. She was very pleased that he had changed so much. But it was time to fly away, and she got on the plane, and Nuan and her dad watched him until he disappeared from the airspace. Zong promised the girl, if she starts to miss her very much, then they will go to America. But it seems that the baby is against this, because her mother will be working, and they will only cause her trouble if they fly after her and distract her. The girl looked her dad straight in the eye and promised to control herself. But if she couldn't take it anymore, then her dad would eventually buy her plane tickets. And now, at the right time for breakfast, our hero wants to order something, and he is interested in what his daughter wants to eat. She would really like to try some biscuit now. It's her favorite dish. This cool dessert looks very appetizing. Yesterday, when she wanted to try it, the evil aunt did not let her do this, and she felt very offended. Our hero immediately understood who they were talking about. He Chung-sen wanted to tell him something, but now it was too early to go to him, although it was on his agenda. The man took Nuan more comfortably in his arms, saying that now her dad would take her to their ship. A couple of minutes later, the guys had already arrived at the place. The ship was standing nearby in the sea, and they found the cabin in which they could have a good snack. The brunette ordered her everything she wanted, and now everyone is happy as it turns out, before her mother did not allow her to eat cakes with cream because she said that it was very bad for her teeth. Remembering this, the little girl became scared because she ate too much sweets, and now she is afraid that the bugs will take her teeth. Our hero just laughed and stroked her head. Since he was nearby, no bastard could do this. The girl smiled back. She is very happy that she has such a good father. She really feels safe with him. Just at that moment, a man entered the dining room cabin, looking for them, and having found the right table, headed straight towards them. The brunette greeted them politely, saying that Mr. He wanted to see them, and therefore the boy should take a break. Our hero rose from his chair together with Nuan and asked to show him the way. The stranger pointed with his hand where he needed to go. Yezong took his daughter's hand and walked to the next cabin along the corridor. The subordinate apologized to the boss for being distracted. Mr. He was already waiting for them, and when the doors creaked, he was immediately distracted from all his affairs. The man rose from his chair and was glad to see his nephew and greeted him. Our hero looked at Nuan and stroked her head, as if she were an honored guest. She too should show respect and greet her elders. The girl looked at her grandfather and waved her hand with a smile, wishing him good morning, which made he smile. The old man asked what such a cutie's name was, just Nuan or Yanuan. She looked him straight in the eye and said that it would be more correct to say cow. He certainly didn't expect to hear this, and looked at her with slight misunderstanding. And Zong explained that the child inherited his mother's surname, and there were some reasons for this. It was not worth talking about this for too long, and the grandfather asked them to sit down where it would be more comfortable. And our hero decided to first ask for forgiveness for yesterday. He was too reckless, and therefore hoped that he did not cause them any problems. The gentleman waved his hand, because the surveillance cameras recorded the entire incident. And this is direct evidence that Wang Mu Duan's death on board has nothing to do with him. The boy was delighted. This is very good, but now it's time to get to the point. Earlier, the old man said that he wanted to talk about something, but before that, he asked not to call him too formally. After all, he and his family are quite close friends, and that's why they came to call each other in a more informal way, simply Uncle He. And now, it's definitely time to move on to the most important thing. Our hero remembered how he said that he knew his parents, but they never mentioned him to him, and therefore Zong wants to know much more details about their relationship. The first thing the man said was that it was not surprising and normal that they did not remember him, because it was all because they did not even know his name. Before starting, the old man really wants to go back to the time that was 20 years ago to really clarify the whole picture. Earlier, when he was still young, his entire clan was killed, and only he alone managed to survive then. He was pursued by enemies, and when he was on the verge of death, it was his parents who became the heroes who did not pass by and picked him up in critical condition. These kind people escorted him to the car and thus saved him from death, helped him in any way they could, and then he got a chance to return and take revenge on his enemies for everything. After all this, Uncle He bought out all the Docheng casinos and now goes by the new name, He Cheng Cheng. And according to him, until now they have never met his parents. They don't even know who he is now. And therefore, the old man made a vow to himself that someday he would pay them in full. And therefore, first of all, he organized a charity dinner in their honor. This meeting was organized especially for them, because they had dedicated their entire lives to charity, and therefore, he wanted to prepare a table to give all the money received to E's charity fund in order to repay them. It's very sad that sometimes things don't go exactly the way he wants. And he learned of this unfortunate incident when he had finished all the preparations. Our hero tried to somehow encourage him, because his parents in heaven know that with their good deed, they managed to give birth to the god of gambling, and they are probably very proud of it. And now the best thing the old man can do is to continue doing what he is doing now. Grandpa must admit that he is very happy, that he is very lucky that he met Yezong, but he can't believe it. As it turned out, the old man never had his own children, but he had 4 adopted ones. However, they are not capable of achieving great goals, and that is why it was decided to transfer the entire inheritance to our hero. The boy expressed his gratitude. He appreciates his uncle's care and kindness, but he is afraid that he will have to reject his offer, which made him a little confused. The brunette said directly that money means nothing to him. And besides, he is not interested in gambling. He does not want to waste his energy on something he would not like to do. And if he accepts his requests, he will most likely not live up to expectations. Grandfather, I looked him straight in the eye and asked him not to worry about it, because his adopted children would take care of it for him. He clapped his hands, and just as they were called, the first was the girl Leng Zhongling, his only adopted daughter. She and Fang Xuan are very capable children. The former can catch the fluctuations of superpowers and create illusions, and the latter's strength is control of things. His other son, Fu Lei, whom they met yesterday, is the best of all his adopted children. Besides this, he also has a son named Chen Xuan, who can see through objects. All the boys greeted the guest, and the grandfather introduced them to our hero. He told them about him yesterday. Their father looked each of them straight in the eye one by one, confidently declaring that this particular boy would be his future heir, and therefore they should not have a single objection to this. But it seemed like their faces spoke for themselves. Especially Leng Zhong was shocked, but couldn't say anything back. Fu Lei sighed heavily and lowered his gaze. Although he didn't like this idea, he couldn't argue with his elder. One of the sons approached his father. He doesn't want to resist, but first, before the service, he would like his uncle to ask Mr. Ye himself what he thinks about this. And his half-brother considered it rude, and asked Fang Xuan to be more gentle. However, he believes that he is right, because his adoptive father is now going to give away what he worked so hard for all this time. He cannot believe that there is nothing in them that indicates that they fit his category of choice at least a little. His sister also agreed with him, it was true, although it was very unpleasant to admit it. And of course, everyone now needs to hear Yezong's opinion, and so the old man gives him the right to vote. Our hero himself thought about it, looking at everyone. It seems that He Chung Sen has the same opinion about it. Inheriting his casino is just a pretext to interest him. But in fact, he would like to see his true strength. In that case, Zong is ready to spar with them, but only on one condition. If all this does not happen in front of the child, the brunette looked the guest straight in the eyes and smiled. Of course, he was not against it, and fulfilling such a trivial condition was not a problem for him. The young man came closer to them. He knows very well that Leng Zhong is very good at illusions, and the other is good at controlling things, and therefore, he is going to compete with them in the same areas so that everything is fair. The woman looked at him. She should have admitted that their guest was indeed quite courageous. But her half-brother asked not to pity him, and he himself was going to go first. The brunette knows very well that the highest level of control over things is when you can control your own body, and that is why he suggests to Ye Zong to arrange a flight competition. The winner will be the one who flies around the entire cruise ship faster. Our hero smiled back. It seemed that he was satisfied with this option. It's high time to start. The opponent already knows what to do next, and therefore is going to use his strength and show what he is capable of. In an instant, he became very light, like a feather, and jumped high into the air, almost to the ceiling, while his other brothers and sister watched in delight. But it seemed that Ye Zong was not at all surprised by this. He only smirked and crossed two fingers. After such a movement, a strange weakness appeared in his opponent's body, and as if his body became much heavier than it was, he fell to the ground. It seems like his power is no longer working, as if some kind of barrier is interfering with his abilities. It is very difficult for him to move. The man starts to get nervous. He can't believe that this could happen. Maybe he was just unlucky this time, and that's why he's not going to give up and wants to try again. Suddenly, Zong distracted him from his thoughts. It seemed that he had already thought of something. After a quiet snap of his finger, he fell to his knee. It became even more difficult for him to stand. Our hero looked him straight in the eye and warned him that if he couldn't do it now, then he shouldn't force himself. Otherwise, he would only harm himself and would certainly not win. The brown-eyed man looked at him and rudely asked him to stop saying such things. He couldn't believe that he was so strong. Father Nuan just smirked and continued to watch what he was doing while his opponent tried to get back into shape. He's trying very hard, but it seems like it's all to no avail so far. And this even amuses Ye Zong. Our hero laughed and spread two fingers that he had put together. Now it was worth him to rest, and a strange click was heard in the body of his opponent. One moment, and one of the sons has already fallen to the ground. He now has no opportunity to move. Now it is clear who has won. His little sister Len came closer to Zong and looked at the result of their battle with a grin. She had to admit that their guest did have some skills, and so she was now going to test them. Of course, like a true gentleman, our hero is all for it. He is really interested to see what will happen now. Watching their fight, the brunette already roughly understands what needs to be done, what spell to use and for what, and therefore she is confident in her victory. After putting her hands together, after a couple of seconds, Len spread them apart, as if releasing something from herself. A small amount of smoke rose up around him and began to surround Ye Zong. His body became light as a feather, and he now felt as if he was flying. A moment later, the opponents found themselves in an interesting field. Everything around them looked like they were floating in the sky. As it turned out, this was her world, her illusion. No matter how powerful her opponent was, she assures that he was powerless here. And since this man is her father's guest, albeit an adopted one, she doesn't want to hurt him. And so she will stop doing all this after he just asked, when suddenly, she heard the voice of the magician behind her. He wants to thank her for her mercy. When she saw him, the girl's eyes almost popped out of her head. She didn't notice how he came up to her from behind, and he knows very well that the illusion technique is very unreliable, because the stronger her hatred, the stronger the illusions, and it is not suitable for soft-hearted people like her. From this, it can be concluded that her cultivation skills are far from ideal, and this is her weakness that literally guarantees her defeat. Now it was our hero's turn to show what he was capable of. One clap of his hands was enough for dark smoke to appear and begin to engulf her. The guy plays fair, he created another space, and he himself hid in it. Len sees nothing around him, and therefore only asks him to come out, since he is not such a coward. Immediately after her words, she heard a strange sound behind her, which made her turn back. The woman looked at that place with horror and began to slowly approach him. She thought that this was Ye Zong, but suddenly she saw one big pair of eyes. A terrifying monster appeared in front of her. She had never seen anything like it in her life. It was incredibly aggressive, and in its hand was a huge weapon. The monster was already almost approaching her with that blade, and there was only horror on her face. But from the outside, it looked like she was lying on the floor, as if in a completely different space, and asking for help. Her body was shaking too much from fear, and her face was covered in sweat. Nuan came closer to her and asked her dad what was wrong with this auntie. Was she really sick and ill? Father Len watched all this. He was delighted with his nephew, but asked politely to show her mercy for his sake. Of course, our hero is not so cruel, and in the blink of an eye he was able to dispel such terrible illusions. A second later, the brown-eyed girl opened her eyes and began to look around. She had never been so glad that it was all over, that this nightmare was no more. Her other brothers came up to her and helped her up, asking if everything was okay. She should admit that she lost. She had never seen such strong magic in her life. Uncle. He turned to his sons and daughter as they could already see. Their guest was very strong. And did they still have any objections to what they said earlier? Of course, now, after what they had seen, it was impossible to disagree with this, and the guys simply remained silent. The old man was also curious about what Fu Lei thought, and the boy calmly explained that the Wang Sheng group belonged to him, his adoptive father, and he had no objections to his adoptive father's decision. Grandfather is very glad that they have such an opinion, and from now on they should also help Ye Zong as well as him. And if someone refuses, then there is no point in expecting mercy from him. His children nodded their heads in agreement. They had nothing else to do. But it seems that our hero is a little confused. He does not want such formalities. However, the old man did not let him finish. His nephew had defeated all his children, and if he now renounced everything they had just talked about, it would be like a punch in the face for him. The boy had to agree to this. However, temporarily. If in the future he changes his mind, the agreement will be cancelled at any time. The man had nothing against it. He promises to hire someone to arrange a grand trapeze in honor of this, to celebrate everything together. Our hero is of course very happy about this, but he still has something to do by the evening, and therefore he will not be able to stay here for long. Since he wants to celebrate something so much, Ye Zong suggests postponing the meal to the next time. The uncle admires his nephew. He is indeed a very busy man, and therefore agrees to meet him after some time. The boys said goodbye, and the boy picked up his daughter, heading towards the door. And he continued to smile at them. He couldn't believe that his parents had such a capable son. They should be proud of him. Papa Nuan and she got into the car and drove on. On the way, they talked about everything under the sun. And then our hero said that he would need to do something in the evening. And therefore, since that was the case, he suggested stopping by somewhere for lunch. The girl was happy. She was really hungry now. And besides, she really wanted to try what her father cooked with his own hands. The brunette smiled in response, giving her the freedom of choice. She could order him whatever she wanted, and he would buy all the necessary ingredients. Suddenly, at that very second, something terrible happens. A huge van crashes into their car. A fire started. Their transport began to burn and smoke rose all around. Their vehicle literally pulled up to some building, and a lot of people had already managed to gather around it in a matter of seconds. Some took out their phones and started filming and photographing everything. This collision was incredibly strong, most likely. The people who were inside will no longer be alive. Others began to whisper among themselves. No one knows what to do now. Call the police or an ambulance? Suddenly, there was a loud crash and someone kicked the door out of the car. People were very scared. No one expected this. Everyone stood and looked at what was happening with wide-open eyes. Our hero emerged from there, holding his little daughter in his arms. It's very good that they are safe and sound. Passers-by were surprised that the passengers were actually okay. Some managed to film this moment on video, and are now planning to post it somewhere on a social network. The driver of the truck, who is guilty of everything, needed time to come to his senses. Fortunately, he was not hurt either. Looking up at the broken glass, he saw in front of him a huge crowd of people who were shouting something at him. He now does not understand at all what is happening. One of the witnesses scolded him for being a terrible driver. He was the owner of the store and her window was damaged. Now he was obliged to compensate for the damage. The brunette got out of the truck and asked for forgiveness for everything that had just happened. In all his many years of work, this had never happened. He really doesn't understand what just happened and tried to justify himself by saying that his mind seemed clouded. The woman continued to scold him like a little child. She sees it as a pure lie. He was probably drunk. Suddenly, Yu Er came out from the jade pendant. She also saw everything that just happened. And it seems to her that the driver really said everything without lying. Our hero came closer to him and put 2 fingers to his face. The man was so stunned by everything that he didn't even care what would happen next. In an instant, when Ye Zong's fingers touched the driver's nose, he became dizzy and behaved strangely. The young mage examined his body using special magic, and it was obvious that he did not do this of his own free will. It was very similar to someone controlling him. His thoughts were interrupted by his daughter. She did not see anything, since her dad managed to protect her from the accident. And now she is slightly perplexed. Our hero had already come up with the idea of telling her that nothing terrible had happened, just turning to the fact that their car had broken down. And since this had happened, he needed to carry her home on foot. He asked other witnesses not to worry about his vehicle being damaged. He believes that it is more important now to take care of the store. The driver was very happy that he came across a very kind person and almost cried with joy. The boy just smiled in response and moved on. Now it was much more important for him to spend time with his daughter. Suddenly, Yu-er emerged from the Jade Stone. She was still haunted by the situation that had just happened. She would like to know the opinion of her teacher, who could control this person's consciousness. It was definitely not someone from the Wang family. If it was them, they would have let them know who exactly did it. So there was probably one person who would want him to die in such a horrible way. The boy is completely sure that this is the work of Ye Chongwen, and no one else. The girl starts to remember him. It's his cousin who took all the inheritance of the Ye family and bankrupted it. Probably even after everything he did. He doesn't want to let Zong go, and this is quite impudent. Our hero only snorted in response. For him, he is just some small bug. And therefore, he does not want to deal with him too quickly on all accounts because the priority at the moment is something completely different. The blonde looked at him and became interested in what he was going to do now. It seems she overheard their conversation, because now they are heading to a place where Zong will cook something delicious for his daughter. Soon the family arrived at their home. Our hero found a good cooking book and selected ideal recipes for delicious dishes for Nuan and began cooking. It's not difficult for him at all. Everything is described step by step. First, you need to beat a couple of eggs and then add a few more ingredients. Thanks to magic, everything is going great for him. He has complete control over the cooking process and checks it several times to make sure nothing is missed. He had already put some vegetables on the fire, gradually adding spices and other herbs. After a couple of minutes, everything was ready and smelled incredibly delicious. Now it can be served on the table. The man came out to his daughter, who was already impatiently waiting for him and his signature dish sitting at the table. For Yezong, this was something new just now. He carefully placed everything in front of her. Nuan's eyes sparkled. Everything looked incredibly delicious, although she hadn't even had time to try it yet. Her little sister, Yu-er, was also delighted. It smells so delicious. The little girl decided to try. First of all, what is standing right in front of her? Everything looks very appetizing. But this was what attracted her first. The girl liked everything. She had never tried such a delicious dish in her life. Her dad really has golden hands. Our hero was a little embarrassed. He did all this according to a recipe book he found in the house. But Zong definitely didn't expect to hear such praise. He couldn't believe that everything was really so appetizing. Of course, he needs to taste it too. Now he begins to guess that it is probably because he used real fire and not artificial. Everyone was very happy, but Nuan noticed that her aunt Yu-er had become quiet and had not yet tried anything from everything that was in front of her. To prevent her from saying anything stupid, our hero explained to the little girl that this girl's body was a little different from theirs, and that's why she couldn't eat anything, but could only smell. Even in spite of this, Nuan found a way to solve the problem. The girl took the most delicious and fragrant dish and presented it to her sister so that she could smell how delicious it smelled, for which Air patted her on the head. Their pleasant chat was interrupted by Dad. He would need to go out for a short while soon, and therefore, he would like the girl to stay at home and use company and be obedient. Of course, she doesn't like it when her father leaves her alone. And it seems to her that he wants to do it on purpose in order to be alone. Our hero sighed heavily. He had very important things to do, and therefore, even though it was inconvenient for him to take such measures, it was necessary in any case. The baby quietly growled, because she wanted him to always be near her. But since nothing can be done, all she can do is wait for her dad. When she finished eating everything that he had prepared for her, Nuan sat down at the sofa. She could not understand why adults were always so busy, both her mother and father, which made her very sad. Just at that moment, Zong entered the room. He saw everything and heard everything. It all looked so cute that he smiled. There was nothing to be done with such a capricious child, and so he decided to take her with him after all, so that she would not be sad. After these words, the girl's eyes literally lit up, and she jumped up and down with joy and ran to hug her dad. And today they have a very important matter ahead of them at that very Shu family villa. The boys soon rushed to the place. He, his sister Yu-er and his daughter, and Zong kept walking around the area and measuring out his steps. One of the assistants turned to Comrade Dao and asked what he wanted to find here. He had been walking back and forth all day, and it was not clear why. Suddenly, after these words, Our hero loudly stomped his foot and ordered to dig in this very place. Finally, a huge excavator drove into the yard, which is now going to dig a huge hole here. Everyone is watching this carefully. Little Nuan sees this for the first time and thinks that they are going to make a slide here, and her sister asked her to behave a little. And now, finally, the process has really begun. Others are waiting for everything to be dug up to the required depth. Suddenly, the old man's son turned to him and asked what exactly Mr. E was doing. There was already a fairly large hole there, but there was nothing. And the grandfather had asked him to have patience because in front of them was a man who was an expert in his field, and he definitely had a reason for this. And at that very moment, their conversation was interrupted by a loud clatter of iron. Something like this. It would be impossible to dig anything further. The excavator driver loudly announced that it seemed like there was something inside. The entire family of that villa ran to the pit and saw the coffin that lay there. When the workers saw that it was just some kind of wooden box and that someone had simply been buried there, they immediately gave the driver the command to stop digging and did not listen to requests not to leave everything as it was now. The man was very unhappy that they were called for such a not very serious reason and climbed into the excavator to get away from here as quickly as possible. If they had known earlier that this would happen, they would not have come to help. The family was very lucky that they didn't even take money for such stupidity, and the grandfather looked after them with a sad look. He turned to our hero and asked what he was going to do with all this that had just happened. One of the guys ran up to Yezong. No one knew that there were burials in their garden, and offered to call the police. However, the guy refused. He knows perfectly well what needs to be done now. In the situation they were in now, doing such a thing was useless, because it was an ordinary coffin, as he said, and therefore asked everyone to immediately move away from the pit. When all the strangers jumped back a few meters, Zong jumped straight there. All this was seen by the guy who had previously followed our hero and was caught. He really wants to go there too and help our hero. The man came a little closer and began to carefully examine what was inside. He didn't see our hero or the coffin, but simply huge boulders covered with earth on top. An incredibly strong yin energy emanated from there, so powerful that it threw him a couple of meters away from the pit. Zong's daughter became worried about him and was about to go there too. But it was a good thing that Yu Er's little sister was nearby and stopped her in time. She explained to the little girl that her teacher had gone downstairs to deal with the bad guys there, and also reminded him that he was very capable, and therefore, in any case, everything would be very good for him. The boy, meanwhile, had already made his way through the upper ball and was able to stand on straight legs. Now he was finally able to find the source of yin energy that he had been looking for so long. Coming closer to the coffin, he stared at it and was horrified. He was now embarrassed by the fact that he was very small. Kneeling down next to it, he began to examine it carefully. The guy could assume that inside it lay a child and not an adult. An incredibly powerful negative energy began to emanate from there. And right from this wooden box, a slightly quiet but hoarse voice began to be heard, as if it was not a person speaking. He warns that if Zong does not leave here, then death awaits him. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face. It's quite aggressive on his part, but he demands that you show him your face. There was a loud bang, after which the lid of the coffin flew very high. Everyone who was standing nearby and looking into the hole out of curiosity quickly jumped to the side so that no one would get hit on the head. After the dust cleared, our hero saw the figure of a little boy, his face completely pale like a dead man's. He slowly opened his eyes and a dialogue began between them. He stated quite rudely that Zong would not be able to touch him. The brunette looked down on him. At his young age, he is quite aggressive, and from his appearance one can conclude that he was a rich young gentleman. And after his death, someone used him, and he ended up trapped here in this trap and cannot move. The little one told him that this was not really his body. He was very angry now, and if this uninvited guest tried to touch his treasures, he would suffer terribly. The guy looked straight into his eyes. He doesn't care about his savings at all. All he needs is his coffin, because it is the source of yin energy. Because of the accumulation of it here, many people can die. And therefore he asks to move his grave somewhere else. Father Nuan wanted to grab him by the throat and use his strength, but something was wrong. His hand suddenly froze in place and he was confused. For the first time, something like this could stop him. The little boy took his hand and laughed loudly. A wide and lousy smile appeared on his face. He had been accumulating this energy here for over 500 years. It must be better than what that ghost girl had collected last night. A very strange feeling began to grow in our hero's hand, as if he was being sucked somewhere and he couldn't move. The demon warned him not to waste his strength because no mortal could resist his power. After all, it will soon swallow up his entire body anyway, and he will eventually freeze to death and remain here. After these words, Zong seemed to understand that he had deliberately lured him here to open his coffin. The boy laughed loudly. That's right, because he had already given him a sign once, and it was he who told him to dig here during the searches. His biggest fear during all this was that he could somehow scare him off. And now, since everything worked out, he would finally be able to see the sun. Small came closer to him. And now, it's time to put an end to everything. Our hero has no choice but to not resist. When suddenly, Ye Zong closed his eyes. He admitted that all this time she had been looking down on him, because he thought that he was an ordinary corpse. But he could not have expected that he was the guardian of souls. This is a special meditation technique that can be used to transfer your soul into someone else's body. And this can be done as long as you are alive, after which the caster can drag his soul into the target. Our hero told him about it in detail. Everything he knew. The guy looked at him with surprise and he wondered where he knew so much from. It must have been difficult for this demon to gather dense and pure yin energy for so many years. Even high-level cultivators would not be able to resist his powers. But unfortunately for him, today he met the immortal dragon Gu. In that moment, his body seemed to have defrosted. Zong could now move his hands and threw the demon aside. The little boy couldn't believe that it was him standing in front of him. The one who had dedicated himself for 500,000 years and appeared with the black dragon every time. Now he remembered who was standing in front of him, and his body was covered in goosebumps. Our hero grinned in response. Since he found out a little more about him, I would be so ashamed to die at his hand. The soul transfer technique is very cruel, and therefore it is considered forbidden. Even those who joined the evil cult look down on it. Our Zong does not care that this little one died as a child, but he himself chose the sinister path. The demon laughed. He worked so long to see the sun and fulfill his dream, but he met this scoundrel. Looking straight into the eyes of the dragon, he confidently said that if he decided to finish him off, he would also deal with this little boy. It must be that since there is an experienced mage standing in front of him, he should know that soul transfer is a cruel technique. But it seems like he doesn't know why exactly. This is because the body of a dead person cannot hold the soul of another person, which means that the resurrected body will be very fragile and powerless. However, everything will be different if the target is alive. The caster can also feed on the soul of his victim, and then pour mercury into her body. It is also called magic glue. This is all done in order to seal it deep inside this vessel. In other words, this boy is still alive, and his soul is in this body. Laughing loudly, the evil spirit said that during all this time, the 3 of them and 7 other ghosts became one whole. And now they are considered inseparable. And if he kills him, then the baby will definitely die. He sat back down in the coffin and repeated his question. Did he really want to deal with this child with his own hands right here and now? Since that was the case, then why shouldn't he do it? Suddenly, the pale-faced man noticed a strange look on himself and stopped. It was as if something had slowed him down. Zong began to slowly approach him. He had already made his choice. It would be better to die a quick death than to be a spineless puppet in his own body. These words frightened this demon, and it seems that this time our hero was not frightened by his words that the baby's soul will not return to its previous form. This is all because this scoundrel is ignorant, even if at least a small part remains. As long as he knows the place where he was born and when his birthday was, then he can be reborn. The pale face laughed. As it turned out, the victim had lost his life more than 500 years ago, and since his uninvited guest was so gifted, then let him look for information about it. The brunette looked him straight in the eyes. He won't be able to do this. However, he knows for sure that this demon knows everything. He only snorted in response. Did Zong really think that he would reveal all his cards to him right now? It is obvious that this will not happen by his will, and therefore our hero will have to find the answer himself. And he already knows perfectly well how. Taking a large step forward closer to him, the brunette placed his hand on his head and activated his special soul-searching technique. For the demon himself, this is an incredibly painful process, and now he can only scream. Ours closed his eyes and began to search. He found himself in some strange place. This is definitely not Earth. As it turns out, that guy's name is Fei Changxian. He came here by going through the space-time portal. Because he was a cultivator during the Qin dynasty, he impressed the emperor, who in turn made him a state counselor. And when he learned that the ruler desired eternal life, and in order to gain more trust, he began to study longevity methods. He eventually found a soul cultivation technique in one of the books. He volunteered to be the first to try this technique on himself, and then he found a child in the book who met the conditions. He needed a suitable place with a lot of yin energy, a place that was filled with grievances. But on that very day, a strong earthquake suddenly happened. He was buried together with the coffin. The emperor ordered his people to dig it up, but they could not find anything after spending a lot of time searching. Soon the emperor died because he drank too much of the elixir, and since then, no one remembered him. Since then, this story has been buried. Fei Chongtian was buried underground, but thanks to the huge concentration of yin energy, he was finally able to move the soul. But of course, everything has its drawbacks. He fed on it, and the energy sucked him in more and more. He could no longer leave there in any way. The boy learned everything he needed to know, and that's basically where it ends. The pale face is still lying on the coffin and not moving, but after a few moments, he was able to get up. He should admit this time that he underestimated our hero. He really is incredibly strong. And now that Zong knows everything, he asks to save him from this fate and give him a second chance to be alive again. Father Nuan has already decided what to do with him next, considering that he did not spare that child when he killed him. The possessed man looked him straight in the eyes. He had no choice. It was all the emperor, according to him. It was he who made him do it. All the countless treasures that he collected during his life are still preserved in his memory, and he knows where he hid them. And so, the demon decided that if this magician spares him, he will show where they are. However, Ye Zong does not see the point in this at all. And in this case, this evil spirit promises to give all the jewelry to the descendants of this boy as compensation. But even this solution to our hero's problem does not suit him. It is karma. One life, some 500 years in captivity, is not something for which he could repay with money. If he wants to compensate for all this so much, then he should pay with his own life. The brunette sharply waved his hand, and this was enough to wrap him in his charms. The possessed man felt incredible pain in his body. Everything in his eyes began to tremble and float. Soon he himself began to lose his appearance and shape. After a couple of seconds, everything came back. The fierce expression on his face disappeared, and positive energy began to be felt around. Our hero watches all this closely. Now he understands perfectly well that the same boy stands before him. Zong promised him that someday he would complete his revenge and bury his ashes in the place where he was born. And now he wishes him to rest in peace. The baby folded his hands together and bowed before him. He was incredibly happy that he was now free, and thanked his benefactor. Our hero is going to help him to be reborn using his special skill. A few seconds later, a special object appeared in front of him, putting 2 fingers to it. He ordered the eye of metempsychosis to open. From there, a strange crackling sound was heard, and soon the eye itself began to dissolve. All its power was directed towards creating a special portal. The boy fell to his knees and, before finally leaving, thanked his benefactor once again, after which the baby rose to his feet and went into the glowing gate. Our hero controlled the entire process. Soon he disappeared there. Zong waved his hand and gave the order for the doors to close. Just as he had time to think that it was finally all over, he heard someone's voice behind him. Father Nuan turned around and saw an old man who looked like a skeleton. He told him that he had been trapped in this for over 500 years and could no longer bear it. And that was why he asked to show him mercy and allow him to be reborn too. The immortal man who was standing in front of him now had great strength. He must be the one who could help him. If Zong did this, then the poor guy would be indebted to him. The boy smiled back at him. Even though he was not from Earth, everyone has a soul, he too will be reborn. The man expressed his gratitude to him and bowed. But it was not to be. Someone as cruel as him does not deserve a chance at a second life. And this was only a trick so that he could get even closer to him. The brunette swung his leg and kicked him right in the face. His skull broke into a pile of small bones, soon turned into dust and completely scattered in the breeze. Just as Zong was about to leave, he noticed strong currents of negative yin energy, and this caused him to turn back once more. There are an incredible number of clots of them here. These runes are unable to contain them. And now that Fei Chongxian is dead and his technique is broken, the entire flow of energy has surfaced. He was very afraid that with such a quantity all the souls in the area for hundreds of miles could suffer from it. And so he makes an emergency decision to save them all, and specifically to collect all of it. Activating the collection technique, he summoned a gourd with water from 10,000 years ago. This is a magic item in which all materials can be stored. This small-looking vessel can hold a whole river. It's a good thing the boy had it at hand. Using his spell, Zong called upon her to close everything within herself. Something like a funnel of yin energy formed around her, which was gradually sucked into this cup. Everything seemed to be ready. The guy sighed with relief, and when he shook the vessel a little, a gurgling sound could be heard. At this point, all his rituals were completed, and now he could calmly return back to Earth. The young master jumped out of the pit and began to look around everyone. All the people who came here at that time were standing and waiting for him, but his beloved Nuon missed him the most, who, as soon as she saw him, ran straight to him with hugs. She was very worried about whether everything would be okay with him. The girl jumped into his arms, and her dad just laughed. It was clear from his face that everything went well. The little girl told him that Aunt Yu-er had explained that her brave father had gone out to catch bad people, and now she wondered if he had succeeded in this task. The man laughed. Of course, he punished them properly and promised his daughter that now nobody would be able to offend anyone, after which she began to admire Zong even more. Just at that moment, an old man approached the boy. He told him that everyone had seen some strange black thing and did not understand what it was. Our hero had to explain to him that there were a huge number of clots of yin energy in this land, and it was because of this that their son was in serious danger. The grandfather listened to him very carefully, and even though the young master managed to get rid of these clots, it is still not safe here, which greatly surprised the old man. Even after so much work on all this, there is still something left here. But still, progress is visible. They will no longer need the help of those diggers who refuse to cooperate. And yet, they solved part of the problem. Since there are many elements here that are made of human bones, Zong gave them orders to make a restructuring and replace these trees with others. For the sake of his son's health, he is ready to do anything. And besides, it is not a problem, because he did not like the appearance of this house anyway. And the young guy agreed to do it himself. And now, finally, he decided to personally thank his savior. Zong helped them a lot, but before that, he also needed to give something to Father Nuon, taking an envelope out of his pocket. The brunette said that it was from his friend. Now we are talking about that same guy who now has a sword with his back, and he introduced himself as a friend of Mr. E. And only now the boy begins to remember that when he climbed out of the hole, he was no longer there, but he decided to give him the letter. Liu Tian wrote everything down in quite some detail, and of course, first of all, he introduced himself in the note as expected. In short, from his words, it can be concluded that he simply ran away, and little sister Yu-er cannot believe it. The first thing she does after this is to suggest to her teacher that they track him down, in order to somehow help. But it seems that there is no need for this at all, because this coward is not such a bad person. He has already learned a lesson, and will no longer dare to boast of his amateurish abilities. You can let him go. This piece of paper can now be thrown away. Zong took his daughter in his arms, and before saying goodbye, the old man stopped him, and again thanked him for everything he had done, and also promised to throw a banquet in his honor this evening. The young magician decided to consult with his Nuon whether she wanted this. The girl, of course, refused because she really wanted to try her father's cooking and not someone else's. The brunette laughed and told everyone present that the wishes of this capricious little girl were above all else for him. Besides this, he finally told Zhu Chailin that he didn't owe him anything at all. Without waiting for his answer, Zong turned around and left. He had already received what he wanted so much and politely said goodbye. The old man and his son wanted to say something else, but they couldn't get a word out and just looked at each other. Time flew by unnoticed, and now evening has come, and soon night will follow. It's time to have dinner and then go to bed. Our hero, as always, stands at the stove and prepares very tasty dishes for his daughter, again using the recipe book he found. This time everything seems much more beautiful and appetizing, both the fish and the vegetable stew and much more. And his presentation is simply incredible. As if he works in some expensive restaurant, the man grabbed all 3 large plates and carried them into the main room where they all eat, and also asked his daughter to tell him what she liked most in the end. The girl looked with interest at everything he had prepared. Her eyes were running wild. Nuon didn't know where to start, and yet her first choice fell on noodles with meat. The little girl reached out and used the chopsticks to take a little sample. It's incredibly delicious. All the food is ta. It seems to her now that she has never had such a difficult choice in her life. All the food is very soft, warm, and appetizing. Her dad never ceases to surprise her. The man laughed. Could this really mean that his girl was truly happy? She frowned slightly, which touched him greatly. He promised to do everything to make her happy. The girl smiled in response. Every day she becomes more convinced that her father is the best in the world. But her sister is sitting next to her, and she still doesn't have the opportunity to taste the food, and so she only enjoys its smell. Of course, Nuan remembers this very well, and so she took the most pleasant-smelling dish and served it to her so that she could at least smell it this way. Goal. The poor-eyed girl looked at her master. She should admit that he cooks simply magnificently, although she has not yet tasted his masterpieces. The young mage smiled at her in response. He was very pleased that he and his creations were appreciated here. He did everything as Nuan wanted, and therefore he cooked dinner for his daughter himself. And now, it was high time for him to take a break for a while with Aunt Air, and he himself asked her to sit quietly in the kitchen and have dinner. The girl nodded her head and started on the next dish, while Zong and Xiaoyu went to another room. When the door slammed shut, our hero took out that very bottle of water. Of course, he knows perfectly well that his student had already managed to smell that pleasant scent. It was high time for her to have some refreshment. The blonde snatched the cup from her hands and was delighted. With incredible delight, she looked her teacher straight in the eyes. It was not difficult to guess that this was a dark clod of yin. When she felt it, it seemed to her much tastier than the last time. When she collected it herself in the yard, the brunette nodded his head. It was obvious that this was exactly how it was, because in order to collect it, Fei Chang spent more than 500 years of practice while underground, and therefore, Zong asks his student to use this energy when she practices under the moon. She needs to train every day in order to completely absorb all the yin energy from this gourd, and after that she needs to use the technique that the teacher gave her. This will greatly help her to consolidate her new powers. And besides, a big plus is that you don't need to bother with this. It won't take much time. After Yu Er performed the necessary ritual, she knelt before Zong and thanked him for everything he did. Meanwhile, one of our hero's enemies decided to contact a legal services representative to find out why he is not an heir, since his uncle's will gives him the right to his inheritance. Wang Chonghua sighed heavily as he listened to his complaints, and explained for the umpteenth time that he did not own this company, and therefore, he had no right to declare himself the rightful owner. The inheritance contract states that the heir can be the successor of the clan, which means that Mr. Zong has every right to be on the list. After these words, the man became furious. He took the first vase that came to hand and smashed it on the floor. But he immediately realized that this was unnecessary and tried to catch his breath in order to calm down a little. Anyway, his company would pay for all the damages in full. The lawyer presented him with some documents. This is a summary of the group's business transactions and accounts, as he requested, and if everything is stated here correctly, then the guest will need to sign it. The bespectacled man began to carefully reread everything and began to be indignant again. How the UIP group industry could be so profitable, he could not understand. Wang nodded his head because the chairman and his wife are interested in charity. They together invested most of their profits into the fund and did this for several years. And this year they both got into an accident, and this is all that was left after them. And besides, no matter who ends up managing the company in the future, this is already an established rule that is always followed and not changed. The bespectacled man can't believe it. Did those two old men really give the money they earned to such nonsense, to some charity? If that hated Ye Zong had headed the charity foundation, wouldn't he have had to become its activist in the future? However, there is no point in getting excited now. The brown-eyed man slowly rose from his seat and smiled at the lawyer. Since they left him their entire inheritance, he cannot understand how they could leave a charitable foundation, because the head of Wang and our hero will be very disappointed with his aunt and uncle if they find out this story. He even dared to suggest that it was talent when drawing up a will, because now in front of him stands a person who is a legal entity of the company and therefore, in his opinion, should help him find a way to resolve the situation. Of course, the man explained that everything should be done in accordance with the law, and if he wants to change something, then it is in his personal interest to make sure that the chairman does not wake up. Hearing this, the man was horrified. He could not believe that he dared to say such a thing, and since their dialogue ended here, the lawyer prefers to leave this place. When he approached the exit door, he sighed heavily. Wang Chonghua no longer had the best opinion of the chairman's son. He was not fulfilling his duties at all. And if things continue like this, he is sure that the future of the UEEP group is in great danger. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man continued to rage in the office. He was angry at this old man. If he had been of no use, he would have easily finished him off. He was sure that everyone was waiting for everything to turn out for the better for them. Suddenly the door opens and his friend, who heard his chatter, enters the room and asks who he is talking to. The brunette answered him rudely and even started shouting, He doesn't like it when he always watches others but not himself. Earlier, his friend said that the Tianchi company has the best killers, so why they failed again is not clear to him. His subordinate has no idea what to answer because everything was checked that day. Ye Zong's car and truck were badly damaged, so badly that they definitely had no chance of surviving. And in order to somehow save the situation without causing even more fury to the boss, the man convinces him that the Tianchi leader is now very angry when he learned about this incident, and therefore sent his men after him. And since this has happened, he can guarantee that no matter how many times they have to attempt on Ye Zong, all his lives in reserve will be spent. The bespectacled man sighed heavily in response, and still decided to trust them this time, but he should also warn that if this annoying mage is still breathing until tomorrow, it will reflect badly on their reputation. And then, his colleague decided to lighten the mood a little. As it turned out, Miss Lee had been standing outside for quite a long time, and waiting. But in order to let her in, he needed the master's permission. With all these problems, the man forgot about her. But when he was reminded of her existence, a wide smile appeared on the boss's face, and at that very moment the door opens. She comes in. A long-legged and beautiful lady who was very happy to see him. She immediately understood that something had happened to him since he was so upset and stuck here for a long time. Madame sat on his hands and told him that she saw some strange people leaving from there in a hurry. Their expressions were very sour, and her beloved said that it was the Jing group. He really felt very sorry that they didn't warn him about their visit and made his beloved wait. Like a true gentleman, he promised to make up for it all today by spending more time with her. Soon it was evening, the most suitable time for Yu Er to practice with the bowl that the master had given her. And our hero is resting in a cozy bed with his daughter. They are all fast asleep, but it looks like it's going to be a restless night. People have already come to their roof who won't be welcome here. Of course, they were sent here. One of them used his power to scan the area. Zong's sense organs are very sensitive, and he can sense the slightest vibrations in the aura around him even in his sleep. It sounds like some kind of crackling noise. It comes from the street, and only he can hear it. Our hero just grinned. It seemed like someone wanted and was trying very persistently to invade his mind for the first time in a long time. But he has nothing to worry about. He already knows how to repel this cunning attack, and therefore can go to bed peacefully. The man knows very well one very good spell that always works perfectly. Ye Zong put a dome-shaped barrier around himself and his daughter to protect the two of them. Now their pathetic attempts are definitely in vain. The magical waves literally crash into the translucent wall, which is constantly expanding. The owner of this witchcraft began to experience strong tension in his head, as if something was tearing him apart from the inside. The powerful barrier began to expand even more, extending beyond the room and onto the street. The uninvited guest immediately sensed something was wrong, which forced him to remove his spell for a while to discuss everything with his partner. Meanwhile, Ye Zong quietly went outside the house to figure out what was going on here. Seeing these people, everything fell into place. It is now clear who killed him in that villa. And these two losers are trying to figure out loud what is preventing them from entering their enemy's room. The partner of that mage now doubts that the enemy in front of them is a human. He cannot believe that an ordinary commoner could survive 2 times after such an attempt on his life. He probably has some kind of power. Green-haired Ken looked him straight in the eyes and said that at least he knew for sure that his parents were the most ordinary people, because he clearly remembered how he used his power on them before, forcing them to sign an order from the doctor, which led to their death. On that very day, during the operation in the villa, they had no obstacles. The man saw with his own eyes that Ye Zong was in the bathroom, and how he said goodbye to life due to a malfunctioning hairdryer. But how he managed to survive is unclear. His boss doesn't care at all what happened before. He's only concerned with the result. First of all, the most important thing in a group of assassins is of course trust. And if even one of them fails, then the image and reputation of their entire company will suffer. Ye Chongwen himself is now very unhappy with them. He needs direct evidence in the form of a photo with the result of their work. Ken looked down and admitted that it was all his fault. He promised to fix everything this time. This mission was very important. His life would depend on it, and if he showed a good result, then everything would be fine, and only this would save him. He bowed to his boss, and now he wants to give it his all and show that he is not some kind of weakling. And now, according to the instructions of the mentor, if they cannot capture his consciousness, then they will go straight through the gate, attack them so that not a trace remains of this Zong. At that very moment, the boy decided to show himself to them. He stood on the flying sword and approached them from behind. Why go so far if everything can be resolved right here, on the roof? The two men were frightened because they did not expect to be overheard. And especially so suddenly, our hero began to approach them directly. Why don't they talk a little closer? And they began to back away. The boy removed the sword from under his feet and began to walk on the roof. He knows about these scoundrels. Their company kills people for money. And to their great misfortune, today they definitely attacked the wrong person. Next to him is a very dangerous weapon, the Bibo blade, the first flying one, which Ye Zong himself perfected. He owes a great deal of debt to the Ye family's son. And today, he promises these two that they will pay off the debt. Boss Ken smiled evilly. He had heard of the Tibetan Huaxia dragon and the crouching tiger before. However, he had to admit that today was the first time he saw a real flying sword and instructed his subordinate to put an end to this circus now. The two of them ran off in different directions, both knowing what they were going to do, and our hero just stood there and watched them. When the mentor had run a sufficient distance, he took out his weapon and began to aim at Zong. To prevent him from doing anything, he immediately opened fire on him, aiming at the most vulnerable points. The brunette stands still and has no intention of going anywhere, but only smiles, even when the bullets are already approaching his face. All he needs to do now is make one swing of his blade to reflect all targets, which is what he does. Raising his head, the guy made a remark that they were acting too slowly. They would never defeat him. Immediately, taking his sword more comfortably, Zong ran straight towards them to continue the battle at a closer distance. Suddenly, he felt something strange behind him. Something like something iron was shaking. And these were the very bullets that he had reflected. This is a rather cunning attack. They are trying to kill him again using slightly different tactics. The boy stared at Ken, who was standing to the side. It must have been that he had failed to take over his mind, and so he decided to use his abilities to control the bullets. All of them rose into the air in an instant, and their points headed straight towards Ye Zong's head. But even this doesn't work against him. Taking his large flying blade, he very deftly repelled them all. The boss was shocked by what he saw. It was incredible that this guy had no problem repelling them all with his sword. Such pitiful attacks were meaningless, and he only realized it now. However, even despite this, deep down he still has the hope that he hasn't figured anything out yet. These annoying targets continue to fly in the air, flying closer to our hero and trying to inflict a critical blow on him that is incompatible with life. In fact, all of these bullets are under Ken's control and are flying in streams towards Ye Zong. And at an incredible speed, even if their opponent had 6 arms, he would not be able to parry for long, because in the end, his strength would quickly run out. The boss is watching him closely and again took out his pistols. Now he has another goal, and specifically we are talking about a shot in the chest of their enemy. Our hero somehow noticed that this bullet was flying towards him and was able to block it, but not as easily as the previous ones. The man watched him and dared to assume that his opponent was already exhausted. And this was a very good chance to take advantage of it. His subordinate Ken seemed to get the hint and wanted to try to invade his mind again. And then the brunette falls to his knees and lowers his sword, a slight grin appearing on his face. It seemed that he had been pretending all this time, and grabbing the blade tightly, he thrust it into the roof of his house. Ken looked at him with horror from his spells. He couldn't believe what he was seeing now. His boss is also in shock. Even a very trained person would not be able to block so many bullets at once. They begin to be frightened by the thought that in front of them is not a person at all. The boy just laughed. He could only say one thing. He was not the kind of person that would be easy for them to handle. And he proudly waved his blade. Why not stretch now? It's a very good time for it. It's been a long time since he did it. He knows very well that his daughter will be very upset when she wakes up and sees that her dad is not next to her, and therefore, Zong wants to end everything very quickly and without unnecessary talk. Seeing his brutal gaze, the men became frightened and completely forgot about their task, getting ready to run as fast and as far away from here as possible. Of course, the first thing they wanted to do was jump off the roof, to somehow get away from this monster. Our hero just laughed in response. It was too late to think about it now. There was no turning back. Raising his hand up, he would have to use his power now and punish these scoundrels. The simplest spell would be enough to grab the two of them. First of all, he did it to the boss. A strange, suffocating feeling appeared in his throat, causing him to lose his balance. After which, the man flew to the side and landed very painfully. His subordinate saw everything and doesn't know what to do now. Their mission has failed. They are trapped. There is almost no chance of winning. Yezong pulled that scoundrel closer to him, so much so that he slid across the roof for a couple of meters. His back is very stiff and it is difficult for him to even move. and his attempts to get up end in failure every time. While he was trying to somehow come to his senses, our hero had already come to him and began to stare at him intently. Seeing his terrifying gaze, the boss himself knelt down in front of him and began to pretend that he regretted everything that had just happened, saying that they had really made a mistake when they took on this task. They could not even imagine, according to him, that he was so strong. The man was still trying to somehow save the situation, pretending that he understood what lesson he had learned today, and asking for a second chance, literally begging him on his knees. The brunette looked at him and indignantly asked how he was going to save his situation and fix everything he had done. Ken's boss promises to return the entire bounty to Gugu, and also gives his word that all the killers from China will not take another step and will not raise a hand against our hero. He only sighed heavily, but already knew perfectly well what to do next. Although the murder industry has existed since ancient times, many people still do not want to join it, because by taking other people's lives they spoil their karma. And if they cleanse their hands in this golden flame and disband their organization, then only then will he be able to let them go. The man bowed even lower before him, promising to do everything as he had just said, and a slight grin appeared on his face. He raised his eyes, saying that he would be glad to thank him for his kindness, after which Boss Ken jumped to his feet, thinking that he could carry out a surprise attack on Ye Zong. He looked at him intently. Even if such a thing happens, just not during our hero's lifetime. And Nuon's father has very good reflexes. He grabbed the scoundrel by the face and thereby delayed and prevented his attempts to attack. Honestly, it was hard to guess that this guy not only knows how to play with a gun, but also has some abilities. Now, the brunette smiled broadly and asked him to take a deep breath. This would create pressure throughout his entire body. When he exhaled, it would move to his throat. The lethality in this situation was extremely high, and thus taking him by surprise would not be a problem. Of course, this method itself is very weak, but for an opponent like him now, this will be quite enough. And Boss Ken himself is trying to somehow free himself again, giving empty hopes that he will listen to him and fire all the Tianshu killers, begging for another chance. Our hero laughed. After what had just happened, he could not believe him again. It was obvious that this was a blatant lie. This time he won't be as soft as he was before, and so he's going to finally put an end to it. The suffocating effect of his power continues to grow with each passing second, and now this scoundrel has nowhere to escape from him. It's as if his breath has been taken away. He can't even take the slightest breath. And he already feels that this is the end. In the end, Ken's boss literally vanished into thin air before his subordinate's eyes. His friend just stands there in horror and can't move, watching this whole picture. From such a growing feeling of fear, his whole body began to tremble, his breathing became ragged, and this became even more intense after he saw our hero behind him. Turning back, Ken asked for mercy, promising to follow orders. The man fell to his knees in front of Ye Zong, shocked by such an incredible power that was able to defeat his brother in a matter of seconds. The green-haired man decided to explain everything he knows. The person who ordered the murder on him turns out to be his brother. His name is Ye Chongwen, and it was he who ordered the murder of our hero's parents. And now, out of fear, he promises to help deal with him and take revenge for everything he did. The boy listened to him attentively, and Ken himself fell at his feet and began to ask for forgiveness many times. Ye Zong thanked him for telling it all so honestly, and his enemy began to hope that he would truly be spared, unlike his boss. However, to his great regret, the brunette had already heard their entire conversation while they were standing here on the roof, and therefore, all this information was of no relevance to him. As a murderer, this coward must follow the rules, and if he does not fulfill his mission, then he will betray his employer. And that is why such people are unworthy of being murderers. And besides, our hero knows very well that they really like to stage suicide. So why shouldn't his young friend experience it himself? The space around him seemed to blur, and a soft but very suffocating feeling appeared in his throat. With each passing second, it became increasingly difficult to breathe. Mr. Ken fell to his knees, clutching his throat, trying to somehow take one last breath of air. The brunette continued to press him harder and harder, using his charms, completely controlling the entire process. The hired killer will no longer be able to run away or do anything. Butterflies are already starting to fly in his eyes, foreshadowing his imminent end. Eventually, his body really couldn't take it anymore. He fell onto the cold roof of the house and his eyes slowly began to close. Our hero stood over him for a couple of minutes to make sure that his enemy would not be able to take another breath. Finally, this whole nightmare is over. He can calmly remove his body. One wave of his hand was enough for his corpse to evaporate into dust, and a slight smile appeared on our hero's face. He was very happy and praised himself for the fact that he managed not only to kill his enemies, but also to avenge his own death. The man had never been so happy, and as for that scoundrel Ye Chongwen, he would be able to visit him in person one day. After such a hot night, Zong returned back to his home to his daughter, who was fast asleep, because in the morning they had a lot of important things to do. The boys arrived at a place where there are now a lot of cars. Dad let the girl go to the ground and she ran and looked at everything around, wondering where they were. The family came to the store. Since their car broke down, why not buy a new one? The little girl's eyes are wide open. There is a very wide choice here. But of course, the first thing she set her sights on was white, because her mother really loves them, and she wants to have exactly that. Next to her stood a nice saleswoman. She turned to our hero and also praised Nuan for such a chic choice. It turned out to be the latest novelty. It has not only good performance, but also a beautiful design that catches. Many women choose it. Yet Zong laughed. She was indeed very beautiful, but she was too feminine for him. And it seems that today they are not alone in this store. Along with them is Ye Chongwen himself and his lady, who already wants to go home because she spent half a day in heels looking at and choosing suitable models. The lady approached the white car that our hero's daughter had chosen. She sat on the hood and turned to her beloved. She wants one like that too, because many people choose this particular brand. The bespectacled man smiled at her. He was not against such an expensive purchase because his best woman needed a corresponding car. Zong heard a familiar voice and a slight smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but recognize his cousin, but Chongwen himself was in shock. He certainly didn't expect to see this magician here. He couldn't believe that the assassins from Tianxi who were sent to him last night hadn't dealt with him back then. Our hero looked into his eyes with interest and asked why he looked at him so frightened, as if he saw some kind of ghost or monster. The bespectacled man smiled at his cousin, referring to the fact that everything was fine. He just did not expect such a surprise. After all, they had not seen each other for a long time and now they met in such an unexpected place. The blonde asked him why he was so interested in buying a car, since he had had another, good one before. Our hero nodded his head. That was the case a couple of days ago. However, an accident happened and one absent-minded truck driver crashed it. It seemed to him at that moment that someone was deliberately controlling him, giving a subtle hint to this bastard. And he himself, raising his eyes, decided to ask if his cousin knew what it was. Ye Chongwen raised his voice unnaturally out of worry, but still tried to justify himself by saying that this was the first time he heard of such a thing, and promised to find out who did it in order to protect the honor of the Ye family. Zong just smiled, and now, since it had come to this, he wanted his friend to answer a certain question. But before that, he turned to his daughter and asked her to say hello to her father's cousin. The bespectacled man looked excitedly from her to Zong, and was worried that he would do something bad now. The girl finds it very difficult to communicate with strangers, and so she hugged her father and quietly greeted his brother. The blonde had already managed to calm down more or less and catch his breath, asking his cousin who this little girl was. Our hero calmly introduced her, giving her full name and telling her that she was his beloved daughter. Ye Chongwen was a little surprised by this turn of events. He didn't know that he also had children. The little girl continued to stare at him, examining his facial features and hiding behind her dad. The blonde smiled. It seemed that he missed his wedding, and asked in a friendly manner why he didn't invite him, and it was obvious that it simply wasn't there. Because if Zong wasn't married, then all the same such a status doesn't prevent him from being a father. Stroking Nuan's head, the young mage had to admit that he himself had only recently learned about her. In his heart, Ye Chongwen felt much better. It was very good that it was a daughter and not a sister. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of such a blood relative could really affect the validity of the doctor's order, according to the law. After all, the third generation is not a direct heir. And at that moment, his woman ran up to them, and the first thing she noticed was Zong's daughter. The brunette sat down next to her with a smile and gently stroked her cheek. The Yi family really does have very good genes. All the children will probably be so beautiful. However, our hero did not like such tactile friendliness on her part, and so he carefully removed her hand but thanked her for the praise. On such an awkward note, they were interrupted by the car saleswoman, who approached Zong with an offer to help him choose a car for himself. The young gentleman politely answered her that since his cousin's woman liked her, then, as a gentleman, he wanted to give in to her. And while they were chatting, he himself had already chosen an SUV, which was parked next to him. The man gave her a card, told her the password. The woman smiled and said that she would be happy to help her register the car. And by the way, at this moment, Zong remembered that this morning the person in charge of the charity fund had called him and asked him to discuss a matter related to the medical order. The bespectacled man's eyes almost popped out of his head, and goosebumps immediately ran down his body. But thank God, his brother said that it was time for him to go about his business because he was too slow in choosing a car, and he couldn't stay here any longer. And when he left, Chong Wen's expression suddenly changed. This old woman Fang Xiaoqing is to blame for everything. She began to act, but the blonde himself cannot allow him to take this charity fund for himself, and therefore he is already thinking about how to prevent him from doing this. His beloved came up to him and hugged him, looking after her cousin. She thinks he is truly handsome and graceful, hinting that if it weren't for Chongwen, she would definitely be stuck on him. Of course, after such words, he felt unpleasant, and Madame decided to quickly change the subject and asked him to quickly choose a car for them. But the bespectacled man pushed her away from him sharply, so hard that she almost fell. After what she said, he doesn't even want to see her. The long-haired girl wanted to know what was going on, what had happened, whether she had said something wrong. Meanwhile, our hero was already returning home in a new car, big and very comfortable. He is happy, but for some reason his Nuan became very sad. It was hard not to notice, and Yezong asked what was wrong. Why was she so upset? The girl lowered her head down. She really didn't like this cousin of his dad. She remembers how he looked at her, and she felt creepy. It's hard to disagree with her, because this scoundrel is truly very disgusting and vile to himself. There was a short pause between them, and then Zong asked if his beloved daughter wanted the bespectacled man to disappear. Almost like in a magic show. Only in his case it means disappearing forever, so that he never returns to them. The little girl laughed sweetly. In principle, she agreed, because if this bad uncle disappeared, his family would look for him, and they would simply avoid them. Quite a good plan. Even Zong himself liked it. Any whim of his, Nuan will be fulfilled. But now, the girl is much more interested in where they are heading now. As it turns out, they are going to a very good place. The guy decided to tell his daughter that it was built by her grandma and grandpa, and this is the only place they left for her dad. Soon they arrived here, parked the car and watched as the bright sun reflected in the tinted windows and literally blinded the eyes. The boys entered the building. The girl was sitting in her father's arms and looking at everything with interest. The family approached the table where the woman was sitting. She looked askance at the guests, and for some reason could not remember that they were on the list. The lady turned to our hero, saying that he couldn't just walk in here unless he had some kind of meeting scheduled here. He turned to her and asked what this meant, since he had not been warned about this before. Seeing his face, the woman blushed slightly. She literally almost melted from his beauty, and now she can't take her eyes off him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone's shout from the corridor that this esteemed guest should not make an appointment. Madame Fang Xiaoqing, who is the general manager of the Ye Family Charity Foundation here, appeared in front of them, turned to her colleague and asked if she remembered that this gentleman was the president of the Charity Foundation from today. Xiaojiang nodded her head obediently. She must listen to her president, and then sat back down at her desk. Our hero only now realized that this woman was Lin Meiyu's friend, and at the same time her business unit, she always helped the family, and also took care of the charity background. Nominally, she is the CEO, but she is the real decision-maker and implementer here, and that was why Yezong greeted her with a warm smile, simply calling her Aunt Fang. The woman patted our hero on the shoulder. She did not expect that she would have to go abroad for a month, because she now has very little time. Too many things have piled up. However, she can definitely tell that her guests can rest assured that Aunt Fang will not allow anyone to bully them when they return. The Ye Family Charity Fund was left to them by his parents, and even just chatting with her for just a few seconds, Yezong already feels that this madam is trustworthy. But if you listen to her speech, you can guess that she knows something. Our hero decided to console her a little. Mom would be glad to have such friends in life as she, and most likely, they are looking after her from above, and therefore asks to hold on confidently and not to be sad, at least for their sake. And also, Dad forgot to introduce this beautiful woman to his daughter. He looked the little girl straight in the eyes and explained that standing in front of her now was her grandmother's best friend. In short, the girl could safely call her Aunt Fan. She really liked this name, and that's why she smiled. The lady apparently doesn't yet know who this little girl is and asks who she is. The brunette smiled at her, calling her his beloved daughter. Auntie can't believe that time has flown by so quickly. She hasn't seen Nuon for quite some time, several years, and she can't believe her eyes that she has grown up so quickly. And now, she is even more interested in why he did not notify her about the marriage. And she even felt a little offended, as if she was considered some kind of outsider. But the guy calmed her down and promised to tell her everything in detail a little later. She walked up to Nuon and stroked her cute face. She was her grandmother's friend and her father's aunt, and she would feel much more comfortable if the girl simply called her grandma. The little girl looked at her and smiled. She was very pleased, but she looked very young and did not look like an old woman at all. The woman cannot stop being touched. What a wonderful child is in front of her. She cannot leave them. Suddenly, their pleasant conversation is interrupted by her subordinate. She brought a document for this meeting. All the shareholders and managers have arrived. Now they can come in. Mrs. Fang turned around and took the paper, briefly reading the contents. She stroked the baby's head and asked her not to worry or be nervous now. If they were with her, then nothing bad would happen. The guys headed along the corridor and reached the right door. Fang opened the right one, and all the time she was thinking about how useless Zong used to be. But now it seems he has changed. When the entrance opened, the first thing Nuon and her dad saw was a lot of people sitting at a long table, waiting just for them. The woman cleared her throat and decided to introduce her guests. The son of Mr. Ye Fengshan and Mrs. Lin Meiyu, also adding that from today on, he would be the head of the charity foundation. She had already found a comfortable place for him and asked him to sit down. The man walked past all these people and sat down on a comfortable chair, holding Nuon in his arms. One of the guests wanted to object, of course. Aunt Fang told them about them in 3 words. However, this chair is not for those who just want to sit. The madam looked at him with a slight misunderstanding and asked what her colleague Li Tong meant. The bald man smiled at her. It seemed like he had something he wanted to say. After clearing his throat, he began his speech. Even though the Ye Family Foundation was founded by Mr. Lin himself and his wife, even so, it is not their property. Each of them has shares here, even if they left them. Their son cannot just take the leading position like he thinks. The man believes that he should be first in line for this. His colleague also does not agree with this decision. He heard that this young master had no ambition since childhood. He was not involved in business and did his business haphazardly, and therefore he was not suitable for this role. He could not believe that Fang would leave their entire charity fund to such an unreliable person. The others present thought about his words and also agreed. Some had even heard of Ye Zong's negative reputation and were not afraid to say that he was stupid. But of course, there were those who were not against him being president. It was unlikely that the charity fund would suffer because of this. But the girl sat silently in his arms and looked at everyone carefully. At one point, she started to laugh so much that she couldn't hold back her laughter. Our hero got scared. She shouldn't have done this in front of everyone, and asked what made her laugh. Nuon pointed her finger at the green-haired lady and said that she had a huge spot of dirt on her face, although it was just a mole. Of course, hearing this directly from a child and also receiving a dose of ridicule was unpleasant for her, especially when she noticed that her other colleagues began to make fun of her. The woman jumped up from the table and yelled at her. This child is just wild and ill-mannered, and that's why she demands that the security guard take her out of the office. A man who was standing nearby approached them and addressed Nuon, asking her to follow him. But when he saw the expression on her father's face, he immediately froze in place and decided that it was better to wait and see what would happen next. Yazong turned to that lady and reminded her that this girl was his daughter, and as a complete stranger to her, she had no right to call her wild. The long-haired girl just snorted and still wasn't going to change her mind. She wanted this ill-mannered child to leave the room. This was a place for negotiations, not some kind of kindergarten. She didn't need chaos here. Her grandmother nevertheless decided to stand up for her granddaughter and asked the male security guard to leave the premises. He nodded his head and obediently closed the door behind him. Aunt Fang looked at everyone present and explained that this girl was part of the Ye family. Since they were talking about the fate of the charity foundation today, she also had every right to be here. The guests looked at each other. They understood what she was talking about, but did she have the right to so quickly declare him their new leader? She knows that everyone here owns shares in various charity fountains, but Ms. Lin Meiyu is the largest shareholder and legal entity, and so no matter what they may think, it is her decision that is decisive. This is her order, which clearly states that the entire fund is completely inherited by our hero. And if others do not believe this, they can still be convinced of this by reading her order. But it seems that others don't care at all about it. Everyone is against looking at it. The green-haired lady who was insulted by Nuan also refuses. This must be some kind of fake. Aunt Fang raised her voice at her, asking Si Yue to stop talking nonsense after all. This is a will that was signed by President Lin and the judge of the law firm. Then why, even with such evidence, does she think that it is a lie? The woman stood up from her seat and looked her straight in the eye, saying that it was no secret that Sister Lin's 2 sons were discouraged by this. They were completely disappointed, and it was better for all the property to go to his nephew Chongwen rather than Zong. She thought he was much more responsible. Her colleague agrees with her, even if there is a signature. Who knows if it is true or some kind of trick? And besides, everyone knows very well that the Taoists may know some kind of machinations, and he may have used them to forge this. Grandma Nuan slammed her fist on the table loudly. Too much talk. But there is no evidence. She can't believe that all her colleagues are so reckless. Jie Yue looked at her askance and suggested that she simply call the police and let them investigate the matter. The other guys eventually started to object. It was their personal business. And why involve the police in this too? Fang sighed heavily and explained for the umpteenth time that the reason why the Ye Charity Foundation can win the trust of all walks of life is because it has a fairly decent status. It is all thanks to the reputation and authority that Mr. Lin and his wife have built over the years. Besides, if they call the law enforcement here, the news of this investigation will spread everywhere, which will only ruin the reputation of the foundation. And it will also have a very adverse effect on the heirs. She hopes that at least this way these impudent people have at least understood something. And now she personally asks Li Tong and Xie Yuanyan whether they really want to act so recklessly. The green-haired girl looked her straight in the eyes, reminding her that she had asked her before, expressed her opinion about something. The bald man folded his arms across his chest and also said that he was not at all afraid that he could leave a mark on his reputation. And yet he decided that it would be best to hand this matter over to the police. Surprisingly, our hero also agreed with him, which Aunt Fang does not understand at all. He thinks that raising an alarm is indeed a good idea. If she hadn't said so, he would have done the same thing on his own. His parents were always kind and sincere people. He was always afraid that there would be those who would take advantage of their kindness and start doing dark deeds behind their backs. And also, thanks to this alarm, the police will have the opportunity to carefully check all the accounts for the past years to see if anyone made false accounts to profit from their Ye family company. And now, he wants to personally contact his aunt. He heard that it is wrong, I think, not only to lose all the money, but also go to jail. Madam nodded her head. All this is true. If they reach a certain amount, this check will be inevitable. If someone is found, they can be imprisoned for more than 10 years. Now everyone who is connected with charity is carefully checked because people trust them with their money. The guys in the audience thought, if they have some kind of dark past, they will never be able to participate in such organizations again even after leaving prison. And then Tong jumped up from his seat. He wondered what they mean by this. Do they really not trust them? The man pointed his finger at her, reminding her that he had been loyal to the Yuip company for so many years, and now some old granny dared to doubt her. The green-haired girl also wants to leave this place and end the cooperation. Sister Lin has put an incredible amount of effort into this foundation, and now they still want to hand over the management to this boy. These two are sure that the spirit of their sister will definitely not forgive them even in heaven, and therefore, they will never return here again. At this point, their conversation and cooperation ended. They approached the door and were about to leave for good. Our hero just smirked. They have no problem with resigning, but everything connected with the company must stay with it. If they have any travel plans, he thinks they would be better off canceling them, because companies like them cannot leave the market during a thorough check, and it would not be entirely correct and proper if they now head straight to the airport. The director gave orders to her secretary and asked her to check the computer so that the two could not take anything with them. Of course they were unhappy with this arrangement, and it's true that their headmistress is ruthless. Madam went up to them and led them out of the negotiating room so that they would not interfere anymore. Our hero continued to sit in his place and looked at everyone present, asking if anyone else had any objections to this. Everyone else just sat there silently, not saying anything or even moving. The answer was obvious. And since no one is against it, then they can immediately allow Yezong to take up his position. Little Nuan was very happy for her father and clapped her hands loudly. The other men looked at each other and just shrugged their shoulders. They also supported her idea, filling the hall with loud applause. Meanwhile, the two of them were walking down the corridor and chatting with each other. Tong yelled at his colleague, "Didn't she say earlier that Yezong wasn't worth their attention at all?" After which he looked into her eyes intently. He cannot understand why everything is so complicated. The girl explained that she did not understand at all how it all came to this. But fortunately, she kept herself in check. And besides, she used her personal computer to create fake accounts. And now, she is sure that they will not have anything against them, asking not to worry about it. Baldy is now beginning to understand that this will not protect them in any way. If the police really interfere with this investigation, they will be easily found. And only after he said these words out loud did he realize that everything was now very serious. The man approached Sei and slapped her on the cheek, making her the culprit of everything, since it was she who suggested contacting the investigation service. Longhair also did not intend to humiliate herself in this situation. She cannot believe that he dared to raise his dirty hand against her. He should not forget that she has all the information about where he spends money, forges bills, and much more. And therefore, she has all the irrefutable evidence. And besides, if they were caught, then only Tonga would be considered the leader, and she would only be his accomplice. And therefore, she believes that there is no need to worry about the words of some old woman. 10 years in prison is not that much. And also, he can reduce his term if his pride allows him to surrender to them on his own. And then the term will be half as short. After these words, the woman turned away from him and was about to leave. The bald man followed her and asked Yue not to be angry with him. He was stunned by this news, of course. They did not expect to get into such a stressful situation. Everyone is now on edge. And he also has a broken leg and he can't run after her so quickly. And after that, the lady decided to stop for a few more words. Now, it's time not to argue, but to talk about what they should do next. If they don't ask Chongwen for help, a direct conflict with Ye Zong will eventually be inevitable. It was obvious that his cousin would be of great use to them, and he was the only one who might have any way to deal with this annoying mage. The bald man simply waved his hand. He thinks that in this situation it is better to forget about it, which the girl does not understand. They have a common enemy, and besides, they can unite with him and together overthrow this bastard. The man explained that his girlfriend knew little about Ye Chongwen. He could very well figure them out, and then they would definitely not see the fund. They would lose most of their money. Looking straight into her eyes, he also reminded her of how Ye Fengshan and Ling Mei Yu died, and it really made her think, now the madam is at a loss. She doesn't understand what to do next. They must be prepared for any action from Ye Zong, and her friend is not even ready to run. He doesn't have the resources for that. Of course, waiting for the police to arrive is also not an option, and so Tong suggests simply hiding. More specifically, his plan is to contact the snakehead and arrange for him to transport the two of them overseas tonight. The colleagues come to the conclusion that this will be the best option for both of them. And therefore, now they just need to run home and collect their things, and then wait for him at the pier. The guys have already agreed on a meeting time and packed their suitcases. It all looks pretty suspicious, especially for the girl. She can't understand who he's dealing with. They can't rely on him, and besides, he's very late. The man asked her not to worry, and just then he noticed a ship approaching the shore. They ran out with their things and began shouting in one voice that they had arrived at the place. Will they finally be able to breathe in that scent of freedom? That everything will finally work out and there won't be any problems? That's what they thought until they saw the police who arrived at the crime scene just in time. There were quite a lot of them, and they were able to easily neutralize them and put them on Earth for further inspection. Tong doesn't understand what's going on here and where the cops came from and tries to somehow resist. All his attempts are of course useless. The guards of law and order were notified in advance that they were going to escape with a large sum of money, and the snakehead who was supposed to take them had already been arrested and was the first to fall into their hands. And indeed, when one of the police officers opened their suitcase, there really was a lot of money in there. Now they will have to go with it to draw up a report. The villains simply looked at each other and sighed heavily. Now they won't go anywhere. Meanwhile, Nuan and her dad stayed with Aunt Fang today. She found some very beautiful toys, and it seems that the girl liked the teddy bear the most. And our hero was talking to someone on the phone, apparently the chief of police, who thanked him for his help. But he asked not to do this, because reporting crimes is the duty of any citizen. Grandma Nuan didn't quite understand what he was talking about with them, what was going on, and asked him to clarify the situation for her. The boy explained to her that the two scoundrels, Li Tong and Xie Yue, wanted to escape abroad and were detained at the pier. The police also found that they had a lot of jewelry and banknotes with them. The woman's eyes almost popped out of her head. She became curious about how he figured it all out. And as it turned out, these two had miscalculated by using third-party computers to create fake accounts in their company. And that's exactly why he deliberately cornered them this morning to catch them red-handed. Because it would be much faster and more efficient. A slight smile appeared on her face. During all this time, he had really changed for the better. As far as Madame remembers, he had never thought about what was in other people's hearts before. He was always as if imprisoned in his own world. However, today, he calmly dealt with the situation and even made his own plan of action. She is sure that if his parents knew about this, they would be proud of their son. And of course, after so many events that he has experienced, it would be worth changing for the better. And before Fang forgot, she warned him that he should be careful with his cousin, who seemed to be very dangerous. The brunette's expression immediately changed. Does she really know something about him? In fact, the woman knows him very poorly, has little contact with him, and knows almost nothing about him. Although his mother told her that this child looked modest and polite, it was felt even on the energetic level that he was not so simple. And this is the reason why she specially separated the entire charity fund from Group Ye. Even if Zong is afraid of something, nothing will happen to him now. And also, when she found out that they didn't leave him any money, she immediately felt that something was wrong, because his mother took care of both of them and would never have done something like that. And even if his father had been against it, Madame couldn't have remained so indifferent. Our hero looked her straight in the eyes. He feels only goodness in her, and is sincerely glad that she is a real person. And she should have also said that in fact she always doubted that they died for that very reason. But she was not allowed to finish. The man interrupted her and asked her not to worry about it. She could be sure that it was Zong who would be able to protect their family from anyone who tried to harm them in any way. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. It was Yan Ling calling. She was now in a terrible panic. Something had happened to her sister. The woman said that she didn't know the details at all. She only knew that Jing went to her grandfather's today to resolve a business issue. She was afraid that her family would misunderstand, and therefore Cao kept her under strict supervision. And after that, her sister stopped communicating. The family was surrounded by many people she doesn't know. It's not clear at all who they are, where they come from, and why they came here. Zong's wife told her to call him if something happens, and that's why she's now asking for help. The daughter hears this whole conversation and is already starting to worry about her mother. Has she really gotten into the company of bad guys? But her father decided to calm her down. Everything is fine with her, because she has him, who will not allow anyone to harm her. The man stroked her head and offered to take her to her mother, of course. The daughter was very happy about this, and now our hero gave orders to John to stay in the hotel and not to attract too much attention to himself, and he himself promised to fly in soon. Aunt Fang heard their tense conversation and asked what happened. The guy reassured her that everything was fine, just some small issues that he could resolve himself. The boy told her that he now needed to fly to America for a short time, and therefore, Madame promised that she would take on all the affairs of the family's charitable foundation for a while. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place at the Cao family estate in the United States. Their leader heard very well that Jing was still resisting, and he wondered what was going on here. Could they really not handle some woman? Cousin, and her aunt just stand there and look at each other, not knowing what to say. And her grandfather asked Xiao Chenghu not to go too far. He gave him his word that Jing would marry him, and he was not going to go back on his word. Now he doesn't understand why he surrounded his entire family. What could all this mean? The blonde laughed and asked the old man not to be so hot-tempered, as if he had forced him to do something terrible. He really likes this woman and wants to tie his life to her. Otherwise, he won't give her to them for half of his shares. Grandfather can't believe that he still gave him consent to the marriage, and he continues to threaten him with shares. And according to Xiao, if this woman marries him, then half of them will be as a dowry. And besides this, no one but him can buy them at a price of 100 million. And after all this, is he really wrong? Xiao Xingzu couldn't believe what he just heard and gritted his teeth angrily. He can't believe that Xiao Chenghu is such a scoundrel and acts like this. Now the old man doesn't want to talk to him at all, and threatens to call Xiao Haicheng and ask him personally whether the Chao family is going to fight the Xiao family. A slight smile appeared on the blonde man's face, which grew into loud laughter. Wiping away a tear after laughing, he said that his own father is currently in intensive care with a tube in his body. The doctor told him that he could easily say goodbye to life at any time. But if that happens, he will not be able to invite his grandfather to the funeral. Of course, this is quite rude of him, and Haicheng cannot watch his words, although he should. Because besides this impudent fellow, no one will become a groom for his daughter. The man rose to his feet and straightened his suit, patting grandfather on the shoulder, reminding him that at his age there was no need to make so many unnecessary and careless movements. He doesn't give a damn what happens next, and let these scum continue to live at someone else's expense. The blonde man pressed on his shoulder so hard that his legs gave way, and he sat down on the chair. And also, he demanded that he prepare Jingi and the stock contract for him. In 3 days, he would send someone to pick them up. From such a sharp landing, the old man's back began to hurt badly, and in response to all this, he heard only laughter from behind him. Deep down, he no longer wants to give his Jinga in marriage to someone like him. Just as he wanted to say something to him one last time, he began to cough violently, as if something was blocking his breathing. His other relatives ran up to him and worriedly tried to help him somehow. He really shouldn't be so tense. The most important thing now is to think about what to do next, because they only have 3 days to prepare, otherwise they're finished. And at that very moment, the grandfather hit the floor with a stick and demanded that all these scum get out of here. They won't help him in any way, even with such a small amount of work they won't cope. The cousins and aunt looked at him sideways and only snorted discontentedly, heading for the door. The old man has been through and endured a lot, but now he just wants to sit alone and calmly, to think about everything. His disciple approached him and asked if he really wanted Mrs. Jinga and Chenhu to exchange wedding rings. The brunette believes that the young lady will not be happy with this man and cannot believe that he wants to allow all this to happen. Grandpa is really on edge now and therefore demands that he shut up as quickly as possible and stop messing with his head. He remembered his granddaughter like everyone else. The old man knows them too well. They are all lazy and stupid. Without outside help, they will die and finally erase the name of their Chow family. He is sure of it. They are now just an empty shell. If the Xiao family wants to buy NHS, they will not back down. And if they have at least half of the shares, then there will be a second chance for a more or less good life. And that is why Hai Cheng wants to sacrifice his granddaughter Jing Gei. He does all this for the good of their family, and here her opinion is not taken into account. And she herself was sitting in a beautiful, luxurious room, looking at some photograph. The last few days, Nuan's mother has not been herself. When suddenly she heard a knock on the door, it was her aunt. She couldn't let her see what she was doing here, and so she hid the portrait under her pillow. With a heavy sigh, Jingo walked to the door and quietly opened it. She came to her and asked why she was locking the doors in her own house, and initially, Madame thought that she was still sleeping. It seemed like Nuan's mother was in no mood to talk. She raised her eyebrow and turned away from this woman. The only thing they had in common was their surname. For the guest, this sounded rather rude. Does she really want her to leave since she came here to please her? The long-haired girl sat down at the table and turned her face away from her. And she continued to say that her marriage with Master Xiao had just been discussed, and he would now be able to pick her up in 3 days. Of course, she doesn't want this at all. Hearing that she will soon have a real family life and she will no longer be lonely, Jinga clenched her fists. Now is not the time to stir up conflicts. And so, she took a deep breath and exhaled to catch her breath. That annoying aunt continued to chatter, and she looked at her from the side. Now she can rest assured that, since she sold her, Mama Nuan will do her best to ensure that they enjoy this blessing for many years to come. The woman took this as rudeness, because the Chow family can still hold on to the market to this day, and therefore this is a very joyful event. Of course it's joyful, but not for everyone, especially not for Jing Gei. She prefers that they enjoy it without her. Aunt laughed. She couldn't just leave her alone. To liven up the conversation a little, she said that she had chosen several wedding dresses for the future bride, all of which were designed by famous Italian designers. The woman handed her a piece of paper and asked her to choose the one she liked. They needed to do this as soon as possible so as not to be late. Mama Nuan began to carefully examine this paper. Are all of them really so good that they display their goods without a price tag? And she just rolled her eyes. Of course, she is against all this, and therefore threw it at her feet. The old woman looked at her and grimaced. Does she want love or not? In the end, let her decide already. Finally, before leaving the room, the aunt asked Jinga not to do anything rash, so as not to complicate the life of Im and the old man. After these words, she turned to her accomplices who were waiting for her outside. Those two were optimistic about this capricious girl, and she was not allowed to leave the room more than half a step. This was her instruction. If such a condition was not met, then 10 would not seem to be enough. Jinga herself simply fell face down on the bed and burst into loud tears, taking the photograph from under the pillow. She is sure that now her mother would call this place a real hell. Otherwise, there is no way to describe this horror. Looking at the portrait with tear-stained eyes, she now understands how stupid she was when she thought that they would understand her, and that she would have at least some kind of family attachment with them. But now, she understands perfectly well what position she is in now. After everything that has happened to her during this time, she realized everything, and took off her rose-colored glasses. Wiping away her tears, Jing began to remember Yedzong, who had made her see all of this with her own eyes, and also given her the courage to break out of this nightmare. The woman promised her mother that she could be sure that everything would be fine with her. This man seemed very reliable to her, and it was our hero who would be able to save her, and she was not mistaken. He is ready to rush to her aid, together with his daughter. Now they are talking together with her sister and Aunt Fang, who is now going to send all the information to his mobile. In addition, she informed him that the latest news came out today. It was said that Zhao Chenghu of Xiao Company was going to marry Jing. Of course, not by mutual consent. The shareholding had reached a strong alliance, and as soon as the news of this came out, it caused a big storm in the business community. However, up until now, only Xiao's family had been questioned, and Cao had never appeared in public. And there were also reporters who secretly filmed Xiao's bodyguards outside Cao's doors. It is said that he personally protects the bride and forbids any outside personnel to approach their family. And therefore, some people speculate about a hidden conspiracy between them. The boy thanked her for everything she has done for him. Fang also warned him in the end that she didn't know what he should do with the Cao family. But the Xiao bloodline was based on passion. They had deep roots, and it was better not to provoke them, of course, unless there was a great need. Our hero asked her not to worry about all this. He knows perfectly well what he is getting into, and so he hung up. But the girl is standing next to him and hears everything. She is also worried about her mother. She really wants to see her soon. The man looked the little girl straight in the eyes. This time, he promised her that they would take her to themselves and never part with her again, from which a wide smile appeared on her cute little face. Suddenly, some kind of shout arose behind him. Everyone began to shout that some kind of thief had appeared, demanding that he be stopped. And indeed, some crazy man was shouting and dispersing people so that they would run to the sides and give him passage. A young girl was chasing him and warning him that the more he made a fuss, the worse it would be for him to run. Why not test how fast his legs were? The girl jumped off the skateboard she was riding behind him on and kicked him, showing off her so-called trick. The wooden board flew straight at the man's back and hit him hard. He screamed loudly and began to lose his balance. All his attempts to get to his feet were pointless. He fell and hit his knee hard. The skater girl ran up to him and stepped on his back with her foot. This scoundrel wouldn't leave her that easily. She looked down at him with a laugh. Did he really think he could just steal a wallet from a seemingly weak girl? It seemed like he had underestimated her. When Madame grabbed him by the collar, he began to justify himself, saying that she had somehow misunderstood him. Longhair is simply horrified. Not only did he take her most valuable thing, but he also dares to lie to her right in the face. And now he definitely needs to go with her to the police station. Meanwhile, Nuan watched from the side, just like her father. The girls really liked this young lady. She is so brave and also beautiful. Our hero looked at her, and a slight smile appeared on his face. And the skater girl noticed his gaze and turned around too. She wonders why this impudent fellow still dares to grin, watching everything that just happened. Dad took the girl by the hand and was about to leave. Nuan just nodded her head. This careless behavior angered the skater girl, and she gritted her teeth, completely forgetting about this thief. The long-haired girl let go of the pickpocket and ran to Zong. She asked him to stop, because she wanted to ask him something now. The brunette walked on and pretended that he didn't hear anything, but when Madame touched his shoulder, he stopped and looked into her eyes with a little surprise. Seeing his face closer, the young lady froze a little in place. Up close, this man looks quite handsome to her, almost her type. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks, and she didn't even know what to ask him, afraid of saying something stupid. He was probably unhappy with something, and she wanted to talk about that. The brunette just smiled, explaining that he laughed at the fact that she was too smug and proud, so much so that she caught the wrong person. These words completely confused her, and she asked him to tell her more clearly what he meant. The young magician pointed his finger at the young man she had hit and was ready to take to the police station. In fact, it was not he who had attempted to steal her wallet, but the one who had really stolen her money had already disappeared long ago. And if she didn't believe him, then she should check him for money. The long-haired girl took it and began to open it. And indeed, there wasn't a single banknote in it. The man kindly explained that he had initially tried to say that it wasn't him, and that she had pretended not to hear him. In fact, when he left the airport, he was pushed by some strange man in a hood, after which he saw this wallet, which was falling from his pocket to the ground. And of course, as a cultured citizen, the first thing he wanted to do was return it. And of course, it is obvious that it was the scoundrel who released him who stole all the money and then threw it at his feet. Already empty. probably wanting to set him up. Our hero laughed. This is indeed a great tactic for a thief. However, most people first check for money when they return their wallets. Only fools can be fooled this way. The skater girl ran up to her assistant and yelled that if he really wasn't guilty, then why did he make the girl chase him for so long? He screamed in panic and explained that he was afraid that she wouldn't listen to his explanation. And the brunette was also frightened by the fact that she was running after him with such a fierce look, which made Madame even more angry. She really felt very bad about being considered cruel. Apparently, this rude guy was just blind, since he confused such a sweet and gentle flower-like girl with some kind of monster. And Nuan stood nearby and heard everything, after which she laughed loudly, pointing her finger at her little sister. She really was funny to her. Hearing this, the girl became even more angry. She walked up to the little girl and started tickling her to teach her a lesson for everything she had just said. Zong's daughter started laughing so loudly that tears came to her eyes. She is terribly afraid of being tickled, and it seems that this is where their fun ends. Her father sensed that they were definitely not alone here, that they were being watched, and so, in order to protect this young rude girl, he grabbed her hand, from which she shuddered. The long-haired girl thought that he did it on purpose, because he didn't like the way she treated her daughter, and she tried to justify herself by saying that she was just joking, looking into his eyes with confusion. In fact, the situation is much worse. Several shooters had already pointed guns at them and were about to shoot. A gunshot rang out somewhere far away, which Ye Zong heard. It was very good that he managed to help his little sister duck in time to protect herself. A large caliber bullet flew literally past her face. She saw it perfectly. The man who was framed for the robbery was also in shock. It was a good thing that Zong helped them dodge, and the shot hit the glass door of the store. The brunette began to scream at the top of his voice so that everyone could hear him. He needed to warn those around him about the danger. Someone was shooting from a tall building. Panic arose all around. People began to run away, and the long-haired girl looked with horror at everything that was happening now, and could not understand what was going on. Civilians are running as fast as they can, wherever their eyes look, shouting for help and covering their heads with their hands. Meanwhile, this is not the last time a bullet will fly nearby. The shooter has hidden and is aiming for his strike again. His sights landed right on that girl. All that was left was to pull the trigger. Our hero was already able to determine where they would attack from again and turned back. In the distance, he noticed someone sitting on the roof, and only grinned. The man knows perfectly well how to resist this now. Using some maneuvers, he was able to attack the hired killer at such a great distance, so much so that the gun fell from his hands. The man informed his boss that their mission had failed. After all, there was a strange man standing next to this woman who had discovered them. Their senior leader couldn't believe it, that everything was in vain. Panic began to grow in his body. The rest of their team put on helmets and protective suits, everyone on their bikes, and went straight to that place. They needed to kill this woman. The boy already understood what was going to happen now, and therefore put up a protective barrier around them just in case. 4 bikers had already arrived and started dancing around them in a circle. After a couple of seconds, they stopped and pointed their machine guns straight at the young lady, which made her confused. The girl started screaming because she couldn't see this protective barrier. She started to panic that now everything would end. However, the bullets will not be able to reach it. As last time, everything hit the shop window, breaking only the glass. The long-haired girl was finally able to open her eyes and was so terrified that she didn't even notice that she was actually safe. Looking around, the skater girl only now noticed the protective wall and was even able to touch it. Of course, this was all the work of Ye Zong, who stood nearby completely calmly and held his little daughter in his arms. Only now did this rude woman understand that he only wanted to protect her and had no intention of causing harm. Suddenly, one of the killers gave the order to get rid of them all, including those who were protecting her. They pointed a fairly powerful weapon at them, intending to break through their barrier with a large caliber. Seeing this nightmare, Nuan almost cried. She was scared that these strangers were talking so loudly and also frightening her. Dad got the hint that his beloved daughter wanted them all to disappear. Why shouldn't he make her wish come true? At that very moment, their weapons began to shake. Neither the commander nor the strongest people on their team could now hold them in their hands. All the pistols and other weapons flew up. Now it was out of reach. Even their leader is shocked. He can't believe how this is possible. No one has ever fought them in this specific way. To finish it all off quickly, our hero twirled his fingers and pointed the barrels straight at their owners, who became wary and were already getting ready to run away. One command to open fire was enough to make the guns shoot to kill. The men grabbed their motorcycles tightly and fell to the ground. The killers tried to somehow hide behind their bikes so that they wouldn't be caught, and they also covered their heads with their hands. They already regretted that they dared to attack this girl. Now they can literally say goodbye to their lives. After such a beating, they are now unable to move at all and continue to carry out their mission without outside help. And at that very moment, a white car drives up to them and brakes sharply. A couple of men come out from there and start looking around the area. They immediately spotted this girl. The guys in glasses began to come closer and closer, and our hero and his daughter looked further to see what would happen. Their commander asked what had happened here, and it was obvious that something terrible had happened. They decided that first of all, they needed to get this rude woman home, safe and sound, and the rest of what happened would need to be sorted out later. The man walked up to Qing Luan and extended his hand to her, asking if she was okay. The young master just received news that someone attacked her today when she came out of the airport. After they learned about this unfortunate incident, they immediately went to help her. And as it turned out, the girl was completely fine, except for a minor injury. Her defenders began to look around. Some of the killers were killed, and the long-haired one said that this was the work of a man with a child. Of course, now she is in shock and cannot formulate her thoughts normally, but she was able to somehow explain that it was he who shot at them and saved her. Just as she was about to turn back and point her finger at him, she noticed that he had disappeared without a trace. Our hero was already about to leave. His daughter praised him as always. Her dad was really very brave just now. They were able to get away from these bad guys. But she doesn't understand how they could fall if he didn't even approach them. The brunette told her that he did have some powers, and if Nuan wanted it, he would teach her everything. The little girl began to smile widely. She was very happy that she had such a special father with special abilities. He was the best in the world. Suddenly, Nuan remembered her mother. Did she know that they had already arrived in America, and if so, why wasn't she meeting them? Of course, most likely, she was just busy. Her dad smiled at the girl and said that he hadn't warned her yet that they were already here. And why not give her a surprise? The little girl was filled with joy and eagerly asked her dad to come to her quickly, as she couldn't wait to see him. And now Mrs. Jing herself was fast asleep, and she had a dream about her daughter. So realistic that she screamed, calling Nuan to her. Looking around, she realized that she had just dreamed all of this, nothing more, and so she slowly rose from the bed, putting on her slippers. The woman begins to miss her, and therefore she cannot just sit idly by in this prison. She began to be troubled by various thoughts. What if her husband comes for her, but cannot get into this house? Of course, she understands that he will find a way to get out of it, but she would really like to help him. And the mere thought that her girl would worry about her did not give her peace, and therefore she was ready to pull herself together for her sake. After searching through the dressers for the necessary things, she found a hairpin in the shape of a needle. This time, Mrs. Jinga was not going to give in and whine. She had to get out of here and find her Zong on her own. As soon as she went outside, she saw two women who were guarding her door. They told her that her aunt had told her not to go outside, and therefore, if she needed something, she could just tell them directly, and they would immediately bring her whatever she wanted. The long-haired girl yelled at them, demanding to let her through. This is not life, but a real nightmare. They can't even let her go to the bathroom. One of her subordinates asked her to wait a minute because she needed to get permission from that annoying woman. But this time, Jingge is not going to bend over backwards for her. Does she really need to be watched? Even when she just wants to freshen up and take a shower, she has already switched to screaming and demanding that they let her go, and even their pathetic attempts to calm her down have no effect on her. Even though they were ordered to stand at the door, almost the entire family came running to this noise. You could hear a crowd of people climbing the steps straight towards her. The aunt herself and others came, and now Nuan's mother was really in trouble. The first thing that came to Jing's mind was to take a hostage. One of those women who were not giving her a break. She demanded to be released because she did not want to marry Chenhu. Her uncle was the first to ask why he grabbed her. She knows that her grandfather shouldn't worry, but she does everything in such a way that his heart almost jumps out. Her cousins are also not happy with her behavior. Since she is marrying such a rich man, it still does not give her the right to attack people. Who would have thought that she would grow up and become so wild? And it seems that her aunt was not at all frightened by her behavior. If she dares to do something with them, the woman will simply replace them with new ones without any problems. The woman, who is now her hostage, asks her to stop and not to do stupid things based on emotions. Mama Nuan got angry, and now she knows exactly what to do next. She threw this maid aside. Looking at everyone intently, the long-haired one put the tip of the hairpin under her throat. Since the fate of these two does not concern them, then what about her? Uncle and others tried to persuade her to stop and not to do stupid things. She is not herself now and is very emotional. The woman is truly ready to say goodbye to life. Her aunt reminds her once again that they are one family. Madame only smiled in response. She knows very well that she is not afraid of her death. She is more afraid that if she dies, she will not be able to tell Xiao Chenhu about it. Even the grandfather intervened in the conversation and asked to at least listen to him. He wants her to remove the hairpin from under herself. The long-haired girl's eyes almost popped out of her head. If he really considered her his granddaughter, he wouldn't have been able to force her to work so hard when she was still a teenager. At that time, she was given all the burden and responsibility for the entire Cao family and was not given a good childhood. And now she was literally sold to some inadequate person and put under house arrest because she does not agree to obey. Tears began to well up in Jing's eyes. Everyone knew perfectly well that Nuan was her beloved daughter, but because of their goals, they forced her to hide her, supposedly for her own safety. But in reality, they were just worried that she would no longer be under their control when she had her own family and no longer served Cao. Emotions began to get the better of her, and she imagined the pin even closer to her throat. She understands perfectly well that in the eyes of even her grandfather, she is just a chess piece, some kind of tool, and she does not want to call this old man that anymore. He is no longer her family. The cousin pointed his finger at her and explained to others that he had said before that something was wrong with her, that she was not married, but had given birth to a child from an unknown father, and now she would have to leave him an orphan. Uncle interrupted them. Now, the point is not that at all, but whether anyone else outside knows about this situation. Aunt smiled at Mrs. Jing and asked her to rest, assured that this matter would be kept a secret. It was impossible to let outsiders know about this story. Otherwise, her reputation and the family's reputation would be completely destroyed, which is what everyone feared the most. A slight smile appeared on the woman's face, after which she switched to giggling. She raised her eyes and continued to look at those hypocritical faces. Since when did they suddenly worry about how society saw her? Obviously, they were all afraid that Xiao Chenghu would find out that she already had a child. Tears flow by themselves. She is very upset that she was born into such a terrible family, with terrible relatives and history. The woman pointed her fingers at them and started shouting. For her, they were all empty space now, and it was disgusting to even look at their faces. Hearing how she insulted everyone present, the brother and sister began to scold her for giving birth to an unknown child, and they also began to swear. But the old man demanded that they all shut up, and silence ensued. The grandfather came closer to his granddaughter and tried to talk to her, pretending that he knew perfectly well that the Cao family owed her too much for all these years of her labor. But he tried to explain that he simply had no other choice. She knows very well about the situation they have. The loss of investment in artificial intelligence was huge. They lost almost their name, but now only selling NHS shares can help them avoid bankruptcy. But that fair-haired man said that anyone who dares to buy them will have to deal with him. And this is a serious businessman, and he is afraid that the forces behind him will not offend him. And now only the Xiao family can save Cao. Grandpa is already helpless here, according to him. He already said that Cao doesn't know anything about these new industries and can't attract the relevant talent. This is not something to invest in, and as long as NHS maintains its status, it can survive. But of course no one listens to him. Wu Jingji's eye twitched after that. Now that their decisions had backfired on them, she wanted to pay it all back. The old man thought that he would somehow be able to convince her, but it seems that it is all pointless. Her uncle can't hold back anymore either. She complains about her grandfather's failure, but she shouldn't forget that although she has been taking care of the family in recent years, however, it is he who is the real person who made the decision, and he didn't need to listen to her advice. But Auntie immediately told everyone that they couldn't allow Jinga to gain the feeling of a strong and independent woman, because the girl wouldn't be able to get married with such a complex and stubborn character. Luckily for her, Master Xiao doesn't have any feelings for her at all, and that should be good news for that nasty girl. Uncle ran up to her and grabbed her arms, restricting her ability to move, to stop her from doing what she wanted with that hairpin. The man squeezed her wrist, causing her palm to relax, and she released it from her hands. His relatives praised him for what he had done, and now his aunt brought a thick rope and made the others grab this scoundrel. Now Nuan's mother is definitely disappointed in her family. She can't believe that they would allow themselves to tie her up now. Against such a crowd, she is powerless, and they were able to immobilize her. Although with great effort, Uncle sighed heavily, wiping the sweat from his face, and this time, He warned her that if she dared to do it again, then she did not need to blame everyone else for being rude to her. Next time, she would simply be sent straight to that groom. Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to them and addressed the old man. Things are bad. Some man with a girl burst into the yard and none of their bodyguards are able to stop him. Hearing this, Jing was very happy. She couldn't believe that her husband and daughter really came here to save her. And just in time, the grandfather, out of fear, forced all his relatives to immediately lock this young lady in a room. And if they let her out again, then this time they will not expect mercy. The old man's son and others went with him to deal with the scoundrel who had broken into their yard. Meanwhile, our hero and his daughter made their way as close to them as possible. All the guards who stood guard were defeated. When the aunt and others saw this mess, they began to sort things out. Who is he? Why did he burst in here? For what purpose? And why did he come here at all to sow chaos? The first thing grandfather noticed was that Nuon had also come with this man. It was hard for him to believe his eyes now that she had ended up right in America. A smile appeared on his face. He was very happy with his granddaughter and tried to somehow lure her to hug him. It seems that the little girl was completely against this. She felt disgusted and buried her face in her daddy's chest. Our hero smiled at him. It seems that Nuon does not love him at all and does not even want to see him. Only after this did it immediately become clear who was standing in front of him now. The brunette interrupted his speech, and the old man was not mistaken. He is the biological father of the baby, and also the husband of Jing. Of course, the aunt will also object in such a situation, because she knows very well that this lady has never been married, and she will soon marry the son of the Shao family. And this long-haired guy will only defame her name. Yizong said clearly and plainly that he was too lazy to listen to this nonsense, and therefore demanded to know where his beloved was now. And her daughter seems to know where her mother's room is, so she really wants to help and takes him there. The man only smiled in response. He was not afraid of these inadequate people and therefore walked forward, avoiding the bodies of the fallen guards. And it seems that there was one daredevil who wanted to pounce right from behind. The guy greatly underestimated him. He thinks that a simple villager like him will never enter this house. The brunette looked at him sideways, of course. Such a turn of events should have been expected, and he was already prepared. Our hero has no problem putting up a fairly powerful protective barrier. But this one will come with a surprise. The green-haired man punched the translucent wall and froze in place, after which he fell to the ground and began to scream. His arm was broken and twisted in the opposite direction. His sister ran up to him and helped him get up. He was somehow able to recover from the pain, and the old man could not believe what he had just seen. After what he had just seen, the grandfather dared to come closer to our hero and ask if he was a Taoist. The brunette stopped for a second and without answering, simply grinned, and now it was time for him to go further, and he had already approached the door where two maids stood, guarding it. The girls tried to somehow stop this scoundrel, but they did not succeed. Zong simply kicked the door down. The first thing that caught his eye, of course, was his wife, who was sitting on the bed and could not move because she was tightly tied with that rope. The baby immediately recognized her mother and was very happy when she saw her. Our hero put Nuon on the floor, and she immediately rushed towards her. The girl hugged her tightly. She was already worried that she would never be able to see her again. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Meanwhile, those two maids are already getting ready to call for help, because they themselves are not able to cope with this magician. Zong was already tired of hearing their senseless cries, and with a heavy sigh, he decided to take extreme measures. Our hero put them into a trance, so that their heads spun, they froze in place and just looked at the ceiling. Now they won't be able to stop them from taking Jingy. The guy looks at her sitting tied up and can't believe that these people are so cruel that they could even resort to such terrible measures. Of course, he helped her get out, instantly loosening and cutting the rope into several pieces, and the long-haired girl only whined under her breath. After that, the girl ran towards him and threw herself into his arms, which made Zong slightly surprised, not expecting such a reaction. Nuon came up to her and gently touched her with her hand. She doesn't want her mom to cry because dad can protect them both. And the little girl also said that when her father went with her, her grandfather couldn't stop her from seeing her mother, as before, and allowed them to take her. Long hair. Looked our hero straight in the eyes. He was really right. She is just a pawn for them who makes money. And that is why, from then on, these people are no longer family for her. She is going to leave here completely, and sincerely asked Zong to take her and her daughter with him. The brunette tilted his head to the side and asked if she would regret her decision. Madame nodded confidently. She definitely won't change her mind, and this is her final choice. She really wants to be safe with her daughter's father. After these words, the guys left the room. Now Jingy is walking next to him confidently and is not afraid of absolutely anything. Suddenly, they came across Nuon's mother's relatives. Everyone looked at them askance. The old man was the most worried and asked his granddaughter if she really wanted to go with this man. Longhair repeated for the umpteenth time that she would never return to this place again. Her choice was final, and she was not going to change it. Our hero yelled at her inadequate relatives and demanded that they get out of the way since they had already heard everything. The aunt stood her ground and demanded that no one let them just leave here. The cousins also started to raise their voices. If this happened, then Xiao Chenghu would definitely not invest money in their business, and then their family would go bankrupt. They would have to pay the bills. Suddenly, the old man turned to them and demanded that they shut up. And he also needed them to let these people through to the exit. They froze in place and didn't know what to say. It seemed to them that the grandfather, on the contrary, would try as best as possible to stop this girl and her boyfriend. But since the head of the family so desired, they should not resist, and so they moved away. Our hero, along with the woman and the child, left the building when suddenly they heard a scream behind them. Uncle Jing took out the most powerful gun he had and pointed it at Ye Zong. He doesn't care at all who is standing in front of him now, some almighty man or not. He only believes in the power of weapons, and therefore demands that he move away from this woman. The brunette just stood there silently, and that show-off continued to threaten that he would open fire now and started the countdown. Grandfather had already learned the full power of their uninvited guest, and therefore warned him that it was not worth messing with him. He really was no match for him. The man had already started counting and was looking intently into the eyes of this long-haired boy. Our hero looked him intently in the eyes. This time he asked for it. And now, let him not complain if something is wrong. When he fired, all the bullets hit him straight, one in the shoulder and one in each leg. His other relatives were scared for him. Some started running back so as not to get caught in the crossfire. But Aunt Jinga ran to him first to help him get up and bring him to his senses. When she picked up Mr. Wang from the floor, she yelled at Nuon's mother. She can't believe that their family worked so hard to raise her to be a decent person. And in return, they only get pain. But she also shouldn't forget that Jinga herself was the person who fed them all these years. They did nothing for her and pretended to be good, but in reality their attitude towards her was like a bag of money. After these words, the long-haired one turned around and left. From today on, they can assume that she doesn't know any of them, and therefore no longer has any relation to their family. Her aunt continued to press on her pity. This little girl had completely lost her conscience. First she had hurt her uncle, and now she could just calmly leave like that. Cousin Jing also intervened in the dialogue. She has already said more than once that this shameless woman took after her mother. From the very beginning, she should have been taught financial matters, and now she blames her grandfather for his terrible choice. The old man gritted his teeth and could no longer stand all this screaming, swinging his hand at her. He slapped her hard on the cheek. The girl certainly didn't expect this and jumped back. A red mark appeared on her face that hurt a lot. Grandfather now shouted at them all, explaining that if they were not members of the Cow family, he would have killed them all here long ago. In fact, he sincerely believes that it is because of such useless children and grandchildren like them that their family is going to the bottom. Not only did he lose his former status in the society, but he also decided to do away with his only normal granddaughter. Clutching his heart, the man admitted that he really regretted it. Suddenly, at that moment, something stabbed in his chest, so hard that the old man could not stay on his feet and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, his granddaughter herself, together with her husband, went to the nearest store and bought a small bouquet of flowers and went to a very important place for her. Before leaving this terrible house and leaving the family that was putting pressure on her, she came to her mother's grave and mentally told her that she had made such an important and useful decision for herself. Now none of these hypocrites would control her. From these thoughts, a slight smile appeared on her face. In her future life, she promises to live for herself and her daughter, whom she loves so much. Turning back, Jinga looked at Nuon's father, who was standing nearby with her. She was very glad that she had already found her home and loved ones. Now, her mother certainly won't worry about her well-being. She has everything. The lady is truly, sincerely happy that everything turned out this way, even though it wasn't easy. After that, the guys went to the hotel. The weather is very good now. The sun is shining brightly, which further lifts Jing's mood. Her sister was already waiting for her in their house when she heard the doors opening. She was very happy that her loved one had returned. She was scared to death for her. The woman said that she was completely fine and thanked Yang Ling for calling Zong just in time. She was her bodyguard after all, and should have protected her from those scoundrels anyway. and Ta had already managed to blame herself for not completing her task and did not understand why she was thanking her. Even though she is her personal assistant, she has always treated her like a sister, and if she had the chance, she would like to spend more time with her. However, there is something else. The blonde got very scared after these words. It seems to her that she doesn't want to see her anymore since she says it so uncertainly, and she's already starting to blame herself again for doing something wrong. Of course, the first thing that came to mind was her husband, who might have said something bad about her. Longhair tried to calm her down. She misunderstood her. Our hero has nothing to do with this matter. Now Jing should tell that although she was apparently involved in Cao's business, all the capital was in the hands of her grandfather, and she received money from the company, and today she officially distanced herself from the family, because for her own personal reasons she no longer wants to deal with them, and therefore all the income remained with them. And from this day on, it would be Ye Zong who would take her under his wing. Our hero only smiled in response. He agreed to this turn of events, and his daughter even more so. Although Madame would no longer be able to hire Yang in the future, she could rest assured that she still had friends who also needed bodyguards, and so she offered to present her with a good job. The blonde clenched her fists, and shaking with anger, said that she didn't want anyone but her. The brunette laughed, asking him to be more gentle with his words, joking that they sounded ambiguous. Before Mrs. Jing, Yang had met many employers, but all these rich people were arrogant and very vocal. They didn't need so much bodyguards as bandits, thus helping them to intimidate the weak. Previously, the blonde was just a puppet in their hands. Such people do not deserve her protection. She learned from her mistakes, and now understands perfectly well who is good and who is not. Madame admitted that her sister was indeed very different from those she had before. She was the second good person she could have met in her entire life. And that is why, looking straight into her eyes, Jan is ready to beg her to let her stay. Her husband approached her. He asked if the wife of the chairman of the charity foundation should be accompanied by her bodyguards, and he himself offered to pay her wages himself. The girl did not expect to hear this, and was very surprised. As far as Jingy knows, his cousin was supposed to inherit the entire Ye family industry. But it seems like things went completely wrong. Our hero promised to tell her about it a little later. It's a very long story. Their conversation was interrupted by Yan. She still wanted to talk about what they started talking about. The girl understood her perfectly and explained that she wanted her to stay with all her heart, but she had been paying her double the salary for her work as a nanny and bodyguard. And now, she could spend time with Nuan herself, which meant that her salary would be significantly lower. Even despite this, the blonde is ready to continue to protect her. It's not even about the salary. She is very happy that she can stay with her, and it seems that the little girl is also very happy that her aunt is staying. They have managed to become closer during this time. The girl asked that in the past her mother paid Yan and was her boss. But now her father will pay her money and he will be her boss. Her mother always said that employees should respect their managers, and they in turn should take care of them. Her father stroked her head and praised her for having such a sharp mind. The brunette turned to Yang. He really thought that Nuan and Jing were carefree, but if one of the employees wanted to harm them, then it was clear that he couldn't vouch for himself. The girl nodded her head. She grasps everything very quickly on the fly, and now he is her new boss. Longhair laughed. In the future, Dad will not only pay money to Yang Ling, but also provide for his family. She really thinks he is very strong. The little girl agreed with her. Her father is truly incredible, very strong, and also not afraid of difficulties. The boys started laughing loudly, but Jing remembered that the Xiao family would soon find out about everything, and this was starting to worry her. This Chen-Hu was so annoying, she didn't want to see him anymore, and so they had to book tickets back to China. Our hero walked up to his wife and looked her straight in the eyes. Whether there was 1 Xiao or 10, he promised to protect her until the end. After all, she had only just thrown off all this heavy burden today, and therefore, the boy would not want her to worry about him. If these scoundrels want to take revenge, then first of all, they will block their way back to China, and therefore, most likely, they will not be able to return home now. Hearing this, Jingge was horrified. She doesn't know where to go now, but our hero already has ideas. He wants to take her to a very beautiful place and asks her to relax. Ye Zong got into the car with everyone. They arrived in the desert, a large spacious one. His wife looked at everything with interest. There were incredibly beautiful views, which made her feel much better. First of all, the lady became interested in how he knew that she had always dreamed of visiting this place her whole life. But the brunette laughed and said that he could look into her heart. Such sweet words brought a slight blush to her face, and she couldn't help but smile. But in fact, his daughter told him about this and she remembered everything perfectly. Her girl relaxed. But when her mother left her with him, she was very worried that she would not be able to get used to him as a family member. But it seems that her fears were not justified at all. They get along very well. Blood ties are really stronger than any other. Suddenly, their pleasant conversation was interrupted by Jan. She noticed that they were in big trouble now. A car was following them. Our hero looked through the small window, and indeed, it looked very much like that. And so he stepped on the gas. Those guys also sped up. They really are following them. It's not without reason. Wu Jingge has already begun to suspect that someone from the Xiao family is stalking them. But her husband is very doubtful of it. Mrs. Yang continues to panic because they have no enemies here and they cannot understand who it could be. But now it doesn't matter much. What's important now is that they came to this particular place. Suddenly, these unknown people stepped on the gas, and literally a couple of centimeters from their car, Jan noticed this, and with horror warned the driver to be careful. Our hero warned her to sit down and not move, and he himself pressed the pedal. They moved forward and increased their speed. It seemed like Wu Zong had some kind of plan. The brunette began to quickly turn the steering wheel of the car and carefully watch the road. The first thing he wanted to do was turn to the side, which he did. The driver noticed that their target had changed course, and also decided to slow down. One of the men pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at the car of our hero and his family. His bullets hit the wheels. It looks like they are trying to puncture the tire. To avoid this, Zong stepped on the gas and drove forward. Yan tried to hold Nuan in her arms, who pressed her face into her shoulder and also grabbed tightly. When the terrible shaking finally ended, the girl rubbed her eyes and looked around to see if they had already arrived at their destination. Our hero turned to her, saying that it was not time yet. Now he needed to get out of the car and do something. But for now, while they were waiting, why not take a nap? When Zong clicked the doors, Jingge grabbed his shoulder and tried to somehow stop him from doing anything. The boy looked her straight in the eyes and carefully removed her hand, convincing her that everything would be fine. He would be back soon, and therefore she needed to stay here and look after her daughter. Finally, the woman asked her lover to be careful. The people who had started chasing them also got out of the van. Zong was already walking towards them. One of the bandits started laughing when he saw a Chinese man, supposedly from China, but saying goodbye to life in a country that was completely foreign to him. The man in the leopard shirt pointed a gun at him, but it seemed like our hero didn't care at all. He continued to come closer and closer to them. The brunette began to threaten him that if he continued to go further, he would shoot him. And a slight smile appeared on his face. Yet Zong looked at the two of them. They were just ordinary people. It seemed like there was no trick to them. After laughing, the guy stretched his neck. His body was so stiff after a long drive that he thought he wouldn't find any opponents to stretch his bones a little. And that inadequate man continued to threaten him that if he took one step, he would shoot, to which our hero calmly responded and even urged him to do so. The man laughed. What an arrogant kid they had come across, and he wasn't even going to put the gun away. The comrades began to discuss what to do with him. If they killed him right away, it would be too easy. To begin with, it would be best to shoot him in the leg, as another suggested. The red-haired man agreed. The idea was great for him, and so, aiming at the leg, a shot rang out. Suddenly, he heard a loud scream near him. The bullet hit not Zong but his comrade. The man looked at him with horror as he grabbed his leg and tried to somehow explain that it really wasn't him. He was aiming right at that guy. Our hero laughed and, looking straight into his eyes, suggested repeating the shot. He froze in place, and it seemed that this meant that he wanted help. Zong began to rotate his fingers. On these bandits, it is worth using very weak spells but effective. Putting 2 fingers to himself, he finished. Immediately after these words, a bullet flew at the red-haired man. He felt a lot of pain, and he lost consciousness and flew to the side. His ally looked at our hero with horror. There really was some kind of demon in front of them, after which it hit him too. Now they both lay on the ground, unable to do anything. For the young mage, it was just a waste of time and effort. The guy headed towards his car, passing by a truck, when suddenly he was stopped. The man heard someone's voice calling him, which made him turn around. A bearded man got out of the van and asked the Chinese man to help him. He needed to save him and his friends. But first, Zong called his entire family to come and be present. According to this unknown man, these were the people who kidnapped them, and the guy asked for details. The bearded man nodded his head, explaining that they were a gang of robbers. And that's not all. They have about a dozen gangsters who are engaged in intercepting cars on the highway, killing and robbing. Besides this, From this, you can understand that they have no drop of humanity. After the robbery, they all kill their victims. Zong's wife doesn't understand at all. If they take the money, then why would they kill? There is definitely no humanity in them. And this man survived. Because they need trucks to transport the cars they captured. And driving such a large vehicle requires good skills and practice in driving, especially in the desert. And that is precisely why, only under this condition, these monsters give drivers a chance. The bearded man ran up to our hero and took him by the hands, squeezing them tightly. He was very glad that he met our hero today, and thanked him for everything. The guy stepped back and asked them to stop doing that. He didn't do anything wrong, and these people just got in his way. Well, since it was all over, he could go, and so Zong said goodbye to him as expected. The old man ran up to him and asked him to stop, gently taking him by the shoulder. He explained that although he was safe now, his brother drivers were still in the hands of these bandits. Moreover, they had robbed more than a dozen cars in the area. Today, they would be transporting them to a new place for crimes. They saw their faces, and they would surely kill them before they moved to their new lair. After these words, the old man fell to his knees in front of our hero and asked him for help. He wants him to help him save his brothers. Jan interrupted their conversation. Since at least one of them was saved, why doesn't he call the police? As it turned out, it would be useless. They had a lot of weapons and ammunition in their hands. They were many times more powerful than the police. Every time the cops surrounded them, they could fight back. It ended with big losses for the police, and as soon as they opened fire, the bandits would use their brothers as hostages. This nightmare brought tears to the man's face, because these people with whom he got into such a mess are very honest. They always got everything by their own labor. Each of them has their own family. But because of these inadequate people, they can't do anything. And then Nuon approached her uncle and asked why he was crying. When he saw the baby, he cried even harder. As it turned out, his friend Jerry recently became a father. This time he called him to work and no one knows what happened to him. If he dies, then the bearded man does not know what to tell his loved ones. The little girl looked into her dad's eyes and almost shed a tear herself. She felt very sorry for him, and so she asked him to help him. Her mother always told her that boys are always stronger than girls, and they will not shed tears over trifles, but only do so when faced with something very serious. And this bearded uncle spills whole rivers, and probably he faced great difficulties. Nuon sincerely wants Zong to help him. Our hero laughed. He agreed, but only because his girl asked for it. The man looked at him with great hope. Could he really save all his friends? The little girl said that her dad never lies, and therefore the uncle can be calm and not worry. They already had a perfect plan in their heads. Our hero asked to be brought to their lair, and they got into the truck. When they arrived, they saw two men, armed to the teeth, guarding the entrance. The bearded man said that this was their second place. The robbers were inside it, and they needed to somehow get in there. Yizong understood what he should do next, so he asked his friend to get out of the car and find a place to hide, and he would continue driving on his own. Of course, this coward had a lot of doubts. He continues to chatter and chatter because he feels guilty for letting him go there all alone. Our hero sighed heavily and asked to simply get out of the car because he was now going to drive through the main gate. The old man did not expect to hear this, but still, he could not do anything and therefore began to slowly open the doors and go out. Finally, he explained that they had too many weapons. Everyone carried at least 3, and he had to be more careful. Having moved to the driver's seat, Zong was not afraid but said that the more the better. And now it was time to leave. Our hero drove on, and the nose of the van became visible to those two. The men noticed that they had already returned and gave the command to open the gates. That bearded man stood from around the corner and watched everything that was happening. It seems to him that he is doing the wrong thing, because now he strongly doubts that this young and fragile boy will be able to defeat them all alone. However, this foreigner also has a wife and children, and he is very sorry. He is afraid that he will not be able to tell them directly if suddenly these gangsters kill him. Suddenly, he heard powerful shots, and this was the last straw. He began to panic and came out from around the corner. The man ran to the gate to save his Chinese brother. He began to literally tear them out with his own hands. He now wants to deal with all the robbers on his own. Suddenly, the doors open. His comrades come out and look around. The man is very happy to see them, that they are all alive and well. But he still became interested in seeing what was going on there and asked the others to disperse and let him see. These bandits were lying on the ground with no signs of life. Eyewitnesses said that a Chinese man had just arrived there. They all started shooting at him point blank. But somehow magically all the bullets flew in the opposite direction and that man was not hurt. One of his comrades said that he saw his eyes shining. Some god must have sent him to save them. This really seems like the truth because such miracles do not just happen. And besides, this hero without a cloak immediately left this place after he freed all the hostages. Many wanted to thank him personally, but did not have time. The old man also regretted very much that he did not have time to say the last words, but mentally wished him that the Lord would bless his entire family. Meanwhile, the young man had already returned to his family, and they got into the car and drove on. The little girl, after everything that happened, only now remembered that he had promised to solve that uncle's problem and asked if everything had worked out. The man smiled back at her. Didn't he say that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't handle? The girl climbed up to him from the back seat and hugged him, and each time she began to love him more and more. After this, Zong turned to his beloved and asked if she would reward him with anything. The woman became slightly embarrassed, jokingly calling him a braggart. Just as she wanted to say something else, she heard someone's stomach rumble behind her. It looks like it's her daughter. She just laughed. It looks like her Nuan is hungry. When they arrive at the hotel, Mom will definitely cook her something to eat. The little girl laughed and said that she was a bad cook and that was why she only wanted to eat her daddy's food. The woman felt awkward and even offended by this, but her husband defended her. He explained to the girl that her mother did not know how to cook because she had previously been busy with work. But now she has free time and soon she will learn to do it much better than her father. The long-haired girl smiled back and promised that Nuan would still have time to fall in love with her cooking. Suddenly, Ye Zong received a call from someone, and it was his uncle. The man picked up the phone and immediately started yelling at him. He was outraged that he didn't tell him about his problems. Had he really become a stranger to him? As it turns out, the old man knows about all the troubles that happened to them in America and asked them not to hide anything from him. He knows that he stole Xiao Chenhu's bride, and now he's wandering around on the run because the Tao family wants to make him pay the bills. Hearing the way he called Jinga, the woman, she yelled at him, asking him not to do it again. From her voice, the uncle realized that it was she. And immediately after such a small outburst of anger, the long-haired one asked for forgiveness for her rude behavior. She was too emotional. Zong turned to his uncle and asked if he remembered Nuan, his and Jing's biological daughter. The man also said that they had been together for 4 years, but they had not yet registered their marriage. This time the Cao family had crossed the line and kept his lover under house arrest because she did not want to marry Chenhu. They wanted to give her away in exchange for shares, and so he simply took her away. Just now, the old man saw the whole picture. He couldn't believe that Chenhu dared to bully his dear niece, and asked Zong not to worry about it at all. He was on their side, and so he suggested sending them guards just in case. The boy said that they still haven't returned to China. They went on a family trip to kill time, and Nuan interrupted their conversation and told them that her dad brought her and her mom to a desert pearl. There is sand everywhere here that looks like gold. She really likes it here, and she would like her grandpa to be with them. Hearing that they were in the desert, the old man was delighted and asked to send him their address. He would immediately call Chen Yuan so that he could find them. Our hero started to object, but the man asked him not to refuse because now his future heir was next to him, and if something happened to him, he would not know who to leave the entire fund to. The couple in love met each other's eyes and smiled. They understood each other, and therefore, finally, they agreed that he would send the address immediately after he booked the hotel and hung up. Yizong looked at his lady and asked why she was looking at him like that. The woman just looked at him and thought. She initially considered him poor, and after he bought a house, she was ready to live this difficult life with him. Also, she doesn't recognize him and can't believe that he not only owns the entire charity fund, but is also the future heir of his uncle. Too much information for her in such a short period of time. The brunette dared to suggest that his wife looked down on him. He could not allow his wife and daughter to suffer next to him. And so, he warned in advance that from today onwards, as Zong's woman, she must be prepared for various surprises at any time. He said this with such a funny expression on his face that the long-haired girl laughed out loud. Madame also asked him not to forget that she was still Cao Jinga, and now she wonders. Her husband has no blood relation with his uncle. Then why did he allow him to inherit the charity fund, which our hero promised to tell her a little later? And Zong warned in advance that when they arrived at the hotel, he needed his family to stay in the room for a while, because he needed to go into the city for a short while. Soon the family arrived at the place and began to carefully examine the main entrance, where they were met by an assistant. The lady asked if Mr. Yezong had really arrived. The man stepped forward and smiled, followed by his other family members. The brunette said in a friendly manner that Chen Quan had been waiting for them in the hall for a long time, and so she asked him to come with her. Our hero was a little surprised that everything happened so quickly. After all, he hadn't booked a room yet. The boy turned to his guys and asked them to go on while he dealt with all this that lay ahead of him. And his guest was already tired of waiting. He first walked around the room, and then sat down in a comfortable chair and simply waited. Yezong entered his office and asked if he wanted to see him there. The long-haired man smiled. He must have wondered how he knew his location if he didn't tell his uncle the address. And immediately Chen asked not to be surprised. After all, no one can slip through his eyes, since he entered this city. Then he knows about his every move. Our hero immediately began to suspect that it was that old man who had instructed him to watch him. Although the adoptive father treats Zong as his own, this does not mean that Chen has exactly the same attitude towards him. Of course, his guest has slightly mixed feelings, since they have never met before, but he is already unhappy. Long Hair explained that it was not because Wan Shen would be inherited by an outsider. The four of them grew up with an adoptive father, and each has abilities and loyalty to their father. He allowed our hero to become the heir because his parents were once merciful to him. This man is a very kind person, but this is not an indicator of strength, and therefore Chen wants to test how strong Zong really is. And as the keeper of the Pearl of the Desert, he cannot watch his adoptive father give his business into the hands of others, and therefore he does not want to let his work go to waste. The brunette raised an eyebrow and asked how he was going to test his abilities. The tall man stood up from his seat and declared that if his young guest could defeat him, then he would admit that he was worthy of such an honor. And his serious tone made Zong laugh. He was indeed much more serious than the others he had seen. But before he began, he asked himself, if it happened that he felt the taste of defeat, would he be able to let him go alive? Longhair explained that he had such a close relationship with his father that he would never dare to do something like that. However, if he gave in now, they would find another way to resolve the issue. After all, his dad still had the power to reverse the decision. Our hero smiled back at him. He accepted the challenge, but first asked him to tell him about his abilities. He wants all this in order to understand who his opponent is. He is not going to fight weak people. Uncle said that of all the children, he was the one who could best manage the casino, and one could conclude that the old man was counting on him. The brunette extended his hand forward and just grinned. A light breeze rose around. Yezong summoned many cards and closed his eyes, choosing only one. Now his opponent is faced with the task of using his ability to figure out what exactly it is. The long-haired man forced a smile. Is his rival really looking down on him? He can see through copper and iron walls, according to him. There was silence between the men. He carefully closed his eyes and whispered the spell to use the ability and was able to open them. His gaze turned to our hero, who was still standing motionless, holding the card in his hands, and at that very moment the long-haired man was horrified. The card had not changed at all in appearance. He could not understand what exactly it was. The brunette looked him straight in the eyes. Can he really see through copper and even iron walls, but can't make out what's hidden behind a sheet of paper? He says, as if mockingly. It seems that it is too early for him to talk about how strong his abilities are, because the higher you jump, the more painful the fall will be. Chen still can't come to his senses. It seems impossible to him, because he is confident in his abilities. And that is why he continues to make attempts to reach the end. Zong asks him not to strain himself in vain. It is impossible. Even if he looks closely, he still won't be able to see anything. And the whole trick is that there was nothing there. Our hero carefully turned the card over to the other side, and there was just a white piece of paper there. His opponent shouted at him and at first thought that he had cheated him, citing his dishonest machinations. The brunette laughed. It was not a lie at all. Apparently, he just wasn't smart enough to guess what was really there. As soon as he was made to look stupid, he simply began to burn with rage. His eyes began to shoot out a fiery laser. It was very unexpected for our hero that he would shoot straight at him. Another second and he could have hit the target. Fortunately, he dodged. Now it became clear to him that Chen also had pyrokinesis, and not just the X-ray vision that he boasted about. The young man could not bear such humiliation, and therefore warned him that he had better run away from here before he burned everything in his path. This fiery radiation from his eyes is not only extremely hot, but also extremely deadly to any person. Even a simple touch can damage bones and muscles, and this will lead to reversible damage to the body. The long-haired man admitted that he had no intention of killing him, but the young guest managed to anger him. Yezong just laughed, but in reality he was just curious about this person. and so he wanted to immediately test his abilities in practice. The man noticed that he had stopped and began to shout to save him, because he himself could not control himself now. He warned that such confidence could end badly for him, and the brunette stood in place and simply watched what would happen next, waiting for the moment when their eyes would meet. Just in time, Father Nuon managed to grab this hot and blazing beam of anger in one hand. All that was left was to diffuse it. There was nothing complicated about it, and it was able to cool his ardor instantly. His flame began to fade, and Chen's eyes gradually returned to normal. Suddenly, it was as if some force had thrown him back, and he blinked sharply. Such a wave washed over him that he fell to the ground and could not keep his balance. His eyelids hurt very much. He cannot open them, and literally screams in pain. And our hero approached him and tried to calm him down, telling him that everything was fine with them and there was no need to panic. As soon as the pain subsided, his worthless opponent was still able to open them. He sees everything, and this is good. Finally, the man calmed down and came to his senses, and began to slowly rise from the earth, watching his mysterious guest with interest. The boy explained to him that he still had not mastered his abilities enough. If he continued to release fire, he would completely deprive himself of his sight forever. Yezong projected roughly what his eyeballs would look like now if he hadn't stopped. And seeing this nightmare, he was seriously scared. The long-haired man sighed heavily, and he really should admit that he lost. His opponent really was stronger. He himself, deep down, was angry at his brothers and sister. The three of them told him that young Master Yezong was a loser and a weakling, convincing him that he could deal with him with one hand. The man remembers very well how they boasted to him that they let him go out of pity. And now that he had come to his territory, he had to teach him a good lesson to restore their reputation. His thoughts were interrupted by Zong, who asked if he accepted his defeat, since it seemed like they didn't have very high standards for the future heir. Longhair didn't immediately understand what was being discussed, but he should admit that he lost. And he is not his rival, he can insult him. But underestimating their enterprise is a big mistake, Father Nuon reassured him. He didn't think about it at all. His defeat didn't affect his opinion at all. Even though power competition is one of their tricks, after all, their whole family is involved in gambling. And it is quite normal that they want to subjugate capable people, whose strength they can count on in the future. Our hero reached such conclusions. Chen, in turn, praised him for being able to look ahead. Previously, he did not know him and could not notice this. But now, instead of hatred and envy, he begins to admire his new friend. And in honor of this, if of course it is convenient for the guest, he would like to invite him to play in one of their casinos. The brunette asked him not to hurry. He just arrived here and was driving the whole way. His wife and daughter were also tired, and now he needed to go to his room in order to spend some time with them. After all, family is above all. The gambling enthusiast, of course, took this with understanding and called the manager to his office. A blonde man came to them at his call and asked how he could be of service, and his boss told him about Mr. E, who had come to visit him as a guest, and also asked him to help him take good care of his family and himself, and therefore gave him orders to provide first-class service so that they would not need anything. And all the expenses that would be necessary, Chen himself would pay, and he went to carry out his order. Finally, his new friend asked him not to hesitate to contact him at any time, even if it was late at night. After their pleasant conversation, Zong prepared dinner and began calling his favorite girls. Well, as soon as the door opened, he saw how they were already fast asleep, covered with a blanket. The man came closer to them and began to look at them very carefully. Our hero remembers that several days have passed since he took Nuon from them. And every time now, when he sees this little girl, he himself does not understand why, but he feels incredible warmth in his heart. Is this really that very feeling of affection? For the cold-blooded mage, this was unexpected and unusual to feel. And he stood next to them for a couple more minutes, quietly. Suddenly, he remembered this capable guy who can see with his eyes through any solid walls. And in order to avoid such awkward situations, Zong already has an idea that sooner or later they will meet. And so he decided to put up a barrier in advance, just in case. It is transparent and completely invisible to Nuon and her mother. Now their sleep will be peaceful. Of course, not only them, but also our hero. These two were so tired after a hard day that they even forgot about dinner and simply fell asleep. To ensure that nothing disturbs them during the night, a barrier will be the best way to keep them safe in every sense. But it was still noisy outside, even though it was night. The brunette walked up to the window and looked at the night view with interest. He saw quite a few people who couldn't sleep as much as he did, so local business must be booming. And since he has nothing to do, why shouldn't he look around the whole room and not only hear while they are sleeping? After all this, the boy went outside to get some fresh air and headed to a place where there was a lot of noise. There were people nearby who looked like magicians. Someone was playing with fire. Someone was also juggling. There were also those who were eating sharp objects. Eyes run wild. It looks like the Royal Paradise is the name of one of the amusement parks. While Zong was looking at everything with interest, a strange man approached him, who immediately realized that he was not a local. And here is the largest casino in the Pearl of the Desert, according to him, that was able to interest our hero. Although it is quite popular, there are only 3 such points here, but the chance that you can win something there is less than half. The boss is called George Brown. He is the gambling tycoon of America. There are only 2 leaders at the head. One of them is the owner of the company Rava Entertainment and Chiklava. This man is the owner of the cool film studio Hakasha Pictures, and it was the 2 of them who opened the Royal Paradise. There is not only gambling here, but also all sorts of other fun entertainment. However, many people come here mainly to play a game. The stranger noticed that his friend was interested, and if he wanted to play too, he needed to go inside the building. Indeed, Zong would like to see these 2 bosses with his own eyes. The guy really found our hero to be a very interesting person. Now these 2 people must be relaxing at home and enjoying their heavenly and rich life. Now Father Nuon had a question. If someone wins 100 million, will they sit in one place? The blonde man warned him that the casino was equipped with video surveillance, and if he was caught red-handed cheating, he would have a hard time. But it seemed that Zong was not afraid of anything at all, and so he simply waved goodbye to him and walked further into the room. And this popular place is quite spacious. At this time of day, there are quite a lot of visitors who came to have fun. Our hero watched with interest everything that was happening here, and it seems that he really likes it. One blonde man threw 2 balls onto the board and they began to spin in a circle. The guys standing nearby sigh heavily. They are very unlucky today. The broker has already won 9 times. Today luck is clearly on his side. Our hero was among the spectators, and the blonde invited the new guest to play with them. The brunette smiled and came closer. Since he had won 9 times in a row, he would bet everything on 2 nines. He pushed a fairly large stack of chips forward. The others present watched him and were very surprised. They thought the probability of him hitting 2 identical numbers was extremely small, and in that case he would lose 2 million. Our hero admitted that he is not very good at roulette, but he knows for sure that the smaller the chance of winning, the higher the bet will be. The blonde nodded his head, and since the probability of hitting the same number was less than 0.5%, if someone won, they would receive 17 million yuan. Like a true Chinese, Zong uttered their favorite saying. And now, they could definitely get down to business. The fair-haired man smiled just before the start and wished him luck. He himself threw 2 balls, and everyone present watched their game attentively. Of course, our hero is not good at gambling, and therefore he will certainly use his strength. This time he needs 2 nines to come up. The guy made the balls spin further and faster, but everything looks as natural as possible. Everyone became interested in what the outcome would be, and everyone already sees that everything is going in our hero's favor. And Zong managed to pull off this little prank. He won a whole 70 million and everyone present began to praise him. But the blonde looks with interest and does not understand how this can be. It seems to him that something is wrong here, but of course maybe it was just luck. But even despite this, he congratulated him on his victory and asked if he would continue to play. The brunette agreed, because gambling is a pursuit of victory and he is very interested in what will happen next. The blonde guy doesn't mind at all, but he warned that they won't be able to continue playing on this floor of the casino because he has too many chips. And so that their game would not end now, he suggested going to the VIP zone, to which Zong agreed. Meanwhile, in the department where they monitor the CCTV cameras, everyone already knew that some newbie had won such a large sum. People checked the recordings from all the video cameras several times and found nothing suspicious. The casino manager dared to suggest that this might have been some kind of unusual trick. And that is why Robert ordered the 4 kings to be ready. And as soon as they discovered that their conqueror had any strength, then they were not to let him out alive. The blonde politely let the young guest into the VIP room, to which access was restricted. The service here is very different from the first floor of the casino, because the equipment is located here and the opponents are much stronger and higher class. In front of them now is a high-precision roulette table, which detects any electronic signals throughout the game. It has a very strong level of protection, and you can find out who is cheating and who is not. And therefore, all bets here are absolutely safe. 10,000 yuan will be enough to start the game. Our hero looked them straight in the eye and asked if he understood correctly that he was alone against 4 at once. After all, if they have any powers, then they are naturally capable of manipulating the results and one can lose alone. The blonde explained to the guest that all these people are professionals in their field, they have a very good reputation, and therefore, they will not affect the results of the game in any way, this can be guaranteed. However, if he doesn't mind, why doesn't he stop there, since such a large amount that he won is a pretty good indicator. But unfortunately for them, Zong really loves to overcome difficulties, and therefore, he is not going to stop there. After these words, our hero sat down at the table and suggested to begin. The blonde smiled at him and offered to place his bet first. The newbie is quite confident in himself. Luck is clearly on his side today, and that is why he decided to bet on 2 nines again, just like last time. The presenter watched his actions very carefully, and after the first accidental win, he felt a little uneasy. Of course, he couldn't object, and so he accepted his move. And those people who were watching everything from the cameras, especially Robert, then gave orders to everyone else present to get ready. They used their power, having agreed in advance on how to expose the fraudster. The guys worked together to set up a protective barrier that was almost invisible. Our hero also continued to use his machinations. Those 2 balls were spinning the way he wanted. Robert watches everything very closely, and he cannot believe that his colleagues did not see any violations on the recordings. The men nodded their heads and some even began to think that perhaps they had missed something, even though they were looking intently. But the blonde continued to doubt that this young man had been lucky with 9s twice. This was something. It couldn't be, and he couldn't believe it. His subordinates also began to raise their voices at him. Does he really doubt their strength? Of course, the probability of such a result is extremely small. If he used the abilities, they would feel it immediately. After all, no one is able to escape their eyes, and the boss knows very well. However, there is some speculation that Zong may have begun to use some high-level tricks that are beyond their abilities. Robert sighed heavily. They wouldn't find out anything that way, and so he suggested that they go down there themselves. The game's host himself came to the manager. He was in a panic. A whole 2,400,000,000? If he continued to play for money again, it would definitely not end well, and therefore, the blonde could not allow him to make even one more bet with them. The first thing he asked was to think about how to calm him down. It was too big a sum, and he wouldn't be able to pay it without permission from their boss. The blonde nodded his head obediently. He would do everything possible to make this nightmare stop. And in order to discuss everything in more detail with more understanding people, he called 2 more of his colleagues. The mustachioed man, when he saw Robert, was very happy, so much so that he began to take pictures of him. His friend became much more handsome than before, and also he shared with him first of all that he was preparing a new film, and therefore invited him to take part in the filming. The blonde smiled at Mr. Chiclava. He was sincerely glad that he had offered him such a thing, but he had no talent for filming, and so he refused. But with Mr. George, he needed to discuss something serious. Of course, he understood that he should not disturb him at such a time, but it was important for him to tell him that something was going wrong in the casino. His woman left so as not to distract them from their important conversation. Drinking wine, the man asked what happened, and his friend did too. Robert told him about our hero who came to the casino today and spent 2 million yuan on the initial bet and won almost all the money in 2 games in a row, and it looks like he intends to continue it. George almost choked on his wine after hearing this and then began coughing violently. The man can't react calmly to such news. This boy must have cheated, and he asked me if they sent 4 kings there with their abilities. Blue-eyed looked him straight in the eye. He reported that they had done so without his orders, but these people were absolutely certain that he had not deceived in the least and had played fair. George. Even in spite of this, he is very strong in such a guest, whoever he may be, and gives the order to kill him by any means necessary because he will receive as much as 2,400,000. Usadi asked Robert if he knew who it was that came to them and where he came from, and it was also important for him to know how many people he brought with him to their casino. The man reported to him that they still knew practically nothing. The only thing they knew was that he was Chinese by nationality and that he had come alone. Mr. Chiclava sighed heavily and agreed to pay him, which made his other colleague think he was crazy because he had completely different plans. The mustachioed man asked George to use his brain a little in the old days. Whoever this man was, He still came to them alone and won so much money in front of the professional four kings who did not reveal the deception. Today, it is Zong who is in the spotlight. If he dies immediately after leaving the casino, then people will begin to doubt them and even be afraid. And that is why there is a huge risk of losing not only A's business and reputation, and what he should do with his half, he must decide for himself. But if they don't have enough money, Chiclava himself is ready to give up his share. The man folded his arms across his chest and just snorted in displeasure. Was his friend really ready to pay his money? In any case, he wasn't going to stay, since he followed the principle that all Jews were cowards. He proudly closed his eyes and raised his head up, and the blonde asked him to watch his language. He didn't like his manner of communication. He must understand perfectly well that this is the same business as any other, and if he dares to say any nasty things about his nation again, then Chiclava will refuse to cooperate with him and go somewhere else. Hearing this, the man laughed, turning it all into a joke. He had to agree that they needed to deal with this Chinese guy quickly and decide what to do next. Of course, losing money in games, especially gambling, is a common thing. But to take money from Mr. Chiclava himself, Zong has to try hard. And therefore, he gives orders to Robert to call him here, because he wants to talk to him. The blonde obediently led him into a small room where they chatted. And our hero, as always, walked very proudly and with a smile on his face. George is the first to get on his bad side. He can't believe how this young guy has the guts to get involved with George Brown's casino. He honestly feels like he's been hanging around there too long and it's time for him to leave. Our hero just smiled. He didn't know that the casino owner would turn out to be some old and incompetent crook who doesn't like and doesn't want to pay his bills. The man ordered him to treat him with respect. Otherwise, he threatened to take his life with just one order. And Mr. Chiclava, instead of supporting his friend, asked what the name of his young guest was. Yedzong looked up and said his real name. And at that very moment, the blonde remembered that in front of him was the same magician who had taught Wang Mu Duan a lesson and also defeated the three heirs of Master He Chengsen. It is worth recognizing that in business, everyone is against each other. So you need to know your opponents well because this is just a real battle. The blonde man laughed loudly, and He Chen-sang really knows how to choose good people. So he suggests that our hero end this as quickly as possible, since he respects him so much. Sadie orders Robert to give him a check for 1,200,000,000 and throw in another 50 million as a gift for his nephew, to which he obediently nodded his head. Zong still stands and peers into his face. Behind his smile, it seems that something is hidden that looks like he is much more thoughtful than his partner. George is of course unhappy with this decision and tries to object. However, business is of course good, but people are not robots. They must give him what he won with honest work. The grump turned to our hero and said that he could give him money, but on one condition: if from now on he never came to his casino again in his life, he really can keep an eye on the visitors. But there is something else. Yezong reminded him that without providing a valid reason for blacklisting the person, they would lose even more money than they had now. And what's more, their casino might even end up being closed down for such unauthorized behavior. Of course, the brunette is not against playing with these four masters again, but only in a different game. This time he will once again bet on 2 nines, and therefore asks if such conditions are suitable for them. The old man gritted his teeth and asked his partner Robert to silently give him the check he needed. He didn't want to worry about it any longer. The blonde walked up to him and handed him a piece of paper, which was the check. No matter how much he didn't want to do it, he had to. Father Nuon saw how upset he was, so he gave him the 50 million as a tip. Robert caught the coin in surprise when his new friend so deftly tossed it into the air. After all that happened, our hero turned his back on them and headed straight for the door. He heard that this was indeed a huge and luxurious town. Even he didn't know how much he would need to spend all this money. But he would definitely come back here when his money ran out. George, out of nerves, took his favorite alcoholic drink. He was simply furious. No one had ever spoken to him like this young boy. This Chinese guy really does allow himself to be taken for granted, but they can't say anything against him. Mr. Chiclava asked to trust him. It would be better to spend $1,200,000,000 than to deal with him. And besides, he knows perfectly well that for his friend such a sum is not so big, and he just found the right moment to offer him to sponsor his film again. These words of Ta and the teasing about his beautiful women angered the casino owner himself. He broke the bottle in a fit of emotion. Its fragments flew everywhere. He promises that one day he will finish with He Chensen, and with him at the same time. That Chinese brat must be having a lot of fun winning such a big amount of money. It really irritates him. He knows what to do about it now and he's not going to sit still. And this lucky newbie can continue to enjoy the calm and peaceful life for now. The man called his old friend Xiao and greeted him politely. It had been a long time since they had called each other or chatted on the phone. The blonde asked Brown how he knew his number, since he wasn't that familiar with him, to which the old man asked him not to be so cold, since he just wanted to be friends with a young man like him. George told him that he was aware of the latest events, how his bride was stolen by that scoundrel, after which he heard a disgruntled cry in the receiver. His ear almost got blocked. The young guy thinks that he called him to laugh, but as it turns out, the man is going to help him. It seems to him that he really wants to know where this inadequate and crazy Ye Zong is now, who, because of a woman, decided to fly to America, and Xiao promises to tear him to pieces. A wide smile appears on the casino owner's face. Now his friend can start sharpening his knives right now. After the conversation, the men decided what to do next. The former so-called husband of Jinga gives the order to the servants to go down and prepare everything necessary, because now they will go to the Pearl of the Desert. And his brother, Cheng Bao, when he heard the purpose and location of their trip, he wanted to go with them. He loves these places very much, but he has not been there for a very long time. Mr. Cheng Hu seemed to understand why he needed all this, because it was a good place to make a lot of money. If he hadn't gotten into trouble, they would now have their own casino in this city. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a girl who was sitting next to them and heard everything. Her nerves are already at the limit. Her brother hasn't changed at all over the years. They've done so many bad things without any regrets. And this time, she really regrets coming back here. The blonde jumped up from his seat and yelled at Qing Luan. He couldn't believe that she allowed you to say such terrible things about her own brothers. And let me also remind you that everything they do now, be it good or bad, is all for the good of the family. Mr. Cheng Hu understands perfectly well that she hates them, and that's why she ran away 3 years ago. They haven't seen her for so long. She didn't get in touch or answer his calls, and now he started to press on her pity, pretending to be very worried. And of course, he tries to prove to her that her older brother has really changed, that over the years he has worked hard to improve their company, and now their family has their own business. He did it all for her, according to him. But can't she forgive him in any way? The girl just snorted and didn't listen to her brother. She asks not to say such sweet things, like this is all for her. She is sure that these two shameless people have earned enough money from all this. The brunette approached her and yelled at her. He couldn't allow such a rude conversation with his own brother, and again tried to remind her how hard it was for them to run such a complex business. Madame crossed her arms over her chest. She doesn't want to talk to them, even though she was absent even for the last few years. She heard a lot about the bad deeds they did. And besides, if he weren't her brother, she would have given him a good spanking for all those girls and for the other people who suffered because of them. After her kicking, Cheng Bao began to laugh nervously and ask him to calm her down. She was quite aggressive today. The blonde looks at them and is only touched. They really are like little children. Jing's ex-fiancé turned to his younger sister. He understands perfectly well everything that she feels, but he knows perfectly well that she will not miss his wedding. And if she considers them her brothers, then she simply must attend it, whether she wants to or not. The long-haired girl turned away from him when she received an invitation from him. And first of all, she thought that he had really changed during all this time, since he had taken on such serious things and decided to get married and start a family. However, here too everything turned out to be unclean. He took someone else's bride. It turns out that his actions went beyond the bounds of decency. He is still a thief. Mr. Xiao tried to get out of it again. If her husband died, then she would be considered a widow. And he himself again tries to explain to her that she supposedly misunderstood everything. He very skillfully pretends that he really likes Mrs. Cao Jinga, and that everything should be serious between them. Her family also approved of their marriage, but who knew that that inadequate person with the Ye pedigree would appear, who would come from China to America and kidnap her? As it turned out, he even sent his man to them to investigate this matter. And he was told that he had forcibly taken her away from the family home where she was being held. His men tried to stop him, but nothing worked. He easily killed all the guards and even wounded Cao Qinlan. And now, he supposedly worries about his bride, whom he loves, and it seems that she fell for such a lie. The girl listens to everything with her eyes wide open and cannot believe her ears. And her little brother gives her consent for her to ask anyone from the Cao family. Anyone from there will confirm her words. And besides that, even the worst brother wouldn't lie to his own sister. He says this with a smile, as if he really feels something for Jinga. Before his relative could answer, security suddenly burst through the door and informed Mr. Xiao that the car was ready. Before leaving, the blonde reminded Qing Luan that she had just returned home, and therefore she needed to rest, and he himself would return as soon as he took his bride back, and also promised that she would tell her about this whole story that happened between them on her own. Without waiting for an answer from the girl, he turned away from her and called his brother to follow him. It was high time to go. As the men headed for the door, they were stopped by their sister. The girl adjusted her cap and put her hands to the sides. She was going to go with them. The blonde asked her not to joke like that, because the Pearl of the Desert is the most dangerous place for young girls, and he allegedly does not want to expose her to serious danger. The long-haired one understands everything perfectly well, and it is clear that she fell for his lie. However, she will not believe him 100% until she personally sees that woman. For her, this is the main reason why she wants to go, and the men only glanced at each other, but still, they knew that it was useless to convince her of anything and agreed to take her with them. Our hero came to his friend, who likes to shoot lasers from his eyes, and told him that he won quite a large sum in the Royal District. But unfortunately, he was only allowed to play 2 games, and he remembered that he seemed to be going to make a bet with him. He would like to know when it would be convenient for him to start playing. His former rival laughed awkwardly. He asked to spare him. It was very good that his father did not know that he was so good at gambling. Mr. Yezong laughed. He would be lenient if his guide did a good job today and showed him the city. The long-haired man promised to take care of it. There really are a lot of interesting things in the Pearl Desert. You won't get bored here. And of course, this is especially true for the shopping paradise, where in one day you can visit the most luxurious stores in the world. If he wants to go there, then you just need to tell his friend about it. He will arrange everything. But before that, of course, our hero needs to know which way the vegetable market is located. After a short walk around the shops, he bought a lot of vegetables and other things, from which he is now going to cook food for his girls. His baby and wife are still asleep, but it seems that Nuan, through his sleep, begins to smell the aroma of food coming from the kitchen. The girl jumped up from her seat and quickly began to remove the blanket from herself. She already knew that this all meant that her dad had started cooking, and she jumped up so abruptly that she frightened Mrs. Jingy. She also woke up. His beloved daughter ran towards the smell of her father's cooking, and her mother had not yet fully woken up and did not understand what was happening here. It took her some time to get together with her bodyguard and come to the kitchen. Now, for the first time, she will see the dishes that her husband cooks so well. Her Nuan really didn't lie to her that her father cooks well. The long-haired girl began to look with interest at the set table. There were fried beans, stewed pork, steamed fish, shrimp with spinach, mushroom soup with chops, and many other delicious things. She looked at our hero with a smile and asked him how he knew what her favorite dishes were. And he, in turn, stroked Nuan's head. It was easy to guess that Nuan had told him everything. The girl nodded her head as it turned out. Her dad asked her what her mom liked to eat, and she couldn't keep silent. The woman turned her face towards him, and a slight blush appeared on her face. She was very pleased that he had become so attentive. She began to smile without even noticing it. The man told the girls that there was too much water in the food and that the ingredients were not fresh enough, and so he asked them to wait for him until he returned and prepared something new. Of course, Yan Ling started to be rude as always. For her, even if it looks appetizing, it doesn't mean that the taste will be just as good and will meet her expectations. If she doesn't like it that much, then she can of course not eat anything. Yezong doesn't mind at all. The blonde, in turn, expected a completely different reaction and did not know what to say. Her sister grabbed her hand and led her to the table. She still wants her to try his cooking. The woman sat the pest at the table. Her husband himself said that he would feed them later, but what was stopping them from trying these dishes at the same time? The whole family sat down at their places, and Jing finally persuaded Yang to try at least something from the table. And of course, Nuan's mom also wants to have a snack now. The first thing she would like to try is a salad with shrimp and spinach. These pieces of cooked shellfish melt in your mouth. If they opened their own restaurant, they would always eat delicious food. She really liked it. Our hero asked her if she would be ashamed to use her abilities to become the owner of this establishment. The lady was a little confused and asked him to speak more specifically. She did not understand what he was talking about now. The brunette believes that she could easily return to the business world. At least she definitely has experience. Jingja herself really wants this, but all her funds and connections remained in the Cao family with whom she left. And now she does not have a drop of capital and does not see the possibility. Our hero smiled at her and wanted to cheer her up. Even if she no longer worked for those inadequate people, no one would cancel her contacts with other companies. And as for capital, he handed her that check from the casino and asked if 1,200,000,000 would be enough for her. When she saw such a huge sum, her eyes almost popped out of her head in surprise. And the guy told her that he had won it all in a very large casino that he had recently visited. The long-haired girl was confused. She couldn't take such a huge amount of money from him, but on the other hand, hadn't she herself agreed to him supporting the two of them? In short, for the young magician, money is just numbers, and so he allows her to take as much from his wallet as she needs. Since Jing chose him, he will give her everything she wants, and it does not necessarily have to be a rich life with beautiful clothes and food. It is also about the opportunity to realize your ideas and realize any ambitions. Hearing this, tears began to well up in the lady's eyes. She couldn't believe that she had met such a person. She is also worried about why he is so trusting, because they are not even married. And he gave her such a large sum of money, and he is not afraid that she can let him down or something like that. And Nuan hears everything and wants mom and dad to get married. The long-haired one laughed and stroked her head, and asked if her daughter knew what this word meant, to which she nodded her head in response. For her, marriage means that she can stay with her mom and dad, and when it all happens, they will never have to be separated from each other again. And that is why she wants it so much. The little girl made up her mind and told her mother how many different aunties liked him. When they were flying on the plane, many beauties allegedly did not take their eyes off him and asked all the time if he had a girlfriend. But Zong said that they were all just asking him for directions. His wife asked the girl if dad was happy when all these beauties talked to him. She said that he ignored them all, and then Nuan herself told them all that Yezong already had a wife and she was his mother, after which they all retreated, for which Jing praised her. She is very pleased to have such a daughter, and therefore promises to give her a gift as a reward. The girls are going to take money from their dad and go to the store to buy the baby everything she likes. It's actually very noisy in the town right now. It's a hot day, but there are quite a lot of people on the street. As the mother promised her daughter, they went to the store and picked out a beautiful dress for her. There are quite a lot of choices now, and Jingy picked out one that suits Nuan very well and matches her eyes and hair color, and at one point Madame turned back and saw her husband standing to the side, holding their bag, just smiling. But her sister is standing aside, and so the long-haired one decided to cheer her up and found a suitable outfit for her. She is sure that this style should suit her. The blonde was a little confused. After all, they came here to buy clothes for Jingge and Nuan, which means it would be better if they chose something for themselves and didn't waste time on her. The sister was a little upset because they buy clothes together, so why is she so distant from them? Nuan even joined in her persistence, but she still preferred to stay aside and wait for them outside. After all, she still thinks that since one of them is his wife and the other is his daughter, it is normal that they take clothes for his money. But she is just some kind of bodyguard, and she does not want him to think that she is taking advantage of his kindness. Madame continued to be even more insistent. As her guard, she must fulfill all her requests, and therefore, right now, she wants her to try on this beautiful dress. The girls are starting to get angry that she's resisting so much, and eventually, Yanling gives in. While that mean girl goes to the fitting room, Jingge wants to get advice from her daughter on which dress looks better on her, red or blue. But it's very difficult to choose because they are incredibly beautiful in their own way. The saleswoman came up to them and said that the child was right. Her mother had such white skin and a very good figure that she could wear absolutely any color. And therefore, since that was the case, the husband said that they would take both at once. The long-haired one thinks that they are absolutely the same, and one will be more than enough for her, but Zong sees that they have different colors. And even though the style is the same, why force yourself to choose? The woman felt very embarrassed that so much money was being spent on her. She thought it would be too wasteful. And the brunette asked the saleswoman to pack up these two dresses and the others that they had tried on earlier. The saleswoman approached Jinga and told her that other men constantly complained to her about their wives. However, she saw him for the first time from such a kind and generous man, which made her very envious, after which a slight blush appeared on the girl's face. And just at this moment, Yezong received a call. It was Uncle Yi. It seems that he was worried about something. He was told that he left the hotel and could not be found anywhere. He wants to know where he is now. The guy looked at the girls and said that he and his woman were in a clothing store right now, and also asked why he was so worried. The old man demanded that they leave there as quickly as possible because Xiao Chenghu was already in the city and he was against Zong, which was very bad. The men talked, and then our hero turned to his wife and said that they would no longer be able to go shopping today and that they urgently needed to return to the hotel. But also, To compensate for everything that they would miss out on now, the guy promised to take them another day. He had to admit that that brat from the Xiao family was already here, and it was quite dangerous to be here. Just from his name, she shuddered and turned pale, but they had no time to be afraid now. Immediately after these words, the ceiling of the building began to collapse. It seems that these scoundrels had already figured out where they were. People started to run away. Everything around started to burn. Fragments and large stones were flying straight at them. Suddenly, from under the smoke and dust, a huge monster appeared, similar to the Hulk. He was heading straight towards the family. Our hero came closer. Stepping forward, he protected his girls. And Nuan also noticed that this offspring looked like that hero from the movie. It began to laugh, calling the girl sweet, and now it threatens that he will take her to himself first. And the first thing he did was approach their defender, intending to crush him with one of his huge fists. The guy doesn't know how strong he is, and therefore he thinks that it would be better if they could avoid a fight, especially when Jing and Nuan are nearby. He grabs both of them in his arms and jumps to the side. Other shop visitors also try to run as fast as they can. They have never seen such a monster. When Jing got into the car, she remembered about Yang Ling and began to worry. But the man calmed her down, because the main target for this creature is them, and not her bodyguard. That's why he's sure that everything will be fine with her. But now he needs to focus on escaping from this monster, who also jumps quite a long distance. One jump of his was enough to reach the back wall of the car. When Zong got behind the wheel, he saw him. Of course, he quickly started the car and was about to run away, to which the Hulk-like monster began to laugh. Of course, he is not going to retreat, and therefore runs right after the car. The people who were standing next to him even began to fall off their feet. He is so strong that just from his steps the whole earth shakes. This long-eared beast seemed to have gone crazy. He began to grab all the cars around and throw them straight into Zong's salon. The guy sees everything. He has never seen such an inadequate person in his life, and therefore, he even starts to get a little nervous. Suddenly, through the earphone, he heard someone calling him. It was his friend Chen Quan, asking if everything was okay with him, because his father had just told him to call him. They haven't met the villain who kidnapped his wife directly yet, but it must be one of his men. He has destructive power, and there are too many people in this shopping district who can get hurt, and that's why he can't fight here. Now he needs any help to find a secluded place where they can deal with him. Longhair told his friend that he knows that there is an abandoned garage next to this one. As an option, you can lure him there. He will wait for them there. Our brave and courageous father turned to Jing and asked him to hug Nuan tightly. Now he was going to pick up even more speed. After he saw her do it, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal and drove even faster. People in the office that was nearby and other establishments were also in a panic. Someone was shouting at the whole hall that a monster was walking down the street and wanted someone to call the police. Everyone present looked at him with slight confusion and did not understand what he meant. Suddenly, the bearded man saw a car drive past the establishment, in which Zong was sitting, and as soon as he recognized his face, he jumped up from his seat and screamed. He told his friend that the man behind the wheel was the same Chinese man he had told them about who had saved them all last time. But now the question arose as to why this monster was chasing him, and everyone else basically doesn't care what the reason is. This man is their savior, and they want to pay him back and can't sit back and do nothing when he and his family are in serious danger. The men began to leave the bar in a crowd and ran straight after them. Meanwhile, the group of pursuers were already in the desert. Their most important, Mr. Xiao, was informed that there was another little girl with them. It seemed that this was their real daughter. She looked to be 3 or 4 years old, as this monster described. And the blonde didn't care at all what awaited her. She was only concerned about Jinga herself. His sister heard everything. She can't believe that after that he still dares to tell her that he doesn't steal other people's wives. Now she's sure that this is complete nonsense. After what she saw, she just wants to go outside. She was going to open the door, but she was stopped. And it seems the girl is not at all worried about the fact that she might die of thirst. It is in any case better than sitting in the same car with these inadequate people. The blonde turned to her and asked why she didn't believe her older brother. After all, if this child really belonged to this woman, then why had she never spoken about her child in public? He had already made up the story that this proved that she was in great danger. And his brother also added that several years ago someone tried to kidnap Cao Jingge. Perhaps this man was the same kidnapper from whom she gave birth to a daughter. And now he kidnapped her again. The long-haired girl looked him straight in the eyes. Was he really trying to save their future daughter-in-law? The girl sighed heavily and still asked him not to let her down this time, to which she saw a smile in response. The master ordered his subordinate to add speed because he wanted to get to him as quickly as possible, and the man obediently stepped on the gas. Meanwhile, in the town itself, a real nightmare was happening. This monster destroyed more than 100 cars and rummaged through the fragments looking for their target. With his terrible voice, he spoke such sweet words that they only further terrified those who heard them, and he continued to rake the cars into a pile. Our hero hid in a secluded place and told the girls that by strengthening the roof of their car, now nothing could hurt him. In any case, his loved ones were completely safe. And to make sure that everything would be fine, Zong ordered the two of them not to go out and sit still. And he himself is now going to go and deal with that guy, and will return immediately after he finishes with him, of course. In the end, he asked not to worry about him. He can do everything. His wife smiled and nodded her head. She sees how strong he is, and that's why she can trust him. As soon as the door of their car opened, the Hulk-like creature had already heard it and became wary. The giant noticed him and took the nearest wrecked car by the arm. He jumped as high as he could and threw that huge piece of iron straight at Zong, and he didn't care whether he liked the gift or not. Our hero was of course able to dodge such a simple attack. But here's the unexpected one. This monster thought that it wasn't Zong in front of him, but his beloved. And it seems that Mr. Xiao ordered him to deal with him. He is now going to fight with our hero, and after that he will return to his wife to return her back to where she belongs. The guy, of course, does not like this development of events. He will not retreat until the last, and will make every effort in this battle. And this blonde monster in his underwear continued to roll around in them, supposedly. At the sight of his strength, people kneel and beg him for mercy, but he is still interested in why this commoner is standing in front of him as if nothing had happened. Of course, most likely it is because he probably has much stronger bones than others. How he wants to break them all and not leave a single one whole. The monster jumped towards him and wanted to strangle him with its fist. However, the young magician managed to jump aside. The man landed on Mount Zeleziak, which was left behind by cars that had already been destroyed. Our hero knows very well that although the strength of the demons of the afterlife is different from his cultivation strength, he can still feel the fluctuations and thus understand when it will start to attack him. However, it is from him that he feels nothing. Is he really so powerful without using any demonic abilities? The brunette is now simply running away from him as far as possible. And of course, at the same time, she analyzes his appearance. Outwardly, he doesn't look like a human at all, not a bit. While he thinks, this monster continues to mutter something after him, promising to break all his bones when it catches him. And at that very moment, like some kind of dirty trick, Zong slipped on a stone and flew down straight to this monster who was already waiting for him. The green giant grabbed him with one hand and held him tightly, a wide smile spreading across his face. He complimented our hero. He jumps like a grasshopper. His legs are incredibly flexible and also very fast. If he had not slipped, he would have held on for at least some time. And since he has the boy in his hands, he is not going to hesitate, but carefully touches his leg and sharply twists it. The sound is as if his bones are breaking. The first leg is already broken. He is incredibly happy, because strength is the most powerful weapon, and those who possess it can destroy any enemy in their path, which is what he is doing now. It feels like he's tearing off a butterfly's wings, and so that he can at least survive due to numerous fractures, he advises him to beg for mercy. His favorite method is to break his left arm and right leg at the same time. He always saves this for the very end. Now that he is confident of his victory, he is ready to deliver the finishing blow, and then he will go to his wife. The giant pierced his stomach with his own hand, literally right through, and began to laugh loudly. What a pleasant feeling it is when he wins. However, it so happened that Zong, using some trick, forced him to break through the press himself, and through the storm of emotions, he did not notice this right away. And only after a couple of seconds he fell to the ground and began to scream loudly. Tears of pain began to well up in his eyes. The Hulk-like man tried to get up, looking our hero straight in the eyes. He can't believe that this is his doing. Of course, he understood everything correctly, but now he does not understand how this can be, because no force acts on him. The brunette looked at him and smiled. It really was so, but he did not use his abilities, it was just an illusion. And everything he did while in it was reflected on him. And that is why it turned out that he was crippling himself, but not his enemy. And he realized this too late, and while the monster did not move, he was able to find out that he did not use any superpowers. He would have felt the fluctuation of the aura, but this did not happen. Suddenly, the guy hears a strange voice behind him, who laughingly says that this madman loves to tear people apart. but who would have thought that death would overtake him from his own hands? And besides, his wife is walking next to the stranger. Ms. Jing apologized for getting out of the car, however. The man who was now next to her began to threaten to blow her up if they did not get out right away. It can be concluded that this guy controls electricity. Zong put protection against external attacks on their cars, but it does not protect against lightning. And he is very sorry that he could not think of this. And that is precisely why. If this toothy one wants to take revenge on him because his comrade died, he asks to let his wife and daughter go first. This unknown person asked him not to misunderstand him. Even though they serve Mr. Xiao, there is no close relationship or friendship between them. This imposter especially thought that he would drink the potion and become strong. But in fact, he is still a coward. He fell in such an easy battle. He cannot respect him. The brunette explained to him that if they hadn't killed him today, he would have died sooner or later anyway. And that's why he had no business with him. He asked not to worry about Miss Cao, because she would soon become Chen Hu's wife and would be truly happy. And he himself came here specifically to protect her. He certainly cannot cause her any harm. The unknown person extended his finger forward and electrified the field around him. Small flashes of lightning began to appear near the girl, with a nasty and even frightening crackle. She began to examine them with interest. However, he warned Cao not to underestimate this electric circle, as it could even kill her, and so it would be better for her not to go beyond its boundaries. Toothy asks not to create problems for him, and he himself strengthens the field several times. Now Jing and Nuan can't move without his permission, because something terrible might happen. The brunette apologized to her for the temporary inconvenience. He promises to take her to Mr. Xiao after he deals with this young man. The man took out his sword and headed straight towards our hero. He would like to put an end to this battle as soon as possible, and that's why he's going to blow him apart with his electricity. Swinging his blade, that Hulk's friend released a powerful bolt of lightning. Our hero managed to jump to the side. Even the explosion couldn't touch him. Toothy watches him with interest and only smirks. Does he really think that he can slip away from him? What a naive opponent he has got. He studied this place very well during construction. Reinforcement was used here, and as long as there is a conductor, the electricity will not disappear. And since this is the case, Zong will have to try hard to win. Brunette jumps away from his attacks perfectly. However, he still constantly gets caught in his electric field. His opponent continued to wave his sword and laugh at him. Now this hero will not escape from him. At one point, the boy simply hung in the air for a couple of seconds, held by the enemy's strength, but he already knows what to do now. Reaching out his hand, Zong summoned his sword straight from it, and it quickly came out. This is the same one that he can fly in the sky with ease, and which he used in the previous battle on the roof. The brunette carefully stepped on it with his foot, and can now calmly float in the air. His opponent, seeing this, was very surprised. He could not believe that he was immortal, and in principle it was not surprising that he did not feel any vibrations around him. However, electric current is much more sensitive. No interference can escape him, and he warns our hero that his illusion will not work here. Smiling, the toothy one takes out his sword, casting spells to reconstruct the electric field using the gravity lift. A few seconds later, he appeared at his feet, and Zong was watching him closely. Suddenly, at one point, he began to slowly rise on this magic disc, and our hero had to turn around and run away. He rushed after him, threatening that as soon as he caught him, he would immediately take his life. Even in mid-air, he had no intention of retreating, and he never stopped trying to strike him down. That was how he kept swinging the electrified sword. The brunette calmly tries to run away and doesn't even look at him, when suddenly, in 1 second, he stopped, and his enemy continued to wave his blade, convincing him that he had no way out. Toothy, watching his actions closely, chose the right moment and decided to release all his power on him. This time, the electric shock was powerful enough to blow away a bunch of rusty and broken cars. And the young magician managed to jump aside. And after that, Zong turned to face him and said that he was indeed right. The illusion on him would not work. But recently he learned a new thing called the internet. There is a show in it that has many bizarre experiments. As we can see, this could interest him. And our hero learned from there that water can conduct electricity or even burn under certain conditions. But it seems that his opponent is not interested in this at all. It is worth noting that it is not entirely good that a person does not develop himself in any way and is not interested in science. The brunette approached a large barrel and, pointing his finger at it, asked if he knew what was inside. And there are quite a lot of such barrels. As it turned out, there is gasoline there. Zong asked if it seemed to him that the air here had become too dry. And all because its electricity disrupts the natural electrolytic field, allowing water vapor in the air to become electrified. Because of this, there is too much hydrogen and oxygen here. Watching such lessons really did him good. Now our hero knows perfectly well that these are real fuel storage facilities. Plus, there is quite a lot of this gasoline here. And what will happen if you add a little fire here? Using his ability, the guy seemed to throw a spark there using his magic sword, after which his opponent became scared. All the barrels began to leak slowly. Gasoline was pouring out of them, which was about to catch fire. And only now the toothy one realized that he was caught in a trap. A couple of seconds later, there was an explosion. Everything around was set on fire, and it looks like our hero has won. But the only thing that bothers him now is an obsessive bad feeling. To make sure that everything was okay, he rushed to his girls, who continued to wait for him in the same place. Seeing them, the guy came down to the ground. He was very happy to see his wife and child. And Jing and Nuan smiled back at him when they saw him. His wife was very happy that he was okay, and immediately ran to her savior. She was very worried about him while he was saving their lives. The baby literally jumped out of her arms and ran to her father. She asked him not to leave him like that again, because she was very scared. And at that very moment, our hero froze. He felt some strange energy from her, and she herself seemed out of her mind. Everything is very suspicious now, because the guy clearly remembers that he sent her consciousness to the Garden of Immortals, and without his help, she would not have been able to wake up on her own. The brunette jumped back from her and noticed how she was smiling unnaturally, as if someone had taken possession of her. Now it was clear where that obsessive feeling came from. Our hero grabbed her by the hand with which she tried to attack her own dad. And smiling Zong asked her not to be offended, but she was not his daughter at all. Hearing these words, the girl really pulled away, looking at him with displeasure. Now her wrist hurts after such a strong grip. The baby ran back to her mother, but then they turned into some other people. There are now two women standing in front of the young magician. It is clear that they are sisters, and it is obvious that they are his new enemies. One of them began to grumble that he grabbed her hand quite hard. It seems that this rude man does not know how to treat women at all. The first thing the two asked him was how he was able to reveal them, since they shouldn't have any flaws. They were absolutely sure that everything would go well. The boy laughed. Of course, it must be admitted that it was almost flawless to pretend to be his family. But their mistake is that they stink very strongly for the next 10 miles from here. One of them laughed. It was the smell of her and her sister's perfume. But the second took his criticism seriously and asked him to watch his language. Suddenly, the girls heard a familiar knock behind them. Someone was approaching them. Mr. Xiao himself came to them, and the ladies bowed to him. The blonde and his family spoke first to our hero. He was able to defeat two of his men and recognize the deception of the two sisters. He must really have some skills. But Zong stands there completely calmly while he threatens him that tomorrow he will already be in the grave. The first thing the boy asked was where these scoundrels had taken his wife Jing. Brother Xiao laughed and told him that she was already in her new home. Today was his relative's great day. She should prepare for the wedding, and for her daughter, he promised to personally take care of her. Our hero looked him straight in the eyes and promised that he would definitely answer for his words. He would never let him live through this evening. And right now, the girl looked at Zong, and it seemed to her that she was familiar with him, as if she had seen him somewhere before. And at that very moment, that rude woman remembered how they met at the airport and what happened that day. After realizing it, the long-haired girl looked him straight in the eyes and pointed her finger. But her brother didn't quite understand what was going on here. He turned to his sister and asked if she knew him, and she told him that it was this man who saved him when she was attacked right at the airport. Taking a step forward, she also remembered the cute little girl she had tickled. Yezong put his hand in his pocket and declared that this was his and Jing Gei's biological daughter. Mr. Xiao yelled at him. He can't defame this woman's reputation because Ta couldn't give birth to a child if she's still not married. However, our hero is irritated by this attitude that lovers must definitely get married, because in fact, marriage is a guarantee for those who are not sure of their love, and he himself confidently stated that they really love each other very much, and therefore do not want to follow such banal stereotypes. The guy folded his arms and looked at that cheeky skater girl. He couldn't believe that she was from the Zhao family. Her two brothers stole his wife and daughter, and after what they did, she actually dared to protect them. The blonde man yelled at her and asked her not to listen to this nonsense, because her marriage to Jingge was agreed upon by her family. Her brother also said the same thing, telling her that this was not their real daughter, but the girl who only wanted one thing, to see Cao Jingge with her own eyes. Qinlan can't believe their words until she sees her in person and finds out what's going on here. But the blonde man asked her not to rush because she will see her daughter-in-law tonight after their wedding. The long-haired girl pointed her finger at him, and even from such horror, tears began to appear in her eyes. Her brother lied to her again, but if not, then why doesn't he want to fulfill her simple request? The brunette began to defend himself. He can't believe that he trusts some stranger and not his own brother. But she doesn't even want to hear anything. The girl got angry and was about to leave. She was too disappointed in them, and therefore wanted to let Jing go. Suddenly, a fairly strong blow landed on her neck, and her second brother was seriously scared. The brunette caught her and turned to Chenhu. She is their sister after all, but he allows himself to do this, and it seems he doesn't care at all, because he only used half of his strength. He just wants her to get some sleep and wake up after all this is over. The man turned to his servants and gave the order to carry the young lady to the car, and before leaving, he turned to our hero. This man is not so good. However, he is ready to forgive Zong for stealing his wife, because he really saved his sister. But if he stays away from his Xiao family and does not appear in front of him anymore, then he promises to spare his life. The brunette shouted after him that he really was behaving like a complete scumbag, hitting his own sister for the sake of his own exit. You have to be a real monster to do that. But it seems that Xiao took this to mean that he doesn't want to take advantage of the opportunity he gave him, and so he calls on his assistant sisters to deal with him. The girls will be happy to help him, and have already released their claws with a slight smile on their faces. They are quite fast, and so they move in a zigzag pattern to attack suddenly. The sisters jumped into the air as high as they could and appeared next to Zong, waving their arms. One of them was the first to decide to try to strike at the market, but he was a skilled fighter and jumped back. At that very second, he noticed that the second lady was right behind him, and she was going to grab him by the head and thrust her sweater into it. But he managed to dodge. It all happens quite quickly. Their speed can only be envied. In these few seconds of battle, we can conclude that they are not strong enough but fast enough. This is probably their tactic, to quickly catch up with their opponent and deliver a double strike. And the green color on the fingertips is poisonous, perhaps even deadly. And that is why one blow is enough to kill a person. They have every chance of winning, but it is still not enough to compete with him, and therefore, he is going to deal with the two of them right now. The blonde man watched the whole situation from the side and noted that these young girls of yours should not be underestimated. At such a young age, they became his right hand. And what they are showing now is not at all everything they are capable of. These two are very similar to each other, and they are also incredibly fast. And when they attack, it seems like several people are attacking him at once, which breaks his concentration. And even more importantly, it is their transformation. It is so extreme that it was unimaginably scary. According to him, one of the sisters smiled sweetly at our hero. She should admit that he is quite beautiful. But why give her life to a woman like Chao Jingge? She believes that she and her sister can keep him company and will be much better than her. The girls began to argue about who this Zong suited better. Of course he was good, but sometimes he got too carried away, and an argument started between them. And while they were chatting, they had already summoned a huge magical wolf, who could not even imagine that he would taste right now such a young boy who was not so easy to catch. And Zong heard this whole conversation, which managed to make him laugh out loud. Did these two never look in the mirror, since they allow themselves to compare themselves, two real ugly women for him, with his beautiful Jing? The stricter sister turned to hers and said that she shouldn't be so kind and talk to him nicely. He doesn't appreciate it at all. And it seems that they were definitely hurt by the way our hero called them. The girls rushed at him, calling him ungrateful. For this, they were going to simply destroy him without any ceremony. The first attack on Zong failed. He jumped to the side and he does it very skillfully. The huge wolf they had turned into kept trying to crush him with his own weight. But it seemed he couldn't handle a jumper like our hero. The guy just watches them and finds it very funny that they both merged into one beast. However, what a pity that today their prey is not him, but someone else. And therefore, he is going to end this once and for all. Putting his fingers together, the boy summoned a huge dragon, which was much larger than their beast. The guards and other people of the Xiao family watched him in horror. This is a black dragon, which only needs one bite to take away the power of those sisters, and already he embraced the wolf with his long and flexible body. With just one bite, the monster's head was already separated from its body. Its silhouette began to disappear, and Zong called his essence back. Soon the girls fell to the ground without strength. The guy looked at them with a slight grin. Didn't they really like it? And not only were they ugly for him, but they also tasted kind of bland. Mr. Chenhu stands motionless and doesn't know what to say, but his little brother is in shock and can't say anything. A real dragon is flying behind him, and what he just saw made him think that in front of them is not a person but some kind of monster. The brunette smiled, looking at them. The small change was over, and now it was the turn of these two to say goodbye to their lives. Brother Xiao looked at him with horror, trying to prove that this was some kind of misunderstanding. He had misunderstood everything, and he tried to convince his that the world is full of beautiful women. And was he really sure that he needed Jingge? And he in turn asked him to shut up. It seems to him that this is just some small illusion, a usual trick which is not worth being afraid of. He came closer to our hero. He honestly didn't want to make a lot of noise, and therefore didn't bring his whole team here. And also, Zong shouldn't forget that they have weapons in the car, and he doesn't care what kind of tricks he has there. Today, he decided that he will end up in the grave. After his confident speech, his brother smiled and continued to threaten Jing's husband just like him. Their car is really equipped with the latest American gun. It will wipe out not only a dragon but also an entire dinosaur, according to him. And Chenhu, in turn, dialed the required number and gave the command to his people to drive to the place. However, the person he was talking to on the phone stands there in slight bewilderment, saying that something is going wrong here. He reported that a man from Wanshan had stood in their way and was not allowing them to do anything. But the blonde has more questions about what Chenson has to do with all this. His subordinate said that he had told him that anyone who went against the person with the surname Ye would become an enemy of the company and his Wansheng family. Mr. Chenhu was horrified by this. He couldn't understand why the old man was interfering in his family's affairs. Did he really think that he was afraid of him? And therefore he still ordered his people to do what he said. The men pointed their weapons at the enemies and already set their sights. But our hero's assistants are standing there and their eyes still believe me. It seems to them that the other side is going to war. They still have a spare trump card up their sleeve. And while the guys were talking, the leader had already given the order to open fire on them right now. They aimed their guns, and the first thing they decided to do was use their machine guns, which are very fast. The guys from the team continued to resist them. They were able to tear off the doors of the cars and use them as a shield. In the end, they were able to defend themselves. But the commander continued to give the order to shoot, because he was sure that they would not stand for so long. And Zong's friend threw away his cigarette butt and disappeared somewhere. A second later, the fire stopped, and the leader could not understand why there were only two people standing there, because there was another one and he disappeared somewhere. Suddenly, the long-haired one was on top. He was hovering in the air right above them and looked at them with a slight grin. This time they managed to anger him, and he opened fire on them with his eyes, just like he did to Zong last time in a fit of emotion. He managed to hit several machine guns, and the boss doesn't know what to do with all this. And the boy is not going to stop until he guts every single one of them. The bespectacled man called someone and reported that this man had some kind of superpowers that allowed him to destroy their weapons and themselves. Nearby, he turned to his soldiers and gave the order for everyone to hide in their cars in order to protect their lives. The long-haired man looked at this whole circus and just laughed. Meanwhile, his enemies were given the order to continue shooting, even in spite of what was happening now. The men began to nervously type something on the keyboard, but suddenly a red light came on in their car. They began to hear some strange sounds, and it seemed that something was happening upstairs. It turns out that their gun has become bent and is now unusable. Now they can't fire it. And at that very moment, the young assistant jumped from there back to his place and looked at these people with a grin. Only now did they realize what was going on. And the commander gave them orders to move right away, with the aim of crushing them all. At their command, everyone immediately pressed the gas and headed straight towards them. It was a pretty clever tactic, and the boys froze in place, a little tense. Suddenly, they heard a strange cry behind them. It was the bearded man whom our hero saved. He was very happy to meet his Chinese friends. After he got closer, he asked if he had seen a monster chasing the car. A Chinese man was driving with his wife and daughter, and it seemed that he immediately guessed that it was Zong. The man nodded his head and asked how he knew him, but the long-haired woman answered him that this man was inside now, and he didn't know at all what was going on there. If it weren't for these guys who had left here with their cars, he would have already gone to help him right away. The bearded man turned back and noticed a huge crowd of them. Were they really in league with this monster who had attacked his defender? The old man shouted loudly to his boys that it was time to pay tribute for everything that had happened. Now they are seriously going to show them what they are capable of, because they can do more than just drive trucks under supervision. And at that very moment, the guys screamed for some reason, which Mr. Xiao heard. He continued to shout into the phone to his subordinate, asking why he still hadn't broken through their defenses. Was he really waiting for something? But he never got a chance to hear an answer. There were only beeps. It looks like something happened to them, and those who were nearby and heard everything were simply in shock. Even the hurricane team, which is considered very strong, not just the strongest, suffered a defeat. Some people started screaming in panic that it was all over, and now this monster would definitely defeat them. And they didn't have a single chance. And at that very moment, a bullet hits this chatterbox in the forehead and he goes silent. This is the work of Brother Chenhu. From now on, anyone who doubts their strength is considered a dead man. In fact, Chen Bao sincerely does not want to betray him. But if they do not run away right now, then he will kill them too. And therefore, he told the blonde that he will go check what happened there. Of course, this is all a lie. The brunette understands perfectly well that he has become too attached to this woman. But he does not want his life to end because of this trifle. Suddenly, another very powerful shot rang out. This time it hit him in the head. Chen Bao stands there, not knowing what to do next, but it looks like nothing else will work. The man tried to take a few more steps, but eventually fell to the ground. The blonde saw this and rushed to him in horror. He took him in his arms and managed to hear his last words. He asked him to take care of their younger sister, and after that, his breathing stopped, and tears began to appear in Chen Hu's eyes. The servants saw that their second master was dead. And now, after such a horror, they were definitely going to run away. And our hero watched from the side and only laughed. This was his doing, and yet he warned that they would not be able to survive. Until this evening, Mr. Chen Hu closed his brother's eyes and took out one injection from his pocket. Now he wants his opponent to know the real taste of hell, and he will make sure of it. After the man injected himself with it, he began to change before everyone's eyes. Our hero just looks at him coldly, wondering what was in that little syringe. It seems that the person standing in front of him now is also unusual, because the body of an ordinary person cannot change so much in an instant, just in a few seconds. And only then, Zong realized that the madman who looked like the Hulk had also resorted to such measures and used this liquid in order to become super strong. His opponent confirmed his suspicions, but this scum was their experiment. He was the first to try it on himself. However, he was stupid, and that is why he died so quickly in such a stupid death. This potion, which he injected into his vein, allows him to reveal the maximum potential of his body. At the same time, it has strong side effects. Only 1 in 100 people can survive this incredible severe pain. The ancient warrior was able to reach about 5 combat levels, according to Chen Hu. However, thanks to this substance, his body surpassed this limit twice, reaching 10 in just an instant. And therefore, what use did he have these ancient combat skills? After all, they were all vulnerable in the face of such incredible technology. Soon, he will use this potion to create his own army, and by that time, their Xiao family will already become the ruler of the world. It is in their interest to become the kings of this planet. By this he means that Zong has gotten involved with the wrong enemy. However, he promised not to kill him just like that, because that would be too easy. Before his opponent said goodbye to life, he would make him pay in full. Our hero just looks at him and doesn't answer. But Chen Hu looks him straight in the eyes and asks him if he loves Cao Jingge. And that little girl, he promises to break all his arms and legs, make him useless, make him suffer for the rest of his days. When this scoundrel mentioned his family, Zong's face immediately changed and he clenched his fists. But the blonde man had already walked up to him closely. As for his daughter, he would make her regret that she was born to him. After these words, the man hit the ground with his fist, because the boy had already managed to jump back, and now, full of rage, he was running straight towards him. But it seems that even the use of these substances does not bother Zong much yet. At first, he manages to avoid his attacks very well. He tried to attack him somehow unnoticed, but apparently it doesn't work on the giant. He continues to laugh louder and louder with each passing second, believing that his body is invincible. The giant threw a storm of fists at him, which our hero was able to dodge, and looking at this brute, he only began to laugh. He put on this artificial armor and dared to underestimate the ancient power, and he is the only idiot here. This time, Zong doesn't hold back. The boy runs up to him like lightning and kicks him in the stomach, so hard that he bounces back a couple of meters. The brunette began to slowly approach him, but with a menacing look. He advised him to stop right now. Maybe at least this way he could save himself from imminent death. And this imposter continued to laugh further. He does not need any advice from this scum. His body cannot be harmed even by weapons. It seemed like Chen Hu was about to say something else, but he was distracted by the blood flowing from his nose and dripping between his legs. Our hero began to laugh. No matter what exactly he practices, everywhere and in everything you need to gradually move towards your goal. Of course, this also applies to medicines. However, he injected himself with something so strong that his body could not absorb its properties, and ultimately all this will of course lead to self-destruction. Every cell in his body is now filled with power. Now he is more like a balloon that is almost at its limit and will soon explode. One trigger will be enough and the explosion will occur. The boy created a small magic ball and showed with an example what could happen. As it turned out, Zong had already managed to activate that trigger in his legs. It would explode immediately as soon as he made the slightest action. The blonde, hearing this, was seriously scared. It seems to him that he continues to take from him because his experiment was successful, and therefore he threatens him that he will not be able to escape simply by deceiving him. Our hero looked him straight in the eyes and said that since he doesn't believe it, let him try to take 2 steps forward to see for himself. Indeed, Chen-Hu tried to lift his leg and already felt the heat, which sent goosebumps through his body, after which he became seriously scared. But the boy continued to tease him, saying, if he's going to stand still, then he'll just leave. The blonde was confused. He still thought that this impudent fellow was going to deceive him, and he made a confident leap forward. This cost him his life, and indeed, Zong did not deceive him at all. It was not blackmail. The wife-stealer literally blew himself up out of nowhere. Arrogant people really do not live long. And now, it was time to move on. Our hero went forward, where he heard the sounds of battle. When he got to the place, he saw his familiar friends fighting with a gang of scoundrels. The brunette didn't quite understand what was going on here, and so he ran forward. Some heard him and stopped. The first thing the bearded man spoke to him about was that he was very happy to see his Chinese friend, and he excitedly asked if everything was okay, because he had seen some huge monster chasing him. The man threw the already dead Chen-Hu towards his subordinate, and he himself went to Zong. Everyone was very worried that he might get hurt, and so they came here to help. He carefully asked if anything hurt. The boy felt a little awkward that they came here to help him, but it was like their duty after all. This man was their savior. Last time he left so quickly that they didn't have time to thank him. But this time, they did everything possible. The bearded man pointed his finger at the others they were fighting with and declared that they had dealt with these guys. And now he would be the main one here, our hero. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a friend who called John. It was time for him to go meet them, because they could be late if they didn't go there right now. He was a little confused because he had just remembered that their driver team was the most punctual and they couldn't allow the trust of their clients to be lost. But as for their car, you shouldn't worry at all, the man asked his Chinese friend. When next time he sits in America, don't forget to find him to have a drink together and spend time at the bar. And at that moment, his friend who had been helping him all the time came to him, and Zong smiled. He was sincerely glad that he was surrounded by all simple and very kind people. The long-haired man asked him if the problem with that giant had been solved. The boy nodded his head. The Xiao brothers and their 3 mercenaries were dead, and so he asked his men to remove all the corpses from the road. After hearing this, his friend was shocked. Did he really manage to deal with everyone? After all, for 10 years they were all afraid of the Xiao family in the business world. He still can't believe that they were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Ye Zong is really terrible. Our hero laughed slightly, saying that he was like that only towards his enemies, and it seemed that his young friend would start to fear him if he suddenly became his enemy. To which the long-haired man said that of course he liked to take risks, but not his life. And at that moment, his subordinate asked what they should do with these people. But it seems that Mr. He will decide everything, and all they have to do is take them with them. Just then, Zong remembered his wife and daughter and asked if he had accidentally recorded them, after which he became confused. The man turned to his servants and ordered the 2 of them to find out where Miss Jing and Miss Nuan were. And the first thing they had to do was search all the cars. A blonde guy from his team noticed that there was a girl sitting in one of them and asked our hero to come closer. He saw this lady and immediately understood who it was. This was the same girl from the airport. Sister Chen-Hu and Chen Bao are still unconscious after that powerful slap on her neck, but it seems that she is the least of his interest right now. It is much more important to find out where his wife and child are now. Suddenly, one of the men shouted that he had found them by opening the car next to them. His woman was sitting in the back seat, tied up and with her mouth closed, while the girl next to her seemed to be sleeping. The boy was horrified by what he saw. He couldn't believe that this bastard dared to treat her like that. He really shouldn't have killed him so quickly. In an instant, he untied the strong rope, and the woman rushed into his arms. She seemed not to be afraid of anything, because she knew that everything would really be okay with Zong, after which she hugged him tightly. But in an instant, she pulled away from him, because she remembered her daughter, who was still sitting in the car. The long-haired girl ran to her and tried to wake her up, because she was very worried. But Dad calmed her down and asked her not to make a fuss because she was just sleeping soundly now. The woman took her in her arms and asked him to look at her to see if she had accidentally received any injury. And at that very moment, as if in a dream, the girl really heard their conversations and began to slowly wake up. The first thing Nuan saw was her father, and she told him that she had just seen her older sister. They were eating delicious peaches and drinking sweet juice together, but the boy asked who it was. The girl cannot tell the secret between her and her dad, and so she will keep her mouth shut. The woman just laughed that her little girl might already have secrets, and so she jokingly decided to tickle her until she told her everything. And at that very moment, the man took her carefully by the hand, from which she blushed. And now, the family can return to the hotel and take a little break from everything that happened during all this time. His friend who helped in this difficult mission simply watched them and remembered that he needed to feed his dogs. The long-haired man shouted after him that since everything was already in order, he needed to go already. His father was already on the way, and therefore he advised his friend to first rest, after which he would take him to him. And looking at their happy couple, he himself would like to find a girl and not be lonely. Meanwhile, our hero went to Uncle He and thanked him for sending them help in time. But fortunately, everything worked out and he was okay. But now Zong wondered whether he deserved to be his heir, if he had to make such sacrifices for him. In response, the old man only laughed. He knew perfectly well that he was right about him, but now something else was important. The boy needed to thank someone for telling them so quickly that he needed help. The man brought him into the office and introduced him. This man is his old friend, they have met before, and on the sofa sat a blonde man. And indeed, the guys already knew each other. Zong's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw Mr. Chiklava himself. With this, he smiled at him and asked him not to be surprised. Well, the business world is not only competition and personal gain, but also mutual assistance. Of course, they are partners with Old George. But this does not mean at all that they cannot be friends with Mr. He. The only thing that confuses our hero is that he recently won 1,200,000,000 from them, and instead of taking advantage of the opportunity and grabbing him, he informed his uncle about it, and indeed, the amount is not small for him, but it was difficult to part with it. But there is nothing wrong with giving all the money of the royal paradise to the one who put an end to this blood feud. And in such a short time, the brunette sat down at the table and decided to ask what his words meant. But he didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Mr. Chiklava got angry in an instant. His granddaughter was killed by that inadequate person named Xiao Chen Bao. His family is his enemies. He remembers the day that this scoundrel stalked the young lady while she was quietly and peacefully shopping. After which, in a quiet corner, he grabbed her and took her to his lair, where he literally mocked her and then dealt with her in the most cruel way. Her body was found in the desert. When they found out about her disappearance, they immediately announced a search, and the killer himself knew that big trouble awaited him. And so he ran away that same night, and since then has not appeared in the desert anymore. The boy felt very sorry for her. She was treated incredibly cruelly. And now he wonders if his friend was thinking about taking revenge. The mustachioed man clenched his fists and started shouting. He never stopped thinking about it. For 3 years now, day after day, he has been thinking about how he will torture him in order to somehow calm the soul of his dead granddaughter. The Xiao family was the most dangerous in America. No one dared to mess with them. Their family had many relatives. However, none of them would agree to fight them alone because of a child. The blonde man stood up and smiled at our hero. He killed this bandit and avenged his granddaughter, and now he can confidently call him his friend and a friend of his family. As Jews, they do not approve of hypocrisy and bad manners, so he wants to thank him properly for what he did. And since his intentions are sincere, Zong agrees, because in this case it would be very rude to refuse. The guy looked him straight in the eye. He wants him to leave the royal role and team up with the casino winnings to defeat Old George together. This man hated our hero because he won a large sum in their casino, and so he decided to get rid of him. He informed the Xiao family about his location, and after that, such people do not deserve to live. If his friend Chiklava continues to work with him, then you should not be offended if the guy starts to treat him like an enemy. The blonde walked up to him and put his hand on his heart. He gives his promise, because he had long wanted to stop cooperating with this old man. He was narrow-minded and very stingy, and also despises Jews, and therefore, he promises not only to take all the shares but also to unite with Mr. He against him. This is a good way to make him pay for his arrogance. The old man heard this and was very happy. Together, they will be able to overtake the royal paradise within 1 year, and then the casino winnings will become the leader in the entire Pearl Desert. He really likes this idea. The man began to praise our hero for having accomplished such a great achievement, and therefore promises to order his men to prepare a banquet for this part. The three of them will have a very good dinner and have a good time. Usadi is also not against it, but he is interested in something completely different now. He agreed to his conditions, but now he asked for permission to ask Zong for something, to which he noted that he really is a pretty clever businessman. The boy had never heard of anyone asking for a favor as a sign of gratitude. The blonde was slightly confused, trying to justify himself by saying that he was actually going to invite him to visit his mountain villa. His son and daughter-in-law would like to personally thank the boy for what he had done. Besides, the man heard that Mr. E has a very cute daughter. She could be taken to Disneyland as an option. It is located not far from the villa, and it is also a real paradise that all children dream of. Of course, the guy agreed to this. Soon the boys boarded the plane and set off on a journey with Mr. Chiklava, after which they were expected to transfer to a car and they drove on, when suddenly, looking out the window, Nuon noticed that she had seen this mountain before. Had they really ever been to this place? Her mother was also looking at it. They were here for the first time. They were all invited as guests. However, she also had the feeling that this place looked quite familiar. The driver explained to the woman that perhaps she had seen this place on TV. Their lord is a major investor in the Hollywood film industry. Many different films are shot here. So it is not surprising that there are such beautiful landscapes here. Our hero was also sitting and looking out the window when suddenly he noticed that some man ran past the car. Sister Yan Ling looked at him with delight. It seemed that he was the superstar Will Smith, whom she was crazy about. Her friend Jing asked her to be quiet, because maybe she imagined it, but the driver said that everything was fine, because Mrs. Reaction was very normal. This mountain belongs to the Lava family, and there are many hotels and resorts on it, and it is also a popular place to meet movie stars. There seems to be another one nearby. Many people come here for a few hours specifically to meet popular people, and at that very moment, the long-haired girl, looking out of the window so hard that she almost fell out, noticed Johnny Depp. He is her idol, and she tried to shout at him to make him look at her, after which the woman felt that her beloved was sitting in some strange tension. Now he will know about his wife that she turns out to be one of those obsessive fans, but she can't contain that fan mentality within herself. The guys chatted for a long time, and Jinga thought that her beloved was a little jealous, which is normal in principle. But there are many other beautiful people in the world. Soon they arrived at the place. The driver took them out of the car and led them into a large building. There were a lot of people here, and they were all from the same family. Mr. Chiklava had already arrived at the place and greeted his guests. Of course, the first thing he wanted to do was introduce all his family members, his wife, his son Eleva, and daughter-in-law. And besides these wonderful people, he also has 2 daughters and sons-in-law, as well as 6 children who are his grandchildren. Children and adults stand nearby and wave their hands, greeting the guests. The blonde looked seriously into the eyes of our hero. He told about his beloved daughter Anya, who was brutally killed by this animal whose name is Xiao Cheng Bao. He could not avenge her. This will forever remain for him the greatest shame and pain for the whole family. His son turned to our hero and bowed. He got rid of the Xiao brothers and took revenge for them. The Lav family promises to forever remember this heroic act, and since Anyuta passed away, his wife's heart died. With her all this time, there was only her hatred. She said to herself that she had to see with her own eyes how the family of these scoundrels would be destroyed. And so, the woman thanked Mr. Ye with all her heart for everything he had done. She was sure that her little daughter was also very grateful to him in heaven. Of course, one cannot disagree with her, and the Xiao brothers really deserved to die for their crimes. But even though Zong was completely unaware of their feud with them, and he had reasons to take revenge on them, in any case, he is a benefactor to their family, and therefore, Sun asks to accept sincere words from them. This is a bit unusual for them, for the Jews, because it is customary for them not to say such sad things at the dinner table, and therefore, why not take a break now? The guys were invited to the table, and at that very moment everyone turned their attention to the little girl who was standing nearby and smiling with interest, looking at everyone. Her dad introduced her to everyone, and now it was her turn. Baby Nuon has given her name. She will be 4.5 years old this year. She is already quite grown up. The daughter-in-law, looking at her, also cannot contain her emotions. This girl is very cute, and she would like to take a closer look at her. She approached her grandmother with a smile, and she saw in her some facial features that her beloved Anechka had when she was still very little. Mr. Chiklava is also touched by her, and his daughter-in-law gently took her hand and asked if she would become part of their large family, because they were going to recognize her as their granddaughter. The girl agreed. She said with a laugh that her grandfather looks like the grandpa from KFC, and this is her favorite place. The mustachioed man stroked her head and laughed slightly. He couldn't believe that he had lived to see this, that he had only learned at this age about such a resemblance, and now he took something out of his pocket and asked the girl to look. This medallion was engraved with their family name, and it was given to the most outstanding heirs. And now, from now on, Nuon is part of their family. And if anyone dares to offend her, then that scoundrel will deal with them. Of course, the little girl was very happy, but her father was a little confused. It was too expensive a gift, and they could not accept it. However, Chiklava looked him straight in the eyes and said that even if he did not want him to thank him, he could not stop him from loving his granddaughter. And at that very moment, Jing whispered to our hero and tried to at least convince him a little. Doesn't he see that the man is trying to show gratitude through their daughter? Besides, these people have been through so much that it would simply be rude to refuse them. And also how big a plus it is to have such a rich grandfather. The long-haired girl looked at them and smiled. Since this was what Mr. Lava wanted, it would be too disrespectful to refuse such an offer. And so she asked the little girl to thank Grandpa Chien. Sitting in her daughter-in-law's arms, she happily expressed words of gratitude to Chiklava, for which he stroked her head and smiled. This day went very well. It was time for them to wrap up. The guys were given a room, and if they suddenly needed anything, they were allowed to call for help. The young people came in and began to look at it with interest. The first thing that naturally confused Mrs. Jing was, she was confused when she saw only one bed. Yang Ling's room was on the first floor, and her little daughter was left with Mrs. Lava. Suddenly, our hero interrupted her thoughts, asking if she would like to go to the bathroom to freshen up a little. The woman then refused him. The brunette came up to the shower and said that if she didn't want to, then he should take a bath. After the door creaked, Jing began to run around the room in confusion. It all happened so unexpectedly that she did not know how to come to her senses and calm down. It seems to her that everything could go completely wrong, and this scares her a little. But the sudden repeated creak of the door made her calm down and come to her senses. When she saw Zong, she decided not to catch his eye. Our hero stood in place and watched with affection as she hid there under the blanket. Mrs. Jing continued to look out and just remained silent, staring at him. And she became afraid that he was standing in place and not moving anywhere. Of course, the boy understood why she was so afraid, and therefore he had to lie down on the couch. He will wait until she really falls in love with him and is ready to accept. Until then, he is not going to put any pressure on her. After these words, she really felt better. Nuon's mother crawled out from under the blanket and just smiled. She was very glad that her feelings were accepted. Meanwhile, snoring can already be heard in Madame Lava's room. Grandmother has fallen asleep next to her granddaughter. Suddenly, the girl's pendant, which she always wears, began to emerge carefully from under the blanket. The baby is fast asleep, and therefore does not hear or see anything. But the jade necklace continues to glow, brighter and brighter with each passing second. And since it's already night, it's time for Yu Er to train once again, together with her teacher, who praises her for being able to complete the breakthrough earlier than he could have expected, which means she has talent for it. At that moment, the blonde remembered that her sensei had said that as soon as she reached the stage of chi purification, she would be taught how to use magical weapons, and so she said that she was now full of strength and was looking forward to when they would move on to a new stage. However, at the moment, her strength is still unstable, and the brunette is currently unable to hand it over to her. So for now, the best solution is to continue cultivating and not leave the Jade Lotus. The girl became somewhat sad and didn't even want to follow him, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Our hero sighed heavily and summoned something that looked like a bracelet and a hairpin. However, he decided to give her a chance and sent her these accessories, which made Yu Er overjoyed and couldn't believe that this day had finally come. The blonde thought that the hairpin would be used for its intended purpose as a hair clip. However, these were not toys but her first magical weapon, and the guy, using force, let down her hair. Yezong gave her the order to use the hairpin for attack and the diamond bracelet for defense. With her current level, she can only get these items, and when she reaches a new level, it will provide her with something different and more interesting. The curious girl grabbed the jewelry that I first tried to put on my head and is now going to try it out. Thanks to a long time of practice, she has already learned several spells and is ready to apply her knowledge. The hairpin seemed to become electrified and broke the glass in one of the floors of the house that stands nearby. The men who were standing nearby were very scared. They saw something fly by out of the corner of their eye and then heard a terrible sound that really scared them. Yuer took her first magical item in her hands and began to examine it with interest. She was very pleased with what she had just accomplished. The girl jumped for joy. Now she had a magic weapon and she would finally stop being useless. The blonde threw herself into our teacher's arms, but he asked her to stop because practice is the basis of everything. And if Zong finds out that she is lazy and does nothing, he will take this beauty back. The very next day, Mama and Nuon decided to go out for a walk somewhere. It was quite noisy around. There were a lot of children running around. The lady decided to ask her daughter what was wrong with her. There were so many of her peers here, and she was sitting alone. The woman sat down next to her on the swing that was free, and also watched those frisky kids. But now it seemed to her that her little girl was upset about something. The girl tried to say that it was not like that at all, but then emotions got the better of her. When she looks at her new grandmother, how she plays with the children, then she remembers Kelly. Once she also spent time with her. Tears began to well up in Nuon's eyes. She hadn't seen her for a long time, and therefore she missed her very much. And in order to cheer her up, Jing reminded her that she had told them where she lived. It must be somewhere nearby, and therefore she promised to take her there soon. Soon their whole family set off on a journey. They entered some strange area. John noticed that something smelled here, and some strange people did not take their eyes off them. This atmosphere also made the girl scared, and she seemed to feel some kind of danger, even though she was in her mother's arms. Her father looked at the place carefully. It looks like a slum. Homeless people live there. But does Grandma Kelly really live here? This confuses him very much. The address must be correct. The guys checked everything several times, and suddenly, they heard someone shouting. Some two bandits were torturing an old woman, trying to take her photograph, which she did not want to give up at all. The man looked at her and began to threaten that if she did not give him something valuable, he would hit her. The woman still continued to resist. This is the most important thing for her, and therefore, she is ready to do anything to get him to give her back. No matter how hard she tried, the man still turned out to be much stronger and literally snatched her out of her hands. And only now, watching all this horror, Nuon learned that this woman was her grandmother. After these words, bodyguard Jingi rushed straight to those scoundrels and kicked one of them in the face. She couldn't believe that such young boys dared to beat up an elderly man. He fell to the ground and grabbed his nose in pain, and Jan began to look around. There were quite a few of these scum here, who were standing right behind her and were also about to attack. However, the blonde deftly dealt with all of them, and she was not afraid of the numbers. One was kicked in the chin, the other was punched in the face, and so on. And after a few seconds, the men simply fell to the ground and could no longer continue the fight. They helped each other get up, and after that they left, telling the old woman that her son would soon meet his end. After such a brutal fight, Jingi approached Kelly and asked if everything was okay with her. But the old woman was a little surprised when she saw her friends and loved ones. Little Nuon was the first to run into her arms because she missed her very much and could not contain her joy. Longhair turned to her grandmother and asked with slight concern if she was in pain, to which she replied that she was very sorry that she was now seen in such a state. And suddenly, her gaze falls on a tall young man standing next to her and she wonders who it is. The girl ran to him and took his hand, introducing him as her dad. The little girl began to tell him that he was the best in the world. You can hardly find anyone like him. The guy decided to get straight to the point. These people who attacked her, they look like vagabonds. They are like from some gang, and he needs to know the details about how her son managed to get involved with them. The woman began to blame herself for all this because she believed that she had raised her Mike poorly. But before she began, her unexpected guest asked her to go inside so that she could calm down and calmly tell them everything. In addition, the bodyguard convinced her that she could be sure that everyone would help her. Entering the house, the young couple began to look at everything with interest, when suddenly, it seemed, the woman noticed something. On the dresser stood the very photograph that she had given her. Kelly still treasured it very much. She had worked as a maid for about 20 years, ever since her husband died, and no one had treated her as kindly as Mrs. Jinga as a member of her family. She has to admit that those days she spent with her and Nuon were the best in her life. And that's why she treasures this photo more than anything else in the world. The bodyguard immediately asked her who this person was and why they came to Mike, which made tears start to well up in her eyes. Her son was a very good child. He knew that it was not easy for her to feed the two of them, and so he was a teenager, working and studying during his studies to at least somehow help. However, 6 months ago, he called her and said that he had found a good job and she would not have to work anymore. But when she returned home, she saw a video of him doing the terrible thing he had become addicted to. The woman tried many times to convince him, but it was useless. He had changed a lot. The woman is afraid to remember those moments when he started to go through withdrawal. It was as if he became a demon, spending all his money to buy that nasty thing again, and even those that she had saved her whole life. Jingju had even more questions. Did he really owe them money? Since these people came to her and were so rude, Grandma said that everyone who is involved in such business has their own territory. He had one too, but he crossed the border and went to sell on the other side. He was caught and everything was taken away. For the gang, it was a big loss. These scoundrels asked her to ransom his life for $500,000, otherwise they would tear him into pieces and feed him to the fish. But she does not have such a huge sum of money. Zong's wife came up to her and hugged her. The girl wants to help her and tries to calm her down somehow, but she still resists because she doesn't want to ask her for money. The long-haired girl just smiled. Kelly had helped her raise Nuan for quite a long time, and therefore, she had already become like a part of the family to her. The lady wanted to know her husband's opinion, however. He did not agree with it at all. Jan yelled at him. Does he really not have an ounce of compassion? And has he really forgotten how she cared for his own daughter when she was only 3 months old, and only $500,000 can save them? Money is in no way more important than human life. The brunette came closer to the old woman. To explain his position, he does not refuse her money at all, but he is more afraid of what will happen if they buy his life. He will return to his previous actions, and he already has a way that will help him. However, he can't cope on his own, and so he asks her for help. Jing and Kelly exchanged glances and the girl gave a sign that they should agree. Granny looked into the eyes of our hero since he is the husband of this beautiful lady. She trusts him and will do everything possible to return her son to a normal life. The guy was very happy to hear this, and so he just smiled in response. Meanwhile, at some abandoned factory, the whole nightmare is happening. His gang tied him to some high iron bridge and literally uses him as a punching bag. His friends are already demanding an explanation from him about who this girl was, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started a big fight with them. He continued to look at the floor and repeated several times that he had no idea what he wanted from him, that he didn't know any girls or videos, for which he again received a punch in the stomach. As it turned out, one of his friends heard that his mother used to work as a maid for rich people. Judging by the way they were dressed, perhaps these were her former employers, and the curly one thought that the old woman would not be able to get this money out of herself. But it seems that everything indicates that she was able to get it. When Mike heard this, he started yelling at those scoundrels. This is only their business with them, and therefore, he does not want to involve his mother in this. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of their friends. After all, it was the woman who brought them the money, and her son, who did not want her to come here at all, was simply speechless. Kelly saw him tied up, beaten, covered in dirt and in a terrible state. She felt very sad that he had gotten involved with such people and was now receiving money from them. She silently handed over the briefcase where the $500,000 was and asked him to let her son go. Their leader rushed to her and took the bag, starting to actively count everything. And indeed, they were not deceived, and he gave the command to untie him. One move, and the thick rope was cut, and Mike fell to the ground, his knee banging. The green-haired man looked down on him and said that he was lucky this time. But if he fell into their hands next time, money wouldn't help him anymore. Seeing his mother leaving, the boy jumped up and ran after her, clutching his sore arm. The first thing he asked was where she got such a large sum of money, since they had never had anything like that before. Mike can't believe it's exactly $500,000, no more, no less, and he's bursting with interest. But the woman seemed not to hear him at all, and taking the key, began to open the doors to her house, while the boy tried to knock on her door. She turned to him and told him not to call her mom anymore. She no longer considered him her son. And yet, Mike decided to enter the house, and when he saw what was happening here, he was simply horrified. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice behind him, saying that he had broken someone else's rules, and it was clear that someone had decided to take revenge on him for this, especially since this was no longer his place of residence. Our hero said this calmly and approached him closer and closer, while deep in his soul, rage was growing. The woman said that he shouldn't talk to Mr. Ye like that, because it was he who saved him. If he hadn't paid, he would have been thrown into the sea and first cut into pieces. The boy looked at her with slight confusion. Did she really sell her house to this man? Ye Zong smirked. Their home wasn't worth $500,000, or even half of that. He would never go for such a good deal. But he said that he bought his mother. His eyes almost popped out of his head. The guy thought this was some kind of evil joke, since his mother was already over 50 years old. The brunette just grinned. Every person is valuable in their own way. She can bring profit if she finds a suitable place to work. She's no longer young, and she does not stand out for her beauty, and that is why she is the most suitable candidate for him. But in the woman's head, there were a lot of doubts. Would anyone really guess that such a simple and honest lady could carry powder in her basket? And now, Zong said that from now on, she works at his factory for the production of it, and now she will help him with the smuggling of goods to other territories. As a professional, she needs to cut off all ties with her relatives and friends, and this also applies to her son. Now he will no longer be able to live with her. Mike started shouting. It simply couldn't be what he had just heard. The boy ran to his mother and started shaking her by the shoulders. Did she really agree to this? The woman sighed heavily, pretending that she had no other choice, because otherwise she would not have been able to save her. She had fulfilled all her maternal duties. Now she has nothing. She cannot give him a penny, since she no longer has free will. Kelly abruptly removed his hand as Mr. E said, Mike is no longer her son, and she is his mother. And therefore, she asked him not to make such mistakes in his life anymore, because now he will have to deal with his problems himself without her help. After these words, the guy started shaking. He started shouting at our hero that his mother was supposedly an honest person and would never have known anything about such a terrible business, referring to the fact that he would have a lot of trouble. And therefore, he asks to let her go and hire him, because he knows how to drive a car and will also guarantee the safety of the cargo. Yedzong pointed at him and mockingly asked, how long has it been since he saw himself in the mirror? Even a blind man would understand that the person standing in front of him was inadequate. He didn't need such workers, and so that he would not have time to answer him, Father Nuan turned his back to him and was about to leave. He did not have much time to stay here, and therefore he called his new employee with him. Mike ran up behind him and swung his fist. He wouldn't let him take his mom. Using a light wind spell, the boy simply threw him back, and although the old woman was offended by everything that had happened between them, she ran to him. The boy, clearing his throat, began to ask her for forgiveness for everything he had done, how he had gotten himself into this nightmare and harmed not only himself but also the most precious person in the world. It seemed that he finally realized his mistake, which Kelly certainly did not expect, and tears began to well up in his eyes. If God gave him another chance, he would give up these bad substances and become the most exemplary and best son. Zong, who saw and heard everything perfectly, approached the family. It seemed that the prodigal son had decided to return to the righteous path, and therefore, he decided to give him a chance. And so, with a wide smile on his face, he offers him to exchange his life for his mother's freedom. The boy began to rise from his seat, shaking off his dirty white shirt. It was important for him to hear confirmation that this unknown person would really let his dearest person go. Mike came right up to the man and confidently declared that he was ready for this, but only on the condition that this scoundrel kept his promise. Otherwise, he would not let him go even as a ghost. Our hero just grinned and extended his hand towards him. A light breeze rose around him. Strange feelings began to appear inside Kelly's son. The veins began to slowly deflate, and at the boy's command, everything ended. When Mike opened his eyes, he couldn't believe what had just happened. His whole body seemed to be filled with some kind of power. The brunette hadn't felt such a surge of energy for a long time. And all because our hero tried, he removed all the toxins from his body. And along with them, the bad addiction went away. The guy looked straight into Zong's eyes and didn't even know what to say. But his body still returned to its previous state, and he didn't need to know what methods he used to do this. The woman approached him and asked him to thank Mr. E, but he looked at her in bewilderment. Didn't this same man buy him so that she could help him transport all sorts of terrible substances? And he was completely confused. At that moment, Jing and his bodyguard came to them. The long-haired one was laughing. She also knew everything that happened. Could Grandma really harm others to save her own son? The woman approached her relative and asked if he remembered this girl, because she had previously talked about her and about Zong, who is his husband, and today they came to visit her. And when they found out about the grief that had happened to them in the family, they immediately offered help and performed a short play. After these words, the boy bowed to him and thanked the two of them, Because of these guys, he had the opportunity to understand how many mistakes he had made in his life. Our hero smiled back at him and told him that people like him before have a greater psychological dependence than physical, and that is why getting rid of such a nightmare is the first step. And you need to watch yourself further, Mike. After this gave him his word that he would never repeat something like this again. He will try to earn money and live like a normal person. Besides this, the boy feels that he owes him a little and promises to return the entire large sum he owes. But he promised his mother never to upset her again. After these words of his, tears came to Kelly's eyes. Could it be that her beloved son had returned to normal? Little Nuan was also aware of all this, and therefore was very happy for her grandmother that she was now happy, and told Mike how she cried so bitterly for him when he looked like a demon. But now, since he has returned, the girl wants him to promise her on his little finger that he will no longer leave her and leave her alone. The boy smiled back at her and sat down next to her, holding out his little finger. Such a promise could not be broken for the next 100 years. The woman continued to look at them, and tears were welling up in her eyes with every passing second. She admires this little angel very much, and is very glad that she met the Ye family. This is the greatest happiness in their lives. Soon the boys went home by car. Jing sat next to her husband, and only now thought about what would have happened if Mike had refused to exchange his life for his mother's freedom. The brunette coldly stated that in that case he would have killed him without any hesitation. If he had sacrificed his mother's freedom for the sake of his own life, then this would have been proof that he was simply hopeless and a lost man, because he would have continued to harm himself and his mother. And it would have been better to end it all at once than to force the old woman to endure such a nightmare. But Zong knew from the very beginning that he wouldn't do such a thing, and Jing became curious about how he could be so sure. As it turned out, a certain bird, who was sitting in their back seat right now, whispered this in his ear. Little Nuan told him that Grandma Kelly was an angel. How could a good angel give birth to an evil demon? And even if he got confused with someone else's support, the boy would return to the right path. And it turned out that his opinion was correct. He did everything exactly as expected. But now Jing has doubts that he will not return to this terrible business in the future, because addiction is a very complex thing. But our hero calmed him down. He removed all his toxins, including this one, and therefore, he will never return to this again in his life. And to finish the day off well, the guys decided to go to Disneyland. And the first thing they decided to do was go ride a roller coaster. The family had a great time. Everyone was having a lot of fun, but except for Yan Ling, she doesn't like such troubles, and so she almost threw up several times. There are many others here. Children's laughter can be heard all around, and it is full of people. After they had skated enough, Yang had to be led out by the hand. After such a sudden scolding, she felt dizzy. Jinga tried to support her somehow. She didn't know that she was afraid of heights. But Dad, as always, was with his daughter and asked if she liked this format of fun today, and of course, the girl was absolutely delighted. The little girl wanted to come here for a long time. It's so much fun here that she doesn't want to leave. Finally, her dream came true, and Nuan is now here with her mom and dad. But it seems that Jing Gay is a little upset and thinks she is bad. Her husband looked at her worriedly and asked why she was talking like that, stroking her daughter's head. The long-haired one explained that in the past she could not spend time with her because she had such a terrible family. As it turned out, the woman did not dare to show up with her in public places, not to mention even going out to play somewhere. And most likely, his little girl was simply jealous of other children and was very upset. As a mother, she gave her little in childhood, but Zong doesn't think so at all. He took her hand and promised that from now on he would help her make up for everything she missed, and therefore, he promises to make their child the happiest in the world together. While they were chatting, Nuan noticed a very interesting attraction behind them, around which quite a lot of children and adults too had gathered. Everyone is curious about what they are playing there, and so everyone is going to head straight there. There was a host dressed as Mickey Mouse, and he greeted everyone there. Today is their theme park's anniversary, and to thank everyone for their love and support, they have released a flood of limited edition portrait dolls. The conditions are quite simple. Anyone who can fill this huge scale, making the tiger's nose different, will receive a toy, and calls for action to try. From the crowd, the cries of children could be heard, wanting their parents to help them win this. Among them, there was the bravest man who decided to go first and try his luck. He is a weightlifting champion, and therefore considers this to be just a child's play. He warmed up and took a huge hammer, after which he made a strong swing and hit as hard as he could. The host clapped his hands. This is one of their consolation prizes. The man gets a keychain with a cute cat for his keys, and it must be admitted that he couldn't even imagine that it could be so difficult. He went up to his daughter and gave it to her, but she burst into tears because she wanted a doll, and even said that she hated him for it. After the man lost, many people became excited about playing. There was even a whole line for this attraction, and different numbers were announced. Someone scored 20 points, someone 15, and the little girl looked at her father with a slight hint. Of course she wants him to participate, she even likes the doll set, but this game looks quite complicated. The man handed her over to her mother, saying that nothing was impossible for him, and therefore, if Nuon wanted, he would win for her. The girl shouted words of encouragement after him as he walked towards the ride, and everyone looked at him carefully. After warming up, Zong took a large hammer and began to aim at that point to strike, when suddenly, a scream was heard from behind him. Some inadequate man came up, took the hammer from him, pushed the whole line, and the others started to grumble at him. Right in front of our hero's nose, 5 more people from his team gathered and began to swing with all their might. Everyone just watched them as they hit the ride in unison, but the result was 50 points. The company concluded that they needed to hit even harder. One more time, everyone gathered and swung again. This time the result is much more comforting, 80 points. But this is not entirely correct. People in the crowd began to complain that this was simply cheating and non-compliance with the rules. How could several people hit a machine gun at once? The host turned to them and said that they could not continue playing like this, because it was wrong. But one of the men rudely asked where it was written that only one person could participate in this. There were shouts from the crowd, people demanding that they maintain order, and if they could not do this, then they should leave this place as soon as possible and not interfere with everyone else having fun and enjoying the day. Suddenly, a blonde woman came up to them holding her daughter's hand. This game was taking too much time, and she was really tired of standing here. All these people who tried to beat her as hard as possible apologized to her because they did everything they could, and her ill-mannered daughter began to shout that she wanted to win the doll. The madam calmed her down and promised to get it for her. The woman turned to the presenter and asked how much it cost. She wanted to buy a toy for her child, but he apologized and explained that it was a Jubilee prize for their park and was not for sale. The mother got even more angry. She doesn't understand why she's creating so many problems, because these are just pieces of fabric, and the money she's offering him is enough to buy several big cars. Yanling and her sister were watching this whole situation. Like many others, it seems that this woman is narrow-minded, because she thinks that everyone will indulge her whims for a large sum of money. Madam pointed her finger at these men. These are her bodyguards, who are very physically fit, and even if they could not win the prize, she suspects that there is simply something wrong with the game and it is cheating. The brunette explained to her that they had previously experimented with this game, that someone with the strength of Hercules would win, and of course these dolls were from a limited collection. It was quite logical that they would be very difficult to obtain. The woman still did not retreat and came closer to him. She did not seem to care at all, and she would leave an ultimatum. Either they sell her this toy, or she calls the police and says that as the winner she was deceived. Suddenly, she heard someone's voice behind her, and wondering who had just said that, Zong took a step forward. But he doesn't seem to be going to talk to her any further. She's not very good at literature, so he only said 2 idioms. They mean that if she can't do something, then neither can the other one do it for her. And her denial proves that she simply hasn't read the rules. These words touched the young mother, and she began to scold him like a little child for talking to her like that, and giving him the opportunity to win in this game. And if this does not happen, then he should apologize to her publicly. The brunette just grinned, and walking up to the toy machine, he immediately hit that big button, and the tiger's nose lit up red. Other people began to praise him because he managed to win. And now this set of dolls belongs to him and only him. His girl shouted from the crowd how wonderful her father was. Jing put her down on the ground, and since this was hers, she should go there herself and pick him up. The little girl ran towards the guy in the Mickey Mouse costume, but the woman's daughter stood to the side and gritted her teeth. Nuon immediately hugged her new and now favorite toy and couldn't stop admiring it. The girl looked at her dad and thanked him for everything he did for her. She loves him more and more each time. At that very moment, that woman's ill-mannered daughter ran up to her and punched her hard in the back. The impact was so strong that Nuon fell face down on the ground and her doll flew away from her. The green-eyed girl picked up the toy and now declared that it was hers, and she was not allowed to touch it. Everyone in the crowd began to scold her, how ill-mannered she was. It's not for nothing that people say that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, like mother, like daughter. And Jing kept watching the video and ran to her, asking if everything was okay with her. The woman picked her up in her arms and carried her to her father, who wanted to see what was wrong with her. The man began to examine her, and very carefully when Zong took her hand, he noticed a large abrasion that was very painful and burning. He just needs to use a little healing magic, and the hand is as good as new. The girl did not understand anything and told her mother that after Dad touched her, the pain went away. The woman saw everything that her daughter had done, and so she asked her not to pretend to be a victim because it was only a small injury. $100 would be enough to cover the medical expenses, but Jingi refused. I would like to hear at least a drop of respect towards my Nuan. She needs someone to apologize to her. But it seems the green-eyed girl and her mother do not want this, believing that she deserves it. And as if on purpose, the toothy one began to play with her doll, which she had taken away, and laugh loudly. And Nuan thinks that she can break her, and she is very upset, just like her mother. That woman just threw 50,000 on the ground in order to buy this toy. After that, she no longer wants to continue the dialogue and takes her girl by the hand. Now they are going to go to the ice cream stand and relax further. People from the crowd blocked their way. They can't just up and leave after everything that happened. The people demand that they apologize quickly. The woman folded her arms across her chest and advised them to mind their own business, threatening that if they found out who her husband was, they would be scared to death. At which point her security ran up to her. Yazong sighed heavily and asked her to tell him if she could scare him. The red-haired woman said with a smirk that he was the owner of the Baolong shipyard, giving the name Yang Kai-xiang. Our hero knows that this factory is the largest in all of China. It creates the most popular models of ships, and it belongs to the Yang family. It seems that he is aware, and so the red-haired girl asks not to waste her time. Otherwise, she threatens to call him, after which they will regret. But even though she is an important person, this could not scare him straight to death. Now, to see if she really is that brave, Zong decides to use some tricks to make her swell up a little, and makes a sharp wave of his hand. In real life, her mind seems to be cut off. She is in some strange world, and is already confusedly looking around and looking for her daughter. Suddenly, she hears terrible sounds, and raising her head up, she sees her ill-mannered girl with a huge hammer. Yes, and she herself is incredibly large in size, and now it's as if she's playing some kind of game, trying to hit her mother with this instrument, and she, in turn, is already begging her not to do it. She grabs her by the arm and leg, trying to stretch it in all directions. Now it's her doll. She won. And eventually, she began to laugh loudly, and her eyes began to cloud over. There is a click, which means that her body was really torn apart. After this, her mother rose from the ground because the boy brought her out of this state. The woman is now sitting in tears, and her daughter is worried, standing next to her and asking what happened. When she came to her senses, Zong just smiled. Why was she so afraid after all? It was just a game. Her daughter started tugging at her mother's shoulder, thinking that she would buy her ice cream, and she started acting up again. After everything that happened, the woman finally seemed to become different and began to take her doll back to its owner. The redhead began to beat her, forcing her to apologize to this family, and through tears, she still did it. Our hero approached her and scolded her. She must keep an eye on her child, otherwise he threatens to send her an even more exciting game next time than today. The lady admitted that she was wrong and promised that she would keep a closer eye on her. Dad accepted the apology and handed the doll to his beloved Nuan, for which she thanked him with a smile on her face. All the people who saw this circus began to admire our hero. He is not only good at games, but was also able to teach this evil aunt a lesson. His daughter looked her dad straight in the eyes. She was pleased that other children envied her, because she had the best father in the world. As she was leaving this attraction, Jing jokingly said that she now loved Zong more than her, hinting that she would be jealous. But the girl said that this was not true at all. She loved both of them. The boys soon returned to Mr. Lava. The blonde met them at the threshold and was very worried. Just in time, our hero returned to them. From the doorway, he handed him the phone. The boy needed to find out some news about the fact that the main manager of the e-charity fund was in critical condition. This had a big impact on all international financial publications. The fund's shares fell by several points during the day. He began to speculate that this was some kind of gossip, but if you think about it, his Aunt Fan is currently dealing with him, because she has always managed this. The girls became seriously worried when they heard that their granny was sick, but the boy turned to them with a smile and declared that she would definitely be completely fine. What is very suspicious is that this woman was always in good health, so how could she suddenly and seriously become ill? That is a good question, and in that case, Chiclava is going to send them back on a private jet. He is very sorry that the guys cannot stay with him for a long time, for a couple of days, The boy asked him for forgiveness. He needs to book tickets to immediately return to his country to find out. In fact, everything is in perfect order, and when the brunette finishes with all the business, he invites his new friend to visit them to see Nuan. She will be very happy to see her grandparents. And finally, the man allowed him to ask for help at any time. The blonde made a promise that if something happened to his granddaughter, he would not spare this person, just like her father. The guy said goodbye and went down the steps to the plane. They were met by a woman who did not expect at all that Ye Zong was still here, and he had just arrived home and went straight to the hospital. Of course, the first thing he asked was, why didn't anyone tell him that his aunt was sick? The brunette looked him straight in the eyes and sincerely stated that she wanted to call him. But she didn't have our hero's number, and Fan Xiaoqing's phone fell into the water and the SIM card inside it got damaged. But now is not the time for details. The boy just needs to see this woman with his own eyes and find out her condition. As soon as the boys walked through the door, the first thing Jing and his daughter did was simply shock, and they were speechless. The woman was lying on the bed with an extremely emaciated face and looked just awful. Her skin had become an unnatural color, which frightened them even more. Longhair asked if the doctors had said anything about this disease, if there was any way to cure her and get her back on her feet. Their assistant burst into tears. Everyone says that she is somehow strange, they can't find the cause of the disease. People with this problem are getting exhausted extremely quickly every day, and the devices help to maintain her current condition. Almost all of her organs have failed, and the chances of survival are quite small. While the women were discussing their own things, Zong came closer to her and began to examine her carefully. He noticed that it was as if someone was crawling under her skin. It seems that he knows what it is, and it is not a disease at all. His Nuan began to worry a lot. She begs him to save her grandmother, but our hero reassured her, if he is here, then everything will definitely be okay with her. But before he started, the brunette asked them all to leave the room so that they wouldn't see anything. When the door finally slammed shut, Zong began to use his power, which was specially created for this purpose. A magic ball appeared in his hand, which would heal Fan in an instant. He applied it to her face and the woman began to move unnaturally. Our hero demanded with the help of a spell that the evil spirit that had settled in this unfortunate body come out. As he could have guessed, some inadequate person dared to use these cheap tricks with parasites that affected her condition. And after they all came out, Aunt Fang slowly began to open her eyes. She saw our hero in front of her and was about to get up, but he stopped her and asked her to continue to stay in bed, because she was still weak. The lady asked what had happened to her, why she had ended up in the hospital. The woman seemed to remember nothing of what had happened. Zong told her that she had been in a coma for several days because of the magical worm Gugu, and it was he who was to blame for her condition. He nodded his head when asked again. This is a type of blood parasite that specifically feeds on human blood. The victim dies in a very short period of time because its flesh and blood dry out. And this worm is very cunning. It moves throughout the body, and even with the help of modern medical technologies and tools, it is impossible to find it no matter how hard you try. And now, the boy looked her straight in the eyes and asked if she had ever argued with someone who could have treated her so cruelly. And she answered in a slightly languid tone that their charity fund does good deeds and never quarrels with others. She could not remember such a thing. The brunette said that this larva enters the human body through the mouth. Perhaps she recently ate something strange or with someone else. To tell the truth, Aunt Fan rarely communicates and does not like to go outside, and therefore only allows her secretary to cook. However, Madam seemed to remember something from when she was at Xiao Hai Chao's banquet a few days ago, and it seemed like it had dawned on her. The boy had never heard of this, and so he asked to tell him in a little more detail who they were and what kind of event this was. And this man is the president of the largest real estate company in Shanghai. He held a banquet where he gathered all his friends and donated a lot of money to their foundation, so she was also invited. But he definitely had no reason to hate her. Yizong put his hands in his pockets and said that he was going to check whether this was true or not. And since his colleague had just woken up, it would be better for her to rest now and not overexert herself, and also agree to deal with this on her own. At night, the boy went further. This time he was going to use his flying sword for this. And after a couple of minutes, he noticed an unnatural breeze blowing next to him. As if someone rushed by, the boy decided to attack first so as not to be caught off guard. And as it turned out, it was his student Yu-Er. The girl was a little scared by such abruptness, but the whole reason for such suddenness was that she had just recently received her first magical weapon, and therefore wanted to use it as soon as possible. Her teacher sighed heavily and flew on, and the blonde followed him. She wondered why he didn't stay with his child and wife, but from his appearance one could immediately guess that he didn't come here just to have fun. Hearing that he had important things to do now, the ghost girl said that he simply had to take her with him now, because before she couldn't help him in any way, but now, she was finally a cultivator, and she wanted to do this business with him. To which Zong only snorted in response. With her skills, it was unlikely that she would be able to help him. But it seemed that the blue-eyed one absolutely did not care, and therefore she gave an ultimatum that if he did not take her with him, she would go back and tell Nuan everything. The guy rolled his eyes in displeasure, but still agreed to fulfill her whim, but on the condition that she would not raise chaos. This time they seemed to be doing surveillance. Arriving at their destination, they stood under an open window and began to eavesdrop on their conversation. And it seems that Air recognizes their voices. A husband and wife were sitting on the sofa. They were arguing with someone, and that person was saying that Boss Xiao was in a bad mood, and besides, 8 out of the 10 people they had invited to the banquet were sick, and so the police suspected them of all this. The man continued to defend their honor after the blonde was able to take a closer look at them. She realized that these were her parents, and that the woman was the owner of the apartment in which our hero now lives. A curly-haired man sat down on their chair and threatened to sue for slander, and also reminded Xiao Haichao that when they wanted to kill him, it was he who sent his man to help him. And now he seemed to be trying to break their agreement. The ghost girl's father began to raise his voice even more. He doesn't like it when people like him pretend to be a good person. Everyone already knows what he really is, and therefore he doesn't owe anyone anything. Their guest threw up his hands, not understanding why he thought so, because he had obviously been happy to cooperate with him for the sake of profit all these years. And they could get rich if they continued to work together. Well, then he can find another person if he is against it. But he will feel sorry for his friends because most of them are in critical condition, and especially Xiao King Fan, who in his opinion will not survive until this evening. The man grabbed the windbag by the shirt and rudely asked him what he had done to them, and how they could be cured. And of course he could tell him whatever he needed, but his partner would have to do something to find out that information. And besides, the police won't help here at all. Moreover, the curly one can make them work in his favor, and after that all the evidence will point to Air's father, after which he grabbed him by the hand and threw him to the ground. His wife sees all this, but unfortunately she can't get involved in any way. But after what he did, she ran to her husband. His dead daughter was also worried, but Zong touched his shoulder and convinced him that everything would really be okay. The woman helped her husband to stand up and then called the scoundrel a vile man. He just stretched his arms and asked to call him when they had thought everything over, and also reminded them that they didn't have much time left. Judging from their conversation, one can conclude that this person is connected with what happened to Aunt Fan, and now he is going to go straight to them to find out what happened. The man rang the doorbell, and the woman who sold him the apartment opened the door. She remembered her friend very well, but now she was wondering why he came here and how he found out her address. The brunette smiled at her and politely said that he wanted to talk to his husband. But behind the guy's back, Yu Er was hiding, with tears in her eyes from seeing her mother. And since that was the case, Madame let him in and asked him to wait in the living room until she called him. Soon, the man came. He told him that his wife shared that he wanted to see him. Perhaps something is wrong with the apartment, and the question lies in this. But that's not the case at all. Zong looked them straight in the eye and said that he came here to talk about the situation that happened to Fan. After Air's father heard her name, he became very worried and asked how she was and if everything was okay with her. But our hero calmed him down because she was already on the mend. But despite the fact that she was cured, the brunette knows that it was a setup, and also admitted that he heard their entire conversation. Since this happened, he needs to know all the details about this story. Our hero saved Aunt Fan, but the rest of their friends are still sick with the same disease, and he wonders if they really don't want them to die. The man looked straight into his eyes and asked if his old friend really had some way to save them all. The brunette only smiled and nodded his head in response. Since he was able to help his aunt, he would save others as well. After these words, Father began to think seriously, and his wife looked at him with excitement. The woman hugged him to at least somehow support him morally, and he, in turn, finally decided to share everything that actually happened. When he was at a loss, Ding Mao came to him and said that he was willing to help him if he would give his company New World to take on this project. He said that he would help solve this problem. The men shook hands. He was very grateful to him for all the subsequent projects that he shared with him. It brought in a lot of money, and at first they worked very well together, until he discovered that something was fishy here. First of all, his ally suggested that he not deal with ordinary real estate, but only sign contracts for luxury villas. He thought that he wanted to get more profit, and therefore did not take it seriously. And in the next few years, they began to encounter more and more supernatural phenomena, which had a great impact on the reputation of the hand. At that time, Yu Er's father thought that this was bad luck, so he invited a feng shui master and Taoist priests. He was told that the materials used to decorate these villas were not noble, and that this was why all sorts of accidents happened to them. This made him very wary. He wanted to start working with other companies, and then he learned that Novi Svet had monopolized the entire market for elite construction in the city from the very beginning. This included many illegal connections and documents. All this happened through the purchase of villas for political and commercial personnel. He holds everything in his hands, and only then, the man realized that this was a long-planned trap. With the help of his heng, they step by step took control of all the elite residential areas of the city of Shanghai. And in addition, with the help of Feng Shui Parov, they took control of people for some hidden purposes. He wanted to terminate the cooperation with them. But in the eyes of the people, Heng and the New World are one and the same. If they are exposed, they will also be involved in this. The brunette said that at the time his daughter went missing, he and his wife were so upset that they had no time to do business or company, and the matter dragged on for too long. And recently, the entire family of Dr. Shu died, remembered that they lived in the area of the fork that was under their control. He did not want to be an accomplice to all this, and that is why he decided to quarrel with him in order to finally terminate their cooperation. But he did not expect that he would be so much of a person who poisoned his friends at a banquet to continue to cooperate. His wife also shed tears from such a terrible story. They planned to finish all their business and leave here. But this terrible man refuses to let them go. At that very moment, Yu Er made her way to our hero and whispered her thoughts in his ear. If it weren't for her disappearance, then Dad wouldn't be depressed. Everything could have been different, and therefore, the girl asks him for help. Yazong turned to the man and asked how many people he had invited to the banquet and who had been injured. According to him, there were about 30 people there, and only 3 had somehow managed to avoid getting sick. The guy sighed heavily and said that they weren't hurt. They were just set on by a worm, which horrified the couple. Our hero handed him the heavenly herb that she had just conjured. It would help remove the parasite from their bodies, and if they delivered this plant to their friends, they would get rid of all suspicions, and that terrible man named Ding Mao would no longer be able to threaten them. The old man looked him straight in the eyes and thanked him. However, he did not understand why he was helping so much. Of course, our hero was not going to reveal all his cards, and explained that he simply bought an apartment from them, and it was just fate. Soon the family got into the car and immediately went to their friends to cure them as quickly as possible. They are sure that this guy gave them a really good medicine. Thanks to him, no one will suffer. Suddenly, his wife noticed that someone was standing in the middle of the road and asked him to stop. They had to stop. Dean and one of his men were standing in front of them. The brunette looked at him with horror and asked what he was going to do here, while a strong panic began to grow inside him. Curly only smirked in response. He had underestimated Hai Chao and didn't expect that he would be able to know that the power of the heavenly grass could cope with the goo worm technique. And now, after everything that happened, the decision has been made. The man should accept his fate since he is not going to meet him halfway. The lady also started to worry, and so she asked her husband not to listen to him and just drive on. He swallowed a huge gulp and just pressed the gas. Dean stands still and watches them go, wondering if they really think it will be that easy to escape. So he orders his subordinate to go straight after them. The man obeyed and rushed straight to the car, swinging his huge axe. At the command of his master, he wants to literally smash this machine into small pieces along with them. Suddenly, the jock feels that something is hindering him in the air, and after the attack is repelled, it is completely thrown aside. It looked like someone had attacked him, but the man somehow managed to stay on his feet and began to stare intently at that place. In fact, this is the work of our hero. As expected, they were worried to learn that Hai Chao found a cure, because now they will not be able to threaten him, and therefore decided to attack. How stupid. Curly asked in a displeased tone who he was and what business he had with the Shao family. The brunette pointed his finger at him. It was because of Ding Mao and his selfish desires that many innocent people died, for whom he had come now to avenge. But it seems that the man did not take this seriously, and only laughed, jumping into the car, having told his subordinate that now this guy is on him, and he himself slammed the door and drove off after those two. The jock smiled at Zong, reminding him that he had hit him pretty hard, and now that they no longer had control, he would play slowly with him. Immediately after these words, the man ran towards him and began to swing the axe, already knowing what to do next. The bald man smiled and hoped that he could tear him into small pieces quickly enough. But the boy had completely different plans. Using a few tricks, he was able to move him to another place, thereby piercing him through and through. The man did not expect this at all, and literally froze in place, trying to understand what had just happened. Our hero doesn't have time at all to fight him to the full extent that he wants to. After these words, the bandit falls to the ground, exhausted, and now he will not be disturbed anymore. His existence is so low that he doesn't even deserve to know what our hero's name is. Immediately after these words, Zong was about to leave, but something strange began to appear on the body of the deceased. The young magician heard some strange sounds and became very wary. He had to turn around and saw some strange red clot, which even had tentacles. It was making very nasty and disgusting chomping sounds. Soon, this strange creature developed sharp teeth, even sharper than those of sharks, and powerful jaws. This made him really wary. A strange octopus-like creature jumped up, separating from its owner. When it reached a high enough level, it began to send out tentacles straight towards Zong, who watched them with caution and very closely. The boy was able to jump away from them as far as he could, but they kept getting closer and closer, stretching to incredible sizes. He decided to try to cauterize it with a fire arrow, and putting his hand in front of it, he aimed at the very center. It seems that it really worked. After his powerful attack, this monster turned into ashes. The magician began to examine its remains. It does not look like an earthly creature at all. He sees something like this for the first time. The first thing he looked up at was that it seemed to him that it had come here from some portal. Meanwhile, the Xiao family continued their attempts to somehow escape from their evil colleague. Madame is already sitting in a panic and does not know what to do, because they cannot tear themselves away from him and do not understand what to do now. Even while driving, Kudryavi continued to mumble to himself that his friend Haichao had become useless and that he should say goodbye to his life. After these words, the man stepped on the gas and crashed into the back of their car. Their salon was thrown aside, and Yu-er herself watched all this from the side and began to worry greatly. Dean just laughed loudly. It would be enough just once, and they would go to the next world. This scoundrel stepped on the gas again, but this time their already dead daughter is going to help and uses a jade bracelet. It expands in the air and forms a protective barrier around them. Their enemy's attempt to crush them again failed, and he jumped to the side like a trampoline. His car started burning after it hit the ground hard, and it looks like he won't be able to get out of there. Haichao grabbed his head, which was already hurting from worry and nerves, and wondered what had just happened. Suddenly, the girl's mother turns around and sees her flying in the sky and runs out with the car, shouting her name. But unfortunately, the little one cannot afford to be noticed again and is going to fly away as far as possible. Father also ran to his beloved. He cannot believe that the silhouette of their daughter actually flashed before him. The girl hid behind them and just looked out. She can't be their daughter anymore, and only in this way can they forget her and let her go to start a new life. Her mother even shed a tear. She doesn't care at all whether she is a ghost or not. She just wants Ta to be near. She can't bear a second loss. A tremor appeared in her body. She does not understand why she does not come out to them. Is it really because they live in different worlds? And if that's the case, then she's going to go straight to her herself. And at that moment, Yu-er couldn't stand it any longer and ran straight to her to make her stop. The woman took her hand and smiled. She couldn't believe her eyes that this was really her daughter. Father also ran up and was very glad that she was alive, but in fact this was not so. The parents asked her not to scare them, because they can see her, they can touch her. The girl is standing right in front of them. The blue-eyed girl looked down and decided to tell that there was an accident at the airport a couple of years ago, where she was killed. Her soul was locked in their very first apartment. Her teacher saved her, taught her cultivation, gave him the essence that they can see now. But at the moment, she is still weak. And if she stays with them, they will only have problems. And that is why the girl wants them to forget about her and live for themselves. Her parents are trying to convince her otherwise. She is their daughter, and they cannot live without her. And even if difficulties arise, they are ready to cope with everything. As it turned out, our hero heard their entire conversation, and he came up to them in time. He was very sorry that people were unable to get rid of their attachment to each other. The blonde was very happy to see him, but his parents only looked at him from the corner of their eyes. And only now, they realized that this was her teacher. And first of all, her mother asked the magician to make sure that their Yu-er was next to them because he was able to give the essence to her and remove the curse. The mother is even ready to beg on her knees, but her daughter resists because she doesn't want her to put unnecessary strain on the teacher. The boy just smiled in response. He had no other choice now. But now the long-haired girl had a question. Why didn't he tell her about this earlier? To which the brunette only smiled. If he had done this earlier, he would not have seen such a touching scene of reunion. Isn't it wonderful? He handed them a stone that would help them resist the yin energy, and therefore the couple should carry them with them. Now they will be able to be close to their daughter without any problems, even if she is a ghost. They took it in their hands and began to examine it with interest, and also thanked our hero for everything he had done. Suddenly, the guys heard some kind of sharp knock, which made them turn away from their pleasant conversation and turn back. Ding Mao is lying on the ground. It looks like he was pretty battered when he flipped over in the car. But he's still alive, that's a fact. But for some reason, his colleague first of all wants to call an ambulance to help him. And our hero doesn't understand at all why he should do this, because this man committed so many evil deeds and wanted to kill them, accused them of mass murder, and now after that they want to give him a chance. As the man stated, in any case he should be handed over to the police so that they can conduct an investigation. He has no right to decide whether he will live on or not. But our hero is very sorry that others will not appreciate his kindness. From the body of this villain immediately appeared those very spikes that attacked our hero. They walked towards the married couple, and they only covered their faces in horror. Our hero launched a fire arrow at them, which saved him last time. Now there is no trace left of these vile tentacles, and only pieces are scattered around. His student sees this for the first time. For her, it is an incredibly disgusting sight. It is obvious that he has the same creature in his body as that guy with the axe, and therefore, he demands the enemy to tell what their intentions are. But it seems that Ding is not going to tell anything. Zong. According to him, he doesn't even deserve to know this. And if he is not his rival, the people behind him will not bother with ants like him. After that, his body increased several times and he is about to attack now. An explosion occurs, forcing the boy, his student, and others present nearby to retreat a couple of meters back. Their former colleagues just watched. They couldn't believe their eyes that this man actually exploded. Zong's disciple asked who he was just talking about and what it meant. It seemed like the guy himself didn't know, but most likely there was a big deal behind it. However, despite the fact that the guys are happy that they managed to defeat this terrible man, it will no longer be possible to learn anything from him. Talking to a dead man is useless. That's true, but our hero seems to have come up with something and took out a small chest with a bloodsucker goo that was in Ant Fan's body. All this time he thought that Ding Mao had planted it, but as it turned out, neither he nor his companion were in any way connected with this worm. From this we can conclude that someone else did such a dirty trick, and these creatures are closely connected with their owner. This connection cannot be erased, even if they are in different parts of the planet, and therefore, in this way, its owner can be calculated. Immediately after this, Zong and his student went on a short journey to find out who was so brave. They arrived at the New World, and to check exactly what was there, you need to go down and check. The boys went inside and quietly walked along the long corridor, looking at everything around them. A few minutes later, Yu-Er noticed a map hanging on the wall. Several places were marked on it. This is what belongs to the New World. There are a lot of developed pitchforks here, which is basically not surprising that they can travel so freely in business and political circles. Their tentacles have penetrated very deeply throughout the city. They walked and chatted all the way. But suddenly, right in front of their noses, the elevator door suddenly opened, and the girl hid behind her teacher's back, probably inviting them inside. And since that's the case, they accept the offer. And the first thing our hero did was go so that the blonde wouldn't be so scared. After the beep sounded, the doors opened, bringing the team to some very interesting place. With large torches burning around, the ghost girl began to look around. It seems to her that this is some kind of sect, because the atmosphere here is very strange, but Zong does not understand why she is so afraid, because she is dead anyway. Yu-Er frowned slightly after these words and asked to be a little more polite, because she was still a girl, and there was another way to calm her down. Suddenly, the brunette put his finger to his lips and asked her to be a little quieter. It seemed he heard something. The boys followed the sound and quietly peered out from under the corner to see what was going on there. A man was tied to the wall, and some unknown people in black cloaks were standing nearby. The victim begged to let him go. He believes that it is more important to save the life of one person than to build a 7-tiered pagoda in honor of Buddha. And at that moment, our hero came out to them, because he felt that the worm was starting to show activity, and they felt their owner, who was already waiting for him. But he didn't want to waste time on all these conversations, and therefore the boy suggests solving everything quickly. The man who was chained to the wall immediately became a little more cheerful when he saw his comrade Taoist, and began to ask for help. But Zong has a couple of questions for him. Why is Liu Tang here and many other things? But he promised to tell him a little later. These people who are here are going to kill him, and therefore he will stop saving him from them. Suddenly, one of them looked him straight in the eyes. It seems that he cannot make the last sacrifice. The long-haired blonde looked at our hero. He knows perfectly well that he is not his opponent. However, he will not achieve anything from him, and when he wakes up, he will be initiated. The brunette just smirked in response. It looks like he's going to keep the secret until he dies, but will he be able to do it? The guy wanted to strangle him a little, starting to threaten, but it seems to him that something is wrong here. When he touched his neck, he died instantly. His eyes turned white and his grip weakened. Others standing nearby began to inflate like balloons and scream loudly. It looks like the same thing will happen to them now as happened last time. They simply exploded. The blast wave threw the boy back. He only managed to cover his face with his hands and somehow stayed on his feet. His student stands in slight bewilderment. She cannot understand what kind of people these are who are not afraid of death. And in general, what they are forgetting here. Suddenly, a strong earthquake began. Things were bad. This building was going to collapse very soon, and so they had to run away. Hearing their conversation, his old friend Liu asked to take him along. He doesn't want to say goodbye to his life here in this terrible place. Panic seized him and he began to scream, afraid that he would die. But the ghost girl stood calm as a door because it wouldn't work a second time. After this, a loud explosion is heard, and the building begins to fall apart little by little. And in the end, the boy found a loophole and was able to quickly and safely get the three of them outside. His old friend was somehow able to catch his breath. Rising to his feet, he looked our hero in the eyes and smiled, thanking him for his help. But before he walked around here, Yu reprimanded him and asked him to dress up and not walk like a caveman. After all this, Yezong wants to talk about the main thing and asks the boy who hired him that day when they first met and why he was in league with those people. Liu Tang broke a tree branch and said, "It's a long story and he himself is already confused about it all." And he called himself a master of feng shui. He is very famous in his hometown. As it turned out, Ding Mao came to him one day and said that he was often bothered by enemies. He wanted to hire him to organize a bureau to teach them a lesson and promised a fairly large reward for all the work. Naturally, Liu thought that there was nothing wrong with this job since he was just causing trouble for people and not killing them. But at that time, he did not realize the seriousness of the situation until the incident happened in the Shu family, and so he wanted to get out of there. But no one knew that this bastard would refuse to let him go, and would even take him prisoner after that. It's very good that he met Zong in time, and now he is very grateful to him. But the boy is most interested in who they are and what kind of strange creatures are in their bodies. After these words, the man pretended to be a fool, as if he knew nothing about this, since he was only responsible for organizing a feng shui bureau in the specified place. Sister Yu started yelling at him. She thought he was lying. If he didn't know their secrets, they wouldn't have tried to kill him, and so she demands that he tell her everything he knows, but he continued to make excuses, saying that he was supposedly knocked out by the bodyguard, and that he saw those people for the first time in his life. The teacher approached the two and asked the girl to cool her ardor. With his level of development, he would not be able to lie. The blonde sighed heavily, and it seemed to her that the key to the solution was lost. Of course, they blew up the building, obviously to destroy all the evidence, but this will only stop the matter for a while. The most important thing is that Zong managed to get rid of the one who planted the goo worm. It can be said that he avenged Aunt Fang. The boy turned to Liu Tang, being a cultivator. He became their accomplice, and all because of his greed, which led to the fact that he himself did not notice how he became a murderer. But since deep down the boy feels that there is a good person in front of him, he will spare his life. The green-eyed man looked at him. He realizes that he is doing wrong, and therefore promises to change for the better and become a wonderful person. After these words, Zong took the ghost girl's hand and jumped high into the sky. It was too noisy here. Probably someone would come here soon. And if he didn't want trouble for himself, then he should leave too. He started jumping nervously. He doesn't want to show himself in public in his underwear, but it seems that he has no other choice. Soon, our hero and his student came home through the window. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, the brunette turned to her and declared that she no longer needed to return to the Jade Lotus. After which she began to worry. It seemed to her that he no longer perceived her as his student. The blonde fell to her knees, wondering what she had done wrong and, in a panic, not knowing how to correctly formulate her thoughts. Our hero turned to her and asked why she was so excited. He means that she finally met her parents and should reunite with them and live together, after which she sighed with relief. But now she is more concerned about who will protect Nuan. She worries about her more than anyone else. However, at least she has a father and mother and also a bodyguard. No one will dare to offend her. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a knock on the door, and it was time to wrap things up. The brunette hinted to the girl that her parents would probably want to see her now, and indeed she should go already. Yuer thanked him and flew through the window towards them. And then Madame Jing came into the room, and she began to worry a little that he hadn't answered them. And of course, Nuan was next to her. They have a lot to talk about at the table today. Aunt Fan learned all the details regarding those worms. And our hero said that she wasn't the only one who got hit. He sighed heavily. He even felt sorry that Ding Mao was dead. They had lost their only clue, and he still couldn't figure out what the purpose of this whole mysterious organization with the sect was. But still, whoever they were, they will definitely remain in their memories as terrible people. Auntie is very glad that Zong was next to her in a difficult moment. The brunette smiled back at her, but even though he helped her pull the worm out of her body, she still hadn't regained her strength. And so he asks her to stay in their house for her own safety. Her granddaughter was very happy and promised to take care of her as much as she could. However, before making such decisions, Fan looked at Jing and asked if she, as the hostess, would allow it. The woman blushed slightly at these words. She was embarrassed by such formality. Our hero decided to play a joke and asked why she didn't want to be the mistress of this house. Did she really want him to find another? To which the woman yelled at him, but she herself is not against it. And on the contrary, she will be only glad to welcome Fan Xiaoqing to this house. And besides, Yang recently took a long vacation for some business, and therefore her room is empty. You can put an old lady there. Just then, Zong remembered that he wanted Jing to join the management of their charity fund, and he needed the owner's opinion. The girl did not expect to hear this, but her husband promised her that he would give her the opportunity to show her strengths. Besides, he really has no talent for this, and therefore it will be much easier for him to do household chores. But Nuan just giggled. She still prefers her dad's cooking to her mom's. The woman lightly poked her in the cheek with her finger, calling her a traitor, which made her laugh even more. Aunt Fang looked him straight in the eyes. Of course, the charity fund belongs to him and she doesn't mind. However, first she needs to get a good rest so that she can return to work with full strength. She also said that there would be a company meeting next week. Jing should go with her, and she would tell her what specifically needed to be done. Longhair is confused. She knows very little about charitable foundations, and therefore is very afraid that she will not be able to cope with the task set and will let the team down. Grandma Nuan just smiled. She would ask the secretary to send her information so that she could familiarize the new colleague with her new responsibilities as soon as possible. She was the woman chosen by Zong himself, and she trusted him. So she should believe in her own strength and capabilities. These quirks of hers look like stage fright, but in fact, Madame has worked for several years in retail chains, and she has nothing to say. But even despite this, she promises Aunt Fan not to let her down and to do everything in the best possible way. The woman understands her perfectly, and therefore promises to wait and see with her own eyes what will happen next. Her daughter also began to support her, like the others. Everyone wants her to stop being afraid and take a step forward. Soon after a couple of days, Fang Xiaoqing had already fully recovered, and now she was not in her home pajamas, but in her work clothes. She went to work again. Her subordinates congratulated her on her recovery. Next to her is Jing, who can feel her incredibly strong aura. She was such an ordinary and kind aunt until she put on this business suit and changed dramatically. It is no wonder that Zong asked her to get to know her better in advance, because this woman is actually not as simple as she seems from the very beginning. In order to break the silence between them, the new employee asked why her husband didn't go with them. He is the chairman. Doesn't he need to attend today's very important meeting? But as it turns out, Jing is the main character today, and she can't let him go. Their conversation was interrupted by her subordinate. The woman reported that the shareholders and directors had arrived at the site, and it was time to go. The door creaked, and all the guests looked at the long-haired lady, who pursed her lips and looked very nervous looking at them all. Everyone greeted Chief Fang with one voice, expressing respect, and the woman asked them all to sit down. One of the guests recalled that the news about how she had fallen ill with a terrible disease had spread throughout the company, and many were worried about her. And even more so, they were very happy that the woman had already returned to duty. The lady smiled sweetly and thanked her colleagues for their concern, and said that this illness made her understand that every person in this world needs rest, and therefore, she wants to take a short break. Now it's time to move on to the important part. The woman pointed to Mr. Ye's wife and said her name. From today on, she officially joins the board of directors, and she hands over her seat to her. And before she allows her to become the manager, Fan asks Jing to tell them about her ideas and plans for the future of the company. After clearing her throat, Nuon's mother introduced herself and said that she had previously only been involved in commercial management, and this was her first experience in the field of charity. She also asked for advice for the future, having previously looked at information about the foundation over the past few years and had some ideas that she wanted to share. But at that moment she was interrupted, and the girl suddenly fell silent. One of the men approached President Fang. There are many charities in the market. They are willing to donate to the Ye Family Foundation because they admire his outstanding personality. However, he does not understand why she allowed this inexperienced girl to become a manager. Another colleague of his emphasized her name. For some reason, it sounds quite familiar. Could it be that this is Chao Mei's family, and she is Chao Xingzu's granddaughter? The girl nodded her head, to which she received a wave of condemnation in response. This is even worse. After all, everyone knows how the Xiao family and hers also work together and quite closely. Many people fell for their tricks. There are honest businessmen sitting among them now who do not want to deal with such people. Also, people remember that there were rumors about the marriage of these two families. And no one can understand how their director Fan can trust such a person. The long-haired girl was confused. She explained that this was the Chao family, and she was a separate person and had nothing in common with them. One of the men understands that this is their family business, and they are not interested in knowing it anyway, but no one can trust their reputation. In short, if she is allowed to become the manager, then everyone present will ask to withdraw all donations. The number of people who agreed to this simply stunned the woman, and she didn't know what to say. The woman approached the director himself and stated that she did not want to cause trouble for this company. And Fan interrupted her. She reminded her that her husband praised her abilities in front of her. But why did she shake at the sight of people? Just as Jing was about to say something, she was again cut off from finishing her sentence. They simply started asking her questions, and she had already given up. Automatically, she sincerely believed that Mei Yu would not want such a bride for her son. Various thoughts began to pop up in Zong's wife's head about how these people were laughing at her, not trusting her, and even condemning her. And she was especially struck by the reaction of Aunt Fan, who now, in her opinion, does not consider her a good wife for him. And now there is chaos in her head. She does not understand how this could happen. Jing thought that she could live without relations with the Cao family and start a new life with her husband. But the connections left their mark. She knows very well that her life partner respects this woman very much, but if she does not approve of their marriage, will he even want to marry her? And the fear that she might lose him because of this began to grow in her heart. But suddenly, something clicks in her thoughts, and she instantly calms herself down. The girl decides to contact Zong himself using telepathy and talk at least a little about it. The man quickly got in touch and explained that this charity was created by his mother and this aunt. She gave him most of her life, and therefore, Fang knew from the very beginning that he would not want to do this and would simply pass the whole thing on to his future wife. And besides, it was just a test to see if she could withstand such pressure and take on more responsibility for this fund, which made the woman think, Aunt Fang really likes women who are soft on the outside and strong on the inside, like his mother, for example. Although she looked weak, she had a stronger mind and character than any man, and no matter what she was dealing with, she had to stick to her point to the end and not be afraid of anyone. The brunette calmed her down and convinced her that this was just a test to see if she had the courage, and also a good chance to become a good role model for her daughter. And after these words, the woman finally pulled herself together and slammed the table, rudely forcing them all to shut up and listen to her. There was silence in the room, as if, on command, everyone had actually listened to her and put aside their empty talk. The woman looked at them all and tried to explain that she had nothing to do with the Cao family, because she was now Zong's wife and was obliged to do work in the charity fund with him. And now, finally, it is time to get down to business. And the very first thing she will do after joining is to make donations public so that every payment is open and transparent, publish detailed information on the website, which is updated in real time. In addition, she promises to take control of the directors and all areas of the fund's life. Previously, it is worth noting that there were people in the company who appropriated charitable contributions for themselves. All these measures are needed in order to put an end to black sheep such as Li and Xieyue Wu. and she also promises to create an inspection department to monitor the implementation of all donations to the fund. And that is why a woman will be very grateful if someone present here continues to trust them and make deposits. But if they want to leave, she is not going to hold anyone back. The men looked at each other and seemed to be thinking about what decision they should make. Finally, Aunt Fang intervened in the dialogue and said that whoever wanted to leave, they could do so right now by raising their hand, after which it would be a direct sign that they would return all their contributions. And immediately after Jing's speech, it was as if everyone had changed. Now it seemed to them that their new employee was very sincere. And now everyone wanted to stay and just watch how this matter would develop further. And since they had made such final decisions, Madame agreed to continue their work and also expressed hope that they would improve their contribution to society and help more people in need. After such an important matter, the girl went to the restroom and quietly opened the door. There was a creak, and she saw her husband in the chair and ran to him with a smile. The woman became curious about what she was doing here and why he hadn't come to her. But the boy understood perfectly well why she was so worried and praised her for how well she had shown herself and performed. Jing really deserved the title of president of the Ye Foundation. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Aunt Fang, who praised Zong's good looks because even when his wife was nervous, she did not disappoint her at such an important event. On the one hand, most of the rich philanthropists in society are very stingy and suspicious, afraid of loneliness. And on the other hand, they are also willing to donate to a person with worthy intentions. And Jing was able to grasp these two factors right there and gain their trust. The woman explained that publicity and oversight not only encourages them to donate more actively, but also gains trust from kinder people. In short, she admires her new colleague. Aunt Fang is indeed a very smart woman, from whom one can learn a lot. Jinga and her husband admire her. The newcomer drew conclusions based on the material provided, and in the end, she won. And it would be a sin not to celebrate such a joyful event. Our hero has already managed to prepare delicious food for everyone for the evening. Soon it was time for dinner. The guy set the table, and his wife helped him decorate everything so that it would look beautiful. This time, their aunt is with them, who immediately appreciated the delicious smell of his food. If Zong ever gathers patience and courage and opens his own restaurant, then his place will be the most popular too. Everyone is having a lot of fun, but not little Nuan. For some reason, she is sad and just lazily picking at her food with chopsticks. The first thing her father noticed was why she looked so upset. Putting down her chopsticks, the little girl asked what happened to Sister Yu-er. Did she really not love her anymore? She called her friend several times, but Ta did not come out of the jade necklace. The brunette calmly explained to her that the girl had found her parents, and now she would live with them and would no longer be able to come to Nuan and visit her. Hearing this, the girl began to cry loudly. She did not want this at all. She liked spending time with and playing. Mom put her food aside and tried to calm her down somehow together with her grandmother, while Fang promised that she would fulfill any of her whims and buy her everything she wanted. But Nuan doesn't give a damn about this now. She wants her friend back who has already become like a sister to her. As soon as Jing heard the name of this stranger, she yelled at her husband for not enlightening her about this at all. The little girl began to scream even louder, and her father raised his voice so that she could hear him. And finally, after many unsuccessful attempts, the girl calmed down and was able to catch her breath. But she was still sniffling. And now, Zong asked her if someone wanted to take her away from her parents and forbid her from seeing them again. Would she be ready for that? And of course, the answer is obvious. She doesn't want to be separated from her family. The brunette smiled at her, explaining that in the situation with Yu-er, everything is the same. It is hard for her, but she was finally able to grow up and reunite with her parents. She needs to devote time to them too. And if she finds out that Nuan is unhappy, she will also be very upset. The girl began to cry even harder, but she was already trying to calm down, because she wanted her beloved friend to be happy. And also, to further encourage the little girl, Zong suggested that in the future, if possible, he would take her to visit her, which caused the girl to have a slight smile on her face and she wiped away her tears with her hand. Suddenly, their family dinner was interrupted by a knock on the door. Aunt Fang decided to get up from her seat and open the door for the guests. Mr. Xiao stood in front of her, and he sincerely apologized for causing them so much trouble, and this is precisely the purpose of their visit. Today, their family had to come here to visit them to express their regret for everything that happened. The woman smiled back at them and asked them not to say such things. It is clear that this was the work of Ding Mao, and they were simply victims. The girl looked around with interest. But the first thing she noticed was her beloved little sister, Yu-er, who was standing nearby. Nuon ran to her as fast as she could and hugged her tightly. The blonde was also very happy about such a meeting and reciprocated her feelings. Suddenly, she noticed that her baby was crying and began to ask who had offended her, promising to take revenge for her. Our hero overheard their conversation and, laughing, said that in that case she should hit herself 3 times. The girl looked into her eyes with concern and asked why she ignored her when she called her. Thoughts began to creep into her head that she was no longer friends with her. But this is not true at all. And besides this, she herself cannot live without her and her teacher, even though he does not reciprocate her feelings. Zhang's wife watched them chat from the side and seemed to become a little jealous and angry. Mr. Xiao approached our hero. He expressed his gratitude for the fact that this time he helped his family a lot. He did not want to pay with money, and therefore decided to make some kind of gift. The man took the key to the villa from his pocket, the biting mansion. He owns the 2 upper floors, and they live on one of them. The second will be the property of their family from now on. And also, in the future, if they become neighbors, they won't have to be separated, and he thinks that's a good idea. Aunt Fang was slightly surprised. This place is the most luxurious villa in this city. 1 square meter costs more than 300,000 yuan. The boy was a little confused by this proposal, but still, the man didn't care about this house as much as he did about his daughter. What is the debt from this money? If he has already found his daughter, the main thing is that their family is in complete order. And as long as Yu-er is happy, he does not need anything. And from then on, her dad completely trusted Mr. Ye with his daughter. And Nuon was also very happy. And Mrs. Jing heard everything and thought that he was going to marry Yu-er and thought over all the words that were said. Suddenly, she angrily shouted that she completely refused all of this. The lady approached our hero and explained to Mr. Xiao that they were living well together. They were not planning to move yet, and therefore asked him to take the gift back. The blonde just grinned and whispered to the teacher that he was being jealous. Hearing what she called him, the woman was a little confused, and the boy whispered something in her ear. Now Jinga knew about everything that happened, how they met, what happened between them, and so on. And because of this, she felt a little awkward, because she misunderstood them and apologized. She didn't know that they had so much in common with him, and that they also took care of her daughter together. The girl took her hand and promised that she would treat her like her own sister. The blonde laughed slightly and asked her not to worry, and also promised to make sure that no one came close to him. After these words, Jinga looked askance at our hero, who was giggling to the side and became slightly embarrassed. Aunt Fang also joined in with the warm words. This fragile girl was able to impress her and show what she was capable of, and others also began to praise her. The woman turned to her husband and asked him to say at least something, but he only laughed and said that she looked too cute when she was jealous. After that, she became red as a tomato and turned away from everyone, trying to somehow calm down. But even so, they didn't leave her alone. Nuon pointed her finger at her and said directly that the color of her face had changed. This was the last straw. Jing decided to just run away from this horror. She was very ashamed, but others took it normally and even laughed. They don't consider jealousy to be something terrible. The men continued their dialogue. Mr. Xiao spoke seriously to our hero and stated that in addition to words of gratitude, he had another business thing that he would like to tell him about today. And that is why, to make everyone comfortable, he suggested sitting down in a comfortable place and talking. The brunette looked at all his listeners and said that earlier, because of the Novi Mir company, he planned to sell all his real estate and leave the city. One company was very generous, because it designated several of the best lots. And today, he read the information to find out who their legal entity is. And it was Chongwen, which shocked everyone. Yuer told him everything that happened between them, and so he felt it necessary to inform them of all of this. Oddly enough, the Ye family had never been involved in real estate. But why did this man suddenly think about buying land? And more importantly, where did he get such a huge amount of money? The man heard that he had received them after selling the family's property, which made even Fang jump up. She can't believe that such a pig, Fang Shen and Mei Yu, worked their whole lives to establish the Ye family. It was their painstaking work, and he just went and sold it all in one moment. Our hero asked her not to worry because he himself wants to take on this responsibility and figure out everything that happened. At first she wanted to agree, but then she refused because the death of his parents was probably his work, and therefore she does not want him to risk it again. Yuer herself just laughed and asked the auntie not to worry about it, because this villain was just some ant compared to her teacher. He definitely couldn't harm him. No one could have imagined that things would be so serious. And in that case, Mr. Xiao promises to terminate the contract with him, after which he will not be able to either purchase the territory or sell the family property, and also intends to compensate for all losses. But our hero refused this, because the most important thing in business is, of course, honesty. They are not obliged to risk their entire company because of one person. And besides, if he really has any plans, he will find other sellers even if he refuses to cooperate. In this case, the man allowed him to ask for help if something suddenly happened. This is the most he can offer now. The blonde turned to her father and asked him and her mother to come back here when they finished all their business. And she herself wants to stay for dinner because the master's preparation smells so delicious. Only now she has the opportunity to taste everything, and she wants to eat deliciously. The girl sat down next to Nuan and arranged a small battle with her, who would eat more plates of her teacher's food. The girls started to eat with gusto, but their parents looked at them and were very ashamed of Yuer. The way she was behaving was the behavior of a child and not an adult. Sometimes the old man really asked himself whether he should be stricter with her so that she would finally become normal and not so childishly naive, because others could offend her. Well, now he is finally glad that there is someone who is able to manage and educate her, and put his hand on our hero's shoulder. Since she had already embarked on the path of practice with him, Mr. Xiao completely entrusted her to him, even allowing him to raise his voice at her. And they would not say anything, and after these words the boy began to feel somehow angry. After that, he looked at the girl. She really is some kind of incorrigible and it will be useless. Soon, Zong took her with him to the office. She sorted out important papers and was indignant that there were too many legal terms here. From this whole nightmare, her head would burst. It seems to her that it would be much easier to just kill Chongwen and not fool herself. The brunette hit her on the head with a piece of paper. It seems that his student has watched too many TV series. Dealing with a person is not as easy as she thinks. If this man dies, he will be the first suspect on the list. And when it comes to the investigation and news about it spreads, it will bring even bigger problems. The blue-eyed girl, with a little humor, praised him for being knowledgeable in such matters and asked him to teach her the same. Our hero thought that since her father was in business, she was good at paperwork or something like that. But she turned out to be useless to him. There was no need to take Yuer along with him. At this moment, during the entire time they were here, the boy had not learned anything. However, Chongwen suddenly sold the Ye clan's property in order to not just buy a few plots of land. His true intentions were still unclear to anyone. It seemed that someone was coming. The brunette heard steps outside the door and began to use a restoration spell. A few seconds later, their office began to shine, as if they hadn't turned anything upside down here. Chongwen himself calmly walks down the corridor, and his servants remind him that the Yuip Group is the life's work of the chairman and his wife. He has been trying to take possession of it for so long, and now his goal has changed dramatically and he is going to sell it. It will be very unfair to them. He sat down on a comfortable chair and turned to Uncle Van. This is now his property. He can do with it whatever he wants, and he doesn't see a problem with it. The man asks him to stop talking nonsense and demands that they quickly sort out the purchase and sale agreement. He and the buyer will officially sign it tomorrow. But as a corporate lawyer, the brunette is against this. In order to conclude this agreement, he asks to look for something else. The bespectacled man grinned. There are hundreds of others like him, so it won't be difficult for him to replace him. Does he really think that he will miss him? But it seems that he didn't understand at all that he doesn't care. And so he said directly that from now on, Wang is fired. He slammed his hands on the table and shouted at him indignantly. He had been with the chairman for decades. He hadn't even been born yet when he worked there, and he had no right to fire him. Chongwen grabbed him by the shirt and looked him straight in the eye and reminded him that Ye Fengshan was no longer here. Did he really think that he would work with an old man like him? The man looked out the door and called the guards. They immediately rushed to the scene and asked the chairman what had happened. The brunette ordered them to take him out of here, change the password to his work computer and take away the keys, and not let them take anything except his personal belongings. Finally, Wang reminded him that the chairman was still looking down on him from heaven, and he would regret his actions. Meanwhile, Zong and his student were watching everything. They have nothing to say. They just look at each other in shock. The lawyer's wife had been telling him for a long time that this guy he had gotten involved with was pretty bad. Nothing good could be expected from him, and the best solution for him would be to simply retire. He asked to stop escalating things. He thought that even if our hero was not particularly educated in terms of running a business, he was at least a good child. Even if there was no particular progress with him, he would not destroy the works of his ancestors in any case. He knew that he would have to convince the chairman to allow him to become the heir. The woman sighed heavily. It was too late to talk about it now, and tomorrow they would sign the contract and the overall situation would be determined. And what was he going to do then? The man is also in shock. The chairman has always been kind to him. He can't just sit still and watch his plans and efforts fall apart. Suddenly, as if something clicked in his head, he remembered something. And how could he forget about it? He found the box and dusted it off. The old woman coughed and began to shake off what had fallen off her, and she wondered what he was going to do next. But according to Uncle Van, the future of the UIPP groups depends on what is going on there. There is some kind of envelope in it. The brunette took it in his hands with a smile, but his wife still doesn't understand what this is all about. This is a will that the chairman managed to leave 10 years ago. It says that Group E should be handed over to Chongwen after his death, and that 30,000 yuan should be allocated monthly for Zong's upkeep. But if the bespectacled man does something to harm him, he will only be stripped of his right of inheritance and everything will be handed over to our hero. In addition, it is noted here that this will prevail regardless of whether the boy leaves other wills in the future, and it turns out that he has a right to inherit. And the old lady does not understand why he did not get such an important thing earlier. In fact, the chairman had once told him that this boy was not interested in business at all. He did not want to force his son to do something he did not like. And in the future, Zhongwen would be able to justify the Ye family clan. So he had never doubted this. And if he had not revealed his true colors this time, he would not have remembered this will. And that is why Uncle Van is going to take the documents to the office tomorrow to see how he will sign the contract and sell the family property. His wife was at a loss. Didn't he need to negotiate with Zong first? After all, this also concerns him, and he must be present tomorrow. He has no ambition, knowledge, and skills, and she is afraid that he might simply refuse to believe him. In that case, who else but this soft-tempered boy can replace the post? It is clear that no one. Our hero heard this conversation, and he walked through the door with his student. This lawyer was confident in his father and did everything possible for the family. He couldn't just get angry. The old man looked him straight in the eyes and asked how he managed to get here. The boy sighed heavily. It doesn't matter at all. What matters is that they finally learned about Chongwen's true face. Now it's clear who is good here and who is bad. Before, he had buttons instead of eyes, and he hoped for the wrong person. And if our hero trusts him, then Uncle Wang himself will answer for him tomorrow to reveal the whole truth. The brunette took a step forward and smiled. If he was going to do this, then he was definitely worthy of becoming the heir to the clan. And therefore, he was confidently going to take what belonged only to him. The old woman looks at him and does not understand whether in front of them is really the man he was talking about. He looks very strong and quite rude. During all this time, it seems that he has changed for the better. Meanwhile, that vile, bespectacled man had already found a new lawyer and told his boss that all the properties would be his in the future and wished him success in his real estate business. The blonde clapped his hands and told the two commanders that if there were no problems with the contract, then important papers needed to be signed. And at that very moment, they heard some screams in the corridor, someone asking to stop. The guard couldn't influence them in any way, and Uncle Van and our hero burst in on them. But the bespectacled man definitely didn't expect to see Zun. It was as if he was in shock. The boy said with a slight grin that he heard that today he needed to negotiate a big deal, and that was why he came here, just to take a look. He looked at him angrily and asked who had told him all this gossip. His cousin certainly doesn't understand business matters, and can a person like him be trusted? He is going to sign a contract with the boss of Harbin to get more funds and expand their family's business. His former lawyer yelled at him and asked him not to shame him for not really understanding this yet. Now is the period of growth, and the Yip Group should be steadily developing. And he is also interested to know the reason for selling their property and investing money in an industry where he has never entered. He understands perfectly well that he is clearly collaborating with someone, and that is precisely why he wants more funds for himself. The bespectacled man also raised his voice, reminding him that he had been fired and that he supposedly had no right to tell him what to do and how to act. He again called the guards and asked them to get this scoundrel out of here. When the men came to them, they stared at our hero, who was also watching them from under his forehead. Since Uncle Wang has no right, then what about him? What he is about to sell now is what his parents worked hard for their entire lives. The bespectacled man only laughs at him. He really tries to be a good son. But it's a pity that his mother and father don't look down on him from heaven. They would definitely prefer to leave the Yip not to Zong but to him. Chongwen's former lawyer gave our hero some piece of paper. It is worth treating other people's things with care, especially when they are given to him for temporary use. He presented him with a will that had been drawn up several years ago by Mr. Fengshan, and the brunette threw the paper on his desk so that he could verify everything for himself. Reading all this, the bespectacled man starts laughing. It seems that he is considered a murderer, and he has turned everything to the fact that this letter is a fake. Yizong confidently suggested that he ask his own lawyer if it was the original. The blonde took the will in his hands and began to read it. It really wasn't a fake. The bespectacled man couldn't believe his eyes and ears. It seemed to him that this was completely impossible. When Mr. made this will, they, as the elders of the company, were by his side. Mr. Ye's best friend was also introduced to him. The lawyer was also present, so it can't be denied. The old man was worried that when he got old, he wouldn't be able to leave anything, so he gathered them all. This was his will, and subsequent wills have no legal force. The man began to read that this letter said that he would inherit the Ye family, and would also give Zong 30,000 a month for his maintenance. His former lawyer also began to raise his voice. He does not see obvious things because the will of the master is very clear. If he does something that harms the family, he will be deprived of the rights of inheritance and they will be transferred to our hero. But here he is, faced with a counter question, whether he caused any damage at all. He did not do this. Ever since he took over the Yuip business, it has prospered, and the overall profit has increased several times, and this can be considered a contribution. As for selling the shares, it is his business decision as chairman of the board of directors to raise capital to develop the business. He was told that he did something to the detriment of the interests of the company, and then, in such a case, he demands proof. From a legal point of view, this is indeed a commercial act and cannot be used as evidence that it was done to harm. But it seems that Zong has something. The brunette pulled out a piece of paper from his jacket pocket. The guy threw these papers in front of his cousin. Is this already evidence that he evaded taxes for a year and a half? In addition, he created false invoices and replaced suppliers so that they could fill their pockets with profits. All this harms the E clan. Having seen all this nightmare, even his former lawyer was shocked. It turns out that he really did commit too many crimes, and he didn't even know about it at all. And it all happened because he has two business systems. The one that everyone was working on was a fake, and the whole truth is hidden in the basement of the house, and it looks like they really figured him out. The bespectacled man started to grind his teeth. After that, the man slammed his fists on the table. Now that he dug under him and found all this, does he really think that he will dance to his tune? As it turned out, the brunette wants him to know what Fengshan really wanted when he was still alive. From childhood, this good-natured man raised him as his own son, right up until his adulthood, and he intentionally killed him, as a result of which their family literally went bankrupt. He wanted to pass the clan to him from the very beginning. However, he was too impatient and killed the one who truly loved him. It seemed that this touching story was able to touch him. The bespectacled man began to tremble, remembering his face. After that, he screamed and demanded that he stop teaching him. He hates him. He hates the whole family. The same goes for their childhood. Chongwen believes that he was smarter than Zong all the time. But for some reason, all the time he was loved more than anyone else, and he had to rely only on himself without support and attention. The old man kept telling him that he considered him his own son, but he could read a pure lie in his eyes. Fengshan never showed him the same love and care that he had for Zong, and if he did something wrong, they quickly made peace. But with him, he was very polite, because he was considered an outsider. Through tears, the brunette screams that he wants to take everything from him right now, crush him, make him lose his confidence, turn him into an ordinary piece of dirt, and wishes him all the worst. Hearing these terrible words, his former lawyer called him an ungrateful animal. And just then, someone knocked on their door. Two men came through the door and introduced themselves as being from the Commercial Crime Bureau. Someone told them that he was suspected of illegal business dealings and therefore, he was asked to contact them to assist in this investigation. The bespectacled man trembled even more. He didn't want to go to any prison, and pretending to be kind, he asked his cousin to say that this is some kind of misunderstanding, and promises to return the debt, the company, the house. He doesn't need any of this, and he directly admits his defeat. Our hero agreed to this, but only if he could bring Fengshan and his wife back to life. Hearing such a demand, Chongwen froze in place, not knowing what to answer. After these words, the law enforcement officers went deeper into the office and asked the suspect to come with them. The bespectacled man continued to resist, saying that no one knew anything. He did not want to sell Yi's property because he no longer had another choice and he was forced to do it. But the police don't seem to care at all and are planning to arrest him now. Suddenly, at that very moment, the window breaks, the shards fly all over the room, and an uninvited guest comes to them. An unknown person threw several balls right at the feet of the police officers and the former lawyer. A few seconds later, they exploded, creating a large smoke screen. This hooligan patted his friend Chongwen on the shoulder and told him to quickly get out of here with him. And Uncle Van, together with the law enforcement officers, began to cough loudly, and they ran away. The former lawyer instructs one of them to prevent them from escaping and to break into pursuit. Our hero calmed him down and asked him not to do this. There was no point in chasing him. He specifically let him go to find out who was behind him. And that's why he sends Yu Er to go after them. It's a great team effort. The brunette jumped out of the window after them. One of the police officers tried to stop him, but nothing worked. Others began to worry that he might have crashed from such a height, and together with Van they ran to the window. Meanwhile, Zong had already caught up with Yu Er, and they observed one scene. Finally, they managed to find the one who was involved in all this. Some man was sitting on a chair with a woman, and the bespectacled man was simply standing nearby on his knees, silently looking at the ground. The blonde concluded that the man in black was the one giving him orders. It was no wonder that Chongwen was so scared. It turned out that these people were simply manipulating him, and since Xiao Haichao decided to leave and no longer cooperate with the New World, they needed a new successor, which was his cousin, and that was why he didn't plan to sell it to cash it all in for the land under Hengda. However, now another question is brewing. What is the special value of this site? Why are they so desperate to get it? In the meantime, his assistant turned to Mr. Myphon. This woman, who is with him now, is the hottest star of this city, and he, as a subordinate, is interested in whether everything suits him. Their boss looked her straight in the eyes and just decided to pretend that he wanted to kiss her. But in fact, he used his ability and simply began to suck the soul out of her. Soon, Madame died. Her body fell to the ground. She was generally delightful, but her insides turned out to be very unpleasant. After which Chongwen began to tremble in his body. Seeing that the gentleman stood right in front of him, he began to beg not to kill him, to give him one more chance. The blonde looked him straight in the eyes. This guy had already lost to his cousin, the Ye clan. Was there really anything else he was good for? The man tried to save his life by justifying himself that even though he no longer owned it, he had a working brain and could earn a lot of money for him, buy as much land as he wanted, but to his great regret, he cannot wait that long. And so, using his power, he launches those tentacles into his body which eventually pierce him. The blonde falls to the ground in horror, trying to somehow get up, but he doesn't have enough strength. His boss summoned that monster that looked like an octopus with its tentacles. Why not have a little snack for today and try it? The guy still hears everything, and when he saw that nightmare, he started screaming loudly. The man in the black cloak lifted him into the air. Some kind of magical chains wrapped around his body, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Suddenly, he felt resistance in his magic, as if someone had interfered. It was Chongwen's cousin who had arrived just in time. The blue-eyed man looked at him with a slight grin. Now he knows the face of the man who dealt with Ding Mao. But he doesn't understand why he is helping the scoundrel who killed their parents and robbed the entire family business. Our hero looked him straight in the eyes. He was not going to help him in any way, but came to personally deal with him after he took him. His student pointed her finger at the guy in the cloak. He was the one who ordered the curly-haired guy to threaten his father and almost killed his friend. And she is also here for revenge. It was clear that their target was not Xiao Haichao, but the land belonging to Heng. The reason why his cousin wanted to sell the Ye family's property was precisely his order. The man looked him straight in the eyes. He really admired Zong. In front of him now was a worthy opponent and a smart guy, and therefore, he invited him to join the Haran. Our hero has no idea what it is, but even despite this, there is not a single organization in the whole world in which he would serve. And therefore, now he is only interested in what is the secret of these lands. The blonde just chuckled. Their universe is huge and boundless. There are countless planes in it. Even the Earth is just some speck of dust, not to mention this man. And does he really want to know who they are? Zong's disciple stood nearby and heard everything. She asked her teacher not to listen to this nonsense and to catch the enemy quickly before it was too late. Seeing the girl release her hairpin, Mr. Myphon grabbed his subordinate by the shoulder, causing a shudder to run through his body. Heartlessly, he placed it right in front of the blade, which almost pierced him. At that moment, our hero appeared, decided to join the battle and summoned his sword. But it looks like that man in the cloak is about to escape right before his eyes by activating the portal. Finally, the blonde gave Zong some advice not to even try to make any attempts to explore their world, otherwise he would greatly regret it. And in principle, if you think about it, then let him run further. Now the guys are interested in something completely different. The blonde and her teacher noticed that cousin Chongwen was simply floating in the air. Blue Eyes realized that he was going to run away and released her ring on him. It increased in size and fettered the bespectacled man's body. He began to ask in a trembling voice to let him go. The man began to justify himself by saying that he was forced to join them because that monster had entered his body, and he was actually the lowest member of this organization. And it was obvious that Chongwen knew nothing about their background, because if he had any information, that heartless man would have finished him off before running away. The blonde laughed and looked him straight in the eyes. Even such terrible people as they left him alone. She decided to tell him what happens to those whose souls are sucked out of their bodies. They don't actually go to heaven, and if he doesn't find a way to be reborn, then she will always remain a wandering ghost who can be exorcised at any time. But it seems that he doesn't care at all what happens next. He already knew that this would be the outcome. They won't let him go, and the winner has the right to decide the fate of the loser. Yuer approached our hero and suggested locking this man somewhere, attracting yin spirits every day and making him feel heartbreaking pain. And what a disappointment it was for her when she heard that he didn't like hitting people who were lying down. The brunette pointed his finger at him and said that if he were alive, he would make him experience the same pain that his mother and father felt, but much more intense. However, only reincarnation can decide his fate, since his cousin is already dead, and therefore, our hero opens the reincarnation eye. A gate appeared before the Four Eyes Man, and there he would receive punishment for all his crimes, where he would atone for all his sins. And this is not about his mercy at all, but about the fact that Zong gives him a good opportunity to apologize to his parents in person. When he saw the real will, he sensed a sense of guilt in it, which means that there are still some remnants of conscience in this rotten man. But this does not change the fact that he treated them cruelly, and therefore, only they will decide what to do with him. The blonde sighed heavily. In the past, he had deliberately encouraged him to practice Taoism so that he would become stubborn and ignorant in the eyes of others. But who knew that such a person would be able to achieve his goal? Standing up straight, Chongwen still continued to say that he hated him, and that would never change. Even though he was in this situation, he still got what he wanted. After this, the man entered the gate, saying at the end that he would feel lonely without all his relatives. But he is wrong. He has a family. And as long as they are with him, he will never feel this way. His beloved daughter and wife will always be by his side. Suddenly, the brunette felt his heart beating strongly, and his student stood nearby and watched everything that was happening. Blue Eyes was very happy that his cultivation had become even stronger again, and this was because he had just realized his feelings in the human world. And this is what helped him rise from the initial stage of the golden core to the late stage, although this time he failed to reveal the secrets of these people, but still unexpectedly managed to achieve success. The girl laughed and jokingly pushed him in the shoulder. It looked like he wouldn't get far with her. Suddenly, Yuer suddenly became quiet. It seemed that she had forgotten something. Something important flashed through her mind. She remembered that she had promised Nuan that she would go to the mall with her today and watch the latest cartoons that had come out. As for Zong, nothing is more important than this little girl's happiness. There is no point in continuing the investigation here any longer, and that is why the guys go further. All the same, while this earth is in the hands of Heng, they will not calm down, and one day they will appear. After they arrived home, they immediately began to get ready for a walk, and soon found themselves in the center. Dad was carrying his Nuan in his arms, when suddenly she really wanted ice cream, just as a new shop opened nearby. Mom immediately spoke out against it, because she had already eaten 2 pieces of cake today and a bucket of popcorn. And if she continued eating sweets, there was a high risk of ruining her teeth. The little girl looked her father in the eyes and reminded him how he said that he would protect her from the bugs that were stealing them. The man smiled back at her. With him, she could eat whatever she wanted, but Jinga continued to grumble because she thought he would spoil her so much. Our hero laughed. Since his daughter wants to be spoiled, then so it will be. Her mother looked at the two of them with affection, and yet they decided to go to the ice cream stand to get one for themselves. Suddenly, his wife passed by the window of a store that had some very beautiful handbags, and it seemed that they managed to catch her attention. The boy noticed how she was looking at them, and in a calm voice suggested that she go and buy this one. Since she wanted it so much, she blushed for some reason. Aunt Fang asked why she was so embarrassed. After all, every woman loves handbags. And besides, she would need one to carry to work at the charity foundation. And also she would need to take several options, choosing good brands. Even with her support, Jing still has doubts, and Zong persuades her and is going to go with his daughter for ice cream. Yu also wants to join them now, but Aunt Fang and Jingy want to go shopping. The boys went their separate ways. Father Nuan bought ice cream for the two of them, and the girls were already happily gobbling it up. Suddenly, from the window they heard children's screams. There were a lot of kids playing in a special area set aside for them. Our hero noticed how his daughter was lost in her thoughts. She probably wanted to go for a walk too. The brunette put her on the ground and wanted to sit in the chair next to her, to make sure everything was okay. It seems that her little sister also got carried away and wants to have fun with her. But her teacher started to grumble that she was supposedly no longer at the age to do this in front of everyone. The blonde frowned and even started yelling at him, saying how unfair his master was. And finally, Nuan took her hand and led her to the playground, to which our hero only grinned. The girls ran to the trampolines first and tried to lure Zong to them, but he just watched from the side and ignored them. Suddenly, he noticed that the women sitting behind him were starting to discuss him, admire him, and it seemed that some even fell in love at first sight. One blonde was not afraid to approach him and asked if it was really his daughter who was riding on the slide. The woman complimented him that he had a very beautiful Nuan and continued to giggle. The boy just smiled in response, saying that it was all thanks to her mother. As it turned out, this stranger also has a child. She knows all the mothers in this area, and so she offered to take her children so that they could play with each other. This would not cause any trouble for our hero, and he agreed, which brought a smile to the lady's face. She still decided to take a risk and ask for his social networks. However, he answered her that his wife went to the store to buy a bag, and therefore, in order to do this, he must ask her permission. His daughter was walking and having fun at that time, but until she saw one girl who was sitting in the corner, the little girl seemed to distance herself from everyone, and with a sad look watched as the others developed, while tears almost welled up in her own eyes. She is very interested in watching other children. And at that moment, Nuan decided to approach her and ask why she is not playing with anyone and is sitting in one place. Brown-eyed looked down. She felt sad because she was here for the first time and didn't know anyone. And she also didn't have any friends. Zong's daughter looked at her with interest and then wondered what she could do. She finally decided to give her name and found out that the girl's name was Yuxi. From that moment on, they were now friends, and Nuan suggested that they play together now. Her new friend immediately had a smile on her face. The girl extended her hand to her and was very happy. Nuan pulled her along. She already really wants to play with her and have a good time. The first thing they decided to do was play on the jumping swing. Yuxi laughed and asked to slow down a bit. The girls were having a lot of fun until they stopped moving. Some boys came up to them and stopped their favorite place of entertainment with their foot and demanded that they leave. Nuan is not going to give in to them, because they came here before them. But the fat man doesn't seem to care at all and demands that they free up the swing especially for them. One of his friends pushed Yuxi so hard that she fell, but Zong's daughter still holds on tightly, even though they are trying to push her away, because she thinks that they are wrong here. It seems that the little bully didn't like this behavior, and he already has an idea of what to do next. The boy sits down in the place where his friends threw Yuxi out and is about to show what he can do. He began to jump off the ground very hard, so much so that the girl's head began to spin. But she still continued to sit in place and not get off. Seeing that she was stubborn, the guy still continued to pressure her so that she would eventually give in. The little girl has already hit herself several times when she fell sharply backwards onto a piece of wood, and this has been going on for quite a long time. Her friend watches all this from the side and almost cries. She wants to help somehow, but she is very afraid. Nuan herself began to look around, first at her little sister, who was busy with something incomprehensible and did not see at all what was happening. Her father is also standing to the side, chatting with some women, and it seems he doesn't notice what's going on. Many ladies surrounded him, showered him with compliments, and among them was the mother of these cheeky boys, who thought that they had already gotten along well together. Nuan's new friend stood up to cry and shout across the entire playground that she wanted to go to her mother as soon as possible and not see this nightmare. And only now, the little girl realizes that she can't always rely on her dad and sister every time. Now she has decided that every time she faces danger, she must deal with it on her own. The fat man, who continues to torment her, demands that she admit that she was wrong. But the little girl firmly decided that she was not going to do this, and would not allow herself to be defeated under any circumstances. With all her might, she jumped too hard onto her part of the swing. She didn't succeed the first time, so she tried again. In the end, the fat man couldn't hold on with his hands and flew far to the side. His friends watched all this and were very scared. Now they think that this girl is like a real demon. After they exchanged glances, the two began to run away from there as far as possible. As it turned out, they were scared of her father, who, it turns out, was watching everything that was happening. The girl was very happy when she saw him, and almost in tears ran to him, and Zong only praised her. She did the right thing and showed perseverance, for which she can truly be praised. Her friend also joined in. She saw all her courage, and truly began to admire her. Now, Nuon can smile proudly that she was able to stand up for herself for the first time, even with the help of her dad. Her little sister noticed their commotion and asked what had happened. As it turned out, all this time she went to play rock climbers and did not see what was going on here. And only when she saw a slightly upset face on her friend, she became furious that someone dared to offend her. And Yuxi's mother is also very worried about her daughter, and is already running to her. The woman sat down next to her girl and hugged her, but also began to scold her. Didn't she tell her to behave well and wait here? And it seems to her that she already managed to fight with those guys. But her new friend defended her, explaining to her aunt that the girl had not fought with anyone. It was just those two bad boys who were bullying them. The green-eyed girl told her mother that Nuon was actually very brave because she was able to protect both of them. Those guys were really fierce. She was scared. But this brave girl was able to resist them. A slight smile appeared on the woman's face. She approached the little girl and stroked her head, and of course thanked her for everything she had done. And at that very moment, our hero hears a familiar voice behind him. It's her wife, and he asks why they met so quickly, since they had agreed to meet on the first floor. Aunt Fang just laughed. It was all because of Jing's great figure and beautiful clothes. She bought her all the new models this season, and she was already wearing one of them. The guy looked at her with interest and complimented her. His wife looked simply gorgeous, and it seems that she already has something for Nuon. Her mother did not forget about her and bought a couple of sets. When the little girl saw them, she was very happy that she would be able to wear the same clothes as her mother. Of course, as always, Yuer manages to get involved in the conversation. She also really likes their outfits, and she would like to have one for herself and of course for the master. Yuxi's mother watched their conversation from the side with interest and only smiled. But after a couple of minutes, the woman took her daughter by the hand and said goodbye to everyone. It was time for them to go. The Ye family also waved goodbye to them. The lady was chatting with her daughter the whole way. She is very worried that she won't have time to cook dinner, and because of this, she will also be late for work, and therefore, she wants to buy her a hamburger. But it seems that the little girl is not at all interested in discussing this. She really wants to exchange phone numbers with this man, and all because she really enjoyed spending time with Nuon, and this is the only way she can contact her. Her mother looked at them sideways and only sighed heavily. After that, she sat down next to the girl and asked her to promise never to communicate with her again. She explained all this, that she was doing it because she wanted the best for her. They were not from the same world, they could not be friends, and therefore, in her opinion, it would only be better for her if they never saw each other again. Green-eyed turned back and looked at them, sighing heavily. Of course, Yuxi was very upset, but she couldn't contradict her mother, and so she had to agree to this no matter how sorry she was. Meanwhile, the Ye family has a very important day today. They are moving, and Yu-er is already delighted with how big and beautiful it is. She really wants to show everything here to her little friend. There is a sauna, a gym, a personal office, and what is most interesting is the playroom, which she arranged especially for Nuon. There are a lot of different toys here that the little girl already likes. And in addition to these 5 rooms and 6 bathrooms, she asked her father to buy a set of the latest Western kitchenware from foreign countries. In short, Zong understood her hint that she wanted to eat Western food. And she was not just asking if it would be convenient for him to use such kitchen utensils. Nuon looked around with interest and approached the door, which for some reason did not open. The blue-eyed girl came up to her and explained with a smile that it was an elevator and that it needed to be used differently. But the little girl was even more interested in why it wasn't in the hallway. But her sister told her that this happens because it is public. But these 2 rooms on the top floor are private and belong to her father. And therefore, they are equipped with a private elevator with a password so that others cannot get there. The blonde smiles and shows her that she needs to scan her eye first, and then put her finger on the print. And only then the elevator will open and she can enter. Jinga watches them as this girl tells her everything in detail, and how her daughter shows interest in her. After that, she sighed heavily and went into another room. Her strange behavior was noticed by her husband. The man immediately ran after her. He was interested to know why she was so unhappy. As it turns out, the long-haired one feels a gap between them more and more often, because even when her family was prospering, she could not buy such a house. But now she moved here thanks to him, without spending anything from her wallet. The guy gently put his hand on her shoulder. She and Nuwon are his family, his happiness, and everything that is his is hers too. Before, the woman thought that he was actually some kind of waste of time, and that he was not worthy of her. But now, after time spent together, she realized everything, that he never despised her and protected her, cared for her and her daughter, and now she is consumed with guilt. But Zong lives by the principle that a man should protect a woman, and this is natural. In the past, he really wasn't the best person, but in order not to tarnish her name, he tries his best every day. However, Jing sees that the stronger he becomes, the more she feels incompetent and useless, relying too much on him. She just doesn't want to be a burden. She also wants to protect Nuwon with him and help him like Yuer does. To stop her from being sad, the boy came up with one thing. What if he taught her cultivation? Hearing about this, the woman couldn't help but smile. She really wants to try herself in this, but she's not sure. The young man reassured his wife, because he knows for sure that everything will be great. Of course, it was worth starting much earlier. But it's okay, because her physique is much better than that of ordinary people, and this will allow her to get twice as good a result. She even only has to spend half her strength during practice, and the most suitable one for her is the female immortality tactic. But it is a little worse, and to show the difference, he came closer to her and asked her to hold him tightly. The woman smiled and pressed herself against him, deciding to trust him completely. A second later, she felt as if she was flying. Our hero summoned a sword that allows him to fly. Longhair is already on the street, and she is very scared, because she is very afraid of heights. The boy reminded her that as long as she was with him, nothing would happen to her, and now was the time to open her eyes and look at what was around her. Madame decided to obey him and began to open them slowly. There are many birds flying around her. They are so close and also beautiful that your eyes run wild. The girl can't believe that the brunette gave her such an opportunity to visit the sky, in the literal sense of the word, and only now, Jinga remembered the words of her little daughter. It turns out that she was not lying to her. He really can fly, and in order to continue, the boy took off the ring that he had previously put on her right hand. Bright rays began to run around her, surrounding them. It looks incredibly beautiful, and soon a large dragon appeared, which at first slightly scared her. But after that, she began to admire her husband even more. He called him for a reason, and he will need him to give him the ring. After Zong released the ornaments into the air, a huge lizard entered it, as if it were some kind of portal, and the ring had already changed its shape. From now on, it is called the Nine Heavens Purifier, and belongs only to Jinga. It will help her in cultivation, and therefore he asks her to keep it. Our hero himself called it a dragon ring. With its help, she will be able to officially begin her path of cultivation. A wide smile appeared on her face. She was sincerely glad that he was so kind to her, and therefore she was going to reciprocate. For the first time in all this time, the woman dared to kiss him, sincerely and truly. And suddenly something stabbed in the guy's heart. This pleasant feeling, this must be what is called love. After her such a decisive gesture, the brunette proposed to her. After this, our hero said that she was not obligated to pay him anything, and the girl could not imagine how important she was to him. Zong is actually a sincere person who doesn't understand many of the emotions of this world. But it is his presence that allows him to see how beautiful feelings can be, how pleasant the taste of love is, and all of this is due to her. These words made Jingge's tears flow, and a smile began to spread across her face on its own, making her unable to understand what he was saying. But she had been waiting for this proposal for too long, and that is why the woman hugged him tightly, and in such an unusual atmosphere agreed to marry him. Somewhere in America at the same time, the father of the murdered son began to think about going to China in the near future. His subordinate reported to him that Muduan and Qingque had died a horrible death, and our hero still remained unpunished, and now he was getting married? They couldn't let him go like that. The man is very serious this time. This scoundrel who killed his son will definitely pay for everything he did, and only death can save him. And when Zong and his wife returned home and told them that they were getting married, everyone was delighted, and Nuwon already wanted to be a bridesmaid, but she was her daughter, and such a fate was not in the cards for her. While Yu was more interested in everything in detail, whether they had planned anything at all. Aunt Fang thinks that the earlier you start, the better. The 5th day of next month will be good. And therefore, why not organize it then? The woman sighed heavily. Her husband's parents were gone, and she herself had severed all ties with her family. There would be no relatives, and so she only wanted to invite guests to eat. But she was against it because the president's wedding should be simply grandiose. And so, Grandma Nuan suggests that they let Meiyu and Fangshan watch their marriage in heaven. They will feel comforted, and our hero told his wife that she really is worth listening to. The brunette looked the old woman in the eyes and asked if she would mind acting as a witness at their wedding. After all, she and his mother were like sisters. They had worked together for so many years. In his heart, they had long been his most respected elder. Fang even cried from such sweet words. She had never had children, and she didn't think that she would be present at the wedding as a parent. Aunt Fang wiped away her tears and asked to let her take care of the wedding arrangements. Besides, Yuer's father also wants to take part in it and make his contribution. Zong stood there and just smiled. But a second later, the smile fell from his face as he noticed that someone was watching them. The next morning, he had to puff around in the kitchen and cook something for such a large family. Yuer, as a student, was by his side and praised his cooking skills for the umpteenth time. The brunette looked at her and asked her to stop flattering him. And in general, he doesn't understand why she walks around him all day long, because her house is opposite. The girl laughed, because the most important event in her teacher's life was about to happen, and she simply had to take part in it. In other words, Yuer wanted to be a bridesmaid even though she was a ghost. However, before that, she wants to try the delicious steak that our hero has prepared from the very beginning. She grabbed the plate and ate almost 2 large pieces in a couple of seconds. And now the boy was sure that his food was good, not only in smell but also in taste. After the boys had sorted things out in the kitchen, Zong began calling his little girl to the table, and she should hurry up, because her sister might leave her without dinner now. But this time, the little girl asked her dad to be quiet because she was sitting down to watch TV. These words left our hero speechless and he froze in place. Aunt Fang asked what was wrong with him and looked at him with a slight misunderstanding as he stood there with his head down. His wife also has no idea what happened. But the ghost girl laughed because his first-class Western cooking show went unnoticed. But she herself noticed that Nuan had been sitting in front of the TV for quite a long time. Was that show really that interesting? They all went to her to see what the girl was so interested in. It seems to be the animal world, a live-action version of the Lion King cartoon. And the girl liked the animals there so much that she really wants to pet them. Mom and Dad promised that they would take her to a big zoo to look at them. However, she can't touch them, because it's very dangerous. But Papa reminded her that as long as he was nearby, nothing could pose a danger to her, and therefore she would be able to play with rhinos, elephants, and other animals. The baby was very happy and thanked her dad. Finally, his dignity was back in place. Suddenly, at one point, Nuan looked into his eyes and asked if she could take one of the animals home with her. It seems like he doesn't mind at all, but Jing scolded him thoroughly for spoiling his daughter too much. And so, the guys came to a common decision to first raise the kitten in a house or in a non-house. After going to the pet store, they found a very beautiful little cat. The girl really liked him. However, she still loves lions very much. While they were returning home, they were able to cross paths with some people who seemed to recognize him. Our hero tried to look at them from the side, but they had already moved too far away. The man and woman hid behind the corner of the house and just looked out, trying to be as quiet as possible. The boy simply stopped and slowly turned his head back, and it was at that very moment that their eyes met. After which they looked at each other. The girl's teammate ran out from around the corner, his sword clanking loudly. After they stopped, they were shocked to find that Zong was no longer there. The blonde began to look around the area with horror. It looked like there was no one here. Suddenly, Zong's sword flew into the ground right in front of them at high speed, and the guys had to jump to the side. From there, magical rings appeared that bound their bodies, causing them to hang in the air. A few seconds later, the owner of this weapon himself comes out to them and is going to find out why these people were chasing him from his house. The girl looked at him with horror in her eyes and asked him not to misunderstand them. They were not villains at all. The brunette reassured them that if they had been hostile, his sword would have left them without a head on their shoulders long ago. After that, he loosened his grip on the magic rings and they fell to the ground. Now Zong needs to hear about them, why they are pursuing him and who they are. The guy looked our hero in the eyes. They can't tell him this. However, he suddenly reported that Wang Huaxia came to China and is looking for him everywhere. They were ordered to follow his every step. and so they decided to follow him to get to him. Father Nuwan was a little confused, and at that moment, the girl rose from the ground and asked if he knew Wang Muduan. Our hero completely forgot about him, but his daughter immediately remembered that this was the guy who was on her grandfather's cruise last time. The boys started laughing. The girl remembers the day when she first met her fairy sister, but their conversation was interrupted by that lady. Long hair revealed that Wang Muduan is Huanggong's only son, and not long ago, Ai Xiaojun was killed in a prison cell. Their investigation showed that the man's death was related to them. It is assumed that Huanggong came to China this time to take revenge. It seems that even such useful information is not interesting to our hero. The brunette turned away from her and was about to leave, but the girl continued to talk after him because he does not fully understand what kind of person he is. At first glance, he is not the most successful Chinese businessman, but in fact, behind him is an illegal business. In the early years, the Black Fei Wang family, led by him, committed murder and arson, and with the stolen money bought a large number of illegal diamond mines. And even underground NGOs are afraid of him. And even this is not interesting to the boy at all. Now he is more interested in their new pet. That is why our hero thanked them for telling him this. However, now he needs to go, because his cat is very hungry and he must return home to feed her. And finally, Zong turned to them and declared that no matter what their mission was, he didn't like being followed. And if Tot caught them again, it would be very bad. The guys looked after him but said nothing. And a couple of seconds later, the brunette disappeared from their field of vision. The blonde man concluded that this man did not control his sword with spiritual power. And they still doubted that this was the man who intended to kill the one who called the GU worms. The girl doesn't really care about all this. She, like many others, fell for his beauty. After that, the guys turned around and also went about their business. It seems that they should start with something else now. Huanun is not registered with customs. If he wants to enter the country, then he will have to do it by smuggling. And that is why she gave the order to contact the Public Security Department to look at the CCTV cameras in each port. Meanwhile, all of our hero's ill-wishers had already gathered in his old house. Someone had found out that he lived here with his fiancée, daughter, and a woman named Fan. Their leader gave them orders that after they left here, none of them should remain alive. Quite a few of his people have arrived here, and they are all ready to carry out his orders. Suddenly, they heard someone's voice, which said that his family and he himself had moved from here a long time ago. Yezong himself, whom they had planned to attack so well, comes out to them. Their leader, seeing him, simply became furious. Our hero calmly told him that it was not he, but Ai Xiaojun who killed his son. And now he is interested to know why he is looking for him under such circumstances. The bald man looked at him in horror. He knew this man well enough that he would definitely not dare to touch any of his family members. But in any case, it was his bullet that hit Muduan's head, so he made him pay for it. And before he died, he said that on that day, it was Zong who used some kind of power to make the brother and sister immobile. It must have been him who controlled him at the moment he shot. But our hero prefers not to tell him everything as it was. Sometimes it's better not to know the truth. The boy had to tell that he was going to get married so as not to stain his hands with blood anymore. And if he had not known these details, he would have left him alive. But alas, now this is impossible. And after these words, his assistant stepped forward and declared that he was going to take revenge on him. The young mage smiled as he looked at him. He seemed to remember who it was. He was the brother of that diehard. His name was Wang Qingtan. And his little brother Wang Qingqi, because they had deprived him of his legs, he committed suicide after returning to Feihei. This is already quite enough for him to break his legs, so that he would feel the same as his loved one before his death. From the raging emotions inside, the man seemed to have gone crazy and was going to use his most terrible spell on him. His eyes began to turn into something else. The pupils narrowed, and scales began to appear around them. Ultimately, it became a real snake, quite gigantic in size, but our hero, it seems, even finds it funny to watch this. Such a cheap trick couldn't surprise him at all. Now it was his turn to show what he was capable of. Zongan summoned lightning and his dragon. A powerful discharge passed through the enemy's body. Its color immediately changed to another, and it fell to the ground and did not move. Qingtan's boss froze in horror. He never expected that this guy would be able to defeat him so easily, and the brunette just looked at them and grinned, still not hiding his dragon. After this, the leader gave orders to his subordinates to tear him to pieces so that nothing would remain of him. A huge crowd of his allies lined up and stared at the boy. After that, everyone turned into animals. Some became elephants, some became lions, and some even became wild boars. And everyone went on the offensive against Zong. And even this couldn't scare our hero. He even found it funny to watch all this, as if this was a program about some kind of animal world. He knows what to do. The guy ordered his dragon to grab them all, but not to eat them. With a loud roar, the dragon rushed straight towards them all and began to embrace them with his huge body. Some animals began to struggle, trying to get out, but they definitely couldn't escape his powerful force. Their leader looked at all this happening with horror. How he was able to grab all 12 of his subordinates. The evil spirits were defeated, and the brunette continues to laugh, squeezing their bodies even harder. This once again proves that he is much stronger than that one. An aura rippled in the air. Zong felt that one of the animals he had captured wanted to return to human form, but in this state, it would not work. The guy took out his ring and declared that the very animal he had his eye on was his very important gift. The dragon began to slowly let them all go. The lion was the first to go, then the bull and all the rest. Our hero began to use a spell, creating a kind of funnel into which they all now fly. Now Zong is going to do some magic and summons his magic ball. After some machinations, the boy changes their appearance, so much so that they look like soft toys. Now their appearance began to look much more beautiful, and the young magician is sure that his daughter will definitely like his gift. But their leader continued to look at him and still could not believe what he had just seen, as if the person standing in front of him was not a human being. The brunette took his dragon back and said with a smile that he didn't deserve to know who he really was. He appropriated his spirits and decided to put an end to this battle. Now his opponent can go. The bald man continued to shout after him. He didn't like his arrogance, and he began to threaten that he had his own troops and a whole regiment of mercenaries. According to him, all these people are waiting for his order. He wants to make them all kill his family. Hearing about this, our hero stopped, and now he is definitely not going to spare this man. He pierces him through and through with a magic ball, leaving a hole in his chest. The man fell to the ground. Too much talk really does lead to death. After that, our hero went home and had already managed to conjure up a small zoo for his beloved daughter when Nuan saw it. She was beside herself with joy. Sister Yu came to her and also looked at these animals with interest. They really are very cute. Even her mother was nearby watching all this. She had heard of dwarf pigs, but had never met little lions and elephants, and she was interested to know what kind of breed it was. The man smiled at his wife and said that these were a specially bred species of animals and that he got them for free. The lady couldn't believe it, and she would have liked to know more, but the boy prefers not to dwell on such trifles. The most important thing is that his daughter is happy. She laughs, smiles, and thanks him for everything he does. Suddenly, he heard his phone ringing. Someone decided to prevent him from spending time with his daughter, and this someone was the girl who had been stalking him recently. The brunette asked why she wanted to hear it now, and it seemed to be quite important. Longhair said that the two of them had tracked down Wang Huanyong and the 12 evil spirits, and were now following them. Our hero's eyes almost popped out of his head, and Madame asked him what had surprised him so much. The girl called him to tell him that they would solve this problem soon, and nothing would threaten his safety. But this is all rather strange because he killed them all with his own hands. But now he is trying to convince himself that it is worth forgetting about it, because he is now going to spend time with his daughter. Suddenly, the thought dawned on him that perhaps those they were pursuing were also capable of turning into animals. After these words, Zong took another small raccoon and gave it to his daughter. And now it is her favorite animal. Rising to his feet, the young magician announced to his girls that he was going to go out for a while. Sister Yu and Jing looked at him with a slight misunderstanding. After all, he had just returned. Why would he go somewhere again? The brunette was able to track down these two and go straight to them. The man stated that according to monitoring data, they had already entered the plant and never left. Their opponents had committed many evils and crimes, and he himself was under the protection of local mercenaries, which made it difficult for him to move across borders. Madame stepped forward and confidently said that this time they must catch him. Otherwise, they would hardly get such a good chance again in the future. And according to the information, Qingtun is the strongest among his people, and therefore the long-haired one is going to take him on for some time, and gives her partner the order to deal with those spirits. Our hero came closer to them. If they don't know what awaits them in this plant, then going there is very dangerous and reckless. The boys were scared and unanimously asked how he knew that they were right here. As it turned out, when they were talking on the phone, he heard the noise of ships and seagulls, and this gave him a tip. And besides, from the very beginning, Zong said that the person inside was not Wang Huanong. The blonde looked at him in horror. This simply couldn't be happening, because they had called in city surveillance from the government and had been watching them all this time. Our hero did not expect to hear this, and asked again if he had understood their words correctly, but he also asked them not to worry, because he didn't care at all about their identity, and he himself headed towards the gate. The girl tries to stop him. She screamed in horror that he can't go in there because it's too dangerous. These two followed him like a tail, and Zong had already turned to those who were hiding here. Since they had already lured people here, it would be worth showing up. Loud laughter began to be heard around, and quite a lot of people jumped from the roofs of the building to the ground towards them. There were quite a lot of them, and they all stood in a circle surrounding these three guests. The bald man and his assistant looked at this whole circus and smiled. They thought that many people from the Dragon's Soul would come here, but here there were only 3 shrimps. The boy had already noticed the leader and began to laugh. Not only were they throwing around unpleasant words, but they also dared to deceive them. Reaching his hand forward, the brunette is about to find out what their true appearance is. He directed all his power straight at them, while everyone else watched with interest. Soon, one of them grew wings, his skin turned pale, and he began to look like a vampire, and a smile began to appear on his face. The girl looked at him with horror, as did his partner. They realized that the members of the Dark Council were standing in front of them. Eard looked at our hero and asked how he knew that he was not Wang Huanong, and he explained to him well that he had dealt with the real one. His assistants can't believe it, and when they heard that his spirits had become his daughter's pets, they almost fainted. And they were even more surprised that he was the child's father. And they could already imagine how scared the girls were with these animals. The blonde vampire looked at them and laughed. He wondered what title the man from the Dragon's Soul had, who was able to cope with 12 spirits. Our hero looked at him with slight misunderstanding. It seemed like he was hearing about this for the first time. These 2 winged ones were very surprised when they found out that he was not from there. At that moment, his assistant approached him and said that perhaps this time they would not be able to get out of here, and therefore she asked him to listen carefully to what she would say. And finally, after such a long time of meeting, she introduced herself. Her name is Zhang Tanlei, and her partner is Lang Yunfeng. They are members of the Dragon's Soul. To put it simply, it is a secret organization of China, like the Northern Alliance of Europe, the Golden Scepter of Haifei, and the Shield of Liberty of Mei. They exist to maintain peace in the world. And the Dark Council itself is a dark force consisting of vampires, werewolves, and dark wizards. They have been fighting them for many years, but because they are elusive and have enormous fighting power, as well as the ability to self-repair, they have not achieved success for many years and have missed them several times. These 2 people standing in front of them are their allies, and seem to be high-ranking individuals who are difficult to deal with. Most likely, they found out about our hero's hunt for Wang Huanun and intentionally stopped them. The girl continued to tell him everything, but since vampires do not transform into animals, it turns out that he came there in vain. The blonde smiled and looked him straight in the eyes. No matter what his relationship with the Dragon's Soul was, he definitely wouldn't let the young mage escape today. One snap of the finger was enough to turn all the people standing around into wolves. After their transformation, a loud howl arose around them. The tailed ones ran straight towards Tanlei and her assistant. The girl first took out her pistols and began to aim straight at them. The blonde pulled out his magic sword and tried to use force against these beastmen. They only managed to scratch them a little, but not defeat them. The guys are trying their best, and at that very moment, a huge wolf sneaks up behind Tanlei and attacks her from above. Madame didn't have time to react, and lo and behold, his claws were already right at her face. It was a good thing that her partner came to his aid in time and stabbed him in the back. The vampire praised him for his courage. However, he would not be able to defeat him in this way. And indeed, the wolf instantly healed his wound and returned to the ranks. A couple of seconds later, he turned around and headed towards the guy, hitting him in the stomach. It was painful enough that he flew to the side and hit his back against a brick wall. He had a severe headache, and his girlfriend became worried and wanted to help. But unfortunately, she has no time for this now because the next enemy has already appeared behind her. This time, the girl was unable to resist him in any way, and he grabbed her. Meanwhile, even more of these beastmen headed towards our hero, who was standing and not even moving. They are getting closer and closer to him, but he is as calm as a door. Only now, he remembered that there are no wolves in his daughter's zoo, and all because these individuals are too scary. And even if the brunette tries to make them cute, they will still have sharp fangs and claws with which they can harm his baby. And that's why he was going to use a special spell, after which the crowd moved away from Yunfeng. After this, even the beast that had managed to bite the girl on the shoulder began to stand like a stone. There was a click, after which they simply disappeared, as if they had never been there. These two vampires looked at everything that was happening with horror. It didn't look like they were seeing some kind of Chinese magic. It was something ancient, mysterious, and very magnificent. Toothy looked at his friend. He really liked this man, and therefore, he wants to take him for himself, so that he can be his concubine, and asked Lewis not to try to convince him because this is no longer up for discussion. After these words, Geralt rushed forward to the boy to grab him, while he himself laughed loudly. The boy was impressed by his courage. It seems that he is ready to say goodbye to his life right now. Our hero attacked the blonde with his magic, and after that, he flew apart into many small bats, after which they reunited again and returned him to his former appearance. It seems that he is not so simple anymore. His brother Lewis flew to him. It seems that their enemy does not appreciate his concerns at all, and yet they are going to cleanse his body and mind so that he forgets his past. The guys from the Dragon Soul organization shouted at him that all this was useless, because vampires are very different from werewolves. A blow to the heart will not prevent these creatures from continuing to fight. They can only be wounded with silver items. Otherwise, they will continue to be restored anyway. This hint was very helpful to Zong. He seems to have some of this material. He created a huge stick, and using his power, he jumped very high into the air, right above them. However, unexpectedly for him, they disappeared somewhere in a second, and he did not have time to understand where they were. At that moment, the brothers seemed to teleport and found themselves behind him, laughing loudly. The guys from the Dragon Soul watched with horror what would happen next. They want to help him, but are afraid to interfere and harm themselves. It's very good that Zong managed to react in time and put up a protective barrier near himself. The two guys hit him hard enough that he jumped to the ground but managed to keep his balance. At that moment, Lewis laughed and said that it seemed like his opponent didn't know that vampires could read minds, and that this was their big advantage. And even though the boy knows their weaknesses, it's useless because they will always be one step ahead. And that's why Geralt suggested that he stop resisting and just throw himself into his arms. Now they are confident that victory is in their pocket, and they rush straight to the boy. But now they notice that he had a large silver object in his hand which made them stop. After these words, the vampires gathered to leave, and in horror they flew as quickly as possible into the sky. However, it is now too late. Zong uses his power to attack them, and seeing their frightened faces, a wide smile appeared on his face, and in the end, he managed to hit each one on the spine with this weapon. After the two fell to the ground, he walked up to them and offered to read his mind again. Only they would have to do it before he could get to them. The brunette sat down next to them and pointed a silver weapon at them. They are all so strong. So why aren't they reviving and healing now? After all, they initially wanted him to become their concubine. The vampires began to scream in horror and asked him to stop fighting, and were already about to surrender. But it looks like after everything they've done, he's not going to spare them. Father Nuon swung the silver stick and hit them as hard as he could. After this, the vampires seemed to dissolve into thin air, their scream gradually fading until it died down completely. The brunette laughed and told his partners that what he hated most in the world were effeminate men, something like these two who were no longer there. The guys from the Dragon's Soul looked at everything that was happening with horror and could not say a word. But just as Zong was about to leave, the man became curious to know who he was and why he had such incredible strength. Initially, all they knew about him was that he was the young owner of E Group, a mediocre and incompetent person with no particular aspirations, and also that he handed over his business because he didn't want to deal with it. It's very much like an interrogation, but the guys really want to thank him for everything he did. If this mage hadn't shown his power, they could have died here and lost the battle. The boy asked not to misunderstand him. He did not want to help them. However, if they really wanted to express their gratitude, then he had something they could help him with. Finally, he asked them not to come into his sight again. He just wants to live a safe and happy life with his wife and daughter, and therefore, he does not care about any organizations. The girl then told him that she owed him a great debt and would definitely promise to repay it in the future. Her partner noticed that it seemed like she had fallen in love with him and asked the green-eyed girl not to look at him like that, because he was already married and had a child. She felt very upset and hit him on the shoulder for it. And the next day, our hero had a very important event ahead of him. There is even a video recording where the host says that their current grooms and brides are legendary figures in the business world, and she introduced the two of them to the guests. This wedding is quite expensive. It was paid for by Mr. Ye's friend Xiao Haichao, who is a real estate magnate. And today, the gambling king He Cheng-seng and the Chiclava family want to give him gifts and blessings. It can be said that this is the biggest event in recent years in this town. The girl saw that the two newlyweds had arrived, and so she offered to witness this moment together and send them a blessing. A large limousine arrived, and the applause and enthusiastic shouts of the guests could be heard all around. Finally, the bride herself got out of the car. The groom offered her his hand and looked at her with loving eyes. All his guests took pictures and videos of how beautiful they were, so that they would have photos as a keepsake. Mrs. Jing can't believe that this wonderful day has arrived and looks at her husband with a smile. The man took her hand, and they walked along the red road, which was strewn with flower petals. Sister Yu and Nuan carried a basket of petals and scattered them everywhere. They were also very happy and were looking forward to this day. Some people discussed the fact that a year ago this person was a complete nobody and was able to become popular in such a short time. The men in the crowd were discussing how his wife had turned her back on her own family to marry him, and he wasn't even the president of the groups back then. This guy really doesn't realize how lucky he is to marry such a beautiful lady. The girls were also delighted that he chose her. They are a very beautiful couple. The couple approached the table and looked at the host, who now gave his consent for them to kiss. Our hero looked his wife straight in the eyes, and gently taking her by the cheek, called her his wife, which caused a slight blush to appear on her face. And at that very moment, Yu-er's sister came up to them, and their daughter distracted them from such a solemn moment. She also wants to kiss. The couple took the girl in their arms and both kissed her on the cheek to thunderous applause. The guys partied until the evening in such a luxurious establishment. It was a lot of fun. Even though it is late at night, there are still a lot of guests. Many are drinking, laughing, chatting, and dancing to the music. Of course, Fang herself came to them with her friend. They wished them a good union and a good life together. The lovers had already changed into formal Chinese clothes and thanked them for these words with a smile. The man turned to our hero and asked if he liked today's wedding, because they had been planning it for more than a month. Our hero smiled back, and his wife noticed that there was so much noise around them, as if all of Shanghai had gathered there. But for Grandma Nuan, even this is not enough. She wants everyone to know how strong their family is. Money is not a problem for her. She was more surprised that she managed to book a banquet in the famous Red House. Although this is not a 5-star hotel, but it was difficult to find a good place here. The brunette is still looking at it with interest. These tables and chairs that stand here are truly antique, and there is some taste in them. And this house is famous not only for its layout, but also for its owner Koi Luozhen. And it seems that Mrs. Jing had already heard of her when she was in America, and she became a celebrity in social circles. This lady has connections all over the world and knows many politicians. At that time, Fang tried to contact her several times when she was promoting the Cao family. But unfortunately, or fortunately, her attempts were unsuccessful. This madam is known as the Iron Lady. No one knows her origin. And among the upper-class people, there is a saying that if they do not know this lady, then they will be worse than everyone else, even if they have a lot of money. The woman said that there were many people who threw their money around to have a glass of wine here and make a reservation today. And Hai Chao really does have a good reputation. The brunette laughed a little and called it a coincidence. He was just lucky enough to help Boss Luo before, so they had a good relationship. Suddenly, the boys heard someone's quiet and pleasant voice. The lady herself appeared to them. For her, it was a great honor to organize a holiday for them in the Red House. As it turned out, thanks to Mr. Xiao's help, Ye managed to save a lot of money on several of her projects, and so she looks forward to future cooperation with them, because she was obliged to return to congratulate these young people on such a wonderful event. The long-haired one looked at Fang and said that she was really very beautiful as a bride. The man was confused and said that he already had a wife, and she was standing right next to him, and today was not his wedding. Luo felt a little awkward and laughed, asking for forgiveness, because she had just gotten off the plane and did not quite understand what was happening here and how. After a few seconds, she glanced at the two young people, who must have been the bride and groom, and called them incredibly beautiful. Mr. Xiao came closer to them and with a smile offered to let him introduce the two of them. He called our hero his friend and the president of Ye Group, and Jing his fiancée and a very businesslike woman. And therefore, since they have a little similar views on life, perhaps they can become good friends. The lady looked at Zong with interest, and now she understood who it was. Seeing that he had some strange suspicions, Ta simply said that she had heard about him for a long time and was very glad that she had finally managed to meet her today. And at that very moment, her gaze fell on a bottle of wine, which she did not like. There should be something much more solid to drink here. And so the woman asked the waiter to bring a bottle of fine wine as soon as possible. She wants to personally offer it to the bride and groom. The man immediately came with a tray and the drink itself. The boy stares at her every move, and it seems that he doesn't like something about it. Madame wished them both a happy youth and to remain beautiful even in old age. Mrs. Jingi adjusted her hair and smiled. Thanking her, the woman accepted her glass of drink. However, her husband stopped her and said that where he comes from, the one who says the toast takes the first sip after the newlywed, this is all done as a sign of joy for them. And so, the brunette took this glass and suggested to Boss Luo that she do everything clearly and according to tradition. But Xiao didn't know about this. It's a bit of an unusual custom for him, but he would be interested in participating in it as well. But for some reason, the woman began to behave strangely when she picked up this glass. Her body began to tremble, and she herself became very agitated. Our hero looked her straight in the eyes and asked why she didn't take the first sip, and whether she was looking down on him. His daughter saw a beautiful bottle standing on the table, and she wanted to take it and try it. Luo turned her attention to her and saw the little girl trying to reach the drink, which horrified her. The long-haired girl slammed her hand into the bottle of alcohol, sending it crashing to the floor. All the guests were horrified by what they saw. The wine was poisoned, and now this explains everything. Mama Nuan came up to her and hugged her, asking if she was okay after that. Yuer's father looked at her angrily and asked what all this meant. The owner of the Red House burst into tears and admitted that she had indeed poisoned the wine, after which she looked straight into the eyes of our hero and declared that it was all because she hated him with all her heart. The lady kept pointing her finger at him and repeating the same thing, and he just stood there and looked at her. The guy became interested in why she harbored a grudge against him. He didn't remember ever seeing her. The woman decided to tell that her husband, He Hongyuan, was a scientific researcher. They got married 10 years ago, and they had a very good relationship. He was even noticed by an artificial intelligence company in America and was offered a good salary, so they decided to move there. After the newlyweds arrived there, Madame decided to go out more often, to quickly get acquainted with the new environment. But one day, she was attacked by a gangster, and once she managed to escape from him. After some time, she learned that he was a very influential person in the area, and since then he began to bother her more and more often, and also stole from someone to accuse the groom of stealing company secrets, which is why the police arrested him. The bespectacled man was sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment. All the people in prison also obeyed that man, and if he had ended up there, he can't even imagine what could have happened to him. And that man told her that if she did everything as he said, then her husband would be able to avoid prison, and she had no choice but to surrender for the life of her lover. But even so, that man did not stop and refused to let them go. In the end, the worst thing that could happen to her happened. The man couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide. And since then, she has lived only for revenge, and even found a chance to escape from the clutches of this man. She managed to secretly return to China without being seen by Chenghu. She used all of her and her husband's savings to open a red mansion, and that also took quite a long time. Boss Luo sincerely wished for his death and wanted him to pay for what he did to her family. And when she finally found no evidence, he just went and died. And this is the reason why she hates our hero. He killed him. Xiao Chenghu fell at the hands of Zong. Hearing his name, the boy looked at her in surprise. Together with his wife, they did not expect to hear this terrible name again. The student began to stand up for her teacher, of course. Her master took revenge for her. But instead of gratitude, she decided to take such terrible measures and poison him. Madame continued to choke in tears. No one understood her. Her heart died many years ago. And all this she lived only for the sake of revenge, because she wanted to deal with this man with her own hands. While screaming, she pointed her finger at Zong. It was all his fault. All the efforts she had put in were simply in vain. He died an easy death. From the excess of emotions, a slight smile began to appear on her face. And in the end, she took the last glass of this poisoned wine and asked forgiveness from her already deceased husband, because she was useless and did not fulfill her promise. Now she doesn't want anything else. Luo is going to poison herself and go straight to him. Mrs. Jing ran up to her and knocked the glass out of her hands with all her might. Madame scolded her for what she was about to do. Living in the past is simply useless. Every person experiences pain, and stopping because of every failure makes no sense. And even though her husband committed suicide, if he had been more responsible, he would have been able to take revenge on Xiao Chenghu while he was still alive, instead of running away like a coward. Such a man is not worthy of love, much less death for him. Luo looked at her with tear-stained eyes and could not say a word. The woman simply fell to the floor and burst into tears. All the guests present simply looked at her and said nothing. Suddenly, Nuan came up to her and quietly asked her aunt what had happened to her and why she was crying so loudly. The girl stroked her head and she herself almost burst into tears. If someone intimidates her, she promises that she will ask her father to help and beat him. Hearing these words, the woman burst into tears even louder and simply hugged her little girl, who supported her at least somehow. Her parents looked at her with a slight smile and did not want to interrupt such a touching moment. After all this partying, Jing went to a specially reserved room and just sat on the bed with a sad look. Suddenly, the door of the room creaked and her husband entered. He noticed that she was unhappy about something and asked what had happened. The guy sat down next to her and asked her not to worry. He had already said that there was nothing wrong with her letting Luo go. No. He asked his uncle to take care of keeping what happened today a secret. All evidence in the form of videos and photographs had been completely destroyed, and now our hero sees her for the first time in such a worried state. Most likely, it was all because Jing had a similar situation and she unconsciously imagined herself in her place. After all, that terrible man had been pursuing her just like Yi had that woman. But she was luckier than Luo, and all because she met Zong, and if it weren't for him, she has no idea what could have happened next. After these words, his wife hugged him and asked him to promise her that he would not leave her with Nuan until his death. The guy smiled and looked straight into her eyes. He promised to be there and love them both forever. This made Jinga laugh softly and blush slightly. Our hero decided to talk to her about this. What she just scolded this woman made sense. But one of her suggestions was wrong. The boy reminded her that she mentioned that every day she experiences pain, ups and downs, and that no one has a smooth life. But there is one exception. And at that moment his wife interrupted him. She doesn't believe it. If even emperors had problems, then is there really a person in the world who can simply live a quiet life? To which Zong confidently said that this is their own daughter. The young magician promised to do everything so that she would be surrounded by love and warmth all her life, and from that moment on he promised to do everything so that the two of them would live happier than any emperor, which caused a slight smile to appear on the lady's face. After this, the boys went to bed, and in the morning a completely unexpected turn of events awaited them. Our hero's student said that Nuan had disappeared somewhere. It seems that the blue-eyed one doesn't understand anything either, and decided to tell from the very beginning what happened. As always, they had a good time together. The girl played with animals and everything was fine, until Nuan saw the cat in the cage and thought he was lonely there. She really wanted him to be friends with other animals, but who knew that this beast would attack the animals like a mouse? All the animals in their small zoo had run away somewhere, and it was a complete mess. Yue herself caught everyone she could and didn't pay attention to anything, and when she finished, she discovered that the cat and the girl herself had disappeared somewhere. After these words, tears began to well up in her eyes and she asked her teacher for forgiveness for spying on her. But now it is useless to blame herself. The most important thing is to get the baby back. Jingja herself became very worried, because her daughter had never gone out alone before, and her husband reassured her that she must have run after the cat, and since that was the case, she definitely couldn't have gone far. The young magician and his student began to explore the city, cast on a magic sword, and it seems that the girl noticed something. Nuan came around the corner of the street and it looked like someone was holding her hand. The girl was walking with some woman, holding a kitten in her hand, and promised to take her to her mom and dad. At that moment, Yue appeared and began to threaten that if she kidnapped her little sister, she would not leave this lady alive. Yuxi ran to her mother, who fell to the ground and hugged her tightly. They became very scared. How wonderful that our hero came right away. He immediately recognized these people. The brunette directed his barrier towards them and protected them from his student's attack. Nuan herself was very happy when she saw her father and ran to him. Yizong stroked her head and asked why she ran away. And as it turned out, she was really chasing a cat. And when she caught it, she realized that she was lost. But fortunately, she met her friend's mother, and they were going to return them home. Her Yuxi looked at her mother in tears and asked if everything was okay with her. The only thing that happened was that the woman did not understand what had just happened. Our hero asked her for forgiveness together with Yue. They acted too impulsively and did not immediately understand what was happening. The woman said that she simply met their daughter at the entrance to the kindergarten and, since they lived nearby, decided to take her back home. The little girl looked straight into Zong's eyes. She was really interested, and she learned that her friend Yuxi could play the piano very well. The brunette smiled and explained to his daughter that it was actually a guzheng, an ancient Chinese musical instrument. After what she saw, she wanted to try it herself, and since she had a desire, her loving father could not refuse her. Meanwhile, Yuxi took her mother's hand, and since her friend had found her father, they could go. The brunette looked at her and stopped her, asking why she carried so many things with her, and sincerely wanted to help this woman. The lady was a little confused and said that they do this every day, and therefore they are already used to it. But still, Zong wasn't going to back down so easily. Since they had helped find his daughter, he had to thank them properly. Nuon herself took Yuxi's hand and was very happy that they would play together. The young man decided to give them a lift in the car, and when they reached one place, Madame asked to let them off because they couldn't go any further. And since they have already started, Zong is going to help them with this here too. The friends took their bags out of the car and continued walking, not hearing what was happening behind Yuxi's mother. Some unknown man grabbed Meng Yan and was not going to let go. Seeing this picture, her daughter began to shout at the evil uncle and asked him to let him go. Some other strange people appeared nearby, took her baby hostage, and began to threaten that if she continued to resist, she would be sold. The mother can't do anything about it and just remained silent. Hearing that this inadequate person was going to kiss her, someone ran up and punched him in the face. "You were dared to do this." Such vile people irritate her to the point of horror. Others ran up to their brother and yelled at the girl for daring to hit Cheng. The blonde looked at them all with incredible anger that such young guys were intimidating a woman with a child. They probably thought that there was no one here who could stand up for them. But they were wrong. Meng did recognize one of the men. Zhang Cheng was now standing in front of her in person, and she even began to justify herself to him, saying that her friend Ye had simply given her a ride. But he didn't seem to care at all, and he walked up to her and grabbed her wrist tightly, squeezing it tighter and tighter. After that, Tot grabbed her by the hair and reminded her that if she obeyed him, only then would she be happy. Otherwise, if Meng doesn't listen to him, he will only need to say one word for daughter and mother to say goodbye to life. Nuon watched this whole nightmare, and she felt very sorry for these good people, and so she asked her dad to help them deal with these bad people. The blonde looked at our hero and laughed, saying that since he has an expensive car, he can't do whatever he wants, because this is his neighborhood. And even if he can protect this woman today, it won't save anyone else another day. Our hero just laughed, in which case Chung would have to move out of here. But he is self-confident enough and gives the order to his brothers to kill him as quickly as possible. All his men rushed to Zong and were about to attack. One simple spell was enough for him to knock them all off their feet and then plunge them into another space. The men started screaming, and they felt as if they had ended up somewhere, in some sea. Opening their eyes, they found themselves in some kind of funnel, and there were quite a lot of monsters above. One of them grabbed one of the bandits tightly with its big paw. He was about to eat him, but Chung screamed loudly and kicked his legs. After a couple of seconds, this nightmare stopped. People thought that they were just ghosts, and they just decided to run away from this terrible person as soon as possible. After everything that just happened, Yuxi ran to her mother and hugged her tightly. She was very happy that everything was finally okay now. From the outside, it all looked a little different, and so Yu-er and the others didn't understand anything, and the boy explained only that it was just a small illusion. Little Nuon became very worried about her friend and family, and asked to take Aunt Lu and Yuxi to live with her for a while, in case those bad guys came to them again. But Zong calmed her down and said that now, when they decided to come here, they would begin to have terrible hallucinations, and they would no longer dare to intimidate people. The girls praised him. They admire this man very much. Yu-er is glad that she has such a teacher, and Nuon is happy that she has such a great father. And our hero just found the moment to reprimand his student, because he knows that she skips night training. But now the blue-eyed girl is interested in only one thing: who these people are, and why Madame allows them to behave this way with them. The woman sighed heavily and explained that the man with the tattoo was named Zhang Cheng. He was the local chieftain and had been in control of this area for many years with his gang, and it turned out that he had been harassing her ever since they started living here. They collide with each other very often, and it is impossible to avoid it. But in any case, Madame thanked them for their help, when suddenly they were distracted by someone's scream. A woman ran up to them in a panic and said that Ming's mother had fallen and she urgently needed help. Soon they arrived at the place. Of course, the Yi family was also nearby. The girls began to ask the old woman if everything was okay with her and began to offer even the smallest help. in the form of a massage or something else. Her daughter brought a large bag of groceries and turned to her mother, who had warned her earlier not to move without her help, because she couldn't see anything. The woman sighed heavily and apologized for causing her inconvenience. She just wanted to wash the dishes before returning, but accidentally knocked over the shelf with medicines. She is very sorry that she is so useless and cannot help her in any way. And on the contrary, she creates problems. And Meng herself hugged her and asked her not to say such things, because she herself considers herself unnecessary. She cannot even take proper care of her mother. Their sensual conversation was interrupted by our hero. He noticed that her eyes were cloudy, as it turned out. She lost her sight many years ago. They had to go to many hospitals. They were told that nothing could help here. And as it turned out, the old woman had already lost hope. But her daughter was not going to give up. Even Western medicine is powerless here. But in China, they say that slow training will help improve the condition, and therefore, there is still hope. The green-eyed girl looked our hero straight in the eyes and thanked him for everything he had done today. But she had to go to the night shift, and therefore, she would not be able to devote any more time to him. And at that moment, Yuxi gently took her hand. She told her that her friend wanted to learn how to fly a kite, and that tomorrow they had no classes in kindergarten, and so the girls wanted to go for a walk. But the madam regretfully refused. Now she has to take her grandmother to the doctor, and therefore, they will have to postpone such childish games, no matter how sad it is. The boy heard their entire conversation and therefore decided to intervene, saying that he knew a good ophthalmologist, and if they didn't mind, then why shouldn't I arrange to take my grandmother to him for an examination? And besides, Zong sees how the girl wants to go with her and asks not to disappoint the child. The lady looked at her daughter and was a little confused. Even her grandmother decided to push her to do this because Meng Yan had not played with the baby for a long time and therefore asks to devote time to her too. After the conversation, the guys went home because it was already late at night. Jinga sat next to him and discussed today. Her husband really does a lot of good things for strangers. This is clearly not his style. The brunette just laughed, calling himself an ordinary egoist. His wife looked him straight in the eyes. She heard from her daughter that Aunt Lu was very beautiful, and perhaps it was for this reason that he, seeing the beauty, decided to show care and pity, for which the magician yelled at her, because he was doing all this for the sake of his own daughter. After all, the girl loves her friend very much, considers her her first friend in China, but her mother does not want them to communicate because they are in different social strata, and he does not want his Nuan to have low self-esteem and lose the opportunity to make friends in the future. Now Jingyi understood everything and smiled back. It turns out that her husband really is very careful. Brunette hugged her and said that he only cares about her and his daughter. Tomorrow the guys are going to take Grandma to the doctor with Yu Er, but Jinga wants to go with the girls to fly a kite. The next morning the girlfriends met again, and Yuxi showed her how to operate it and what to do. Mama Nuan also had fun with them, but the wind was very strong, and she wasn't doing very well. She ran and didn't look under her feet. In the end, the woman simply tripped over a rock and fell. Nuan saw everything and began to laugh loudly. When Madame rose from the ground, she shouted at her for making fun of her and blushed deeply. At this time, Yuxi went to her mother and boasted about how high her kite flies. But it seems like the woman is not there at all now. And even while spending time with her baby, she is chatting with her boss. The girl felt very sad and looked down, not knowing how to attract her attention anymore. Jingyi noticed this whole picture, and she felt very sorry for the little girl, and that is why Madame approached her friend and asked her to take a break, at least during a break. There will always be a lot to do at work, but it is worth paying attention to the child. And to lighten the mood a little, the woman suggested a competition to see whose kite could fly higher. And so the mothers teamed up against their two girls and started playing to the fullest. Meanwhile, our hero had already helped to take the grandmother to the hospital, and the first thing the old woman asked him was whether this doctor was expensive, because Meng Yan earns money very hard, and she does not want her to spend everything on her. The blue-eyed girl looked straight at her and asked her not to worry about anything, because this doctor was a very good friend of her master. The brunette asked her to just close her eyes first so he could concentrate. Zong put 2 fingers on her and used his power on her, but the student began to doubt because her eyes have been blind for more than 10 years, and she asks not to give people hope for nothing. But even despite their doubts, the boy knows perfectly well what he is doing. Otherwise, he would not call himself her teacher if he could not do such a thing. He will have to use 2 small worms that are already lying in the palm of his hand. Ewer ran up and asked with interest what he had. The boy told her that it was a life-saving goo, a kind of healing worm that had the effect of life and death. Literally, it could even revive the dead. But such a small eye disease is a mere trifle for him. It can save a person who is literally on the verge of death. The worms fly up carefully and enter the old woman's eyes while she's still lying down. Her eye color began to return, and soon Zong asked her to open them, and she began to see their silhouettes. The woman was very happy when she saw them and could not help but smile. It is worth admitting that his friend is truly a genius, the most wonderful doctor there can be. Meanwhile, the girls continued to play with their snakes and were very happy to spend time together. Yuxi's mother turned to Mrs. Ye and thanked her for convincing her to play with her daughter. She hadn't seen her little girl so happy in a long time, and it's very important for children to grow up surrounded by family, and it's important to spend more time with her. As it turned out, Ming had thought about it, but unfortunately she does not have such an opportunity. It is very difficult for her to feed her family alone, and because of this, she blames herself for getting involved with the wrong person, because of whom Yuxi has an unhappy life and she suffers with her. It is clear that we are talking about her husband, and at that very moment, the girls noticed a man carrying huge kites, several times larger than them. He looks really cool and the little ones are wondering if he can fly as high into the sky as they can. The girlfriends ran to the stranger and asked if they could watch him fly a kite. The man smiled broadly and said that in that case, they would have to go with him. When the little girls came closer, Tot threw the toy aside, and he himself grabbed the girls by the clothes, causing them to scream. Their parents heard their screams and were very scared, and of course, immediately rushed to them. The women run as fast as they can and demand that their daughters be released. But it seems that of course they will not be listened to. The man ran to his car and took them in one hand. To prevent them from getting to him, he threw them into the back seat and got behind the wheel. A few seconds later, the car jerked and almost ran over other vacationers. Yuxi's mother tripped over a rock and fell to the ground, and Jing picked up the phone and quickly started calling her husband. The brunette immediately picked up the phone and asked again if he had understood correctly that the two girls had been kidnapped. The grandmother and his student heard everything and screamed in horror. But the necklace that Nuon was wearing had protective properties, and no one could harm her. Madame became very worried. The little girl must be too scared. Besides, her friend doesn't have such a necklace, and she is in great danger. Of course, as always, Yu began to blame herself for not being able to go with them. If she had been there, no one would have laid a finger on them. But now the blonde is wondering who could afford to do this, because they don't seem to have any enemies. And at that moment, the girl was able to assume that most likely it was yesterday's gang. But now it doesn't matter at all who kidnapped them. He will definitely ask for ransom, and therefore, Zong asked his lady to be much more careful and if anything happens, call him. The grandmother, in a panic, asked our hero to save her granddaughter, and she will not be able to survive the loss if something happens to her. It's a shame that the lotus necklace doesn't show the location, so the blonde is going to go look for them. He has people who can help them, and now they are very busy with important matters. The people from the Dragon Soul organization are currently very busy and are under the control of the professor. The corpse that the long-haired girl brought back has completely rotted. And since this happened, it is almost impossible to find anything here. She was scolded for the fact that they were wasting too much time now, and it was much more difficult to bring a living person here. The guys started grumbling that they had risked their lives to deliver it and bring it to the lab. Of course, the woman got angry at their stupid jokes and yelled. Madame Tala stood still, and her friend laughed. At that moment, he was distracted by a phone call. It seemed that Zong wanted to call them. The long-haired girl picked up the phone and asked why he called. But he was very serious now and was in no mood for jokes. Since she wanted to repay him for saving her, she had just the opportunity. Basically, he needs him to check something for them using access to all the CCTV cameras. And in the meantime, the kidnapper's car has already arrived at the scene. The girls were grabbed by the scruff of the neck and thrown to the floor. They hit themselves hard and started crying, of course. Now they just want to go to their mothers and not be here. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared in front of them and shouted at them to shut their mouths. The brunette smiled and pointed his finger at the large meat grinder standing not far from them. She makes a really terribly loud noise, and he scared them that if they cry, he will make mincemeat out of them and throw it right there. Meanwhile, Yuxi's mother was very worried that nothing would happen to her daughter. A Jing hugged her and tried to calm her down that her husband would definitely save them. Suddenly, the girl received a call. This time, it was definitely not her boss at work. Meng quickly picked up the phone, and the unknown person stated that her daughter was in their hands, and therefore demanded that she give up the goods if she did not want her to say goodbye to her forever. She hears about it for the first time and does not immediately understand what he wants. As it turns out, he is talking about the party that her husband had 4 years ago. All debts are never forgiven, even despite the fact that the person died. In the end, the woman was given only half a day, and if she failed, her daughter would face a terrible fate. After the conversation, the man asked the two girls which one of them was Yuxi, and Nuan whispered in her ear not to say anything because he is a bad person, and if they say who they are, only death awaits them. The bandit heard them whispering and loudly stamped his foot. He grabbed them by their clothes and began to pull them hard, and at that very moment his sister Tin interrupted him because her brother was rather rude to children. The lady asked to leave these two in her care and told the others to go and do their own thing. The woman had to admit that these kids were really cute. The redhead promised that if they answered the questions, she would let them go back to their mother. Nuan immediately decided to tell her that there was no girl named Yuxi among them, and that she had probably caught the wrong children. Redhead took a sharp hairpin out of her hair, reminding the little ones that lying is not nice. For such bad behavior, she is going to punish them to the fullest extent now and takes a swing. But after that, she froze in place, and her body began to tremble violently. This girl with dark hair is very strange. The bandits began to suspect that she had some kind of superpowers. Such people can control not only objects, but also the human brain. Their sister still gave the order not to be afraid of some little girl, but to just go and shoot her. The man took out a gun and pointed it right at her. At that moment, they hear a fierce scream and the sound of the ceiling collapsing. Zong finally arrived to help. The girls were very happy when they saw a familiar face. Now they were definitely safe. The man put away his weapon and the little girl ran to Zong. The redhead still gave the order to her subordinates to simply take them back as hostages. The bandits ran after them, intending to grab them. And now the first thief is already behind Nuan, who is running with all her might towards her father. Just as he stepped forward, Zong used his power, causing the limb to bend. His bone broken several times. The little girl ran to her dad and hugged him tightly. He stroked her and reassured her that since he was there, everything would definitely be okay now. But her friend still fell into the clutches of ill-wishers and also asks for help. She grabbed her and put a gun to her temple, threatening that if he took even one step, the girl would not live. And at that very moment, someone fired a bullet from behind. A shot rang out, but no one had time to react. Less than a second passed, and a gun and Yuxi herself flew out of the red-haired woman's hands. Yuer made quite an impressive appearance. The girl grabbed her friend Nuan and covered her with herself just in case. Now she can be sure that she is completely safe. The other bandits began to wonder what was wrong with their sister, and she was indignant and could not understand where such a powerful person could come from. And yet, in order not to say goodbye to life, she asks to let her go and admits her guilt. The brunette looked at her intently, and so that the girls would not see what was about to happen, he cast a light spell on them, after which his daughter and her friend simply seemed to fall asleep, and Yuer would sit next to them the whole time. The boy began to slowly approach the gang and pointed his hand at them. He used a spell and was able to grab them all. They felt like they were in some strange space and couldn't even escape. Sister Ting began to laugh nervously and asked Zong to spare their lives, trying to justify that they had grabbed the wrong girl and were trying to get back what belonged to them. The guy hears their requests and looks at them from his corner of his eye. Just yesterday, he promised his wife that their daughter was happy. He gave his word that bitterness and suffering would pass her by. But these people are just crazy, and so he just wants to get even with them today. Zong can't believe he let them put his baby in danger and now slowly raises his hand up. The girl and the others started screaming loudly, still trying to break free. But it seemed to be no use. Their souls began to leave their bodies. The young magician is going to turn them into ashes, as if they never existed in this world. Soon, not a drop of blood was left of them, and now they are no longer on this earth. After such a hard day, the girls quickly fell asleep, and the adults gathered in the next room. Yuxi's mother thanked Zong for what he did today. They really don't know how to repay him for all the good. And Grandma also joined in the gratitude. And now what interests Jing most is why his daughter was kidnapped. The woman met the man who was guilty of everything 6 years ago. He said that he was in business and was very kind to her, so she never thought to doubt him. Did not know that he was a smuggler until he was arrested. And Aunt Ting was his accomplice when he was arrested. She managed to escape, and during the search the police found nothing. However, she was sure that he hid the goods somewhere. Madame Meng visited him in prison. The red-haired girl probably thought that he secretly told her the location of things and therefore kidnapped Yuxi. She needed to lure out the information. The woman apologized to the Ye family. It was their problem, and she never thought that even their Nuon would be affected by this. The ghost girl became curious about what it was, what product she was talking about, and why they wanted to get it so much. A lot of questions appeared in her head. The woman heard that this batch of national treasures was worth $500 million. Yuer's jaw almost dropped from such a huge number. Having cleared her throat, the blonde asked if she knew where this product was now. Her teacher yelled at her for not being able to think straight. If she knew that, then would she live in such a place? But it seems that Mrs. Jingji has come up with a good idea. The woman wants to ask Yan to help them, which makes her a little surprised and even confused. When the long-haired woman talked to her, she told her that when she was in school, she studied fashion design. The development of their business over the years also becomes stronger. However, leading companies have their limitations, and this makes it difficult to enter the mass market, and why not try to produce consumer goods? Alternatively, this is the best way to attract more people. In short, Jing wants to create a clothing brand with his own fabrics, and this woman will really be a good helper. Of course, she would like to hear either approval or condemnation from her husband, but the guy smiled at her and said that she could make this decision herself. In any case, she would only receive support. Green-eyed remained very doubtful that she would succeed in anything. She had never worked in her specialty since she finished her studies. But in order to discuss everything, the long-haired one asked to show her diploma work, and even Grandma Yuxi supported her daughter. It would be really wonderful if she could do it, because she works 3 times a day and doesn't even have time to rest. In the end, Madame agreed and thanked Madame Jingyi for such a wonderful offer. Our hero immediately understood that she just wanted to help them. But this is one of the reasons she would not open a business just because of sympathy for one person. As it turns out, she had actually been planning this for a long time, contacted several colleagues to find out about it, and therefore tomorrow evening a big dinner will be organized, to which, of course, the woman invites her husband. Soon the boys came to Montes, a big famous and most luxurious brand, founded by Jesse. Thanks to this illuminated sign, the hotel is popular with celebrities from all over the world. Madame Jinga held her husband's hand. She heard that the princess's husband was from China, and they came here for a month to celebrate their wedding. So she contacted them in advance and finally got the chance to meet her. And of course, the lady wants to cooperate with them so they can learn something from their experience. She heard that Jessie was also a beauty, and joked that Zong might be blinded by her beauty. But there were only 2 princesses in his life, Nuon and her. When the boys knocked on the door, a man opened it and told the lady that the Yi family was standing in front of them. The young magician immediately felt that this aura was not like that of an ordinary person. He had definitely seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember how. Zong immediately remembered those 2 vampires. Perhaps the old man was one too. The elderly man asked the guests to come in, and they stepped over the threshold of the luxurious room with a smile. They had to go through another hall where there were quite a lot of guards and everyone lined up in 2 rows. The boy immediately noticed that this girl's bodyguards clearly had some kind of abilities. Eventually, after a couple of minutes, they arrived at the place, and the man with the monocle introduced them to the queen. The boys came up to the table and began to watch them with interest. This woman is already of age and seems to be very arrogant by nature, looking at them with a piercing gaze. After that, Jingge's husband laughed loudly. Could this really be that great princess? But it turned out that she was talking about the time when she was still young. The man politely asked them to sit down at comfortable chairs, and he himself ran into the next room and brought wine, which is one of the princess's favorites. This is the wealth of the castle, which they brought from Pruman. He poured them a glass and offered his guests a try. It is worth admitting that it is truly extraordinary. Of the red varieties for Jing, it is truly one of the best, but her husband did not appreciate it. For him, it is too sour. Suddenly, after their words and comments about this drink, the princess herself spoke to them, but used the Paman dialect, after which our hero's wife frowned. One of her subordinates stated that this variety is the most sour in the world. It is really difficult to get used to it from the first try, and he got used to it after many years of drinking. They very rarely return to China, and so the man wants Zong to be able to spend more time with them. And our hero said that they are also planning to enter the clothing market recently, and so they came here to learn something from them. The queen put in her 2 cents here too and began to grumble, after which Jinga slammed her glass on the table. The woman turned to her highness and declared that she had come here kindly and sincerely, but that she was being greeted in an inappropriate manner. Zong turned to his wife and asked what had happened. And as it turned out, Madame had prepared for their dialect in advance, and despite the fact that she had not learned much, but she understood these words, they were vulgar and insignificant. Even after this, the queen did not stop, and so the long-haired one suddenly stood up from her chair, saying that they were here today by mistake. She previously thought that Princess Jessie was a noble woman, but she could not expect such arrogance and impudence, and she absolutely doesn't care how popular her brand is. She no longer wants to get involved with these people and have anything in common, even if it concerns money and business. Madame grabs her husband by the hand and leads him out of this room. The green-eyed man looked at them rudely and tried to stop them somehow. He couldn't believe that they dared to treat the princess so rudely, and she continued to swear in her dialect. The old man ordered his servants to stop them, and the guys in glasses blocked their way. The old man demanded his guest to take back his words and apologize to Princess Jessie. Her friend, who was sitting next to her, also asked her to calm down. He didn't think that Mr. Ye had insulted her on purpose, but in response he heard only laughter. Our hero said that of course an apology was necessary, but only from the old woman who dared to insult their wife. Grandpa smiled at him and asked if he had heard everything correctly. Of course, if his hearing was fine. The country has been without the control of the royal family for too long. The people have no rules at all, and so it seems that it would be very difficult to talk to them politely. The bodyguards began to use their force to show the two guests that they were no longer welcome there. The couple looked at them from the corner of their eyes. Of course, such a move was entirely expected. Mrs. Jing hugged her husband, and he picked her up and jumped back from them. The guy decided to attack them back, but a little more softly. He dropped the large table and threw food in the queen's face, and the table itself flew towards those unfortunate bodyguards. One of them, together with his colleague, swung their fists and began to fight back. The men hit it with all their might and broke it into many small pieces. After that, our hero stood back up on his feet with his wife. They looked at them and just smiled. The bodyguards continued to try to attack them, and already using their abilities, they hit the ground as hard as possible, so much so that they flew to the side. But for Zong, they were just flesh. A person with supernatural abilities can use mental power to control bones and muscles. And one cannot disagree with this. The old man confirmed this and stated that they developed this to the maximum. These people can not only destroy mountains and tell rocks, but are also invulnerable to pain, and only such a strong personality is worthy of the royal Pruman. Grandfather admitted that Mr. E was indeed an unusual person, but alas, he was not his opponent, and therefore, for his own safety, he advised him to stop resisting. Of course, our hero is not going to back down. Today, he and his wife put on such beautiful clothes to watch a wonderful show. Right after that, the boy is going to use the goo puppet directly on them. Two worms appeared in the air and went straight to the brains of those two. A very strange tremor appeared in their body, after which unnatural behavior was added on their part. Men began to fight among themselves instead of uniting against their enemy. Seeing this, the queen began to shout at them, and the two of them seemed to go crazy. How interesting it is for our hero to watch this from the side. The spear of one attacked the shield of the other, and he has no idea who will be the first of them to fall. Their blows are quite fast and dexterous. The bodyguards continue to fight with each other. One of them wanted to kick the other in the face, but he didn't succeed because the other managed to react. The two of them are very fast and about the same in strength, and thus their fight can go on forever. The woman watched with horror everything that was happening to his servants, and therefore demands that her butler deal with this demon who dared to injure the bodyguards. The old man must admit that this is indeed a wonderful Eastern method. He is very interested in this man, but it is sad that he went against the queen, and this is unforgivable. From this moment on, Zong will no longer be able to leave here. But it seems that these words do not frighten him at all. A slight smile appeared on Daredevil's face, because he already knew how to fight people like him. The boy swung his hand and placed the silver item right in front of his face. This man must know about those two vampires from the Dark Council. They are most likely much stronger than him. Grandfather looked at them in surprise. He couldn't believe that this man knew Louis and Geralt personally. Hearing this, he felt a slight tremor in his body. He still couldn't believe that he was able to destroy two dukes, and the smile on our hero's face grew even wider. If this old man doesn't believe him, then why doesn't he go and see them? Grandfather sighed heavily and simply sent him home. It seemed he understood everything. Zong hugged his lady and headed towards the exit. They would never set foot on the threshold of this terrible hotel again. The queen came up behind him and asked him what he was doing. These two had humiliated her. She couldn't let them leave just like that. The grandfather looked at her and said that this man was not his opponent. He was very strong since he was able to deal with two dukes. and asked the princess not to be angry because she was still richer than him. These words made her feel a little better. And so the woman is going to gather the strongest warriors and killers to make this impudent man regret what happened today. Her assistant approached her and excitedly tried to convince her that this was just a small misunderstanding that should not be told to her father. After these words, the woman gave him a good kick on the back. The man flew to the side and fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the blonde headed towards him. She began to scold him, saying that in the end it all happened because of him. If he had not come with her to China, the princess would not have been so disgraced. It's obvious that he thinks that Jing is quite a beautiful woman, and it is for this reason that he wants to save her. Even the words that he admired only Jessica did not produce any results at first. She continued to press her heel on him, and then finally she decided to believe him, but warned him not to think about him becoming a nobleman. If he clings to her, other people respect him, but in fact he is just a dog. That vampire was nearby and heard everything. He would like the woman to calm down a little and offered to prepare a relaxing bath for her. The princess sat down at her place and smiled back, but still rejected the idea. Instead, she is now going to deal with her subordinate, and so she waits for him to get up from his seat and lick her feet with his tongue. For the guy, this is of course humiliation, but still, he cannot resist her will. Meanwhile, the newlyweds had already returned home and told everyone what had happened at that meeting. Was the most furious of all. Her father listened and sighed heavily. All women behave like this when they get a little older. When his wife heard this, she looked at him with slight confusion. But he meant something slightly different from what she thought, and Jing herself asked not to blame her for the fact that she strives for success, and does not understand that the other side treats her unfairly. Her husband looked her straight in the eye and said that today he had a very good opportunity to protect her, which of course he was very happy about. However, that man looked so polite. He doesn't understand how he tolerates such a nasty old woman. Yuer's mother also heard something about this princess. She married a man who was 20 years younger than her. Of course, she has a high status, and I want to say a lot of words about her, even though I can't. According to some foreign sources, this man has long fallen out of favor, although he still goes back and forth with the princess. But in reality, he is just Pruman's tool to maintain royal decency. Madame tried to remember his name, but Aunt Fang did it for her. And remind me how he was called Shui Luan. Our hero did not expect that she knew about this and asked where she got this information from. The woman looked down. As it turned out, this man was her first love. All the guys looked at her in surprise. No one expected such a turn of events. Yuer herself was shocked to hear how surprising it was that the princess's sixth was her first love. It was quite a long time ago. At the beginning, they were classmates in college, and after graduating from high school, Meiyu and Fengshan got married, and she also agreed to this man's proposal. But at that time, she was busy starting a business, and so she was in no hurry to marry him. And besides, there were problems with capital. But Zueluan thought so highly of himself that he couldn't look at those people's steady path. He always thought of something beyond the pale and secretly persuaded her to return the money and start working alone. But they often quarreled over this. A little later, the man went abroad on business. There he met Jesse. He is a smart man. Knowing that this will save a 10-year request, he immediately switched to women who were able to elevate him with a snap of his fingers. And so, after he returned to China, he suggested breaking up. When she thought that she was the reason, she withdrew into herself. And later, Meiyu hired a private detective and took a photo of him in a hotel with a new woman. And at that moment, the truth came out. After this, the woman happily broke all ties with him, and from then on she would be on her own. She no longer hoped for any men and focused entirely on her growth and career advancement. Hearing this story, Yuer and Jingyi of course took her side. The girls are ready to take revenge on him for Aunt Fang. For all the pain that he caused, Madame only smiled in response. All this was long ago in the past. In fact, she had long forgotten about this man, and if he had not appeared, then she would not have been able to remember him. Suddenly, a phone call distracted her from a pleasant conversation with her guys, and after the woman saw who was calling her, her facial expression immediately changed. Fang jumped up from her chair and declared that it was already late, and she wanted to go back to the room, and gave the same advice to the others. Of course, our hero was the first to notice such strange behavior and began to stare after her. Trying not to show that something had happened, Madame carefully closed the doors and stood there for a minute to calm down. Looking at her phone, she saw a message from this same Zhui, who invited her to meet. It seemed like he had something to say. The woman thought for a long time whether to answer this or whether it would be better to ignore it. But in the end, Madame got ready and went to the appointed place and is already standing at the right doors. Aunt Fang didn't want to go back to the past again, so she just sighed heavily but still knocked on his door. Mr. Su quickly opened the door for her and greeted Xiao King. He knew that this woman was reliable and greeted her with a smile, but it seems that she herself is not in the mood for friendly dialogue, and therefore simply asked to get straight to the point. What happened to them with Zong? The brunette just laughed, and she hasn't changed a bit since then, just as calm and straightforward. But first of all, he decided to tell that he and Princess Jessie had returned to China, and this time under the close attention of the press. And this means that anything is possible, that there are paparazzi walking around, and if you take a picture of them, it won't be very good for them. To which the woman only raised an eyebrow. Of course, our hero and his student had already set up an ambush and were watching from the sidelines, looking in through the window. The girl was indignant that this man still had the audacity to meet with this woman after everything they had. But the brunette asked her not to jump to conclusions and suggested that she watch first, because they would still have time to deal with him. It was obvious that this old fox didn't just ask Aunt Fang to come to him at such a late hour, since it was night now, and Zhu himself showered her with compliments, telling her how beautiful and temperamental she was. But still, he was no longer the same as he was before. Madame only snorted in response. She was no longer interested in remembering the past, and since he did not want to start a dialogue, she would do it for him. She knew perfectly well what had happened today. Zong had insulted his princess, and now he was going to take revenge. And that is why she gives him simple advice, to return to this woman and warn her that even though she is a princess, she is now on Chinese territory. And if anyone dares to put our hero and his wife at a disadvantage, she herself will call all the media. And of course, in the end, everyone will find out who did the right thing and who did not. However, if she is not afraid of losing the face of the royal family, then let her come. To which the man only smiled in response. He did not understand why she thought so. After all, this boy is the son of Fengshan and Meiyu, and one could say that for him he is just a nephew. He cannot go against him because he allowed himself to treat the princess rudely, and the purpose of the meeting is that he asked her to come to tell him that although Jessie is angry, he was able to convince her not to do anything to either the boy or the others. It seems like this man still doesn't remember what friendship is, and in that case, if this is all, then she's going to leave. And at that moment, the old man caught her hand and looked her straight in the eyes, telling Xiao King that in fact, all these years he regretted being confused and making a mistake. Of course, he also began to slander Jessie, saying that she was supposedly a pervert and simply used him as a toy, an ordinary personal dog, which is putting it mildly. And he even began to think about divorce, according to him. The brunette raised his head and stated that he knew perfectly well that this beautiful lady had not been married all these years, which meant that he was still, to some extent, in her heart, and therefore asked to give him another chance. Our hero and his student heard everything and were simply shocked by how impudent this guy was. And Aunt Fang herself understands this perfectly well and asked him to stop being so persistent. She did not get married because she has something in her heart that is much more important than a man, and it has nothing to do with him. And this acting does not work on her. After Zhi called her insensitive, she pulled her hand away and said that since Jessie considered him her dog, he looked even worse in her eyes and demanded that he take his hand away, to which I only heard a smirk in response. In that case, the impudent fellow wants a quarter of the shares of the E fund for himself. Madam raised an eyebrow. It sounds like some kind of joke. However, he claims that he also contributed to its development, and now he needs to get his share back. If he has all this money, he will no longer be tied to this perverted old woman. She will not be able to control him. And on the contrary, he will also be able to use his connections in Pruman to start all over again and build his own world. The woman frowned and looked at him. Now she understood the whole motive of this country meeting and sudden invitation. Our hero's father valued him from the very beginning and sent him abroad so that he could establish connections to develop their common business. However, this was no longer part of his plans. He became a parasite and latched onto this woman with the goal of getting rich. As a result, the losses far exceeded the money invested, and Zong's parents didn't blame him because they were too kind. But she had already created an account and excluded him from the list of investors when she began to manage the Ye family fund on her own. Aunt Fang took a step forward and firmly said that in that case he would never, under any circumstances, receive a penny. And now no one would be able to get rich at their expense. The man, of course, began to grumble that his ex-girlfriend began to treat him cruelly, not giving him a chance, but it's all fair. Now he will know how to betray his friends. This is also payback for the fact that he knew how to use a woman. After this, Madame was about to leave, but he stopped her again and began to beg. Supposedly this was his last chance, and even began to threaten that she would not leave this room if he did not give him the shares of the fund. Yuer watched all this and was very worried about Fang. She felt like she was in danger, but the boy calmed her down. Everything was under control. He couldn't let her get hurt, and he was already looking forward to a good show. At that moment, the door of the room is broken down, and his Princess Jessie, who has finally found Luan, enters with her foot. Hearing only her voice, he looked at her with horror and did not know what to do now. Blue-eyed, seeing this picture, laughed. It seems that her master managed to inform the princess herself about this. Let her take up training her dog. Of course, the man began to make excuses so that she would not think anything bad about him. But he himself did not know what to do now. The blonde came up to him and gave him a good slap. She can't believe that he dared to secretly communicate with other women behind her back and called him a useless animal. He fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness, still trying to convince them to listen to his explanation. The man pointed his finger at Fang and said that it was she who wanted to revive the old relationship with him, and that was why she invited her on a date. But he refused. She didn't expect that this woman would be so shameless and start stalking him. And it seems that Jessie believed him. She remembers her. They saw each other 10 years ago, which means she really is shameless, since she doesn't slow down and still pursues a married man. And since she supposedly likes this person who is hers, she will do her a favor. Looking her straight in the eyes, the old woman gave the order to the butler to seize her immediately. She would make her a new maid and a toy for entertainment. Grandfather, of course, listened to her and immediately used his vampire power. His ears lengthened, fangs grew, and incredible speed appeared. Fang had never seen such horror in her life, and she simply screamed loudly. Our hero watches all this and has already cast some spell, while that old man wanted to make a puppet out of her. The butler's direction suddenly changes, and he is no longer aiming for Xiaoqing, but for the princess herself. A few seconds later, he was already next to her and exposed his fangs to bite. Her little dog began to defend herself and tried to get through to him so that he would let the woman go. But it seems that the old man does not hear him, since his mind is under the control of our hero, and he has now changed his focus to this man. He was able to pierce his body with his hand, his chest, while Jessica watched all this in horror and could not say anything. After such a powerful vampire blow, no one would survive, including Zhu himself. He fell to the ground, and after a couple of seconds was not breathing. Aunt Fang looked at all this in horror and couldn't even move. The old man began to touch his fangs, and at one point he pulled them out, and the blonde watched all this madness from the side and did not even know what to say. She was shaking with fear, and finally, now he came to his senses, and tried to convince the princess that he didn't want this. Someone must be controlling him now. And at that very moment, the glass above their heads cracks, and they both become wary. Two guys who had been watching everything that was happening from the very beginning entered the room, and they were ready for a fight. Aunt Fang looked at them in surprise because she didn't expect them to be here at all. But now they were ready to take her away from here. The guy picked her up and using a flying spell jumped out the window, and Jessie was just beside herself. She was very angry that this Chinese dog dared to plot against her and ordered the old man to deal with him right now. And just as he was about to go after him, they heard someone's footsteps behind them. The paparazzi people came, and there was a whole crowd of them. They filmed everything on video and in photos to capture everything. The vampire started yelling at them not to take any photos, they don't need that kind of content. The very next morning, Jing sat quietly on the sofa and saw some very interesting news that she wanted to share with Aunt Fang and Yu Er. It described how the mysterious girl was abused by Princess Prumana in a bloody hotel room. Yet the photos made it to the media. Of course, last night was a very terrible event. Most likely. It was not an isolated case. All other incidents were carefully hidden. However, the excellent work of reporters helped to reveal the truth about the princess, and all this is the merit of our hero. But Jing didn't expect to hear from his student that it was him. But the boy just stood there and smiled. And now it became clear to the woman that the mysterious girl was her aunt. And she looked down and admitted that she was so naive, she didn't expect that her ex would be so evil. And she was very sorry that our hero had to take a risk for her sake. The brunette smiled back at her and calmed down. She didn't know what would happen, and therefore it wasn't her fault. But now the boy is confident that this will not happen again in the future, even if such trivial questions as whether he is worthy of being the heir to the E family foundation are not resolved. Jinga herself, together with Yu still cannot come to their senses. These bastards should definitely get what they deserve. But what irritates them most is that, being foreigners, they do not obey the laws of China. They need to come up with the most severe punishment. But even without this, they will have a hard time. Zong is sure of this. After all, under the rule of the Holy See, in Europe, vampires and other evil spirits are treated with contempt. However, among royal families, taming and raising vampire slaves is considered a hobby that they are proud of. Even though he turned a blind eye to all this, they still tried to keep it quiet in order to preserve their nobility. If vampires were discovered in any of the royal families, it was considered a huge disgrace. And this family would not only be deprived of all privileges and reduced to the status of common people, but would also be sent to life imprisonment. Our hero's wife just laughed. But Princess Jessie loves raising male pets so much that it seems she will become a servant in the future. It seemed like she would really have a hard time dealing with such a difficult temperament. And at this moment, Zong suggested putting an end to this matter and talking about something fun. For example, a guy recently read the news that there will be a beach music festival in their city, where various idols will come. Both male and female groups will perform there. And in general, he doesn't understand much about it. But why not just go there? Besides, he had already gotten 3 tickets in advance. Aunt Fang still preferred to stay in a quiet place, so she refused. And his wife thought that such entertainment was only suitable for little girls, so she preferred to just stay home and watch a movie. The brunette turned to his student and offered her to have some fun, but she politely refused because the sun on the seashore is too poisonous for her, the sun's rays. The boy was very annoyed that no one would be able to come, but on the other hand, he knew that one person would still be found who would agree to go with him. On the same beach there was already Shumika from the very morning. There were many children and adults who were swimming in the sea and were very happy. Of course, the very character that our hero wanted to take was his daughter Nuan. She really liked spending time in such a wonderful place. The boy watched her and asked her not to run so fast on the slippery sand, because she might fall and hurt her knee. And not far from them there was already a real concert. Idols arrived, who performed their songs. A lot of girls gathered around them, as well as guys too, and they were just delighted with them. There are a lot of female fans here. The men themselves are quite young but already so talented, and they look at all the guests with a smile. Suddenly, our hero came into the crowd to also scout out the situation and see what all the fuss was about. Instantly, the attention of all the beauties switched to him. The girls began to discuss how handsome he was, and already thought that he was some famous star. Many people ran to take pictures with him, get autographs, and those 3 idols from the stage watched all this. They can't understand where all their fans went. Meanwhile, Wuzong is getting an incredible amount of attention from all the girls who came to this beach. They ask him to sign, take a photo, and they also ask if he is an actor or a singer. But he calmly stated that he is not a media personality at all. He is an ordinary guy who brought his daughter to play on the beach. These 3 idols immediately approached him and began to mock him, saying that he thinks he is special, that anyone can be a star, especially the Chinese, and they think that the creativity of this race spoils the entire festival. People from the crowd started shouting at them to watch their speech and even started to kick them out and go back to their country. It seems that the stars were offended by them, of course. They could have refused to go here, but the comprehensive food and accommodation, as well as the payment of fees, sounds like a tempting offer. The little girl sat in her father's arms and asked why these elders were arguing. But it seemed that he himself did not understand what was going on here. One of the idols looked straight into our hero's eyes and said that he was completely far from the music industry. And therefore, in his opinion, he could not understand anything about it. These 3 people are Chinese hip-hop artists, and over the past few years they have become mainstream street performers. Their rapid work has achieved great commercial success and even influenced entertainment trends around the world. However, in recent times, traditional culture has attracted much more and more international attention and has become very popular again. They insisted that their ancient Chinese dances and music were their own invention, one man said, and Nuan looked at him and said that the teacher said that lying is not good, and it is true. It is wild and shameless. And that's why the 2 of them turned to these idols and repeated what they said, that their music is worse than theirs. But what is the evidence for this? The guys just laughed, and one of them said that facts are the best evidence. Moreover, the type from the top 10 music rating of the internet belonged to Feng. But everyone knows that this is all thanks to people leaving comments that are convenient for someone for money. Anyone who really loves music will not listen to such nonsense, and therefore, they are going to compete right here and now. The celebrities began to laugh loudly. The one who will now collect the most gratitude from the audience will become the winner, and the loser will record an apology video where he admits that China's music was invented by Feng Guo. And if the idols lose, they must admit their lies to the whole world and apologize to the Chinese people. Among the men, of course, there are magicians, and one is going to use his magic musical instrument. He wants to start first and introduce a song that has been circulating in China for thousands of years. The music started out very quietly but gradually picked up speed, and it sounds very gentle and beautiful. It was about the horses of the Heavenly Lord who came from the West Pole, overcoming the shifting sands of the Gobi Desert. It seems that the girl was interested and asked her father what kind of song it was, and as it turned out, it was a Tianmaskaya, created by the great emperor in ancient China. He was able to win a cruel war, defeat the Huns, and calm the world, forcing the surrounding small countries to bow down. He sang this song to ridicule all the barbaric small countries. Strangers are simply delighted with this sound, gentle and beautiful melody, and simply enjoy it. Of course, celebrities hear about this for the first time and do not take it seriously, now getting ready to show what real music is. They turned on the loudspeakers and plugged in their latest track, and everyone started watching them perform. The girls also admired them, how skillfully and beautifully they danced, keeping to the rhythm. The ladies clapped their hands, took pictures, supported and complimented these three handsome men. Men look at them and start to worry that if things continue like this, they will simply lose. And therefore, they need to come up with something now, because their stupid fans have no sense of national honor and shame, and the culture of their own country is destroyed in their hands. And our hero, together with his daughter, already became a little afraid that their people could lose. But this will not happen if these musical bandits escape. And at that very moment, the boy had an idea. Why not go to sea with his Nuan? And of course, the girl would only be happy. As it turns out, Zong is very good at surfing, and that was his original idea. He skillfully maintains his balance and his baby in his arms, who laughs loudly and is very happy that she has such a father. To make it more interesting for her, the guy also added some sea figures, in the form of a knight on a horse, after which he himself created another horse from the water and saddled it. And of course, he seated Nuan in front of him. He created an entire army to impress the little girl, and he does it perfectly. This is the best day of her life. The other boys noticed that the sea had turned into warriors on horses, and many began to suspect that these two people had some kind of superpowers. It all looks just great. These are already the figures of their Chinese monarchs leading thousands of troops to take over the world. People who see this are simply delighted. And it seems that Nuan herself really enjoyed riding a horse, and she even asks to go forward on the horse and not be afraid. Any whim of his daughter will be fulfilled. And he added power, of course, within reason. The girl laughs loudly and holds on tightly to the water horse. But at that very moment, the Chinese performers began to perform their melody again, about the horse of the Heavenly Lord. But this was already an improvisation, which was surprisingly praised by people who were standing nearby and heard everything. They really liked this guy and his water show. Many even took out their cameras to capture this moment. Many people began to be proud that they live in such a wonderful country. And after all that had happened, it was time for Zong to wrap things up. He promised to take his mother and sister with him next time to have the same fun. When the boys came ashore, one of the Chinese musicians thanked the young gentleman, and he complimented them for their excellent singing. The other guys in the crowd are just delighted. This is the song Tianma. In this performance, it is really beautiful. It raises the glory of their nation. Nuan herself saw how their people were happy and asked if they had won. And of course, after everything that had just happened, their culture won, which she was very happy about. But the idols are the only ones who are not happy now. They claim that this is a simple deception, because they used supernatural powers that I do not even belong to the category of music, and they do not want to allow this result. Our hero looked these people straight in the eye. They shamelessly stole their music. But of course they didn't like such a presentation, and all three of them ran at Zong with their fists. Of course, they didn't succeed, and the boy simply walked past them. And the three of them didn't even understand what had happened, and simply fell into a heap. One of them got so clogged that he broke his nose. Nuan Yi noticed this and started pointing her finger at him and laughing loudly. Other people also started to make fun of us. It looks like this person did surgery on us. And not only do they steal other people's music, they also operate on their faces. We can say that as a result of this festival, these stars were disgraced. They disgraced their entire country. They made it look fake. Due to such humiliation, they decided to just run away from there as quickly as possible to avoid even more ridicule. After this situation, some people tracked down our hero's house and crowded around his door asking for an autograph. The boy, of course, doesn't like such excessive attention, even though his student praises him. The brunette can't believe that they only needed to see him once to do this. Now he can be said to be very popular. It seems that the video of them beating these artists on the beach went viral on the internet. Someone saw it and found information about him being the president of IP Group and also found his residential address. And all these people below, waving posters and admiringly looking at his house, are ordinary fans and admirers. All these high technologies irritate our hero. He would like to erase the memories of all these girls, but it will be very problematic. His wife thinks differently. She sees this as a very good opportunity, but for now, the boy doesn't quite understand what she's talking about. Madam had been thinking about what else she could do since she came up with the idea of developing the garment industry. At first, she had no ideas, but this incident inspired her to get involved in the entertainment industry. Yu and Zong certainly didn't expect this, and at first they thought they had misheard it. The blonde now thinks that she will be able to personally chase after idols, and from now on she will be the director artist of their company, and therefore, this opens up such an opportunity for her. The girl jumped for joy and thanked her friend for this. She now adores her to death. Brunette now. He begins to doubt that she really thought about it, because costume design and Ming Yan can help her with this. But does she really know the rules of the entertainment industry? And he warned his student not to count on her. The lady reassured the guy and promised that she would not enter there unprepared, and therefore would ask for help from an expert. At that very moment, there was a knock on their door, and Luo Zhen, who had almost poisoned them last time, came in. This is something her boyfriend definitely didn't expect to hear. But she is the expert she is talking to him about. This woman is smart in the social sphere, knows many major directors, producers, and stars. Longhair was very worried about what happened last time. She was helped to open her eyes to the whole situation, and she understood absolutely everything, that she was wrong all this time, and therefore her final decision was that she should live for herself from now on. She first opened the Red Mansion to meet the most powerful people in the world, but that's not what she really wanted to do. When Boss Luo saw their videos online, she immediately decided to contact Jing herself, and she in turn considered this a very good opportunity. This woman's enthusiasm combined with her knowledge in this area can give a very good result, of course. In order to achieve it, you will need to work hard enough. The brunette was a little confused when he saw Fang come to them. She was going to do some exercises. But it turned out that those girls downstairs were screaming so loudly that she felt uneasy and went back to them, where it was a little quieter. Yuer's father asked to discuss this situation in more detail. He does not understand why these Fengguos are so arrogant. Now when you turn on the TV, everything is filled with information about the US, and without subtitles, the older generation understands absolutely nothing. At this moment, the ghost girl's mother came to Jinga. She also really likes the male stars from whom she wants to get an autograph. They looked to be about 50 or even older, as Yu began to grumble. And as our hero noted, women at any age remain amorous. And since it's all decided, Zong supports their idea. But Fang is right. The first batch of artists they choose is extremely important. They must represent the level of Chinese arts. Boss Luo smiled and looked him straight in the eyes, confidently stating that she already had a very good candidate. And that lady is Zhu Mian, the most important actress of the young generation of their country. She is known as a genius who won almost all the film awards in her youth. Moreover, this woman debuted for 10 years without scandals, never participated in entertainment programs, and spent all her time attending charity events. And last year, she was also elected as a global ambassador. And that's why Luo felt that she met their requirements. And if that was true, then Madam really was the best candidate for their contract, as Jing thought. However, an hour has already passed, and our hero's wife is already thinking about asking to find out how she is. At that moment, a blonde girl came in and greeted Jen. The brunette smiled back at her and immediately introduced her friend Mrs. E, whom she had talked about earlier on the phone. And she herself is a manager, Miss Ju Tracy. Despite her young age, she is very talented and shows herself excellent in any field she takes on. The blonde felt a little embarrassed that her boss was overpraising her so much. Luo asked her colleague not to be shy and also asked where Miss Zhu Mian was. The girl was very embarrassed, but their young main character had not yet arrived on the set. The director was upset and now he does not want to let anyone in. And that is why he asked her to come here and meet the guests. The two of them just shrugged their shoulders and looked at each other without saying anything in response to this. The ladies sat down at the table and the blonde already knows that Mrs. Ye came here on purpose today. And Boss Luo has already told her all the information. However, at the moment they are satisfied with the current state of affairs and do not want to change anything. Jing just smiled back and said that they really admired Ms. Ju and sincerely wanted her to join their company and provided them with a draft contract. Not only that, the remuneration was more than half that of Huaqin Entertainment. When the first star of their company, she would also be allocated a certain amount of shares. Although the conditions are all right, it's not about money at all. The whole problem lies with their company and partners. As Tracy said, the CEO, Mr. Hua Sam, is a famous director, and its shareholders are famous film critics and musicians, and the brand itself is already a symbol of taste. As for Mr. Ye, she had heard his not very good side, how he was a loser. The woman knows that he was left without parents, then turned his life around playing in a casino in the Pearl of the Desert. And if in short, they do not want to deal with such a person. And recently she watched a video thanks to which he broke into the top at a beach music festival with his daughter. According to her, what irritates their actress the most are scandalous people like him. And Miss Lowe should know about this. Then Tracy laughed. She didn't mean to offend anyone, and that's not what she meant. But the meaning is clear. His wife understood everything and was already getting ready to leave, because the time they spent here turned out to be wasted. Her new friend ran after her immediately and tried to calm Jingy down. After all, she heard that McGrady had a good relationship with Boss Huadian. Maybe she deliberately angered them so that they would leave and Zhu would not know anything about it. She could ask her to personally meet them and talk face to face. And at that moment, the woman realized that she had been there all this time and had specifically called this Tracy to get rid of them. And she despised such people and was not going to cooperate with them. After that, Zong's wife turned around and was about to leave. She wouldn't care if a person like her didn't cooperate with her. And that blonde girl from the corner was watching this whole squabble and smiling, after which she went into the office of her colleague, who was reading some papers, and asked with a smile if they had left. After listening to what Jen said, she already thought that this guy was a decent person. And fortunately, she checked his background in advance, thereby saving time. The blonde told her that the barrier to entry into the entertainment industry was currently too low, and everyone and their dog was trying to get into it, hinting that Zong and his friends were also among that number. They just think of him as a nouveau riche, nothing more. He wants the queen of the film industry to sign a contract with him. At best, third-rate internet celebrities will do for him. And before she forgot, the woman asked Xiaomian what she thought of the script she had given her earlier. The long-haired one smiled and said that this is another stupid love drama for the brainless. It is superficial and boring, and besides, the idol who will play the man is not the one who was shown earlier, and that is why she will not cooperate with such people. The lady was a little confused and decided to put this point aside. After all the works in which she starred have a high rating, and sales are still rapidly falling. But entertainment shows seem much better for the blonde, because they are more diverse. But still, her boss is not interested in this direction. However, Tracy reminded her that she hadn't had a job in a year. And now that the entertainment industry was growing, viewers might forget about her if she didn't show up often. And also, she asked to look at Jun and Jin's sister. They were the predecessors who had slid down the rankings one after another. And as long as she was a member of the variety show, the sponsor would occupy a high position. At least it would be in the monthly hot search queries. After this, the actress slammed her hand on the table and rudely said that she was not a clown who would jump around the stage. She had a completely different direction. She didn't want to hear anything else, and so she went to her room. Soon evening came, and she simply went to bed, resting after a hard day. Meanwhile, our hero was still watching his wife work, and it was clear that she was still angry. That woman was an amazing actress, but so arrogant and bossy that she couldn't let go of this situation. Longhair can't believe that there is only one good model in China. She must find someone much better than this highly praised one. Yadzong walked closer to her and smiled. He doesn't understand. Why look for someone on the internet when there is already one very good candidate? The woman did not immediately understand that he was hinting specifically at her, and therefore was surprised. Our hero really believes that his wife Yu is many times more beautiful and smarter than that one. If she makes her debut, she will throw her off the throne in a few minutes in any case. And at that very moment, the boy remembered that their daughter had disappeared somewhere. As it turned out, after the video of her and her father on the floor was posted online, someone had created a fan group for her. The TV channel wanted to invite her to a live interview, and so she entrusted her to Mrs. Zhen to take her there. Madam couldn't tell Zong about this right away. Otherwise, if she did, he would be upset. In fact, this is not entirely true. It's just that when our hero thinks about the fact that many people are watching his daughter, he feels somehow uneasy. Mama Nuan just laughed and jokingly asked him not to worry and not to be jealous. No one could steal his little daughter. At the same moment, Yu Er is watching a very interesting program and meets a very familiar face that he least expected to see here. This is the same Ju, the arrogant and rude woman, and she is showing off on the TV screen. She was wearing a light cape, which she easily threw off with a slight movement of her hand and winked sweetly at her fans. This is very suspicious, especially for our hero, because his wife told him that this woman does not participate in entertainment shows, and it seems that her sales have disappeared. They say that she shines like the sun and exudes coldness like snow, and that she is involved in such a tasteless show. It is no great loss. But our hero feels like something is wrong with her, and at that very moment his thoughts are interrupted by a call from a man named Shu Changlin. It was difficult to remember who it was, but the brunette still remembered that it was the same doctor. He apologized for disturbing him, but asked to listen to him. The guy said that his father suddenly fainted last night, and today he woke up and became very strange. This is something that medicine cannot help with. He has no choice but to ask the young magician for help. He told him where he is and said that he will send someone. After these words, Zong asked him not to do anything but just look after him until he arrived. Grandpa really seemed to have gone crazy. He kicked the bed and was nervous that he didn't want to take any injections. The boy stood worriedly next to him and kept asking if he remembered him, why he didn't recognize him. The old man looked him straight in the eye and pointed his finger at him, calling him a bad uncle who had lied to him yesterday so that he would take his medicine. Next to his room, a mother passed by with a small child. And when the child saw the candy, he ran straight to him and took it for himself. The woman was very scared. This old man really was some kind of crazy, and she promised the boy to buy a new one and took him away from there. The nurses came running to all these screams. This cannot go on forever. If he is not stopped, he will harm himself, and not only himself but also other patients. And therefore it was decided to give him a sedative to begin with. When the grandfather was grabbed by the arms, he began to scream loudly and cry like a little child, saying that he wanted to go to his mother. And when he opened his eyes and saw that some woman was holding an injection and looking at him angrily, it was as if he had gone crazy. It seemed to him that this big fat woman wanted to kill him, and he scattered the people who were trying to hold him from all sides. After that, he ran to the operating table and took the scalpel for himself. Horrified, the doctors began to run away wherever their eyes looked, but he waved it like a knife and threatened to kill everyone there. Suddenly, at that very moment, a bright beam of light flashed before his eyes. Crazy Grandpa stops and falls to the ground after such a scolding. His son stands nearby and watches everything that is happening. He is very glad that his savior rushed to help in time. They eventually managed to drag his father onto the bed so that he was sitting up in complete safety. And now, the most crucial moment has arrived. Zong uses his powers to help the old man come to his senses. After the ceremony, his son came up to him and asked him what had happened to him in the end, whether it was the same thing as what had happened to Xiaojun last time. The man said that these were not evil spirits. This is some strange art of control. The caster dips his blood into a silver needle and pierces the back of his head, and the person who is pierced will be completely under the caster's control. His son is horrified and does not understand who could do this, because his father was always kind and did not quarrel with anyone. And even if their family offended someone, this is not a reason to act in such monstrous ways. This made our hero think, and he decided to ask if the gentleman had met any strange people recently or if something unusual had happened to him. But as it turned out, everything was fine. Only the brunette remembered that yesterday his grandfather visited his younger sister's house. This was the only thing that had happened recently, but she could not have hurt him in any way. This girl is his father's goddaughter. Originally, she was the daughter of an old friend of his father, but unfortunately, he and his wife died early. And in the end, his dad felt very sorry for the little girl and adopted her. Yazong listened to him and asked what her name was. The doctor raised his head and called out Ju Mian's name, causing his assistant to become wary. After that, the man added that she was a famous actress, and it seemed he realized that they knew each other. And only now our hero realized that on TV she looks strange. Perhaps someone is also controlling her. And he immediately remembered Nuan, who is sitting on this TV channel. Meanwhile, Zhen herself was at the TV station with the baby, and one of the workers had already greeted her. Now this girl's popularity is not inferior to any of the child stars. The aunt sat down next to her and stroked her cheek, and asked if she was happy, because there were many like her. But such a good chance fell to her. The little girl smiled in response, and the woman hugged her tightly. After that, the girl asked her if she could tell her the addresses of those people who sent her gifts. She wanted to ask her mother to send them back. Jing's friend patted her on the head and said that they were virtual and therefore did not need to be returned. But it was entirely possible to ask the owner to thank them. Moreover, the very video in which Nuon participated with her parent continues to gain great popularity. This is a good start for career growth. And while the two women were discussing this, the girl herself turned back and noticed someone. Behind her, a little girl with red cheeks was running and playing with a ball. Zong's daughter immediately realized that she wanted to be friends with her and ran after her with interest. And the aunties continued to chat among themselves. And Madame told Jen to ask Boss Luo to consider her ideas. And if Mr. Ye and his wife agreed, then only their permission would be needed to do it. And only after a couple of seconds, the brunette looks down and does not find Nuon next to her, which causes her to panic. Meanwhile, in a separate room after her performance on TV, there was that same actress with some man. He looks at her as always and adjusts his hair. Zhu is his goddess. He was only so close to her in his dreams before, and he could never think that his dreams would come true today. Li stands next to her and is simply delighted by her beauty. Now she is in his power, and it seems that of course someone helped him with this, a blonde man with a special ability who cast a spell on her, and she is now under the influence of a secret method. The girl's mind is like a puppet, that's his ability. He literally pulls her strings. You only have to move your finger, and her body immediately repeats the movements of this doll, which is in the hands of this toothy man. Even if he orders her to be a cute cat, she will immediately start wagging her tail. The bald man thanked his friend for everything he had done here and allowed him to go for a walk. And her subordinate was watching all of this. The man shouted at her too. If she wasn't deaf, she should have understood that it was high time for her to leave here too. The redhead clearly didn't like him and looked him intently in the eyes. Tracy turned her back on him and simply walked away, slamming the door loudly, leaving the two of them alone. Now he can finally pay attention to his new puppet. He has been preparing for this moment for a long time. The bald man has some kind of suitcase in his hands. He bought this box of toys from the island country, which she should definitely like, according to him. The man put his bag on the floor and suggested that they see what they would play first. Meanwhile, that interesting girl who managed to catch Nuon's attention continued to run after the ball. Zong's daughter was running after her, literally on her heels, and wanted to play with her. The girl saw her running around the corner and happily tried to catch her. But when she saw that only the ball was bouncing and she was not there, she was a little confused. But at that very moment, she doesn't notice how she appears behind her. This little girl now looks unfriendly. She is clearly in a hostile mood and is about to attack. And now, the blonde is already standing behind her, under the influence of control magic. She is trying to attack unnoticed. But just at that moment, Nuon turns his gaze to her and simply blinks his eyes. The girl didn't notice anything hostile, but simply handed her the ball that she had lost, and she lightly touched it. Red-cheeked took it in her hand and began to examine it, looking first at it and then at this stranger. And finally, Zong's daughter decided to invite her to play together. The blonde was silent and just looked at her, not knowing what to answer. And finally, a slight smile appeared on her face, and she nodded her head. Her new friend jumped back with her toy and threw it to Nuon. The girl was a little confused, but managed to catch it in time and even laughed. They seemed to have found a common language and throw the ball to each other, laughing merrily. Meanwhile, Zong and Zhen began to panic. No one knew where his daughter had gone. But the ghost girl cannot understand how she managed to lose her, because she was recording the show with her. Madame wiped away her tears and asked for forgiveness. She started talking to the presenter and did not notice how she managed to escape. The brunette looked into her father's eyes and gave him permission to scold her if something happened to Nuon because of her. The host was also nearby, but also reminded that the floor was full of their staff, and therefore everything would be fine with the baby. The woman also promised to send someone to help in the search. One man overheard their conversation and came up to them. It was Brother Zhu, and he was very worried about her, because he hadn't seen her for a long time. The presenter said that this girl had finished filming and had probably left a long time ago, and some had heard that she was going to Mr. Li. As it turned out, her brother had heard about their affair. This man was always pestering her, she hates him, but somehow she was able to go to his house. He doesn't understand. When Zong asked for his address, Boss Luo said that she had it, and if she remembered correctly, it should be in the Chengdong Villa district. Our hero gave orders to his student, Mr. Shu and Zhen, to search for this man, and he himself is going to look for his daughter. They had to go down to the floor below and go to the exit in order to begin the mission. The boys divided the task among themselves and set off on their journey. When they left the room, the first thing they noticed was the red-haired lady, who definitely didn't expect to see them here and was slightly surprised. The first thing Mr. Shu asked was where his sister was, because she might be in great danger. After that, Tracy became very worried, making excuses that she was now signing a contract with the big boss, and she had nothing to worry about. The lady explained that this moment was very important for the woman. It was connected with her future for the next few years, and it would take time to discuss it. And that was precisely why she suggested leaving right now, promising that she would call them back later. One of the subordinates took advantage of this moment while all their enemies were gathering in one place and gave the order to release the dogs. Several dogs ran out of the pens at once, and having found their victims, they ran straight towards them. Seeing them, the ghost girl was more frightened than anyone else, and her body began to tremble. The toothy ones continued to bark, and the guests stood in a stupor and did not know what to do. The first thing our hero's student decided to do was use her jade bracelet to protect them all. This strange reaction was incomprehensible to Zhen. She asked to explain what was happening to her. The blonde told her that she was bitten by one of these as a child, and now she is most afraid of big, cruel dogs. Meanwhile, the two girls continued to play ball enthusiastically. Nuon laughed loudly and seemed to really like her new friend. Red-Cheeked is also very happy and laughs heartily. Suddenly, their joy is cut short in an instant. Someone grabs Nuon tightly by the neck. This is the toothy manipulator who did not expect a child to appear here at all. And it looks like he came for her soul. The baby started screaming loudly. She was in a lot of pain and asked to let her go. Her new friend decided to stand up for her. And growling, she went straight to the offender. The man scolded her and kicked her in the face because she dared to behave like that. After that, the blonde took out a needle, intending to subjugate the baby. To instill fear in her, the enemy began to slowly introduce her to her. The girl only closed her eyes. A couple of seconds later, this scoundrel receives a powerful electric shock, causing him to scream loudly. Our hero showed up. Nuon immediately ran to him and hugged him. The girl immediately told him that this uncle who came was very bad and was bullying her friend. She was lying separately on the ground, trying to catch her breath. And after his attack, she lost her hair. The brunette picked up his daughter and went straight to him, trying to figure out who he was and why he was allowing himself to behave like that. Toothy just laughed and was about to cast the soul replacement spell, this Southern Ocean sorcery, and now it was clear who cast the spell on Zhu Mian and Xu Shichen. But the blonde justified himself by saying that he was simply providing services for money. He was offered a considerable sum for one night with the star, and since she did not agree to anything, he was able to turn her into a puppet. As for the old man, it was pure chance. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was just unlucky, and he spent more than 10 years to improve the replacement for the dead soul. But because of them, everything went wrong. He rushed at our hero and asked how he was going to compensate for this now. It was unknown, and he was going to get to his head and stick a needle in, right in front of the child. It's a good thing Zong managed to jump back to widen the distance, and he himself is going to attack this scoundrel in response, but from a safer distance. His lightning strikes home, but it seems it's not enough. His enemy immediately gets to his feet and begins to mock him for not being able to kill him. The blonde is now going to show his strength and shot something at our hero, but he managed to turn his back on him in time to save the girl. The baby fell to the ground, and of course she was in a lot of pain after such a blow. Her father just froze in place. He doesn't feel anything at all. It feels as if his body is being controlled by someone else. Very strange threads began to appear around. They were simply everywhere. The blonde began to laugh loudly at him, and a wide smile began to appear on his face. At this moment, Zong realized that the end was coming right now. He couldn't move. Now his enemy is truly pleased with the result. Is he really scared? And is it all his puppet power that is bursting out? He skillfully moves his fingers to which the threads are tied, and our hero's hands begin to slowly rise. Others begin to wrap up his legs, making it impossible for him to walk. Now all the boy's spiritual powers are blocked, no matter what great abilities he has, because he is now under control. But the energy in his body is so strong that the toothy one wants to try it to nourish his soul. He took out some small barrel and began to cast an unknown spell. Soon the small vessel fell to the ground, and little people began to run out of it. As a result, they became larger and larger with each passing second, and a whole army was formed. They all began to slowly climb up to our hero, who simply stands and watches. and can't even say anything. His daughter is very worried about him, and with tears in her eyes, she is trying to convince the old man not to touch her father. As a result, she ran towards him and started hitting him with her fists, demanding that he let go. The blonde grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and only now remembered that he had completely forgotten about her. Now he wants to use these two kids to make up for his losses and make them his best puppets. But his speech is interrupted by the blonde who rushed at him and began to bite. He grabbed her by the clothes and began to scold her for not calming down. Her skin turned blue, like those little freaks. The man began to strangle her, and now she definitely won't get out. Suddenly, the old man felt strange vibrations. Something was wrong with his threads. As it turned out, it was our hero who managed to escape from such a difficult situation and dealt with even those little ones who climbed on him. And now he was able to get closer to his enemy and teach him a good lesson. The blonde looks at him in horror and does not understand how this is possible, because no one has ever managed to escape from his spell before. The brunette smiled back at him. In the face of absolute power, nothing is impossible. And this can only show that his understanding is superficial. All the souls of the children he stole were released, so now his body is defenseless. And finally, even without using force, he managed to grab him by the throat much more firmly. Eventually, the man fell to the ground and would never open his eyes again. Zong's daughter was still very worried and ran to him in tears, but he was more frightened by the fact that he did this in front of the child. Now it is important for him to know if she is afraid of him, but as it turned out, everything is fine. On the contrary, she is glad that the evil uncle was defeated. The boy smiled back at her. The father was happy that he couldn't hurt her, but the girl is most worried about her new friend. She was hurt when she tried to save herself and Nuan, and that's why the little girl wants to help her. The brunette looked at her and realized that she was afraid of dying. But now that the soul root is lost, even if he wants to help her cultivate, it won't work, and he feels very sorry. However, there is still one way, but since she saved his daughter, he has no choice but to do one thing. Our hero has stood up straight and is about to use his power using the Eye of Reincarnation. A large portal appeared, taking up quite a lot of space in the room. The brunette lifted her body with the help of magic and asked the child to continue on her way. The baby approached the portal, and her body began to noticeably change. She became the same as she was before the transformation into an incomprehensible creature. Her natural complexion returned, as did her kind and sweet look. The girl smiled back at her friend and entered the Eye of Reincarnation. Seeing her, Nuan became very worried and wanted to run after her to bring her back. But our hero explained to her that she went to a place where no one could hurt her anymore, where there were new parents who would love and protect her. And finally, the little girl wished for the same kind of father she had. Meanwhile, near the big house, huge dogs were still barking and giving no one any peace. Everyone who stood nearby asked Yu-Er to come to her senses as quickly as possible because the lives of important people were in danger because of her. She should hurry, but the blonde stands and trembles with fear. Her friend tried to convince her. They are just dogs, and she is a student of Zong himself. She was told that the best way to overcome an enemy is to meet him face to face. And after that, the blonde gained a lot of self-confidence. Now she's not going to tremble like a cat at the sight of a dog. Taking a deep breath, Yu-Er uses his power on these dogs. A gang of woolies rises into the air in the shape of a ball. Finally, she succeeded. Even others who see everything are delighted. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the upper floor, and it seemed like it was time for them to find out what was going on. The blonde was the first to burst through the door after hearing the scream. Now she wanted to catch this pervert, but that woman had already taken care of it. The guys stand there in slight bewilderment and don't even know how to react to this. Our hero came to their commotion, and he asked Jen to send his daughter on vacation because she was very tired. But that woman scolds Tracy for betraying her. The redhead cried and said that she didn't want to hurt her, but she had no other choice. She had to tell him that her husband had become addicted to gambling and that he had not only lost all his savings in his house, but had also run up quite a large debt. And Mr. Lee said that if she helped him get closer to her, he would be able to pay off the debt. And that was why she did not refuse. The bald man told how he met this sorcerer, how he got to the southern province of China on his business. But at that time, he was engaged in witchcraft similar to hypnosis. He could control people's thoughts and actions, and of course such a thing could easily interest him. He tried to justify himself to the lady, that initially he did not want to use such a method, but she continued to reject him, knowing that his feelings were more sincere than ever. But when he started to stretch his hands towards her again, Yu-Er hit him hard in the face. He still has the conscience to play the victim. Our hero said that he dealt with that sorcerer, and what to do with these two people others will decide. When it came to the police, the redhead admitted that she really did deserve punishment, but not her daughter, who was innocent. And only now her boss actually felt some sympathy for her. The woman took the piece of paper and wrote a check on it and asked him to accept it as a reward for taking care of her for such a long time. It's purely because of the human heart that she tries to help her this time, but from now on she doesn't want to hear anything about her anymore. The lady was very happy and bowed before her, and then left. Mr. Shu is more interested in what to do with this pervert. And it seems that Yu has some kind of devious idea. Since he likes being a dog so much, she put him in the room where the yard fighting dogs were. The cries of the restless one were heard everywhere. He asked to be released as soon as possible. Well, of course, no one did that. Meanwhile, Jen sincerely thanked our hero for his help. She didn't know that it was this man who saved Xiaojun, and she was really sorry. The brunette only smiled in response. She could do something in exchange for him. The lady was a little confused and didn't know how to react, so she just continued listening. His student herself also began to imagine a lot of things and threatened to tell his wife about everything. And of course, for this she got a good slap on the head. Of course, we are talking about their contract, because they want to launch their own entertainment show. The guy handed her a piece of paper and asked her to read it, and then meet his wife in person to discuss the details. Our hero stated that they are focused on creating only high-quality and interesting content. The woman didn't even read it, and so she immediately agreed. Taking a pen from the table, she put her signature and very much hoped that the cooperation would be very good. The actress smiled at him and shook his hand, which our hero did too. After Jing heard this news, she was very happy and apologized to everyone else for not being able to cook dinner today, because she had important things to do now. But when everything was again blamed on Zong, he even became sad that he was perceived only as a good cook. When the boy went out to the store to buy some groceries, many women started to talk about him while he wasn't looking. And it looks like he doesn't really like this day, and next time he should go to the supermarket, because it's somehow strange to hang out with a group of housewives. The girl, as always, was next to him, and jokingly asked him if he knew why in other families mothers go shopping for groceries, but in theirs it was a little different. Dad sat down next to her, stroked her head and asked why this was happening. And Nuan confidently said that the whole point is that Zong cooks much better than Jingge. Of course the guy felt good about this, and he stroked her cute childish hair. Suddenly the girl noticed a large aquarium with fish and began to look at it with interest. Of course she couldn't pass by and already wanted to take at least one for herself. Coming closer, Nuan literally ran into the glass and began to examine them with interest. Our hero sighed heavily. This fish is too small, nothing can be cooked from it. But it looks like she wants to get a golden one as a pet. The man sitting next to them and selling them began to grumble, asking them to quickly find out what they wanted, because it was his business. The brunette looked at him and asked how much the fish that his daughter liked cost. The old man said that it was only some 3,000. The guy's eyes almost popped out of his head from such prices, and he continued to press him, asking if he would buy. Other people who heard the price were shocked, as if the man had gone crazy. The guy took out a card and asked where to transfer the money because he was ready to buy it for Nuan. The old man started grumbling again and stated that he only accepted cash payments. The women around him began to understand that he was doing this specifically to humiliate our hero in front of everyone. And only now did Zong begin to understand that it was not that he did not want to buy, but that the seller did not want to sell. And he turned out to be right. Old man, I hate such weaklings. Fathers who walk around with children instead of going to a normal job. The old ladies who I heard all started talking among themselves. They can't believe that a stranger dares to pick on me for such a thing. The girl asked her father why all the people around were looking at them, and looked around in confusion. But his salesman continued to snap back, trying to scare the client away. And at that very moment, a woman approached Zong and showed him his photograph, asking again if it was him. After their guesses were confirmed, the girl simply came to rapture and jumped up and down. As it turned out, all these people were his fans, and even started asking for an autograph. One woman introduced herself as the director of the district committee and just recorded everything on video. This goldfish only costs 10 yuan. For this, she wants to file a complaint against him with the Consumer Association because he deliberately inflated the price. Others began to point at the other tailed ones and did not even pay attention to the fact that they were tropical and cost 30 times more than the usual ones. One unknown aunt collected more than 3 fish in a bag of water for Nuan, and she only smiled and thanked the old woman in response. They became very touched by her reaction, so much so that they don't want to leave here now. The grandmothers bought them a round and beautiful aquarium as well as food. And now this shameless man can't do anything to them. They also threw him the smallest bill and brazenly demanded that he give them a discount for buying a large quantity of goods. And only now does the incompetent merchant realize how much money and everything he has lost. Soon the guys left those streets and headed towards their car. Sitting in it was Yu Er, who was really looking forward to them, and especially Nuan. The girl ran to her and praised her for choosing very beautiful fish. The only thing the boy didn't understand was why she came here. Because she was holding a meeting, and as it turned out, she was here specifically to find him. Blue-Eyed asked the master to hurry because she had something to show here. Recently, a video called Divine Young Pope has been circulating on the internet. This is where our hero beats a hip-hop singer. A woman on TV said that his song about the heavenly horse not only greatly advanced their Chinese culture, but also created a wave of enthusiasm for learning Chinese. In addition, many major platforms have begun to plan cultural and entertainment shows. Of course, this definitely deserves support from idols. Our hero's student is incredibly proud of him. He was able to inspire such a huge number of people, but the boy is not interested in this at all. It seems that there is something else that he was called here for. His wife told him that Fango had also hit the media with claims that individual bands could not promote their culture, and the issue had spread beyond the music industry. Switching to another channel, Jing showed him a man named Choi Kago, who is considered the #1 taekwondo master. After this video, the world of Chinese martial arts received serious challenges. Many people tried to interview this man. The man calmly answered everyone that the ring would be installed under the Pearl Tower in Shanghai. It would open tomorrow, and even named the exact time of day. But his true target is the Chinese warriors. If they dare to accept his challenge, he will throw them off the stage with his own hands. It seems our hero liked him. He says such things in such a serious tone. And of course, he doesn't have to take the lead role for such a small matter, but that doesn't mean he refuses to go there. The guy looked at his student and asked her to prepare herself for the fact that tomorrow she would be the center of attention. The very next day, security gathered near the battlefield, urging the crowd of people not to crowd and maintain order. People from the media also arrived and filmed everything on video and took photos. There were many fans. Some were rooting for their country, China, and others for Feng Guo. Our hero also came, and they even sent the police here, probably because they were afraid of clashes between the spectators of the two countries, and he and his daughter had to use a little disguise, even though they weren't going to take part in it. When her daughter grumbled, her mother explained that she had become very popular and there was no point in causing unnecessary fuss. Yuer arranged everything herself, borrowing everything she needed from Du Mian, and now the paparazzi won't know who it is. It's a lot of fun for the little one. They look like some kind of spies from a movie. Many have already noticed that Keigo's student and his teacher are standing in the ring. The guy stepped forward and introduced himself to everyone. His name was Pu Budong, and since there are no rules or time limits in today's battle, anyone who is not afraid of death can challenge him, and anyone who gives up is considered the loser. And he also said in advance that their great master of martial arts was compassionate, and if you asked him for forgiveness or mercy, he would show mercy. And of course, the crowd did not like that. Hearing the wild cries, he asked directly who was going to challenge him. Some muscle man came into the ring and he wasn't going to let him get so cocky. The man walked straight towards him, gently rubbing his fists and warming them up for a fight. Yuan gave his name and asked to enlighten him right now. Budong smiled back at him and proudly said that he was not worthy of being his opponent. At that moment, the blonde heard their conversation and looked at his master. Jin stepped forward to his opponent. Today, he will be his opponent. The guy jumped over the fence at full speed and immediately stood on the battlefield. After this, the referee declared the fight open. The battle was about to begin. The young man immediately got down to business after the command and was about to attack the enemy with his foot. The man managed to block with his hand so that the main blow would be transferred there. After this, the blonde immediately got back on his feet and stepped back for a second. The bald man immediately decided to take advantage of the moment and attacked him with his fist. The girl watched them with her father and she really enjoyed watching them fight, the two of them practicing heavy martial arts skills. But if you look closely, Jin looks much more stable. However, there is something else. In competitions, not only strength is important, but also fair methods of fighting play a big role. It seems that this ordinary guy from the crowd is not ordinary at all, because his fighting style is different. He unleashed a whole army of his fists on Jin, so quickly that he didn't have time to turn away. After this, the man is going to use his own power, using the tiger's kolak. A double blow with both hands immediately sent the boy flying back. He leaned back against the sides of the ring and began to ask him to stop, but it seemed like it was a distraction, and he was simply able to quickly get behind him. Jin jumped high into the air and was about to attack him from behind. His planned attack was successful, and he jumped and kicked him in the back. The bald man fell to the ground. He didn't expect that he could be fooled so easily. After that, the blonde grabbed him by the legs and began to spin him around. The man was unable to resist in any way, and so he was literally thrown out of the ring. The other guys started shouting that they had won and praising Feng. But Mrs. Jinga and Yu couldn't believe that those they were rooting for had lost. The bald man rose to his feet and stood up, saying that it didn't count. The young man didn't know that the Chinese use this gesture to mean surrender, and he simply laughed, saying that for his people, raising a hand means, on the contrary, celebrating a victory. The crowd even started shouting that they were scammers and simply unscrupulous people who played unfairly. After that, some fair-haired man jumped into the ring from there to teach this little kid a lesson. He gave Jin a good kick while he was blind. And finally, the kid fell out of the ring and the other guys started clapping loudly. The man turned to his team and asked the losing side to send someone else. Jin began to rise to his feet and angrily declared that this did not count, because it was mean and completely dishonest. The fair-haired man asked the outsiders not to interfere in the competition since they don't know how to accept defeat like that. Yu clapped her hands with delight. How beautifully it was said. The young man still continued to resist because he could not admit that he had lost. But his comrade told him to go back. After him, his other brother entered the battlefield and was going to use the Tang family's special technique on him. The boy accepted his challenge and is going to fight this new enemy personally right now. The first thing the Taekwondo master did was to attack him with his fists, indignantly shouting at him. Who does he think he is? But of course, his attacks were again powerless. The blonde was able to deftly parry them and deliver the next kick. He got hit hard in the face, so hard that his nose almost broke. The man? I looked at him and continued to tease him, as if he was deliberately trying to make me angry. And he did it very well. Now the Taekwondo master is running at him and is even going to kill him. He will not let him leave this ring alive. The man lunged at him with all his might, trying to grab him with both hands at once. But it was as if that was what he needed. It was at that very moment that he jumped aside. After everything went according to plan, a slight smile appeared on his face. His teacher watched everything carefully and even praised him mentally. This is a very serious method of capture, allowing him to control the enemy. He grabbed him with his arms and legs. In this position, he will not be able to use his skills. But Yu indignantly shouted at them. How could this man become so desperate that he began to use such dirty methods? Her teacher advised her to carefully observe his fighting style because after some time, he would also be her opponent. And it seems that the ghost girl was a little scared, but still decided to remain silent. Meanwhile, the heat on the battlefield continued and the situation became tense. The Taekwondo master even began to use the Tang family's kung fu, but he is mistaken in thinking that this fighting style is powerful. After that, the blonde got behind him and gave him a good beating on the back with his fists, but he was able to stay on his feet and even maintain his balance. But he certainly didn't expect such a dirty trick, and therefore decided to use his own power. Before this, he had hidden special arrows in his sleeves, unusual arrows, which he immediately fired at him, and his opponent immediately seemed to become paralyzed. The ghost girl was scared for him and decided to help him now. Releasing her jade bracelet, Yu placed a barrier around it. After that, she came closer to the ring and loudly said that this fight was unfair, because they use abilities to control the bodies of other people. The Taekwondo master heard everything and seemed to challenge her. The blue-eyed girl was a little confused, but our hero's gaze was able to calm her down and motivate her to take a step forward. Yu came out of the crowd and declared that it was all her and was going to climb into the ring. The girl jumped onto the battlefield with a running start and then stood up on straight legs. The young guy looked at her and just smirked. He couldn't believe that it was just some girl. But this girl is strong enough, and Yu is confident enough. The Taekwondo master advised her not to push things now, so as not to regret her words later. In order not to delay, he immediately ran towards her to attack first. The girl managed to jump back and avoid his powerful attack. It seems that her opponent definitely didn't expect that she had such good fighting abilities, and now he should prepare himself seriously for the battle. Blue-Eyed was confused when he almost grabbed her but managed to block. One of the men from the crowd wanted to help her and warned her that this guy she was currently fighting had very unpredictable movements and she should be careful. She can't believe that he is such a dishonest person, but she is not stupid and knows how to use her brain. Since he allows himself to use force, then why can't she? Now is the time to use her magic hairpin. The girl cloned it and released several of them right at him. He plans to use his spirit power in response to her attacks. It's a pretty powerful technique, but it seems like he didn't succeed. The attacks of this girl immediately reached him before he could even cast the spell. Her sister Nuan praised her and clapped her hands. She was very happy that she fought so skillfully, to which the girl smiled in response. Seeing that their brother was hurt, the other boys ran to him and excitedly asked if he was okay. When they helped him up, he was indignant at them that she had also cheated, because he had used the power of the spirit on her. The girl just folded her arms across her chest and proudly declared that she trained much harder at home than they did. But it turned out that his technique only works on the human body, and she was just a ghost. And of course, she won't reveal her trick, and offers to continue the fight again, if of course he's not afraid. The other guys who were rooting for her all the time also want to see the second round and are shouting loudly. At that very moment, his master entered the ring, because a martial artist must be ready to risk giving up and losing at any moment. Baldy noted that this girl had a fairly high level of cultivation for her age, and this even scared him a little. The man came closer to her and gave her advice as a ghost not to advertise herself in public, because one day in broad daylight she would meet an expert, and then she should not lose her vigilance. After that, the man pushed her, and this time, to Yuer's surprise, she felt some heat in her body. Blue-Eyed looked at him and heard from the crowd how the teacher asked her to go back. The girl had to retreat. She understands that now it is better not to continue this fight. After looking Baldy in the eye one last time, Yuer jumped back out of the ring. She complained to her teacher that this old man was very bad and asked him to teach her a couple of tricks so that she could teach him a lesson. But our hero sees that she is not his opponent, because he was not an ordinary person. Fortunately, he was not going to kill right now. However, if he had put in a little more effort, she would have returned to the soul stage again. After that, the man asked Chen Daoling to quickly come out to him on the battlefield. He knew very well that he was down below. A small group of 3 men approached the ring, and everyone watched them with interest. The guys from China themselves began to loudly call him to come quickly. They are confident that now victory is in their hands. Mrs. Jinga looked at the crowd in bewilderment. She did not understand why there was such shouting and who this old man was. One blonde guy standing nearby can't believe that there are still people who might not know him. This man is an unparalleled master of the ancient Chinese martial arts world. He is a representative of the Taishan Beidou class. His old man can easily kick these fighters. The bald man pointed his finger at him and asked him to talk less now. He demands that he accept his challenge to fight in front of everyone. And it seems that this taekwondo master still remembers Lin Su, who passed away several years ago. And besides, he is not his opponent at all. The man, when she heard him say her name, simply became enraged and decided to attack without warning. A young guy came to the master's defense and put a block in front of him. The situation begins to heat up again. No one expected him to appear so effectively and interrupt their speech. The bald man stood on the side of the ring and carefully watched the actions of the other. The young guy is not stupid either. And jumping out of the crowd again, he returned to the ranks. He decided to repeat his tactics, and jumping off his friend's shoulder, stood at the highest point. Little Nuan recognized him immediately. It was the same guy who sold them fish that day. It seems that the picture is now becoming much more interesting. Now the real battle will begin. The man decided to introduce himself as the master's apprentice and decided to challenge him by calling himself Dukai. And it seems that this man's threats do not frighten him. The bald one decided to attack him first, and swinging his leg, he jumped high into the air. He wanted to attack first so that he wouldn't wait. But it seems that he didn't succeed. Dukai managed to jump aside and prepare for further developments. This old man's movements are quite fast and dexterous, and he is quite strong for his age. His attacks are often sudden, and even despite this, the man manages to dodge. The men finally grappled in the air. No one had ever seen 2 opponents so agile. Some of the guys even had sore eyes. No one could keep up with them and did not understand who would attack next and when. Suddenly, these 2 disappeared, and Yuer guessed that they had some kind of invisible ability for this. But our hero explained that when the speed reaches a certain level, human eyes can no longer follow the trajectory of movement, and he himself sees for the first time people who were able to reach such a high level. His wife also watched all this with curiosity. She was wondering who would win, and her daughter had already decided who she would root for. The uncle who sold her goldfish was very good, and she wanted to see him win. The ghost girl also watched all this carefully. He was clearly younger than that taekwondo master, which meant that he had an advantage in physical terms, and that terrible old man clearly deserved to lose. But our hero already sees that his girls will be disappointed, because this man has reached his limit, and the grandfather is just beginning to show his strength. Even the new guests are watching this battle with interest. Everyone wants the man who sold Nuon fish to win, but it seems like his attacks have become much slower, and he can't dodge as well anymore. The old man managed to inflict a good wound on his back, which turned out to be unbearably painful. The young man fell to the ground and now can't get up. This time, the bald man is confident in his victory, and a slight smile appears on his face. Now he wants to put an end to this. But at that moment, he looked at his back and suspected something. As soon as he had time to think about this, his opponent immediately got up from his feet and kicked him hard in the stomach. The blonde now wants to be much more careful and watches his every move. This time he managed to throw the old man out of the ring with the finishing blow. The Chinese people in the crowd began to applaud loudly and shout enthusiastically. Now this is their real victory. The students ran up to their sensei and, confused, tried to somehow help him. His new guest looked him straight in the eyes. Did he really dare to challenge him knowing that he had no chance of winning? Kuikego has already grown so much over the years. Others began to be indignant that the scoundrel had used some dirty tricks after all, and they still had the opportunity to fight again. The long-haired man began to laugh at them. The dog still barks but doesn't bite. The man looked at him and asked what he would say now. And yet, the master of Pohaekwondo managed to admit his defeat, no matter how sad it was. Their new guest laughed loudly. All the guests heard that China had won today's battle. People who were rooting for Feng were very upset and couldn't find their place after this. And now, they have nothing to do here. The long-haired one ordered his people to leave here now to go about their business further. Suddenly, they passed by Nuon and she couldn't help but praise him. Their guest addressed our hero, calling the girl very sweet. He would like to hug her, but she knows her personal boundaries very well and will not let strangers near her. Although he felt a little offended, he understands that this is all normal, and he should just move on. Other people in the crowd heard everything and did not understand why this man was so rude when Master Cheng was so kind to them. But he acted very ugly. But no one knows that it is better for them not to know who these two are. Soon it was night, and when the boys were already driving home in the car, Jing asked her husband why he didn't allow the master to hug Nuon. The ghost girl also asked what the reason was for his behavior, since he defeated Suikego, and she also thought that such an act from him was shameless. But the little girl didn't like that grandfather, and unlike them, she knows how to judge not only by people's appearance. That is, the ladies took it as if that old man was a bad man, although you wouldn't know it from looking at him. No one knows for sure, however. Zong himself felt an evil aura from him. That bald guy held on well. Everything was heading towards victory. But at the last stage, he suddenly missed, and it became clear that he was deliberately giving in. Suddenly, their car had to stop because someone stood in their way. In front of him are some unfamiliar people in masks, led by a woman. First of all, Father gave orders to his disciple to protect Nuon and Jing. These people attacked Zong immediately, without warning, and were given orders to kill everyone except the child. All the ninja heard the command and immediately decided to start with Nuon's father. Our hero is also preparing for battle, because in such a situation it cannot be avoided. He already estimates how strong these people are, so that he can calculate his strength and tactics. The woman approached him first and did something he definitely did not expect. The lady was able to defeat those of her assistants, her own partners. They fell to the ground, apparently unconscious after such a beating. Our hero watches them and is a little confused and does not know how to proceed further. The blonde appeared behind him and whispered that someone had their eye on his daughter and advised him to leave this city if he didn't want to have problems in the future. After that, she had no time left for conversation. The lady quickly ran away from him. At that moment, Jinga, who also heard and saw everything, came up to him. She didn't understand why she fought against them if they were on the same team. The blonde immediately guessed that these people had come specifically for Nuon, but the behavior of this lady was completely incomprehensible even to her. Her father is serious, and he is not going to let his daughter be harmed. He approached his wife and calmed her down, looking straight into her eyes. He promised that he would not allow anyone to harm their little daughter. But the strange woman herself had already approached the appointed place where she was supposed to meet someone. She was very scared. The lady took off her blindfold and looked at the front door with trepidation, after which her gaze fell on her sword and she began to examine her body. To make it look like she was fighting, she had to cut herself. The blonde tore her clothes and left her blood on the sword. It hurt her, but it was a necessary measure. It looks like she's not alone here. They decided to keep an eye on her. And of course, This person turned out to be our hero, who flies in the air and hides from her eyes. He immediately recognized this woman who was there during the day. The long-haired girl walked through the door, and her body was covered in goosebumps and trembling. There was quite a creepy atmosphere here. She walked up to the right room and knocked quietly to get permission to enter. She was invited into the office. The very person she was supposed to meet after completing the mission was already waiting for her. This is the same Mr. Cheng. He is sitting right now and meditating, using a special practice. The woman pretended that her arm was in great pain and asked her master for forgiveness because she was unable to complete the task. Her boss sighed heavily and asked where all the people who were with her had gone. The madam, confused, stated that the man had killed all three of them, and only she had managed to escape with only one wound. After that, the long-haired man looked her straight in the eyes and decided to use something on her. After his intervention, Madame screamed loudly and fell into his arms. If she is his favorite, it does not mean that she can lie to him so brazenly. Our hero hid and watched everything from the window. Now he clearly saw his face and realized that he had already met him before. He grabbed his subordinate and began to strangle her. Previously, he did not care about minor offenses, but that little girl has a special body that can only be found once in 1,000 years. He wants to use Nuan as a furnace for cultivation. His lifespan can be increased for quite a long time, and that is why, if she tries to ruin his plans, he will easily send her to the next world for such tricks. The woman bewilderedly asked him for forgiveness. She really was wrong, but she promised that it would not happen again and asked him to give her a second chance. Tears began to appear on her face out of fear, but he finally let her go. It seems that he decided to pardon her after all, because now the most important thing is the trip to Basha, and everything else can be done after their return. And if this journey goes smoothly, he will unite with the Holy Spirit, become one of the 5 great ones of the New World, and promise to give her the power with which he can rule together with her. The boy heard everything, and he was familiar with this phrase. These are the monsters who used Xiao Hai Chao and killed Zhongwen. Perhaps this person is already connected with them. The man promised his girl that he would not treat her so badly again and began to slowly approach her. In order to perform a certain ritual, he, as always, asked her to take off her outerwear. The girl cannot resist him and does everything as he said, slowly approaching him. He asked her to sit next to him, and looking straight into her eyes, asked why she didn't like her body so much. The man had already guessed that she had cut herself on purpose, but was it really so that he would hate her? However, her resistance plays into his hands. It is more interesting for him to deal with her when she does this. They put their palms together and Daolin uses his power. It seems that this time the ritual is much more painful for her than last time. And at that very moment the glass breaks and silence falls. Daoling's body is pierced by a sharp blade, and he doesn't even have time to react. His subordinate was also in shock and quickly crawled back with a loud scream. When Zong was sure that he was no longer breathing, he quickly climbed into the building straight to her. The girl recognized him immediately as soon as she looked at his face, after which her gaze turned to her master. And it seemed that she guessed that his death was his doing. This old man really deserved this, and Zong only came here to get his weapon back. Taking the sword out of him, he is now going to deal with this girl. He put a blade to her and said that if she did not want to say goodbye to life, then she was obliged to tell him everything she knew. Madam was a little confused, and the first thing she said was her name. Her name is Shen Man. She was also born in a small mountain village, and she and Wu Kai lived next door to each other. He didn't have a father from birth, and so he lived with his mother, and she had health problems, and that's why that wound died. Video. That he was orphaned. Her parents decided to adopt him. The two of them had a good relationship since childhood, and her mom and dad said that they would get married when they grew up. When the girl was 7, Chung came to their village and said that he wanted to choose several children as his disciples, and at that time he was already a famous martial artist in China. And of course, every family in the village hoped that they would choose his child. And in the end, he chose Shen Man and Wu Kai. For their parents, it was a great honor, and they were happy to let the two of them go. At first, everything was very good. He treated them well, gave them good food and drink, and after that he brought them to study martial arts, showed them the world, and therefore those two respected him very much. However, when Shen Man came of age that night, everything changed. He bullied her and threatened that if she committed suicide, he would kill her brother, and she had to endure all this bullying. She couldn't hide this kind of thing, but she was afraid that Wu Kai would find out about what the teacher was doing. So she lied to him that she loved her sensei so that her brother would reject her. And in the end, her plan worked. He believed her words and moved away. From then on, He became a completely different person, immersed himself in his daily martial arts training, and never spoke to her again. Besides herself, Dowling also caught other girls, whom he used as a furnace for cultivation. And today in the ring he saw Nuan and ordered her to bring her to him. And when this happened, the girl realized that she had enough and she didn't want to live like this anymore, after which she let them go. Initially, her goal was to anger him. But who knew that Zong would show up here? The guy looked her straight in the eyes. She was very lucky that she did not touch his daughter, otherwise she would have faced a terrible fate, much worse than death. And now, our hero is interested in what this new world is that he just talked about. The woman told him that it used to be the mysterious organization, and not long ago they approached its now-deceased sensei to make him a member. But at first, Dowling didn't want to get involved with them at all. But then, he suddenly began to admire them, and said that he would take Shen along with him on a trip to meet their leaders. She doesn't know the details, but she only vaguely heard that he was going to comprehend some Holy Spirit, and everything else is unclear. And finally, Zong asked her what the relationship is between Wu Kai and Kui Keguo. As it turned out, that bald man was his father who had run away. One day, Chung told her that her brother wanted to see him, and now he began to analyze that since he allowed Wu to come out to fight in the ring, it was also that the father and son would beat each other to death. It was very difficult for the girl to admit this, and she only sighed heavily. It is very good that our hero opened his eyes and realized what a terrible person this was, and to die such an easy death was a great blessing for him. After these words, Zong stood up from his seat and asked Shenman to come with him. Now it was high time to find that stupid guy and tell him the whole truth. To which the lady immediately reacted sharply. She does not want to do this because she cannot meet him face to face. It would really be much easier for her now if he started to hate her than if he found out the whole truth. And that fish seller, as always, sat, rested, and drank something. Suddenly the sun's rays blocked him, and he had to open his eyes. Our hero stands in front of him and stares intently. The man sighed heavily and hissed in displeasure. Had he really come again to take away his last aquarium and fish food? Unexpectedly for him, Zong kicked the ground roughly, tossed so hard that he was thrown to the side. His fish also ended up on the ground because the aquarium was broken. Wu started yelling at him for everything he had done. Our hero grabbed him by the shirt and started shaking him. His beloved woman was lying in the arms of another man, and he was sitting here cooling off. He can't believe that he's selling fish and trying to drink away his depression. He's so useless. The man rose to his feet and was about to attack, shouting that it was none of his business and he should not care, after which the boy gave him another good kick in the stomach and threw him aside. This time the blow was so much more painful that he couldn't get up. Wu Kai finally fell to the ground and screamed loudly. Some small boys were passing by and started making fun of him, how he was lying all over the ground and even scattered his fish. The man agreed after this that he really was a nobody. He saw his beloved wife leaving for another, and he couldn't do anything. And now his life is empty, and every day he thinks only about how to die. But even if Shen Man refused him, did he really try to fight for her even a little? Did he give up too quickly? And could he really call himself a man after that? But he continued to make excuses, saying that he simply wasn't good enough for her. And that's why she left him. The brunette grabbed him by the shirt again. His mind really wasn't working, and if he couldn't get his love back, then he was going to do it instead of him. And that bald man continues to look at his photograph with his wife. And at that very moment, someone bursts into his window. Kigo was frightened and asked in confusion who dared to do this. Our hero is now standing in front of him, and he immediately recognized him because he is the one from that very video on the beach. He came to him not alone, but together with Wu Kai, and Zong was interested to know if they knew each other. The bald man didn't know what to answer, and so he just stood there like a stump and said nothing. Our hero looked him straight in the eyes and said that this man had previously entered the ring with him, and because of him he had lost face in the eyes of people, and perhaps he hated him for this. And if it so happened that Wu himself said that he no longer wanted to live, then he decided to kill him right in front of him and let him breathe a sigh of relief. The bald man immediately jumped up from his seat and asked him not to do it. He stood in front of his son, covering him with his body. The brown-eyed man looked him straight in the eyes and asked why he was saving him. And Zong confidently said that he was his biological father. Kego smiled as he looked at him and called him his son in a friendly manner. But he suddenly pulled away. For him it was some kind of joke. His father died as soon as he was born, and he himself was from China. And Wu cannot believe that he is his father since he is a Feng fighter. The man became a little sad, but still told him that if he did not believe him, then he should look at his back. where there was a tattoo of a rat as proof. He took a closer look and noticed that there really was such a drawing there, but he still refused to believe that he was his dad. The bald man sighed heavily and showed him one photograph. Of course, he might not believe him, but he would definitely recognize his mother. As soon as the boy saw the photograph, he immediately became worried. He looked him straight in the eyes and asked how this was even possible. Now he was completely confused. And yet, his dad decided to tell everything anyway. It all started 30 years ago. At that time, he visited the Chinese Martial Arts Association, where he met Ling Su, and Cheng Daoling was her mentor at that time. The three of them were very young and full of energy, and soon became friends. That man was thirsty for victory and was going to fight for first place. And his future wife was, on the contrary, a very calm and non-conflict person. Initially, the bald man had plans to return to Fengo to marry her. However, unexpectedly, the long-haired man said that he had found a cave with treasures and ancient books on martial arts, and asked him to go there and see what was there. They approached the edge, but he suddenly pushed him off his feet with one movement. As it turned out, he deliberately approached him. At that time, among the younger generation, he was the only one who could compete with him. And when he got rid of Kigo, he became the best candidate for the champion of the Budo Club. After that incident, he was seriously injured. His life was hanging by a thread. But fortunately, those flowers and plants that were under the cliff had a healing effect. He ate them every day, and this helped him quickly recover and get back on his feet. And 8 years after he saw the sky again, he finally learned about Lin Su, but he certainly didn't expect to see her grave. The man heard from the people in that village that she had given birth to a son, whom Daoling had recently taken for himself. And after that, Kego went to the battle hall. But Cheng said that the baby was dead. He wanted to take revenge on him, but he was so powerless and morally broken that later, when he came to China several times, he simply avoided the meeting. As it turned out, he publicly challenged the best martial artist to meet him in the ring. But he knew that he would not pass up the opportunity to make a name for himself. And he certainly would not turn down a fight. But he did not expect that he would send someone else to fight him. During the battle, he noticed a tattoo on his back and realized that all the man's words were untrue. And his son was actually alive. And since Lin Su and he both belonged to the rats, she once joked that in the future they would have a rat son. And this is a secret that only the two of them know, and there is nothing wrong with that. And only now did the man realize that the teacher had accepted him as a student and was raising him so that he would kill his father himself. But even despite this, he refuses to believe it, because he treated him like his own son and was very kind. But our hero asked a counter question. If he is so wonderful, then why did he take his beloved woman? It was obvious that he had treated him well only to take advantage of him, and many things remained secret. And at that moment, Zhang received a call. It was Zhang Tanlei. She reported that there were indeed a lot of girls here whom they had saved. And since she called him, this is a good opportunity for Wu to see for himself. The guy showed him a video from Chen's gym, where there really were a lot of little kids. Our hero added that Daoling had been using girls as a furnace for evil arts for many years, and Shen Man was his first victim. He can't believe his ears, and it's as if he's frozen. Now he knows the whole truth. The woman suffered much more than he did. That scoundrel did terrible things to her. She had to endure all this and continue to live only for him because she tried to protect him. Tears appeared in the man's eyes. He couldn't believe how that beast dared to treat her like that. And the boy continued to tell that the girl was afraid that if he found out about this, he would go straight to Daoling to take revenge. And therefore, Ta did not want this and kept silent. He sincerely said from the bottom of his heart that he would never despise her, because she is his most beloved person in life. A smile appeared on our hero's face, and he asked her herself if she had heard everything. Shen Man had been standing near the door all this time and had heard their conversation. But now the moment had come when it was time to come in and talk. She ran to him and hugged him tightly. She was very sorry that everything turned out this way. Wu Kai asked her for forgiveness. He was too stupid and couldn't protect her. Suddenly, at that very moment, Daoling himself appears in front of them and laughs loudly. The boys were scared and couldn't believe that he survived after all this. But as it turned out, it was not him, but his body, which is now under the control of the monsters of the New World. He began to mock how these two had betrayed him, and all because of their strong love for each other. And since it has already happened, he will allow them to die together, and with a loud stomp of his feet, he releases his pet right at them. A plant with terrible thorns on the floor at Kigo, but he deftly managed to grab it and stop it. His girlfriend is no slouch either, and she kicks well. Our hero also admires their courage, but warns them to be careful and not let themselves be bitten. To help them, the the boy will have to use his fire dragon. It was very good that he was able to call him in time, and his burning plans immediately headed towards the body of the possessed one. In the end, there was nothing left of him. He was burnt and now shows no signs of life. All the spirits were defeated. This sight gave Wu Kai and his girlfriend goosebumps. It was really so disgusting to see such a mysterious creature of the New World. They can invade the human brain and devour souls. When under control, people lose themselves and become slaves. In the end, he still had the strength to speak, and the spirit reminded him that he was still standing in their way, and he would not escape their clutches so easily. Soon, he turned into a normal puff of smoke and promised that they would meet again soon. Longhair approached Zong and apologized for dragging him into all this. But as it turned out, he had long had problems with the New World, and he would have met them sooner or later anyway. The man looked him straight in the eye with concern and asked what his plan was now. Our hero smiled at him and said that instead of just sitting around doing nothing, he preferred to take the initiative. And now, it seems, is the perfect time to head straight to Basha.